let's get into Chapter 56. I hope you guys enjoy. Chapter 56, a long overdue battle. Previously, lucky girl, Naruto muttered. I still have the lazy ass to fight. I know, Shikamaru replied. What a drag. Now. So, Shikakun, Hinata began, making the sleeper lazily open a single eye. Have a plan against Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Oh yeah, Shikamaru quickly replied, waving his hand dismissively, though Hinata noticed a small hint of sarcasm behind his tone. I plan to get rid of Naruto within the first minute of the match, Shikamaru explained, and Hinata just chuckled. I bet, Hinata replied with amusement. No faith in my skills, Shikamaru said. Oh no, you misunderstand me, Hinata began. I have extreme faith in your abilities. Your dedication and commitment, on the other hand, not so much, Hinata replied cheekily. Shikamaru just grinned before closing his eyes and yawning loudly. And you, Naruto-kun? Hinata turned towards the blonde who was watching the talk between her and Shikamaru with amusement. Who knows what that lazy ass has planned? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Naruto and Shikamaru to the arena, be called. Time to face the music, Shikamaru muttered, as he got up and stretched his sore limbs. Arena. Senju Naruto of Konoha against Naruto Shikamaru of Konoha. Both contestants ready? B asked, and both nodded. Begin! Before Naruto could even crouch or take a step forward, Shikamaru made a timeout sign with his arms. What? Naruto asked, confused. Can I have the first move? Shikamaru asked. What? I guess, Naruto replied, not understanding what Shikamaru wanted. Hypothetically, Shikamaru started, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. If I were to use your patented Ori-Oke no Jutsu, Sekijutsu, Hinata version, you wouldn't faint, right? Shikamaru asked. No? Naruto answered skeptically with clear doubt in his voice. Oh well, I guess I give up then, Shikamaru said, and Naruto blinked. He turned towards B, who also blinked. You ain't surrendering, fool, B said. I am, and I just did, Shikamaru said as he walked out of the arena. Well, I guess you win, B muttered beneath his breath. Winner, Senju Naruto of Konoha. With the crowd. Same old Shikakun, Hinata said, shaking her head in amusement. He pulled the same stunt at the tuning exams, Hinata said as she watched most of the crowd facepalm at Shikamaru's actions. And I'm back, Shikamaru said as he walked in. I told you I would be done with him under a minute. Faith, right? Hinata asked, and Shikamaru nodded. He sat in the same spot and immediately closed his eyes, wishing for some needed sleep. Hinata to the arena, B called. Kage's box. Finally, we will get some action, Raikage said, correcting his posture and slightly bending forward to give the incoming match his full attention. This won't be a normal match, you know, Jiraiya asked, never looking down from the arena. The Raikage hummed in curiosity, turned towards Jiraiya. The pervert seemed to be reminiscing about something, not even acknowledging Raikage's attention. There has never been, to my knowledge, a match between two Kage-level shinobi merely for entertainment purposes. Jiraiya chuckled, and the Raikage paid close attention to his words. And I doubt they will think of this as a simple show for the crowd. I have no doubts that it'll be very entertaining, but for them, it will have a special meaning. Did you know that they have been trained side by side for years? Jiraiya asked and paused, but continued before the Raikage could comment. They trained together since they were 8 years old. At that age, I was playing with wooden kunai and jumping in the mud, Jiraiya chuckled, and Raikage snickered. They had the village against them, both shouldering hate, misery, distaste. They were forced to grow harshly, almost like in times of war. And grow up they did. Brave, loyal, strong, each one in their own way. Naruto against the village, Hinata against their family, joined by their misfortune and driven together by their will to overcome their obstacles and become something more. It almost sounds like those crappy romance books you find at the stores regarding misfit people who eventually become something. Jiraiya laughed before quieting down. but those two are special, and I believe that together they will change the world. I trained them both for 3 years, and together they can achieve the impossible. They complement each other in every way. It's kind of strange, really, growing up as both rivals and lovers, but I think that it only made them stronger in both ways. Dryas said in a soft tone. His voice was filled with pride. But I am just an old pervert reminiscing about his students, Dryas laughed. After all, this is their story to tell. With the crowd. Final match of this year's Jonin exams, B said, and the crowd cheered as both Naruto and Hinata took their places facing each other. Senju Naruto of Konoha, ready, B asked, and Naruto nodded. Senju Hinata of Konoha, ready. Yes, Hinata replied. Begin! B called for the start of the match, but neither Naruto nor Hinata made a single movement. Not a step forward, no shifting of their weight, not even a blink. Our first fight as a married couple, Naruto grinned while Hinata just laughed softly before quieting down. Do you remember it? Hinata asked in a low voice. She seemed to almost whisper a question, but Naruto heard her nonetheless. Naruto smiled as a small memory jumped into his mind. I promise, Hinahime, that I will one day remove that seal. I promise that I'll protect you, and together we will show the village what a couple of losers can do, Naruto said, smiling as he reminisced at that particular time. You do remember? Hinata smiled, her eyes almost watering. They weren't just words, Hinata-chan. I meant every single thing I said, Naruto replied. You know that I always consider myself your equal. I always tried to be as brave as you, as strong as you, but I stopped that 1 year ago, Hinata said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow in confusion. When your eyes reached their final level, I knew that no matter how hard I tried, how hard I pushed myself, I could no longer reach you, Hinata said, and Naruto was about to say something, but Hinata stopped him. And the thing is, I am okay with that, Hinata smiled softly. I always pushed myself and thought that if I was anything below you, then the village would see me as just Hyuga Hinata, the disowned daughter of the Hyuga clan. But I was wrong. Even though I will never reach you, they see me as Senju Hinata. I'm not shadowed by marrying you or belonging to the Senju clan. They respect me. They acknowledge me by my talents in taijutsu, my byakugan, and medicine. I came to the conclusion that the village and the world already sees me as something, and now all I want is to make you proud of me. Hinata finished, and Naruto sat there gobsmacked. Ready? Hinata asked as she took her stance. I was always proud of you, Naruto thought as he launched himself forward, picking up dust as their fists met with a bang. With the crowd. Well, Shikamaru said, getting up. I'm leaving, Shikamaru said, and started walking away. You are not watching the match? Tenten asked, having regained consciousness and being allowed by the medics to watch the matches. No. Why? Tenten asked in disbelief. Safety, Shikamaru simply replied. What? Tenten asked, furrowing her eyebrows in confusion. She's going all out, and I value my life, Shikamaru said. We are safe. Tenten was broken from her explanation when the stand seemed to rumble. She quickly turned to the arena to see that the match had begun, and Naruto and Hinata had both fists against one another. See that? I'm leaving, Shikamaru said, and walked away as the stands vibrated again. Oh dear, Tenten muttered when she noticed specks of dust falling from the concrete ceiling. Arena. Naruto and Hinata were both engaged in a highly technical taijutsu match. For now, it was all about the stances, the blocks, and counters. Not that the punches didn't have power behind them, I assure you they did. But for now, it was a matter of skill and not power. Hinata threw a fast left jab and went for Naruto to parry her strike. Naruto simply tapped her arm away and quickly replied with a jab of his own, straight to her head, aimed for her left temple, but Hinata quickly countered with the same, locking each other's arms. The ground rumbled and cracked as both struggled to overpower the other, his glowing red eyes staring straight into Hinata's silver Byakugan, who also was already activated. Hinata's arms suddenly turned to the same blue gel he had seen in the previous match. Naruto stumbled forward, surprised by Hinata's sudden disengage. His eyes widen when he noticed Hinata tilting her head back and quickly bringing it forward, trying to headbutt him straight on. Now that's a woman who doesn't mind playing rough, Naruto thought to himself as he uses calmly to phase through Hinata. As he passed through her, he quickly turned around with a spin kick, only to be simply blocked. Hinata hadn't even turned around and blocked a blind kick to her backside with a single hand, courtesy of the 360 degrees of vision from the Byakugan. Hinata swiftly turned around, ducking swiftly as her right fist seemed to gain a blue hue. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the chakra build up within her fist. Hinata extended her right arm, heading for a right swing. Her fist seemed to almost whistle with the speed it carried. Naruto raised his left arm, intending to intercept her attack. Just before her attack connected, Naruto used his free arm's hand to support his defending arm, knowing the attack would be powerful. Hinata's fist crashed into Naruto's with a loud, resounding bang, forcing Naruto back a few inches, his feet dragging for the ground as he was pushed back. I'm not blocking another one of those, Naruto thought, gritting his teeth as he jumped backwards. He lightly shook and flexed his left arm, trying to get rid of the pain and the lingering stinging sensation. He looked up to see Hinata raising her leg and smashing it into the ground, ripping out a huge boulder out of the ground. With a single hand, she picked up the boulder and hurled it towards Naruto. Oh hell, Naruto muttered as he charged her Rasengan and smashed it against the boulder, pulverizing the stone. He looked up to see that Hinata had disappeared. He backflipped from his position as Hinata shot from underground, her right fist prepared for an uppercut, her punch missing his chin by a few inches. As he was backflipping, Naruto tried to kick her chin in reply, only for her to simply tilt her head backwards just enough to dodge it. No wasted movements. Hake Kusho Air Palm, Katon, Gokyaku no Jutsu. Great fireball technique. Naruto countered Hinata's air palm with a powerful fireball. The fireball easily ripped through her wind attack and continued towards the target. Kaiten! Hinata was enveloped by a spinning shroud of chakra. The fire crashed against Hinata's defense and was quickly put out by her spinning effect. As the dust settled down from her defensive move, both Naruto and Hinata stared at each other before moving forward again. They met again with a bang, their fists boring towards each other at blinding speeds. Naruto could track every single one thanks to his Sharingan, and Hinata could see his muscle preparing for the strike, giving her a heads up. Hinata's fist glowed once again, and this time, she sent her punch straight forward, reverberating through the air. Bang! Naruto sidestepped her punch, making it hit the arena walls head-on. The stone walls screeched, almost like wood cracking. A fissure started from the impact place and spread all the way to the top, making heavy chunks of stone fall to the ground and leaving a large opening on the walls. Her strength is just ridiculous, and she's not even using Senjutsu. Naruto shook his head and thought. Kage box. Oh hell. The Raikage sighed when he noticed part of the arena walls collapsing. At this pace, they'll bring the whole place down, the Raikage muttered while Jiraiya just chuckled. They certainly aren't pulling any punches. Get it? Jiraiya laughed while Ace shook his head at the lame pun. See, the Raikage said. Raikage-sama? C asked, leaving his position as bodyguard and kneeling in front of his leader. Call the Anbu Bearer Division. Have them set up a small barrier around the outside of the arena walls, the Raikage ordered, and C nodded as he shunshined away. A little too much, Dre asked. I'm not taking any chances. Arena. Naruto jumped backwards to avoid the falling chunks of rock from the walls. Hinata stayed put, simply sidestepping the rocks. Once the dust cloud had settled, the arena now supported a brand new opening to the outside. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw Hinata roll her sleeves up and bend down to the ground. His eyes widened when he saw Hinata place her hands around the largest chunk of collapsed wall and lifted the heavy chunk of wall, raising it above her head. This is ridiculous. That has to weigh almost 40 tons. She can lift a house of Byakugo, strength of 100 technique, or Senjutsu. Truly amazing. I wonder what her limit is, Naruto thought to himself in disbelief. He gulped when he saw Hinata lean backwards and fling the large rock towards him with surprising speed. Naruto bent his knees and held his ground as the rock approached, casting a shadow over him. With a flick of a wrist, 2 chains shot from both hands and wrapped themselves around the incoming meteorite. Naruto jumped to his side and channeled chakra into his feet. Naruto gripped his chains tightly as he swung the wall around and sent it back towards Hinata. Hinata cocked her fist and slammed it against the wall, vaporizing it into dust. She looked up to see Naruto running towards her with the space swirling in front of him. Naruto took his staff from his pocket dimension and swirled it around him. In reply, Hinata channeled chakra to her wrist storage seals and took out her twin daggers. Both weapons met with a clang. They screeched with several orange sparks flying loose as both metal weapons scraped against one another. Naruto twirled his staff for a horizontal swing, making Hinata duck. She quickly got up and pushed forward, her daggers going first and forcing Naruto to step back, her daggers clipping a few strands of his hair. Naruto backflipped and held his staff horizontally. He gripped the staff and simply tapped his end. Arg! Hinata screamed as the staff suddenly expanded, growing exponentially in length and slamming against her stomach. Hinata's metal chest plate took most of the hit, but she was still sent flying. She twirled mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground. I should have known that wasn't a simple staff, Hinata grumbled in thought as she adjusted her armor and got up. She watched in fascination as the staff started floating and spinning above Naruto's hand, slowly increasing in speed. The staff started changing shape and shrinking, taking the form of a single, pitch-black, perfectly spherical ball. This ball started floating around Naruto and split into 2. Each individual ball started elongating as it started taking the shape of the staff again, but this time their new form had hilts and razor-sharp edges. They had taken the form of 2 twin, straight, one-edged swords. Come, Naruto said, pointing a single sword towards Hinata, who grinned and shot forward. Cling! Clang! Both swords clashed against Hinata's twin daggers with a deafening clash. Hinata's daggers glowed a light blue as she performed a quick and powerful swing with her right dagger. Her eyes widened when Naruto simply blocked her weapon. My dagger was laced with wind chakra. Even though it's my secondary nature, it should have sliced right through, Hinata thought to herself in confusion as she parried a strike. Hinata stepped back and threw both daggers into the air. She cocked her right fist and slammed it forward. Naruto brought his twin swords in X shape and blocked her punch, taking advantage of her forward momentum. Naruto withdrew one of his blades and flexed it forward, piercing through her chest plate and straight through her stomach. He blinked and his breathing hitched when he noticed his sword embedded in Hinata's body, with the other end protruding from her back. Even the crowd seemed to gasp in shock. Naruto looked in shock, but noticed that Hinata wasn't in pain, but rather smirking. Suika no Jutsu, Water Transformation Jutsu. Hinata smirked as she pushed his extended arm deeper into her stomach, burying the hilt of the sword in his own right hand into her. Naruto didn't even stop her with his shock, and before he could understand what happened, his right arm was trapped. Hinata smiled as she caught her daggers and swung both arms forward in a scissor attack. Naruto had to think quickly on his feet since he only had one arm available to defend against two daggers. Chidori Nagashi, Naruto said, and Hinata's eyes widened. She quickly dropped her jutsu and completely liquefied, dropping to the ground in a puddle of water. The water quickly rushed away and stopped a few feet from Naruto. The water started to claw together and grow in height until it took the shape of Hinata. Nifty little jutsu you got there, Naruto said as he rested both swords on each shoulder. Thank you, Naruto-kun. This is the defensive jutsu I picked up back in Kiri, and I've been working on it ever since, Hinata explained. I got the idea after seeing your calmly, since not all of us can have overpowered eyes, Hinata said, as she dashed forward once again. Kagebox. Oh-ho! Jiraiya cheered and nearly jumped from his seat when he saw Hinata's new jutsu. I always knew that girl had a good head on her shoulders, Jiraiya grinned. Very interesting, Raikage mused. I always had the idea that jutsu was the Hozuki clan's bloodline. It's a common misconception, Jiraiya replied, making Raikage turn to him. That is the Hozuki clan's secret technique, and not their bloodline. Much similar to the Gentle Fist Taijutsu style, you don't actually need the Byakugan Eye to use it, Jiraiya explained. Though I wonder where she got it, Jiraiya asked in afterthought. She partook in the bloodline war back in Kiri. Everything was chaos back there. I wouldn't be surprised if she picked up a couple stray scrolls from there. And like you said, she has a good head on her shoulders, A said, and Jiraiya was surprised. How did you know that she was in the war? Jiraiya asked cautiously. If I remember correctly, only Naruto and the Dragons of the Leaf were in combat. Come now, Jiraiya-sama, the Raikage replied in amusement. The Leaf Village isn't the only one with a spy network around. We are not as blind as you see us, Raikage explained. You got me there, Jiraiya said, chuckling. Besides, when Naruto is somewhere, then she isn't too far away. If I'm not mistaken, she would be the Purple Dragon, with Naruto being the Silver Dragon and Sabaku no Gara, the Ichibi Jinchuriki, being the Brown Dragon, the Raikage explained, and Jiraiya nodded, surprised by the accuracy of Kumo's intel. Although those two, the Raikage said, pointing towards the blue and green dragons behind Jiraiya, along the rest of the group remain a mystery to us. I don't suppose you could enlighten us? The Raikage innocently asked. I do believe they are about to pick up the pace, Jiraiya said, motioning to the arena. The Raikage knew that Jiraiya intently shifted the focus of the conversation, but made no reference to it and simply turned to the arena. Katon, Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. Naruto's trademark fire jutsu burst from his mouth in a colossal wave of hot fire. The barrage of fire scorched the ground as it barreled towards Hinata, who was already blowing through hand sails. Suiton, Dai Bakusui Soha, Great Exploding Water Wave, Hinata replied to Naruto's fire jutsu by using her strongest multi-purpose water technique. She pumped her lungs with chakra and then released it. A magnificent wave of water poured from her mouth, forcing her to rise in the air by the force of it. Hinata stood on top of the water wave as if riding it. The water marched forward, crushing anything beneath it, and clashed against a wall of fire. Naruto poured more chakra into his technique, making the fire start to change from regular orange to an almost pure white due to the heat release. They both stopped their techniques, seeing that they were neutralizing themselves out. Although Hinata's water technique should have the advantage, she didn't have the capacity to simply pour more chakra into her technique, unlike Naruto, who was always renowned for his unending batteries. The steam from the technique was so much that it clouded everything in the arena, making the audience blind. The steam started to overflow over the walls, but it showed no sign of starting to dissipate. Do you see anything? A spectator asked the person sitting next to him, who simply shook his head in denial. How are we supposed to watch the match now? I can barely see my hands. This sucks. Cling! Clang! All the audience's ramming was broken from the metal sounds coming from the arena. Even with all the steam, Naruto and Hinata were still going at it strong. Suddenly, a silence overtook the arena. The crowd's breathing hitched in anticipation until two loud shouts broke their stupor. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Both Naruto and Hinata called out their jutsu at the same time. The steam that once clouded the arena was pushed back due to the pure air displacement. The crowd's eyes widened in shock and surprise at the face of the two monsters sitting in the middle of the arena, each summoned with their respective summoner on top of their head. "Thank you for coming, Katsuyu-sama," Hinata said from the top of her slug summon, the boss of the slug clan. "No problem at all, Hinata-chan," Katsuyu replied. "Who are you?" "Ah, you are fighting Naruto-kun," Katsuyu said. "Thank you for the assistance," Hinata said, and looked up to see Naruto on top of one very large fox. The fox in fact looked a lot like Akibi himself, although it possessed nowhere near the size of the Nine Tails. He was just about the size of Katsuyu herself, rusty red fur with piercing red eyes and black vertical slits. Black ear tips and legs, white underbelly coupled with a single bushy tail with a very distinctive dark blue color tip. "It's the first time you have summoned me, Naruto-sama," the fox replied in his deep voice. "Sorry about that, Kentaro," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. "For a moment, I thought you would summon the Kyuubi," Hinata replied as she readied herself. "Even I'm not crazy enough to summon Kurama into such a small arena," Naruto replied.
"You are right, of course. These people are not worthy of gazing upon my magnificent self,"
Kurama said from his mind, making Naruto's sweat drop. "Zeshi Nensan, acid slime," Katsuyu said as she released a highly concentrated acidic paste upon Naruto and Kentaro. With all the dexterity of a fox, Kentaro simply sidestepped the acid as it splashed to the ground, melting the earth and rock. Kentaro snarled, showing his pointed and sharp fangs as he charged forward. Kentaro's tail started crackling with lightning as he picked up the pace and dashed forward. Kentaro's head started glowing blue and suddenly he blurred forward, leaving a blue trail of electricity behind. Kaminari Rio, lightning charge. Katsuyu threw herself to the side as Kentaro swooped past her at blinding speeds. Seeing that he missed, Kentaro stopped and turned around, jumping backwards to avoid any array of shuriken from Hinata. Kentaro swung around with his tail sparkling once again. "Raibi, lightning tail," Kentaro said as he spun and slammed his tail into Katsuyu, splitting her body in half. Kentaro started walking slowly, bearing his fangs around Katsuyu's body as it burst into hundreds of smaller slugs and slowly reformed a few feet away. "Dodge!" Naruto yelled, telling Kentaro to jump to the side as Hinata dropped from the sky with her leg raised. Kentaro watched as Hinata's kick smashed into the arena and left a crater behind. Kentaro snarled as he coiled and jumped forward, clawing at Katsuyu, who slithered away from him, her wound sizzling away in a matter of seconds. Kosen, light beam. Kentaro opened his mouth and released a small lightning bolt towards Katsuyu. The bolt ripped through the ground and smashed against the walls, leaving a small hole in them. Suitan, Mizurapa, wild water wave, Hinata said as she opened her mouth and released a stream of water right against Kentaro, who was unable to dodge. Kentaro was slightly pushed back but held his ground, shaking his head and body to get rid of the water. "Naruto-sama," Kentaro said, shivering, and Naruto understood the meaning. With their fur wet, foxes can't regulate their body heat, causing a rapid drop in their core temperature. "On my mark, use your strongest lightning jutsu," Naruto said, and Kentaro nodded, charging up with his blue tail slightly glowing. "Now!" Suiton, Dai Bokusui Shoha, Great Exploding Water Wave, Naruto said, using the same water juices that Hinata had used earlier, and released a gigantic wave of water against Katsuyu, who didn't have anywhere to dodge in the arena. Kaminari Kitsune, Lightning Fox, Kentaro shouted as his fur seemed to stand and sparkle. From his body shot an almost identical clone of him, but completely made of pure lightning. Arg! Katsuyu screamed as the electrified water wave crashed into her, delivering a brutal light move directly at her. Hinata jumped away from her summon and high onto the walls to avoid the jutsu. Katsuyu didn't take long to disappear in smoke. I'll be going now, Naruto-sama, Kentaro said. You can go now, and thank you, Naruto said, as Kentaro disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Both Naruto and Hinata jumped to the ground, staying on top of the water that stood a few inches from the earth itself, slowly washing away through the various cracks on the ground. With the crowd. Amazing, Tenten whispered, mesmerized by the battle playing itself in front of her eyes. So this is a battle between two Kage-level shinobi. They don't seem to want to stop anytime soon, Ren said. I don't think they get to spar like this many times, Tenten said. You call this a spar? Ren gave a high-pitched screech of indignation and quickly blushed at her actions, making Tenten slightly snicker. Shikamaru was right. I don't think this place can take much more of this, Tenten said, looking at the numerous craters on the ground, several cracks along the walls, not to mention the huge chunk that was missing. Tsunade-sama is renowned for her strength. It is said that she can bring down mountains with a single punch, Ren said. We can already see that here, Tenten said, pointing at the walls. Those walls are reinforced with hard stone, coupled with metallic frame on the inside and a high tensile fabric all around to prevent collapse and withstand heavy strikes, Tenten explained. And look at it, Tenten chuckled. She brought the whole wall down and picked it up like it was paper or something. I don't think the Raikage will be very happy about that. I guess not, Ren replied. I guess it would be wise not to antagonize her, Taisuke muttered in thought, looking at Hinata. What the hell is happening? Arena. Shall we increase the pace? Hinata asked, and Naruto nodded. Both started leaking out chakra as their auras skyrocketed, their chakras saturating the air. Everyone in the stands and most shinobi cringed at the feeling they got. It was like having tons of pressure against their chest, preventing them from breathing. They almost felt like ants in the face of their chakra, each one surrounded by an almost invisible aura of chakra. Their hair flapped wildly, the wind rustled, and even the water was vibrating. Hinata poured more chakra, intent on matching Naruto's in every way. She started gaining a dim purple aura around her, one that would put Orochimaru himself to shame in both the sinister feeling of the color itself and the power and strength of her chakra. Her hair rose into the air, her Byakugan eyes seemed to glow, her armor rattled with her shoulder armor plates flapping wildly. Hinata's chakra started shaping around her as she started hand seals. Hitsuji, ram seal, hands together vertically with the left thumb on top. Her aura seemed to expand in volume. Inu, dog seal. Her left hand laid flat on top of her right fist. Her aura started gaining a vibrant shade of purple, not enough to avoid gazing upon her, but enough to be uncomfortable. Ne, rat seal. Both hands together vertically with the left thumb on the outside. Her aura increased in density as more chakras poured into the technique. Me, snake seal. Both hands clasped together with the left thumb on the outside. The water beneath Hinata started bubbling, almost like it was boiling itself. The day itself started getting dimmer, the sun slowly vanishing away as clouds started gathering and forming high above the arena. Tatsu, dragon seal. Hands clasped together vertically with baby fingers forming a triangle. Hijutsu, Mugen no Ami. Secret technique, endless rain. Hinata says she finished her technique and the sky seemed to almost roar. A fierce gust of wind swept by as thunder illuminated the arena. The sun, blocked by a dark sheet of clouds, climbed what was once a beautiful day into a stormy one. Violent rain, fierce winds, blinding thunders. Words that could barely describe the pinnacle of Hinata's secret technique, summoned at the top of her strengths. She had brought forth the biggest storm anyone had ever laid eyes upon. Water poured out of the sky almost like an ocean, drenching both Hinata and Naruto in a matter of seconds. Some girls don't like water because it ruins their hair. This did not apply to Hinata, who seemed to be in heaven in the middle of the storm. She closed her eyes and looked at the dark sky, savoring as the cold water hit her face, the icy wind rushing around her body, the roar of thunder lighting up the darkening sky. Yes, Hinata was in her home, surrounded by her element. She could feel everything around her, the water pouring from the sky, the moist in the air, the water on the floor slowly sinking into the earth, linking up with the underground streams. It was everywhere, all around her. She could even feel the water inside the people in the stands, in their blood. She had achieved the highest possible level of water manipulation, surpassing the legendary Senju Tobirama. In a not-so-distant future, she will become known as the Ame no Mi Kumari, Water Goddess, the first water elemental, and, by strike of fate or bad luck itself, she would also be the last one as well. Elemental, a man or woman who had become one with their element. Naruto broke himself from his shock and simply gazed at Hinata. She looked so happy right now, so relaxed. She was completely soaked like him, the water hitting her face, and yet she had her eyes closed, like she enjoyed the contact of water with her skin. His eyes widened when he noticed that her chakra reserves were filling back up. She had spent around 1/3 of her reserves, and now they're filling up by themselves. He could see it clearly with his Sharingan, and it baffled him to no end. While strong and very smart, Hinata couldn't just hold chakra from water simply because it had none to begin with. Normal water only had natural energy, and that alone didn't make chakra. And suddenly it clicked. He remembered this jutsu. The rain stole chakra from the ones hit with it. That devious girl, Naruto chuckled to himself, as he noticed the ray at which she was recharging. Naruto looked around and saw her stealing chakra from B, the Raikage, and Jiraiya in the Kage box, along with their bodyguards. They were small amounts no one would ever notice until she wanted it to. Do you think it was wise? Naruto said, breaking out from her bliss as she slowly opened her eyes. Summoning such a storm, I mean? I'm not known as the Konoha no Raijin, thunder god of Konoha, for nothing, Naruto warned, looking at the thunder, but Hinata just smiled and laughed softly. Her laugh sounded like a melody to his ears. Suddenly, Hinata just stopped laughing, and with that the whole storm seemed to freeze, the rain stopping and hovering mid-air. Naruto watched with interest, his Sharingan not missing a single detail. The water drops seemed to slowly become drawn towards Hinata and began spinning above her, forming something similar to a water spear. More and more water was being drawn to whatever technique she was using, but the strange part was that Hinata didn't use hand seals for this one. Her eyes were solely on Naruto. The size of the water spear was ridiculous to say the least. It was as big as the summons that had just left the arena. The spear started elongating, taking the shape of a serpent-like creature. Naruto's eyes widened when he understood what was happening. Kirin! Mizuchi! Both dragons blasted forward at blinding speeds. A huge roaring lightning dragon came down from the sky, meeting the water serpent head-on. Boom! As the elemental dragons collided, everything went white in the arena. The whole building shook from the impact as both techniques clashed and struggled to overpower the other. The crowd could only hold on to their seats and avoid gazing upon the arena due to the brightness. The walls crumbled into dust into the ground. The wooden gates to the arena were vaporized and the earth was torn apart. Everyone in the stands held their breath and thanked whoever chose to raise a barrier in the arena. Naruto dug himself out of the ground, a silver rib cage around his body. He looked around, searching for Hinata, who seemed to be nowhere. He noticed a clotting chunk of water in the midst of the destruction they had created. The rain seemed to have stopped and the clouds started dissipating. Hinata's form rose from the water as she took a deep breath and looked towards Naruto. Both the previous jutsus were a one-shot only and would take time to recharge. Hinata had spent all the water around her. She had literally bled the air dry, drawing all the water it had. Enough of the elemental jutsu. The real battle has just begun, Naruto said as his eyes glowed and his Susanoo evolved to the next level, sprouting 2 arms armed with 2 white ethereal scythes. Perhaps not. Toby's voice rang from the arena. Hinata's eyes widened when she heard a voice behind her, right next to her ear. She quickly turned around, only for her eyes to catch a glimpse of something metallic. She tilted her head as a blade grazed her neck, leaving a small blood trail. Toby placed his hands on her shoulder and the space in front of him started swirling. As she was being warped away, she released chakra from all her chakra points, literally giving Toby a Juken strike and interrupting his calmly. Before Hinata could take advantage of Toby's shock, she found herself on the opposite side of the arena. She looked confused and watched as Naruto pierced Toby's chest with a right Kiri. What happened? Naruto couldn't swap place with me before I could even blink, and that wasn't his Hirashin. Hinata thought to herself, confused. Her Byakugan was still at full blaze when she saw thousands of Zetsu pouring from the ground all around Kumo. He's launching an attack on Kumo? Hinata thought in disbelief until she saw him cough blood from Naruto's lightning strike. Naruto's blood-red eyes bore straight into the orange mask he came to hate and despise. Naruto looked around to see the Zetsu jumping from the ground and started causing mayhem in Kumo. An invasion during the Jonin exams finals. Not very creative if you ask me, Naruto chuckled, his hand still in Toby's chest. Toby laughed darkly, spitting blood to the ground. You can't defeat me with something like this, Toby said, looking down at Naruto's hand. Perhaps, but you aren't going anywhere, Naruto smirked, and Toby's eyes widened when he felt that he couldn't mold his chakra. Naruto saw his panicked eyes and chuckled darkly. This was kind of anticlimactic, wouldn't you say? Naruto rhetorically asked. Naruto brought his free hand and gently placed it on top of Toby's mask. Ever so slowly, he started removing it until he dropped it to the ground. The years have not been kind to you, Fugaku, Naruto said, and Fugaku snarled as he tried to jump away but found chains wrapped around his feet. Even you can't defeat an army of 10,000 Zetsu! Fugaku laughed in reply. We made many precautions to hide our plan. My army outweighs the shinobi in Kumo by 3. I do not fear an army of lions led by a sheep, Naruto replied, as his sparkling hand died down. Naruto noticed that his chest wasn't the usual brownish color, but was white instead. So that's how I can use the Mokuton, Naruto thought. Naruto looked back and watched as 2 Zetsu that were coming from Naruto were sniped by Hinata as she made her way towards him. I have decided on a far better fate for you than death, Naruto said, and smiled darkly as he noticed a drop of sweat running down Fugaku's face. I'm going to make an example out of you, Naruto growled as he injected heavy amounts of natural energy into Fugaku's chakra network. Naruto could already see specks of greystone forming on his skin. The man that wanted the world, I'm going to make a martyr out of you. The world will see you as the fool you were. Are you ready, Fugaku? Naruto asked. Oblivion awaits. And that is the end of chapter 56. We have a bit of a cliffhanger since we're doing the invasion, but worry not, this arc is just getting started. Anyways, let's move on to chapter 57, A Dragon's Wrath. Here we go. Chapter 57, A Dragon's Wrath. Konoha. Tsunade was buried in her paperwork, or how Addison Diamond would put it, the curse of the Kage. It was a deadly curse, I assure you, capable of bringing even the strongest of the shinobi to new heights of boredom and despair. The legends tell of many brave Kage that stood against this common enemy and, even though armed with years of knowledge, the enemy still stands strong. This is ridiculous, Tsunade muttered beneath her breath, as she stamped another worthless yet surprisingly detailed D-rank report of the well-known Catching Mr. Torchan mission. She looked up as the door opened and watched as Kakashi lazily strolled inside, hand in his pocket and nose buried in his book. Finally! Tsunade nearly screamed as Kakashi stopped in front of her desk. If looks could kill, Kakashi would already be dust by the angry gaze on Tsunade's face. I'm sorry I'm late. Kakashi actually looked embarrassed for a change. I met this pretty little snake in the forest and she wanted to, play. So we did. Kakashi chuckled nervously when he noticed Tsunade's eyes narrowing. This pretty little snake wouldn't be Anko by any chance, would it? Tsunade asked and was internally pleased when she saw Kakashi cough into his hand. Anyways, I need a favor from you. Kakashi noticed the business tone and immediately pocketed his precious book. Whatever you command, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said. Leave us, Tsunade said, waving her hand at seemingly nowhere. Kakashi, however, felt free chakra signatures vacate the room. She sent her Anbu away. Whatever it is must be important. Kakashi mused in thought when he noticed Tsunade rest her hand on her hands and release a long sigh. Cat is missing, Tsunade said, and Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the possible implications. By cat, you mean Yugao? Kakashi asked, more of a statement than a question. Yes, Tsunade replied nonetheless. She got up and turned back to the window, looking at the horizon. She hasn't come for her duties today. Her shift began almost 5 hours ago. If she was anyone else, I would have dismissed it and proceeded to punch said Anbu for endangering their Hokage. You want me to search for her? Kakashi asked. There are very few people I trust completely in this village. Yugao isn't just some random Anbu. She's pretty high in the chain of command. Anyone else would place them in a bingo book if they went missing all of a sudden, Tsunade sighed. She's part of that select group of people I trust, and she wouldn't simply skip a shift of her job without an explanation. I sent Chunin to her house and she was nowhere to be found. So, find her, Tsunade ordered. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi answers as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Tsunade sat back down in her chair and leaned backwards, gazing into the ceiling. Neither Yugao nor Hayate were anywhere to be found, and both of them weren't some random shinobi. Tsunade was broken from her thoughts when she felt the Anbu return to the room and a knock at the door. Come in, Tsunade said as she adjusted her posture. Tea, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked, poking her head through the open door. I could use it. Maybe it'll wash my stress and problems away, Tsunade replied, and watched as Shizune placed a cup of steaming hot tea at her desk and promptly left the room. Tsunade absently picked up the cup and took a long sip, sighing in bliss as the hot tea ran down her throat. She was deep in her thoughts when she felt her heart starting to speed up with no apparent reason. Her breathing rate started increasing as well, and Tsunade immediately shot up from her chair. She stumbled momentarily as she felt lightheaded and her vision seemed blurry. She rose her arm, desperately reached for anything to support her as she fell to the ground, knocking a cup of tea with her. She fell to her knees, taking deep breaths and trying to calm her beating heart. Poison? Tsunade thought in shock as she brought her shaking hand to her chest. Her hand started glowing green but was immediately brought to her mouth as she coughed up blood. Why aren't the Anbu doing anything? Tsunade looked up in despair until she heard the door opening slowly. As the door creaked ever so slowly, she looked up to see Danzo and, surprisingly, Shizune accompanying the old mummy. This is treason. Tsunade gritted her teeth, her vision becoming blurrier and her breathing starting to waver. Good work, Danzo said, as he watched Tsunade collapse to the ground, drawing her last breath and blood trickling from her mouth. Shizune. Moments earlier, Kumo. The man that wanted the world, I'm going to make a martyr out of you. The world will see you as the fool that you were. Are you ready, Fugaku? Naruto asked. Oblivion awaits. Shinra Tensei. A loud voice broke Naruto from his actions as he tilted his head to the side to see some Akatsuki member with his right hand raised. Naruto vanished in a yellow flash, appearing on the other side of the arena next to Hinata. Fugaku received the blast wave head-on and went flying with Nagato's attack. But I suppose sword flesh is better than death. A single Zetsu immediately emerged from the ground and attached itself to Fugaku, patching up his body in a few seconds. Naruto watched with trembling anticipation as the Akatsuki members seemed to pour from the sky. The 6 paths of Nagato, followed by Konan and Kisame. What a happy reunion! Naruto said happily, clasping both hands and bringing them together to his chest in delight. We have come for you, QB, a white masked Akatsuki member said. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the white swirling mask opened to show Uzumaki Nagato. According to my intel, you're supposed to be physically impaired, but I suppose wearing a Zetsu body is a good replacement, Naruto said offhandedly. And you know very well why you're in that state. Those eyes do not belong to you, Naruto said, his Sharingan boring straight into Nagato. And I shall be taking them when I'm through with you, Naruto added and thought. It matters not. They are just a means to an end, Nagato said as he stepped forward, placing himself in the middle of his paths. Jiraiya, A, Blue, Toyarama, and Green Hashirama dropped from the Kage box and landed in the arena, or what was left of it after Naruto's match against Hinata. I am Guru, Spiral Zetsu, Guru yelled. Did you have a good bowel movement today? Guru asked with fascination in his tone. What? Naruto sputtered. You got some balls coming for B, the Raikage shouted as his light armor roared to life. So it's true after all, Jiraiya sighed sadly. This isn't a path to peace you told me long ago. This world is nothing but a petty child, Nagato started. But even a foolish child can grow up in the right way when he learns what pain is. Knowing pain controls one's thoughts and decisions. Enough! The Raikage shouted and his armor flared. Raiton Ingu, Sotoretto, lightning straight, A shot forward, cracking the ground as he ran towards Nagato with maximum speed. Nagato didn't seem to flinch as his pupils seemed to contract ever so slightly. Shinra Tensei, Nagato said with disdain. A was repelled backwards with a tremendous force, tumbling through the ground and crashing near Naruto and the others. Attacking head-on is foolish against a Renegon, Naruto warned, helping Raikage up. Raikage-sama, Naruto said. What do you want, brat? A snapped. Leave them to us. Go take care of your village, Naruto simply said, ignoring the looks of disbelief he got from A. You have your village to defend. Let us take care of them. Oi, Gaki, A said, snatching Naruto by his collar and bringing him up to his eye level. If they get away or take B, I'll have your head. Do you understand me? A snarled, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. A vanished with pure speed, leaving Naruto to deal with the Akatsuki. A had his troops to rally in the village to defend. Sorry, B, Naruto said, and B looked at him with confusion. But I can't take any chances with you, Naruto said, and before B could say anything, he was warped into his Conway dimension. Let's even the numbers a little bit, Naruto smirked. Summoning Jutsu, Naruto said, and everyone tensed as he placed his hand on the ground. Naruto was unpredictable, and from a simple summoning jutsu could come the QB or nothing at all. Black, Mito. Everyone's attention shifted to the small cloud of smoke. Once it dissipated, everyone could see the black dragon. Pitch black armor and mask. Red hair tied into a bun with a very large scroll attached to her lower back. Black is the color of authority and power. Red, Kushina. And another cloud of smoke. waist-length blood-red haircut with red armor and a red mask, a single pitch-black katana with a red hilt hand on her back. The most emotionally intense color, red simulates a faster heartbeat and breathing. It is also the color of love. Yellow, Minato. This time it was in yellow flash instead of smoke. Yellow armor and mask, three-pronged kunai in each hand. Cheerful, optimistic, sunny yellow is an attention getter. Brown, Gaara. Absolutely nothing. No cloud of smoke, no yellow flash, no nothing. I guess he's busy, Naruto muttered. Solid, reliable brown is the color of earth and its abundance in nature. Pink, now. The newest addition to the group. Light pink colored mask and armor. Long raven hair and two twin swords strapped to her back in an X shape. Pink, the color that showed unconditional love but also being immature, silly, and girlish. White, Itachi. The newest member along with Pink. He was clad in a pure white colored armor and mask. Jet black hair that was pulled back and tied with red elastic in a low ponytail. White, the color that represented purity and perfection. So, these are the fabled 10 dragons of the leaf. Or 9, I should say, Fugaku corrected. I suppose they can be imposing with the armor and mask, Fugaku said, and narrowed his eyes, taking in the auras surrounding both white and pink. Traitors to your own family, Itachi, now, Fugaku spat. We have two very distinct understandings of what family is, father, Itachi said, shattering his mask on the ground. Long time no see, Toby. Or maybe I should call you Fugaku, Yellow Minato said. And you are? Fugaku asked, raising an eyebrow. Come now, Yellow Minato said, an amused smile tucking his lips beneath his mask. Minato's Sharingan blazed to life, glowing an ominous red behind his mask. And Uchiha. It's not possible, Fugaku thought, narrowing his eyes when he saw the red glow behind the black holes in the mask. Who are you? Fugaku asked carefully. He knew of no blonde Uchihas besides Naruto. Are you sure you don't remember me? Yellow Minato snarled, deactivating the voice-changing seal ingrained in the mask. Minato chuckled when he noticed Fugaku's eyes widening in complete disbelief. Minato laughed, slowly bringing his hand to his yellow mask and dropping it. He showed his real face to the world. He felt everyone looking at him in disbelief, shock, and to some degree, fear. You set my village in flames. You bring death to my people. You force my son into a life of hate. Minato spat, with his Sharingan glowing. Today, you shall bear witness to the full might of Namikaze Minato, son of Uchiha Madara, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Minato said, going for the hand seals faster than some could even blink. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Katon, Goka Mishitsu, majestic fire destruction. Minato kneaded the chakra into his lungs to convert it into fire. He expelled a massive stream of intense flames, setting the arena ablaze and engulfing half of it in a sea of flames. Nagato was the first to break from the shock of seeing Minato alive and well. Shinra Tensei! He raised his hand and pushed back the incoming wave of flames. Nagato blinked as there was a yellow flash right in front of him. Nagato still had his hand raised as Minato appeared right in front of him, between Nagato and the wall of fire. Odama Rasengan! Giant Rasengan. Minato smashed his spear of chakra against Nagato, who didn't even manage to use his Predapath to absorb the jutsu. Nagato was blasted backwards and chaos ensued. I'll take Nagato. I have no wish to fight his puppets, Naruto said, and everyone charged forward to their enemy. Hinata-chan, grab a sample of Konan's blood. I know Black, Mito, would love her origami bloodline. Naruto smiled darkly and Hinata nodded. Nagato versus Naruto. Every dragon charged forward, randomly pick an opponent and proceed to dish the pain, either by iron, bone, or chakra. Naruto and Nagato were no different, and as such, were duking it out between themselves. "Give yourself up, Kyuubi," Nagato said, raising his hand and releasing another repulsive wave. Naruto simply uses Kamui and dematerializes his body to avoid the attack. "I have no intention of hearing your explanations. You and your Akatsuki are responsible for all the bad shit that happened in this world," Naruto growled. "Tobi or Fugaku, whatever. I do not care." He released the Kyuubi in Konoha. He drove Kiri into a civil war, and he played Yagura like some puppet, butchering thousands of innocents. You, in your holy quest for the Biju, killed Yugito, attacked the Fire Temple and Takigakur, nearly killing Fu in the process. Naruto spat, glaring at Nagato. "You won't get any words. The only thing you will get from me is vengeance," Naruto said, just as Sharingan started spinning into the Mangekyo. Amaterasu. Nagato's body exploded with black flames, consuming the white shell of the Spiral Zetsu. "Argh!" Spiral Zetsu yelled as the black flames started consuming away his body. "Do something!" he yelled to his guests, his words slurring together due to the pain. "Shinra Tensei," Nagato replied, pushing the flames away and dispersing them. Guru's body was singed all over, with several black specks spread through his shell. "Odama Rasengan." Nagato's eyes widened in shock as Naruto appeared in front of him. Nagato, momentarily distracted from Naruto's previous attack, was almost caught off guard. "Gakido, Predapath," Nagato said, as a silvery barrier appeared around him and started absorbing Naruto's attack. However, Naruto's frontal assault with a powerful chakra technique was merely a distraction. Nagato sensed someone from behind and quickly looked backwards and saw another Naruto speeding towards him, a black sword pointing straight at him. Just as the tip of the blade was about to connect with Nagato, a mechanical arm sprouted from his shoulder and caught the blade in his hands. Two more arms appeared from his body, these ones without a hand, but what seemed to be a can at the edge. "Shorinoko, Asura attack," Nagato said, each arm aimed towards one Naruto. Both mechanical weapons started glowing and gathering chakra. Just as the arms were about to go off, both Naruto started glowing. Bunshin Daki Bakuha, Shadow Clone Explosion. Both clones set in perfect sync. They detonated themselves with a deafening bang. Once the smoke cleared, Nagato stood in the middle of the blast zone, arms crossed around his face. He looked around and quickly spotted the original Naruto sitting safely on a nearby wall watching the fight, his hair waving through the explosion and an amused expression etched into his face. Nagato was about to engage when he staggered slightly. "My Tendo, Diva Path, has fallen. So Tobirama is also alive. This is troubling." Nagato thought to himself and analyzed the situation. The Kyuubi brat was certainly strong, to force him to not only use two paths simultaneously, but to also come out on top. Before he could think anymore, 5 more Narutos burst from the ground, forming a perfect circle around Naruto. "Shinra Tensei," Nagato yelled, destroying all 5 clones at once. Nagato's eyes widened when he caught a glimpse of yellow out of the corner of his eye. "Hirashingiri, Thunder God Slash." Naruto's sword seemed to blur as Guru immediately shifted Nagato's body in his shell to avoid him losing his head. Shinra Tensei. Having regained his power again, he blasted Naruto backwards, only for him to poof in smoke as well. Nagato felt something hot trickling down his face and noticed a small trail of blood running down his forehead. He hadn't escaped completely unharmed. "He's using the intervals between my attacks. I'll have to be very careful. I cannot blind use it any longer or end up like my Tendo, Diva Path," Nagato concluded and thought, as he looked towards his arm and spotted a black marking. "Harashin seal?" Nagato thought in shock as he quickly absorbed the chakra inside and destroyed the marking. "Ukujizai no Jutsu, Rainmaker Jutsu," Nagato muttered, raising both hands to the sky, forming dark clouds of his own chakra. It was mere moments later that heavy rain started pouring down around both fighters. I cannot rely solely on my vision to track him, Nagato thought as he connected with the rain. He turned to Naruto's location, only see him still sitting on the wall, looking at Nagato with curiosity. Naruto rose and jumped to the ground, arms crossed and standing face to face with Nagato for the first time since the battle began. Bansho Tenin. Naruto rose from the ground and flew straight towards Nagato's weighing arm. Mere inches away from contact, Naruto triggered his combo and simply phased from Nagato, appearing behind his back. Raiken! Lightning Fist. Running electricity through his right arm and going into his fist, Naruto punched Nagato's back. It sounded like a thunderclap. Nagato grew his teeth from the impact as his body was blasted forward. Nagato twirled midair and landed on the ground safely, a black spider web pattern on his back, where Naruto had struck. Enton, Goku Mikaku, Inferno style. Great fire annihilation, Naruto said, unleashing a wave of black flames. Nagato instinctively raised his hand, but stopped before he could use his gravity attacks. Instead, Nagato placed both hands on the ground and raised a vast wall of rock to block the incoming flames. He felt the very powerful flame smash against his wall, but it managed to hold against the initial impact. What's this? Nagato found confusion when he heard a small buzzing sound coming from the other side of the wall. Futon Rasen Shuriken. Nagato's eyes widened when the wall in front of him cracked open and everything was enveloped in a towering dome of sparring wind chakra. Shinra Tensei! Nagato bellowed, blasting everything around him backwards. The earth was torn apart, sending chunks flying everywhere and dispelling Naruto's attack. Using the rain, Nagato searched for his opponent, his vision clouded by the debris of his last attack. Nagato caught a small glint in the middle of the dust and immediately ducked. A golden chain buzzed through his ears, missing him by a few inches. Nagato rolled to the side as another chain shot from the smoke coverage. Futon, Rapusho, Gale Palm. Naruto clapped his hands together and released a powerful gale. Not enough to be destructive, but good enough to push all dust and smoke away, clearing his field of vision. Naruto stood in the middle of the battlefield, arms crossed, completely still, and with several golden chains dancing ominously behind his back. Nagato summoned a mechanical arm and launched dozens of mini rockets, whistling their way towards Naruto. Boom! 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 Rock after rocket crashed onto the ground near Naruto with loud explosions. Nagato stopped his attack and waited for the dust to settle, searching for any signs of Naruto. From the dust came 6 chains, heading straight towards Nagato, who began evasive maneuvers. Nagato jumped, ducked, and rolled as the chains chased after him. One chain smashed against the ground and dug itself. Nagato jumped on the chain and ran above it towards Naruto. Shinra Tensei! Nagato yelled outside of the dust cloud, releasing a shockwave at point-blank range. Nagato watched as the chains retracted, the metal creaking as it bent against its will. The ground rippled and the dust cloud was disrupted, making Naruto appear from the inside. Nagato watched as the repulsive wave washed over Naruto with no visible effect. Ningendo. Human path. Nagato tried to place his hand on Naruto's head, only to phase right through it and end up on the other side. Nagato caught Naruto's elbow and flung Naruto into the air. Naruto disappeared mid-flight and appeared on the ground a few yards away. I have to find a way to neutralize this calmly, Nagato mused and thought. The Sharingan is an amazing dojutsu, isn't it? Naruto rhetorically asked as a wild idea came to his mind. He crossed both arms behind his back and nodded to Nagato. Come, Naruto said with a smirk. Nagato's eyes twitched as Naruto's blunt disrespect for him was shown. People rely too much on ninjutsu and genjutsu. Very few people appreciate the art of taijutsu and kenjutsu. It's one of the things I love about Hinata-chan. Both of us like getting all close and personal with the adversary. Naruto grinned as Nagato arrived near him. Naruto tilted backwards as Nagato threw a left jab and crouched when Nagato added a horizontal kick. Naruto grinned and pushed forward, ramming his head straight into Nagato's stomach. As Nagato momentarily stumbled, Naruto rose to perform a perfect roundhouse kick, sending Nagato spiraling and crashing to the ground. Nagato shook his head, getting rid of the dizziness that lingered. He looked up to see Naruto with his arms still behind his back and jumping lightly on the ground, alternating his feet with each jump, almost like skipping but without a rope. Nagato snarled and ran forward, arriving near Naruto and throwing a series of punches and kicks. Naruto's Sharingan glowed as it predicted every move. A small tilt backwards to avoid a punch, a sidestep to the right, a forward lean. Nagato went for a leg swipe, forcing Naruto to jump into the air. Naruto leaned his body backwards, placed himself horizontally in the air and sprang his legs forward, slamming both feet against Nagato's chest. Nagato went flying and Naruto fell to the ground with a simple thud. Naruto rose his head slightly and watched Nagato rise to his feet, wiping a busted lip with his arm. Nagato got tired of being pushed around like some ragdoll and slammed both his hands on the ground. Doton, Ganban Q, Bedrock Coffin. Multiple sections of rock rose around Naruto's lying form, trying to wrap themselves around his body and bury him permanently. Naruto grinned and raised both legs into the air. He brought them down quickly, transferring the momentum into his upper body, forced himself to rise and land perfectly on both feet. Without missing a beat, Naruto jumped just in time for the rock slabs to slam where he previously was. Naruto dashed forward and jumped high into the air. Nagato tracked him in the sky and rose his arm as Naruto landed beside him. "Shinra Tensei!" Nagato yelled, hoping to catch Naruto off guard and blast him away. He had no such luck as Naruto used his calm to simply avoid the attack. Naruto grinned and twirled around, trapping Nagato's extended arm with his chin to his chest. Naruto used Nagato's arm for leverage and swung his leg upwards, pinning Nagato's head between them. With a small flick of his body, Nagato was jerked violently to the ground, his head first and the rest of his body following shortly. Naruto disentangled himself from Nagato and jumped backwards to gain some distance. "Your taijutsu is sloppy," Naruto commented. All the physical exchanges had been with his arms crossed behind his back. "How about this?" Naruto says, stomping his feet onto the ground and bringing both his arms forward. "I won't move from this place," Naruto offered, closing his hands into fists and waiting for Nagato. Nagato rose from the ground and flexed his neck, satisfied by a few crack sounds. Nagato looked up for the first time to see what an opponent Naruto truly was. He wasn't an ordinary S-rank shinobi that had a single deadly technique, like Deidara's bombs, Hidana's immortality, or Sasori's puppets. No, Naruto was a different kind of S-rank shinobi. The kind that didn't rely only on his bloodline and powerful abilities. He was a shinobi that had all the traits of a shinobi master to their peak. His kenjutsu and bojutsu were deadly, his taijutsu flawless, his genjutsu perfect, and his ninjutsu unmatched. He truly deserved the title of God of the Shinobi. "It's useless, Nagato," Naruto said, breaking Nagato from his inner musings. "You may have the Rinnegan and be a powerhouse, but all that power is meaningless against someone like me. You are too slow to face me," Naruto taunted, striking the ego of the so-called God. "Nothing will stand against me," Nagato replied, not even slight angered by Naruto's words. "I may not be able to hit you, but this village will not be able to run," Nagato said as he started floating and shot into the sky. It took a mere second to reach the highest point in the village. Nagato looked down at the village and Naruto, feeling that they were in the right place beneath him. Nagato's chakra spiked as he stretched his arms outwards, making the sky around him turn a piercing white. "He's too far away. I won't make it in time before he blows up the village." Naruto racked his brain for answers. He should have finished Nagato instead of playing around with him and seeing his mastery of the Rinnegan. Naruto was about to unveil his Rinnegan to counter Nagato when another wild idea came to his mind. "Uchiha!" Naruto roared, slamming his right hand to the ground, each finger carrying small chakra flames. "Kainjin!" Uchiha Flame Formation. A pure red cylindrical barrier rose from the ground and circled around Nagato, placing him in the center. The barrier wasn't overly large, it stood a few feet away from Nagato, completely surrounding him. "Sho Shinra Tensei," Nagato whispered, releasing his attack at maximum power. The sky glowed a reddish white, a combination of Nagato's attack and Naruto's barrier. The barrier creaked, almost like plastic, as it stretched around Nagato. The power of his attack forced the barrier to expand like a balloon. Nagato poured more chakra into the technique, intending to destroy the barrier and level the village, including everyone in it.
"That fool, he's going to kill himself,"
Kurama said. Nagato was pouring too much chakra into his technique and the barrier was stretching to its limits. The amount of energy inside the barrier was insane and it wouldn't matter who won in the end, Nagato or Naruto's barrier. Boom! A shockwave reverberated through the village, shaking it to its foundations but otherwise not damaging it. The barrier itself exploded like a balloon, with Nagato still inside. There's a large cloud of smoke high in the sky. Where Nagato was, Naruto lifted his hand from the ground and looked up to the sky. He looked at the fingertips and watched as his skin sizzled to his full health. He had poured too much chakra into the barrier without any type of preparation. Naruto saw something leave the smoke cloud and plummeting to the ground in a free fall. Naruto narrowed his eyes and watched the form of Nagato falling down. His external Zetsu shell, aka Spiral Zetsu, aka Guru completely gone, most likely decimated in the explosion. Nagato grunted as he hit a building and finally came down, tumbling through the ground as he came to a halt near a rock. Nagato struggled to move, pushing himself up only with his arms. He looked over himself and noticed that the Zetsu shell for mobility was gone. No. Nagato gritted his teeth, willing his legs to move but only gain a small twitch. Even if his legs were to move, they would never serve his purpose. Their muscle was weak and atrophied. Nagato struggled but managed to look up to see Naruto approaching. "It won't end like this!" Nagato roared, a rage-filled voice, slamming both hands on the ground. "Kuchios, Geto Mazo!" Naruto stopped his progress when he heard Nagato's words. His eyes widened when he saw a humanoid hand burst from the ground and try to stop him. It didn't take long for his decayed-looking body to come out of the ground as well.
This is...
Kuroma's eyes widened when he saw the humanoid figure appear. Roar! The Geto Mazo rose from the ground with Nagato sitting on top of his head. "I will show you the power of God," Nagato said, having regained his breathing. The Geto Mazo kept still as Nagato started pouring his chakra into his statue, making a translucent purple dragon to form on his mouth.
Bring me into this, Naruto,
Kurama said from his den in Naruto's mindscape. "No, I don't want you getting sucked into the statue," Naruto replied, and Kurama reluctantly agreed. "Besides, he's killing himself. He's feeding his statue his own life force. He may be an Uzumaki, but he's still human," Naruto replied. "I suppose it's time I showed you my true power with my Sharingan," Naruto said to Nagato, who stood on top of the Geto Mazo statue. "The Sharingan will be my trump card should I ever need it," Naruto thought as his Sharingan started glowing. "There are some things I keep secret from nearly everyone. Only Kurama and Hinata know everything about me." Naruto chuckled aimlessly. "You will be the first enemy to bear witness to the full might of my Sharingan. I'm going to show you why the S-rank title is meaningless against me," Naruto says, his chakra spiked and a silver aura surround his body. "Behold, my perfect Susanoo." And with that, his chakra seemed to roar and come to life. Naruto's body was immediately shrouded by a large cloud of bubbling silver chakra. Only his eyes remained visible, glowing that blood-red color that haunted so many shinobi. Naruto's aura shot to the sky and started taking a humanoid form. The only thing Nagato could do was look up and pray he wouldn't end up beneath the foot of Naruto's Susanoo. Stabilizing, Naruto thought as his perfect Susanoo started taking shape. His Susanoo had a translucent silver specter, almost looking demonic. Its form had long, shaggy white hair that reached its waist, with two massive white horns protruding from its back, and two featherless wings from its back. Pitch black eyes with faint set of teeth and twin eyes strapped around his back. In all honesty, it looked like a visage of the Shinigami itself if it wasn't for the massive size it had. "Tell me, Nagato," Naruto said from inside the head of its Susanoo. Naruto looked like a small dot on his Susanoo's forehead. "Do you feel like a god or an ant?" Fugaku versus Minato. Ready for round 2? Minato asked bending his knees and raising his three-pronged kunai. He had hundreds stored away in his wrist seals, ready to use at any time. "You can't be him," Fugaku stressed, having difficulty believing the man in front of him could be the fourth Hokage. "I watched him die," Fugaku stressed his words. "Does it really matter? I am here now, and this time nothing will save you from me," Minato said, twirling his kunai. Fugaku chuckled at Minato's empty words. If I remember correctly, you died last time we fought. Really? Minato asked in curiosity. I remember shoving a Rasengan up your ass and sending you away with your arm melting, Minato taunted. So he really is him, Fugaku thought, hearing Minato's words about their last battle and found them to be true. Naruto was right about you, Minato said, breaking Fugaku from his thoughts. You could have applied all that power you have to the leaf. You could have brought the Uchiha clan to greatness. You could have had everything, a good life, a respectable position in the village as a clan leader, but that wasn't enough, was it? Minato asked, shaking his head in disappointment. The world is barely enough, Fugaku replied. I won't stop until the world belongs to me. Fugaku growled and was about to step forward when he noticed a shift in Minato's eyes. They were spinning, the tomoes blurring together and forming a whole new pattern. A Mangekyo? Fugaku asked in disbelief as he gazed into Minato's glowing eyes. I always hid away my heritage. Minato chuckled. Both as request from my father and by fear as well. Fear of being rejected in the village I grew to love so much. I never really trained my eyes and simply left them in the background. I only used my Susanoo once, and was when I sparred Kushin-chan when she went berserk, Minato reminisced. But not anymore. Minato's tone suddenly became serious, and his face hard as stone. It's time I embraced my heritage as an Uchiha, and wielder of the Sharingan bloodline. Minato smirked when he noticed Fugaku gulped. Minato shot forward, cracking and grunting, leaving a trail of dust behind. Fugaku watched as Minato approached him, his Sharingan seeing the enemy incoming frame by frame, like a slow-motion movie. Minato was a few feet away, and Fugaku's eyes started spinning. 10 feet. Fugaku's eyes were picking up speed, the tomoes becoming nothing more than blurred lines in a sea of red. 5 feet. The black circle in the Sharingan started taking form of free stretched triangles, evenly spaced around the pupil, making it similar to a pinwheel. 2 inches. Come bang! Minato's fist collided with Fugaku's face as he was thrown backwards. Fugaku tumbled through the ground but quickly regained his footing. He got up and wiped a little bit of blood dripping from his lips. Fugaku brought his hands to his chin with a sickening crack. He reset his jaw. You are faster than I remembered, Fugaku commented. It had been a mistake relying on the Sharingan, since it took a small time frame to switch to Mangekyo. I grew lax on my time as Hokage, Minato admitted without shame. The job will do that to you, although fighting against my son really placed things in perspective. Oh? Fugaku raised an eyebrow. How so? He asked, curious. He's beyond any of us, Minato chuckled softly. Naruto was everything he ever wanted in a son, and he turned out like that all on his own. Well, maybe Hinata did help with the mold. Mokuton Hijutsu, Fugaku said, clasping both hands together. Jukai Kotan, D4's creation. Fugaku finished as the ground started grumbling. Dozens of trees grew from the ground, their branches seeming to obey Fugaku, and immediately dashed towards Minato at great speeds. Minato's Sharingan glowed softly, his eyeballs moving wildly, tracking every single branch of the incoming wave of trees. Minato sidestepped a branch, avoiding it by a mere inch. Not by luck or chance, everything had been calculated, of course. He's nowhere near Hashirama's level of skill with the Mokuton, Minato thought, looking at the forest replica in front of him. Hashirama was able to recreate a forest in the blink of an eye. Let me show you something that Naruto taught me, Minato said as he jumped backwards, avoiding another tree and laying on some branches. Katon, Minato began, stretching both arms forward, his hands inches apart. A small ball of chocolate flared between his hands. It was small at first, but quickly started gaining size and turning a dark orange in color. His right hand forming and shaping the spinning spirit chakra, his left hand changing the chakra into fire type. Goen Rasengan, Great Flame Rasengan, Minato finished, unleashing his Rasengan upon the forest and flashing away to safety. Fugaku's eyes widened as he activated his Conway and swirled away, just in time to avoid the maelstrom of raging fire. It looked like a tornado burning through the forest, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Minato placed his hand in front of his face, shielding himself from the brightness and the blazing heat. Once the attack had calmed down, there were no surprises. The tree had turned into charcoal, covering the floor in black dust. Minato dropped down to the ground, his feet raised in a small cloud of the black charcoal as he landed. His Sharingan snapped to the left as he caught movement. Clang! Minato instantly raised his right arm. A free-pronged kunai made its way to his hand as he parried Fugaku. Minato tilted his body and went for a kick. Fugaku caught him by the ankle and sent a punch in retaliation, which Minato blocked, making them both hit a standstill. Kamui. Fugaku fought, making space in front of him swirl, intending to send Minato to his pocket dimension and leave him there until he perished. Fugaku watched with glowing relief as Minato was completely absorbed into his dimension. You lose, Fugaku said to no one. I told Arg! Fugaku screamed as Minato appeared out of nowhere right in front of him and punched him in the gut, followed by a kick to his head, sending Fugaku tumbling through the ground. Before Fugaku could understand what happened, Minato was already upon him once again for Rasengan inches away from his chest. Rasengan! Minato smashed his blue sphere, only for it to face right through. Fugaku had used his Kamui just in time. Both jumped backwards and Minato watched with anticipation for something to happen. Boom! Out of nowhere, Fugaku was blasted backwards, crashing into the ground with enough force to break the earth. Fat bastard. The Minato I absorbed was a clone. Fugaku snarled and fought as he coughed up blood. He looked up to see Minato watch him calmly, so calmly that it let a sinking feeling in Fugaku's stomach. Your trick was a one-time shot. I won't fall for that again. Fugaku ripped open his shirt, completely ruined by Minato's Rasengan. Minato watched as Fugaku's shirt dropped to the ground to reveal a pure white chest, almost completely made out of Zetsu. How far would you go for power? Minato asked in disgust. The body of the Senju and the eyes of the Uchiha do make a rather nifty combination, Fugaku said, his hands blurring through hand seals. Katon, Goyenkyu, Great Blaze Ball. Fugaku exhaled a meteor-sized spear of fire, completely blocking Fugaku from view. I don't have any seal to get out of the reach of that attack, Minato thought, as he saw the gigantic spear of fire approaching. I guess it would come out eventually, Minato smirked to himself as his body was enveloped by a yellow flare. Boom! The fire spear collided with Minato and exploded in a shower of fire. Fugaku watched with satisfaction as Minato's form was enveloped in the flames so hot that it rivaled Minato's last fire Rasengan. What the? Fugaku said in complete disbelief when he saw Minato's form simply walking out of the debris, right for the rain of flames like he felt nothing. Minato's body was completely yellow, and that wasn't his armor. It was like his body had some type of yellow cloud, chakra flames covering his form. It seemed he had some ethereal yellow armor around him, but skin tight. You like? Minato asked as two ethereal kunai formed, one in each hand. This is my version of the perfect Susanoo, a skin-tight armor that sacrifices all offensive abilities for the ultimate defense. I doubt even a Bijudama could crack my version of the Susanoo. Minato smirked at the panicking face of Fugaku. How? Fugaku simply asked. Naruto knows about the Sharingan than you could ever hope to, Minato said as he readied himself to end this battle for good. He was about to jump forward when both of them felt the village rumble. They looked up and saw a big figure appear. He summoned the Ghetto Mazu, Fugaku asked, shocked. Is Naruto really pushing him that far? Fugaku thought in disbelief. He was completely surprised when another figure appeared in front of the statue. Fugaku's eyes widened when he spotted the perfect Susanoo of Naruto. It was massive to say the least. It even dwarfed the Ghetto Mazu, and that was saying something. Don't you see it? You can't win, Minato said as he bent his knees and prepared his final jutsu. His Susanoo may be nearly indestructible, but it ate a lot of chakra, and he didn't have a chakra supply like Naruto. Are you ready, Fugaku? Minato asked, breaking Fugaku from his shock. Fugaku didn't know what came over him, but for the very first time in his life, he felt fear. It hit him like a ton of bricks. He couldn't win. He would never be able to win. everything he had ever done was pointless against someone like Naruto. The third and last level of my Hirashin, Minato said, and Fugaku could only watch as the ground around him lit up like a Christmas tree. Dozens, if not hundreds, of Hirashin seals riddled the ground, the dislodged rocks, the walls, everywhere. Hirashin no Mai, dance of the flying thunder god, and with 3 simple words, Minato began his onslaught. Fugaku immediately triggered his Kamui and could only look in despair as dozens of Minatos appeared around him. Fugaku took a step back to avoid getting slashed by kunai. He tilted his head only to see another Minato coming for him. He used his Kamui to dodge and nearly screamed in fright when another Minato appeared in front of him. And that was when it hit him. Minato was using his Hirashin at such great speeds that even Fugaku's Sharingan couldn't track him. He was moving so fast that it seemed there were multiple Minatos coming at him from all directions, when in fact, it was only one. 10 seconds. Fugaku gulped when he felt his Kamui ability stretching thin, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even make hand seals because he needed his fingers to become tangible, and he knew Minato would slice them off in the blink of an eye. 0 seconds. Minato noticed a slight shift in Fugaku's chakra network and took immediate action. The first move would be crippling him. Minato flashed near Fugaku, who didn't even seem to flinch in acknowledgement. Minato slashed his kunai, beginning on his left eye, crossing the bridge of his nose and ending in Fugaku's right eye. Arrgh! Fugaku screamed as he dropped to the ground. He clutched his face, blood dripping freely to the ground, and his eyes completely destroyed. Fugaku didn't get to scream much more, as Minato flashed in front of him and finished him with a point-blank Rasengan to his chest. Fugaku's body ripped through the ground as the blue spear drilled into his chest, nearly tearing his body apart the instant it hit him. Minato lost track of Fugaku as he dropped to his knees, his Susanoo vanishing and taking deep breaths. His chakra reserves were empty. His Susanoo, coupled with the final level of the Hirashin for so long, had taken its toll. Minato had done his part in this battle, and he proceeded to flash to safety to rest his body. Konan versus Hinata. Do you know what you are doing? Hinata asked. I have received the will of God, and I must kill you. Any last words, little girl? Konan asked in her traditional neutral and cold voice. Bring it, Hinata replied. Shikigami no Mai, Konan said, her body and clothing turning into small sheets of paper, the size of exploding tags. 2 white wings materialized behind her back, making play of said paper. Konan flapped her wings, rising into the air and diving towards Hinata. Just as Konan was about to make contact, Hinata triggered her water body technique and dropped into a puddle of water, letting Konan fly by harmlessly. The water quickly moved its position, making Hinata reappear on the other side of the battlefield. Konan waved her arms towards Hinata, making hundreds of exploding tags burst from her arm and fly towards her. Hinata used her Byakugan and noticed that the tags were coming from all directions, circling around her, preparing to detonate. Shugohake Rokujuyon Sho! Protective 8 trigrams, 64 palms! A similar version to the Kaiten, but far more effective against Konan's attack. Hinata's hands glowed a soft blue. To the naked eye, it would be just that, but to anyone with a dojutsu or enough talent in sensing, they'd be able to notice extremely thin, sharp chakra blades protruding from each of her fingers. Hinata waved her arms downward, slicing dozens of bomb tags and turning them into worthless pieces of paper on the ground. Hinata's arms were picking up speed, looking almost like blurs and forming some sort of barricade around her, similar to the Kaiten, but with chakra blades that sliced anything that came near it. As time went by, the tags started decreasing in number by the dozens, and in just a couple of seconds they were nearly reduced to dust on the ground. Tisk! Konan huffed in annoyance. Her attack should have been enough to finish her, but apparently Hinata's reputation as an S-rank shinobi was well earned. Konan blinked as Hinata was suddenly at her face in a burst of speed. Konan quickly found herself on the defensive against Hinata's vicious strikes with both power and speed. Hinata went for a palm thrust into Conan's chest, only for Conan to burst into hundreds of papers. The papers swirled around Hinata as they flew off and slowly started clawing together, giving Conan's form back. Conan blinked as she stumbled backwards, barely avoiding an array of senbon. The needles were so small and were thrown with such remarkable speed and precision that she nearly got hit. Sutin Kyaku, heavenly kick of pain. Hinata came down from the sky, her heel hitting against Conan's back and smashing her into the ground in a large explosion. Hinata watched as Conan's form wavered as she fell apart into sheets of paper. Byakugan caught a blur, and Hinata jumped away, avoiding several paper chakrams. Hinata twirled around and blasted forward. Conan's eyes widened as Hinata closed distance in the blink of an eye, and all she could do was bring her arms up to shield herself. Smash! Conan was blasted backwards, crashing through the ground until finally coming to a halt. Hinata took a senbon and took a small blood sample from the ground where Conan had been in. She quickly sealed the senbon back in her wrist seals and waited for Conan to get back up. Conan dug her way out of the rubble and spat blood to the ground. She had enough with the Hyuga girl. She was going to end her now and go help Nagato against the Kyuubi brat. Conan was about to unleash her ultimate technique when she felt a change in Hinata. Your aura has changed, Conan commented with curiosity. It's called Senjutsu. Hinata began. Her purple markings around her face seemingly glowed with energy. By absorbing natural energy and finding the proper mix with the physical and spiritual energy that make chakra, I can create a new mixture called Senjutsu chakra. You would need to feel it to truly understand it, Hinata said softly, with clear passion in her voice. The fame Senjutsu chakra allows is truly amazing and scary sometimes. Naruto only uses Senjutsu to boost his own power to levels that can defy logic, but I am more subtle about it. To me, Senjutsu isn't only about power. The medical applications of Senjutsu are limitless. I can forcefully inject it into a chakra system and completely petrify a person, or I can use it to push my body to levels never before reached, Hinata said seriously. I can regenerate vital organs instantly, regrow limbs in a matter of seconds, push my body to the ultimate level by opening the 8 inner gates and living to tell the tale. Hinata laughed softly, raising her hand into the air, the purple markings spraying around her arms like a snake. The power of the world in the back of my hand. As long as I have chakra, I don't fall in battle, Hinata said, as her Byakugan flared to life once again. The world around her lined up like a fire, her eyes able to see the natural energy around her, running through the ground like endless rivers, flying in the wind like flocks, running deeper in her veins like blood. The possibilities with Senjutsu are endless, and I've just begun to truly understand how chakra really works, Hinata said, ever so slowly, lowering her right. Like this, Hinata said, and slowly tilted her head. Conan's eyes widened when her hair seemed to increase to impossible length, and before she could even think of a proper response, Hinata's hair wrapped itself around Conan, pinning her wings to her back. Without a hand seal or anything else, Hinata's hair started rotating mid-air until it whiplashed Conan to the ground at neck-breaking speeds. Conan flexed her paper wings to break the fall, but even that wasn't enough to stop her momentum as she crashed to the ground, making a crater from the impact. Conan gritted her teeth, momentarily losing control of her origami bloodline, and her body returning to normal. Conan's hand was holding her shoulder, as if she let it go, her shoulder would drop to the ground. With a sickening crunch, Conan pushed her shoulder backwards, placing it in the right place. You won't stop Nagato's vision, Conan said with vigor as she raised her arms to the sky. This time it wasn't hundreds, but thousands of exploding tags coming out of her arms. Her breathing started to get heavier as her chakra started to drop lower and lower, her ultimate technique taking too much out of her. Kami no Shisha no Jutsu, paper ocean technique, Conan said as the thousands of paper tags seemed to swarm Hinata and start to spiral around her body. Even if you transform into water, you won't get out of this alive. I prepared this technique should Toby ever step out of line. Any last words, Conan asked. Yes, Hinata said, locking eyes with Konan, her Byakugan blazing. You followed the wrong god. Senpo Seka no Me. Sage Art's petrifying eyes, Hinata said, as Byakugan seemed to give off a silver pulse. Konan suddenly drew a harsh breath as foreign chakra flooded her system and started overwhelming her. Hinata was about to finish her technique and petrify Konan forever when both Kunoichi felt the village tremble. Hinata stumbled and dropped her eye contact, making Konan fall to the ground, coughing and taking a series of quick breaths. Nagato! Konan yelled at the blinding light on the horizon, where she knew Nagato was fighting against the Kyuubi kid. Konan jumped into the air, pouring the remnants of her chakra into forming her paper wings. Konan quickly flew off, with Hinata running after her. Kisame vs. White, Itachi. We meet again, Itachi-san, Kisame replied, grinning like a madman. It appeared he would get the bow he always wanted. So it seems, Itachi replied. People say I'm a shark, Kisame said, shrugging his shoulders. And sharks have to eat, Kisame finished, picking up his blade that seemed to shiver with excitement. Looks like Samehada has taken a liking to your chakra. Maybe it was all that time we worked together. Soitan, Amaso I Koha, rainwater shark wave, Kisame said, flashing through hand seals and slamming his hand on a nearby pond. The water rose into the air and formed several large water sharks. Itachi didn't move from his place and simply took out 5 kunai with explosive tags attached. With a single hand, he threw all 5 kunai at each shark's mouth with deadly accuracy. 5 explosions was the sound of Kisame's technique being defeated. Kisame just smirked when he noticed the explosion. All that water in the air simply reformed into more sharks, although these ones were smaller and they were far more numerous. Kisame jumped into the air and brought his Samehada downwards, trying to smash Itachi. Just as the sword was about to make contact, Itachi exploded into crows that circled Kisame and reformed not far away. Kisame grinned and swung his Samehada backwards, hoping to catch Itachi off guard. A single kunai flew into Itachi's hand and, with dexterity, he simply blocked Kisame's swing. Itachi was flung backwards due to Kisame's raw strength but landed safely on the ground. Both dashed forward again and met in a flurry of punches. Itachi threw a kick only for Kisame to bring his sword to the front to block it with ease. Minutes later, both Kisame and Itachi found themselves struggling against each other. Samehada clashed against a simple kunai and a bout of strength. Itachi's eyes widened and he jumped backwards when the Samehada seemed to become alive and ripped through the branches that hid its real form. I told you, Samehada isn't a simple sword. Kisame grinned as began hand seals. Suiton, Sui Kodan no Jutsu, water shark bomb, Kisame said, thrusting his hand forward, hurtling a big water-made chakra ball at Itachi at high speeds. Katon, Gogyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Itachi jumped backwards to gain some room as he took a deep breath. He released a powerful ball of fire that crashed against the incoming shark, both techniques neutralizing each other in a cloud of steam. Kisame took Samehada by the hand and scanned the surroundings for Itachi, the steam clouding his vision. You lose. Kisame's head twitched ever so slowly at Itachi as he seemed to turn behind him and place a simple kunai at his neck. You really are a project of the Sharingan. Kisame laughed, not at all intimidated by the kunai at his neck. But I think you underestimate me. Kisame grinned, bursting into water as another Kisame appeared behind Itachi, this time placing Samehada at Itachi's neck. Kisame felt a small spike on Itachi's chakra and almost bubbled with excitement. So, you were going to use those eyes? Kisame asked, not needing to see the Mangekyo on Itachi's eyes. I already was. Kisame said to the 180 and saw another Itachi looking at Kisame with a neutral face. The Itachi at Kisame's mercy only shimmered out of existence. No water, no smoke, no crows, like it was never there to begin with. Impressive, Kisame said, lowering his blade and looking at Itachi carefully. You got new eyes, I see. A gift, Itachi simply replied. How about we end this now, Kisame asked. Our most powerful jutsu against each other, Kisame offered, and Itachi simply nodded. Itachi's eyes began to glow as Kisame began working through a long chain of hand seals. Suiton, Daikodan no Jutsu, Super Water Shark Bomb! Kisame shouted, thrusting both hands forward as a gigantic shark barreled towards Itachi. Its massive jaws opened and ready to swallow anything in its way. Itachi was enveloped by an orange glow, signifying the use of his Susanoo shield. In just a few seconds, Itachi was completely surrounded by his fully formed Susanoo, complete with a sword on his right hand and a shield in its left hand. Yata no Kagami, Itachi simply said, pulling his red shield forward. The Yatamir, an ethereal red shield that was rumored to be endowed with all 5 nature transformations, capable of negating any type of opposition, whether it's spiritual or physical. The rumor was about to be put to the test as a massive water shark approached. The shield lived to its expectations as it didn't even buckle when the water shark crashed into it. Taking use of Kisame's shocked face upon seeing the strongest ninjutsu attack negated like it was some little pawn trick, Itachi took his sword of the Toshika and thrust it forward, piercing through Kisame's chest. Kisame didn't scream out in pain or anything. Perhaps he was still shocked, or maybe he just didn't feel anything. Itachi, it seems that in the end, even a shark gets eaten, Kisame said as his form started to crumble and he was absorbed into his sword, sealed for all eternity. Blue, Toyarama vs. Diva Path. Why do you follow the Kyuubi brat? The Diva Path asked in his monotone voice. Because I believe in his ideals. He and I, we are both realists. We see the world as it is, not as we'd like it to, Blue Toyarama said. And he, unlike my older brother, doesn't think this world will know peace with friendly talks and by playing nice. He will reach peace, one way or another, Blue finished. I see, the Diva Path replied, narrowing his eyes. Who are you? He asked with simple curiosity, no real need to know. My name matters not. I am the man that will support Naruto to the best of his abilities. And if that includes killing you, then so be it, Blue Toyarama said, clasping his hands together in a prayer sign. Suiton, Baku Sui Shoha, great exploding water wave, Blue Toyarama said, as a spiraling vortex of water appeared in front of him. The vortex exploded from the top, coming down against the Diva Path in the form of a gigantic wave. Shinra Tensei! Diva Path raised his hand, pushing the wave backwards. The remaining water circled around the repulsive barrier. If Nao's information is correct, he should have a small interval between attacks, Blue Toyarama thought, as he watched the water calm down and Diva Path lower his arm. Blue flexed his right wrist, making a popping sound followed by a small cloud of smoke. Blue took the handle of whatever came out of the sword seals and channeled chakra through it. The handle seemed to roar to life, forming a blade of sparkling yellow light. It's the first time I've ever laid eyes on the Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God. If I remember correctly, it belonged to Nindaime Hokage of the Leaf, Senju Toyarama, the Diva Path said, not the slightest bit impressed by the legendary sword. Not belonged, Blue Toyarama said, bringing his hand to his blue mask. Belongs, Blue said, dropping the mask to the floor and showing his face with 3 red markings and shaggy white hair. Senju Toyarama, the Diva Path simply said, taking the man in front of him. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your appearance, seeing that the 4th is also alive and well, the Diva Path stated. Suiton, Suidanha, Severing Wave. Toyarama spewed a highly compressed jet of water. The jet ripped through the ground like a knife through hot butter as it approached the Diva Path. Shinra Tensei! The Diva Path shouted. The water jet collided with the shield, splashing like water on hard floor. Toyarama immediately dropped his attack and threw a few kunai. My power isn't ready yet, the Diva Path thought, tilting his head to the side and allowing the kunai to fly by harmlessly. Hirashingiri, Flying Thunder God Slash! The Devapath heard a voice behind him and quickly turned around, only to catch the smoke glimmer of yellow as the Raijin no Ken detached his head from his shoulders. Thump! The Devapath's head rolled to the floor as Toyarama turned off his sword. Some god, Toyarama muttered as he walked away to help Kumo deal with the invading force of Zetsu's. Red Kushina versus the Predapath. Another one, the Predapath said, his Rinnegan boring straight into the red dragon. You have Uzumaki Chakra, the Predapath commented with slight curiosity. I'm related to Uzumaki Mito after all, Red replied, shrugging her shoulders. I have red hair like the real you. My Uzumaki genes are dominant, but does it matter? Don't expect mercy on my hand just because we belong to the same clan. You want my son... Kushina stopped mid-sentence as she was about to reveal her identity. Forget it, Red said, unsheathing her sword from her back. Futon no Yoroi, Red said. Her body gained a small blue aura around her, almost invisible to the naked eye, but like a light bulb to the Rinnegan. Isen Chakra Wave! Red flicked her sword, releasing a blue crescent wave of chakra towards the Predapath, who held his ground. The Predapath allowed the Jutsu to hit him head-on, only for the technique to disappear upon contact. He completely absorbed my attack. He must be the Predapath, Red concluded and fought, deciding to resort to more physically oriented attacks. It was good that she was a more physically oriented fighter. Even with her slender frame, she still packed quite a punch. Red took a deep breath and allowed her body to relax, her aura began to shut down as she dropped her wind armor. No use in wasting chakra when the enemy could simply absorb it into his own reserves. Red buckled her knees and shot forward, leaving a trail of dust. Red swung her sword, the blade whistling as it cut through the air with ease. The Predapath instinctively ducked and jumped backwards to gain distance from his opponent. He himself wasn't an offensive path, but more of a defensive one, and against a fast and powerful opponent like the Red Dragon, the Predapath found himself troubled. The Predapath quickly found himself on the defensive against Red's unrelenting attacks and vicious strikes. Red narrowed her eyes when she saw a black metal rod appear from the Predapath's hands and parry her sword. Both weapons clashed with a resounding bang. Orange sparks flying as both metals grind against each other in a battle for supremacy. Red took a single hand from her sword and pointed straight at her opponent. The Predapath noticed a small glint in her palm. His eyes widened and he immediately pushed himself backwards as a golden chain sprouted from her hand, grazing his cheek and drawing a small line of blood. Chains as well? Is she related to the Kiwi Bride as well? The Predapath mused and thought, struggling to dodge the incoming chains that seemed to increase in number as time went on. The Predapath couldn't do much against such an opponent, and in desperate times come desperate measures. The Predapath rushed forward, dodging a few incoming chains as he made his way to Red, who was stationary while using her chains. The Predapath spread his arms, making black rods sprout from each hand. Red raised an eyebrow as the Predapath jumped into the air and flexed both rods at her, hoping to end her quickly. Red tilted her head in confusion as the two chains shot from near her feet and wrapped themselves around the rods, snapping them like rotten wooden twigs. Red swung around and smashed her foot into his chest, sending the Predapath sailing through the air and laying harshly on the ground. The Predapath looked up and quickly rolled on the ground to avoid a volley of shuriken. Chain style, Red said, placing both hands on the ground and looking up towards the Predapath. Chain forest, Red said, as the ground started to rumble ever so slightly. Hundreds of chains burst from the ground near her hands as they made their way against the Predapath. The chains seemed like snakes slitting their way to their target. The Predapath could only look in horror at the incoming amount of chains. He knew that it was the end for him. He could never dodge that amount of chains, no matter how hard he tried, so he simply accepted his fate. The chains wrapped themselves around his arms and legs, ripping him apart in a matter of seconds. Green, Hashiran versus Animal Path. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. The Animal Path wasted no time talking to the Green Dragon. There was a big cloud of smoke as the ground started quaking. A giant rhino burst from the smoke, stomping its way towards the green dragon who was already going for hand seals. Mokuton, Hote no Jutsu, Laughing Buddha Jutsu. Gigantic wind hands erupted upwards from the ground. These hands quickly wrapped themselves around the incoming rhino, halting its progress and pinning him to the ground. The animal path slammed both hands on the ground, bringing forth more summons. This time a loud shriek filled the air as the summons shot from the smoke and high into the sky. Green was momentarily distracted with the burst summon that he didn't notice the ground beneath his feet start to crack. A giant centipede burst from the ground, sending Green flying for the air, but he landed gracefully a few feet away. Looking at the rhino, Green forced his wood ninjutsu upon his enemy, making the wood hands clench around the animal. The rhino groaned in pain until he burst into smoke. The bird gave another shrill as he looked down and plummeted towards Green. He jumped backwards as the bird crashed to the ground. The bird's beak drilling into the earth. Green was still in midair when he felt the earth rumble. He looked backwards to see the large centipede burst from the ground and open its mouth. The centipede gobbled Green in a blink of an eye and closed its massive jaw. Mokuton! From the centipede's mouth came the muffled voice of Green as several spikes of wood emerged from the ground. These spikes impaled the centipede in multiple places, raising him into the air like some piece of meat on a stick. The summon burst into smoke, letting Green land safely on the ground. Green looked towards the animal path who was on top of the bird's head, out of Green's reach for now. Kuchiyos no Jutsu! Summoning Jutsu! The animal path muttered. Another cloud of smoke followed by a large brown-colored dog with a chakra receiver stuck through its head.
Roar!
The dog buried his fangs and charged forward, the ground shaking with each step he took. Green held his ground, his hands boring through hand seals faster than the average per eye could follow. Mokuton, more Kuryu no Jutsu, Wood Dragon. A big wooden dragon with glowing yellow eyes burst from the ground. The wooden dragon coiled like a snake before springing forward at high speeds. The dragon sneaked for the incoming dog's body, wrapped himself around his legs and bring him to the ground. The dog howled in pain, his snout meeting the hard ground when his legs were all tied together. To Green's surprise, the dog didn't disappear in smoke with that crash. No, in fact, the dog somehow split into two and rushed forward once again. Green didn't stop to ponder what happened, sent two more dragons forward, one for each dog, and the same thing repeated itself. The dog crashed to the ground and proceeded to split and slip through the dragon's grasp. It seems that I can't defeat that summon, Green mused and fought as the four dogs charged at him. Mokuton, Shichuro no Jutsu, four-pillar prison, Green said. The ground grumbled, and this time not caused by the approaching summons. Green took his time, letting the dogs approach him until they reached the intended spot. Several timber pillars shot from the ground, forming a perfect square around the dogs. The dogs whined as they crashed into the wooden walls and proceeded to split once again. Although this time, they would not be going anywhere as they were confined inside the wooden prison. Time to end this, Green thought as he looked to the sky, watching the impassive face of the animal path. Mokuton Hijutsu, Jukai Kotan, Deep Forest Emergence. Dozens of trees rose from the ground, and this time they didn't stop at that. The trees continued growing into almost impossible heights as they went after the bird in the sky. The animal path's eyes widened when he saw gigantic trees approaching and immediately began evasive maneuvers. Excellent, Green thought as he watched the animal path getting distracted with the trees. Green clasped both hands together and waited patiently as several red markings spread across his forehead and cheekbones. Senpo, Myojinmon, Gate of the Great God. Two massive red toral fell from the sky. The animal path was busy dodging the trees and didn't realize the danger coming from above. Each toral landed on one of the bird's wings, bringing him to ground level with a loud crash. The animal path jumped as the bird crashed to the ground and disappeared into smoke. He was about to summon more when the wooden trees wrapped themselves around his form. It's over, Green said, dropping down from the trees and laying in front of the animal path. Nothing will stop me, the animal path said, before Green removed the chakra receivers, making the body fall to the ground dead. He was already dead, but this time, he wouldn't be a puppet anymore. Pink now versus the osteopath. Now dropped her mask onto the ground. There was no use hiding her face and identity when Fugaku had just told the world who was hidden beneath it. The old hag won't be happy about this. Now grinned to herself at the thought of the old Senju hag rambling. Traitor to your own family, the osteopath said, several mechanical contraptions bursting from his body. Fugaku was a traitor, now spat back, not appreciating being called a traitor. He killed my sister just because she didn't follow his orders blindly like the rest of my pathetic clan. Now gritted her teeth. She hoped that Minato was giving Fugaku what he deserved. We were great, you know. Once. But Fugaku drove us into his quest for power, and in the end, he ruined us. It's interesting how a single person can influence the world, now sighed sadly, before looking up and looking at the osteopath, knowing that Nagato was listening behind his puppet. And he will do the same thing to all of you, now warned. He cares only for himself. He doesn't share your goals, Nagato. You want peace. The only thing he wants is control over everything, and he will kill anyone that tries to oppose him. I think you are mistaken about me now, the osteopath said, a slow chuckle escaping his lips. Even I know there are no loyalties in the Akatsuki. Everyone is in there for themselves. Some for art, some for money, some for power, others just for the fun of it. But in the end, they all did what I ordered, the osteopath replied as his weapons ray themselves. Just like you, the osteopath pointed out, emphasizing each word as his head seemed to open to reveal a cannon. He started gathering energy just before unleashing a powerful chakra blast. Now dropped her head, her eyes finding the floor. I know, now said softly, ignoring the incoming missile chakra. I have my fair share of sins to atone for, and I think this is a good beginning, now said, taking both swords from her back. Now raised her head, her eyes bearing a look of fierce determination. She extended both arms forward and sliced the incoming chakra ball with ease, making it explode right in front of her. She raised a single arm to her face, shielding her eyes from the heat of the blast. Her Sharingan caught moving through the cloud of smoke, and she immediately jumped backwards. The ground where she stood exploded when a small missile landed on the ground. Now looked up to see several more missiles heading towards her. She turned around and started running from them. She looked backwards to see that the number of missiles had diminished, but the remaining ones seemed to be tracking her. Now placed a single sword on her back and used her free hand to take out several shuriken. With precision only the Uchiha clan was known for, the shuriken hit the missiles, destroying them right in mid-air. Katon, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Now took a deep breath and released a powerful fireball that burned its way towards the osteopath. He remained in place as the blast of fire crashed upon him. Now narrowed her eyes when she noticed that the osteopath took the jutsu head-on but seemed unharmed. As the smoke cleared, the osteopath stood unharmed. His traditional Akatsuki cloak was ruined, leaving him bare-skinned from the waist up. Instead of traditional pink color skin, Astra's chest was nearly all silver in color, with several metallic plates. Tsk! Now thought when she noticed that her fire attack did nothing but to melt his clothes. She would need more heavy, powerful attacks if she wanted to break through that shell of his. Genjutsu was out. Taijutsu was, well, since she didn't have enough raw strength to break that kind of metal, that was out as well. Ninjutsu it is, now thought with a grin, her Sharingan slowly spinning and her black tomoes blurring together to give birth to her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. She shivered when she felt the usual rush of chakra into her eyes. Only a shinobi with a dojutsu could ever relate. It was like scratching that itch that wasn't really painful, but it was enough to be uncomfortable. Perhaps she just liked using Sharingan, or maybe it was the enhanced vision that came with it. She took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts away. She was in the middle of a battle, and even the slightest bit of distractions could prove deadly. She slowly rose her eyelids, the world around her lighting up. She blinked slowly as she watched dozens of incoming missiles, courtesy of the osteopath. Now stood her ground, watching the incoming missiles approach her so slowly, 1 inch at a time. Her eyes started releasing a soft reddish glow as a purple aura manifested around her body. She took her last sword and cautiously placed it on her back, as if with 2 hour movement it would break. The swords were one of the last remaining links she had to her sister, along with her eyes. It barely took a second for Susanoo to roar to life, shielding her body from the incoming threat. Now watch as the first missile hit her Susanoo's shield, and simply squashed itself like a mosquito on a window. The same fate happened with the following missiles. They didn't even scratch the surface of her ethereal shield. Now Susanoo grew in size, manifesting itself to its full height. A single, vibrant red-colored sword appeared on her right hand. Now flexed her own hand, and the Susanoo gripped the sword tighter. Now cocked her arm backwards and pushed her sword forward at blinding speeds. The Astropath dodged to the side and replied with several chakra blasts that crashed upon her Susanoo. While powerful in its own right, the Astropath didn't have the weapons necessary to break through Nao's ultimate defense. Another swing and the Astropath started running away, laying out a small chakra blast and the occasional missile. Now closed her eyes and took a deep breath in deep concentration. She snapped her eyes open, immediately locking his position. Amaterasu. A wave of black flames exploded on the Astropath, who fell to the ground. Now narrowed her eyes when she saw his bones shifting under his skin. The arm burning with the black flames of Amaterasu simply fell to the ground like some disposable object. She watched as another mechanical arm took its place, like nothing had ever happened. Looks like I need to either destroy this body completely or take out the chakra receivers, now mused and thought, as she watched the Astropath point his arm at her and form a fist. His fist detached from his arm before rocking towards her. Boom! The fist missile crashed against her Susanoo, and yet again, nothing but smoke. This is getting nowhere now, thought with disappointment. They're at a standstill. Her only way of winning was to destroy his body with her Susanoo, but he was too slippery for her to hit him. Kaien Bodhi, flame body, now thought, dropping her shield and channeling fire chakra through her body, making it explode with fire. She bent her knees before throwing herself towards the Astropath. Kasai no Ken, Fire Fist. Her right fist glowed a dark orange as she swung her arm at her opponent. The Astropath simply tilted backwards, watching the trail of flames her fist left behind. Now thrust her left arm forward. Hidama, Fireball. A small fireball exploded from her arm, hitting the Astropath straight in the head. Knowing that such an attack wouldn't stop his mechanized body, she rose her leg to kick him. The Astropath simply caught her leg by the ankle and threw her away like some rag doll. Now twisted midair and landed safely on the ground. Her eyes started glowing once again, and a reddish aura of fire started darkening into a menacing pure black. Amaterasu no Yoroi, now says, saying there with her body completely covered in Amaterasu flames. She's feeding her chakra into the flames to stop them from burning her. The Astropath thought and prepared as now blurred forward. Enton, Shi O Senkai, Inferno style, swirling death. Now arrived near the Astropath and unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches so fast that the Astropath was finding himself pushed back. He couldn't block his attacks or he would be hit with the powerful black flames. Enton, Hi O Are Kuru, Inferno style, raging fire. The Astropath's eyes widened when now unleashed a wave of black flames from her arms. The Astropath pointed both arms forward and released a couple of chakra blasts to dispel the attack. He watched as the flames fell to the ground and started eating away at the rock. Now swung her arms wildly and watched as a ring of fire appeared on the battlefield, trapping both shinobi inside of it. It didn't take long for the flames to grow tall and easily block their view of the outside. You won't be going anywhere, now smirked, flexing her arms forward. The Astropath scoffed at her pointless threats. He was, after all, a dead body being reanimated with the Six Paths technique, and should he ever be destroyed, Nagato could easily put his body back together. Shurunoko. The Astropath unleashed a couple more of the chakra bombs. Now twirled, avoiding a ball of chakra, and swiftly ducked another one. Now rushed forward, taking out both swords in the process. Enton, Kasai Surashu, Inferno style, Fire Slash. Now swung her blade and unleashed a black crescent wave of chakra. Now washes her attack, connected and chopped off one of his arms, only for it to regrow once again. Now took a deep breath and channeled all of the chakra she could into her leg and sword. Her swords took a darker aura, causing the black flames to increase in size and heat. She looked up and locked eyes for her target just before whispering her ultimate Kenjutsu technique. Enton, Enha Kishu no Jutsu, Inferno style, Flame Blade Assassination Jutsu. Her body shimmered out of existence. The astropath's eyes widened when he felt the surge of power and completely lost track of now. He felt a small air displaced behind his back and immediately turned back. All he caught was 7 streaks of black before now disappeared once again, back to her original position. Now smirked as the astropath fell to the ground in a mix of severed limbs, 7 precise and incredible powerful strikes. 1 to take his head, 1 for each arm, 1 for each leg, and 2 more to his chest, essentially leaving nothing but chunks. With a final Amaterasu, she left his body to slowly burn to the ashes. Outside of Konoha. This isn't very graceful, yeah, Datara said, tired of waiting in the trees hidden from sight. Be quiet, Datara, Sasori reprimanded. Both Akatsuki members were outside of Konoha's walls waiting for their contact to arrive. The problem was that both of them had rather short tempers and waiting wasn't something either liked to do. I'm just saying, these tree huggers have no respect for art, Datara grumbled. Sasori was about to reply when 2 shinobi dropped in front of them. Datara and Sasori, Torun asked. We are here. Don't keep us waiting anymore with worthless questions, Sasori replied harshly. Both root shinobi said nothing but merely started walking towards Konoha with both Akatsuki members in tow. This way, Torun said, leading the group through a more quiet entrance other than the main gates. Torun and Fu led the Akatsuki members through the barrier that covered Konoha without raising any type of alarm. Where are our marks? Sasori asked, making both group members stop walking and turn to stare intently at Sasori. We do not need to remind you of your deal with Danzo-sama, do we? Fu asked with a dangerous tone in his voice. We will keep our end of the deal. We will draw the attention for dragons into Kumo in exchange for the Bijou, Sasori explained, and Fu nodded, resuming their path towards their objectives. Minutes later, both Akatsuki members and the 2 root shinobi were staying outside of the Senju compound. They're staying a bit away so they didn't get detected. My bugs tell me that the dragons are still in there, along with the Ichibi and the Nanabi, Torun said. Let's go then, Datara said, rising from the ground but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Don't be foolish, Fu warned. There are 5 seal masters living there. Anyone not authorized to enter the compound would be reduced to ashes before he could even cry in pain. We must wait for them to leave. I will interrupt the Ichibi from getting called, and from there you will take charge. Understood? Torun asked, and both Datara and Sasori nodded. With Kakashi. Kakashi was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, his form blurring through the buildings as he made his way to Yugao's apartment. A few minutes later, Kakashi found himself staying at her front door. Unlike other shinobi, Yugao had a small apartment in a building shared with civilians. Yugao was one of the few shinobi whose house building was shared. Most shinobi preferred their privacy and usually lived in single, separate houses. This, of course, didn't apply to the clans. Then again, clans were usually the big families and not random strangers all living together in the same building, split only by a few walls. Kakashi knocked on the door and waited patiently for a reply. Seconds quickly turned into minutes, and Kakashi knocked once more. Getting no response, Kakashi leaned in and placed his hand on the wooden door and listened for any sounds coming from the interior. Strange, Kakashi thought as he kneeled on the ground, staying a few inches away from the door lock. He went to his pockets and retrieved a small case, no bigger than his own hands. He set the case on the stone floor and quickly unrolled the fabric to reveal a few shiny metal tools. Kakashi nearly felt like whistling as he took a thin metallic lockpick and introduced the tool into the lock. Kakashi listened and felt for the clicks as the lock pins were placed in the right place, allowing the tumbler to rotate freely. Kakashi pocketed his tools and opened the door. The first thought that came for Kakashi's mind was amusement. Shoes tucked away in a corner, 2 swords hanging neatly in a nearby wall, a small shelf filled with books, no empty room for more, and surprisingly enough, no books lying around in the house other than the bookshelf. Still the same old perfectionist, Kakashi thought to himself, walking towards the room and silently opening the door. His Sharingan came to life as he gazed in the darkness of the bedroom and saw nothing more than an empty bed. Kakashi went to check the remaining rooms but found no evidence of Yugao. All of her clothes and equipment were still here, so he ruled out defecting. Kakashi was closing the door out of the apartment when his nose caught a familiar scent. Hayate. That explains her absence in her home, Kakashi thought with a grin, as he closed the door and made his way towards Hayate's house where he was sure he would find Yugao. It took only a couple of minutes for him to reach his new destination. Hayate's house was an ordinary house, but unlike Yugao, Hayate lived alone in the building. Kakashi approached the door and, like any good neighbor, he politely knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer. Kakashi's eyes narrowed when his nose smelled something metallic. Blood. Kakashi concluded as he took a step back and kicked the door open, blasting the wooden handle right off the hinges. The house was a mess to say the least. There was blood everywhere and signs of a small battle. Kunai and Shuriken were on the floor and walls. The tables were destroyed along with the chairs, pieces of the walls on the ground. Kakashi quickly searched the house for any signs of Yugao or anyone else. The amount of blood that was sprayed around the apartment was too much for someone to survive. He chose to follow his nose, trailing the scent of blood to its source. Kakashi quickly reached another door, presumably to Hayate's bedroom, and decided to take caution. Something had happened here, as it wasn't pretty. Kakashi stealthily approached the door and slowly pushed it open, the wooden frame creaking ever so slowly. "Yugao! Hayate!" Kakashi shouted as he saw his two comrades lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. He quickly rushed to their side, hoping that they would still be alive. Kakashi gingerly brought a finger to her neck and signed relief when he felt a pulse. A weak one, but a pulse nonetheless. Kakashi... Yugao muttered meekly, barely able to part her lips. Hayate seemed to be in an even worse state, completely unconscious. They were lucky to have fallen unconscious with their wounds facing the floor, somewhat stemming the blood flow. Kakashi did a quick overall scan of the room and found another person lying in a nearby corner with a sword driven through his chest. An assassin, Kakashi mused and thought, noticing a single white mask on the attacker's face and simple Anbu clothing. "Shaokun Jutsu," Kakashi said, making a clone of himself and hoisting Yugao over his shoulders, with one hand applying pressure to her wounds. Kakashi's clone did the same with Hayate, as both dashed towards the hospital. During their way, Kakashi made another clone and informed Hokage that someone had targeted her bodyguard. While Yugao was adjoining and one of the best, there were far more likely targets for an assassin inside the village. Everyone knew that Yugao was an Anbu, but a mere few knew that she was the Hokage's bodyguard. Just thinking that someone had found their identities and made a move on them was troubling enough. With the Akatsuki en route. "Now!" Torin shouted as the four members stormed the Senju compound. Gar was about to respond to Naruto's summon when a swarm of bugs burst from the ground, ripping through the wooden floor. Futon Daitopa, great breakthrough. Gar took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, breaking the swarm and pushing the insects backwards. Without a second thought, Gar jumped towards the window, smashing glass and aiming on the outside of the Senju compound. Sand started flowing freely from his wrist as it started crushing the flying bugs. Bugs were a specialty of the Aburame clan, and Fuchan. Gar found in confusion as to the person responsible for the attack. "Katsu!" Gar's eyes widened when a white bird appeared right from his face and started glowing. He barely had time to shield his face as he was blasted back, his sand skin cracking slightly due to the explosion. Gar cursed beneath his breath as he twisted midair and landed on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath Gar's feet suddenly exploded, covering his form in smoke. All done. Datara's smirk coming down from the sky on top of his clay bird. His cocky smirk was quickly wiped from his face when the smoke cleared and instead of a battered Gaara, he found a solid cocoon of sand in its place. "Akatsuki, is it?" Gaara asked rhetorically as the sand cocoon opened slowly to show his neutral face. "You are either very brave or very stupid to attack one of the 5 great elemental nations in broad daylight," Gaara said, stepping on top of a small chunk of sand and starting to float in the air. Datara was not happy his plan hadn't worked. Now he had to actually fight the H-Peach and Churiki. "Looks like my plan failed," Datara grumbled in disappointment. Gaara was about to reply when they felt the ground start to rumble. Gaara's eyes widened when he felt a massive spike of chakra and his head snapped to his left just in time to see a wall of the Senju compound being blasted open by a Biju Dama. "Bastard!" A deep voice came from inside the compound as Sasha came running from inside. Fu stepped outside slowly in her 5-tailed Jinchuriki state. Piercing green eyes, dark blue chakra cloak. The ground cracked as Fu shot forward, heading towards Sasori. Gaara's eyes followed Fu as her Bijuu and Power Fist crashed in Sasori's form, obliterating the Akatsuki member into pieces. They are not alone, Fu-chan. Be careful, Gaara warned, remembering the swarm that nearly overwhelmed him earlier. Let me out! I want to play too! Shukaku yelled from inside Gaara's mind. This is no time for jokes. They're attacking us and Konan isn't responding. Fu's attack should have drawn a lot of attention, Gaara replied, and Shukaku frowned. I haven't used this body in years. A voice broke Gaara from his thoughts as his eyes turned to the new voice. Sasori of the Red Sand. I wondered when you would show your face to us, Gaara said. You are well informed, Sabaku no Gaara, Sasori replied, stretching his wind limbs. We know about your organization than you could ever hope to think, Gaara said. Fu slowly made her way towards his side as more sand started pouring from his storage seals. Fu-chan, are you in control? Gaara asked towards his partner in Bijuu form. Yes, Fu snarled at the Akatsuki members. Go, Gaara said, racing in a wave of sand as Fu roared and dashed forward. Data's bird quickly flew high into the sky, out of range from Gaara's sand. Sasori disposed of his Akatsuki cloak to reveal his puppet body. From his back came several metal blades that blocked Fu's punch. Roar! Fu roared, releasing a shockwave that pushed Sasori backwards and cracked the ground from the pressure. Sasori skidded through the ground until he stopped. Sasori sighed beneath his breath as he took his favorite puppet. Things weren't supposed to be like this. There wasn't supposed to be a battle in the first place. Satetsu Shigur, Iron Sand Rain. Sasori's puppet, also known as the Sandaime Kazekage, opened his mouth, releasing a cloud of black rains of iron. Satetsu Kishu, Iron Sand Gathering. The iron sand started compressing into high-density shapes, the size of small houses as they hovered in the air. With a flick of the wrist, Sasori commanded his puppet to send a barrage of chunks of iron towards Fu. Fu watched as the weapons of iron quickly approached and she bent her knees, disappearing from position with a loud swoosh sound. Sasori took an involuntary step back when he lost track of Fu. He caught movement in the corner of his eyes, forming a metallic sheet of iron in front of him, just in time to block a Bijuu-powered fist from Fu. Her punch connected with Sasori's defense with a loud bang, the sound reverberating through the air, a testament to both the power of the strike and the sturdiness of Sasori's shield. Katsu! Data yelled, as dozens of white clay bombs surrounded Fu and exploded. Data narrowed his eyes and scoffed when he noticed Fu completely enclosed in sand, protecting her from the blast. Roar! Sasori's eyes widened in shock when the sand dome opened and a bright glow emanated from the inside. Bijuu-dama! Fu released a tail-beast bomb at point-blank range. When the smoke cleared, there was no puppet or puppeteer to be seen. Fu took a whiff of the air and her head snapped to the sky where she saw Data flying on his bird with Sasori next to him, with a missing arm. We cannot fight them head-on, Sasori said, looking at his missing arm. They have too much raw power for either of us. In that case, Data grinned as his hands flew to his back on his legs. He took out a big chunk of clay and started mowing it. See free! Data yelled, throwing his creation into the sky. With a single hand seal, his creation increased in volume, taking the size of a small building and started plummeting to the ground. Gaara's eyes widened at the sheer magnitude of the incoming clay meteorite. A bomb of that size would destroy a chunk of Konoha, Gaara thought in panic, raising his arms to the sky. Sand started pouring out of his wrist seals like rivers. Kusapo Heki, giant sand shield, Gaara said as the sand started covering the Senju compound. A giant shield started forming itself mid-air, right in the path of the incoming explosive. Boom! The explosion lit the sky and Gaara gritted his teeth, pouring more power into his shield to protect the village from the blast. Once the explosion had cleared, Gaara took a deep breath as he fell to his knees. He poured too much chakra into technique to defend the village. Give me some chakra, Gaara said to Shukaku, huffing as he kneeled on the ground for support. Now you want my help? Shukaku snarled at his Shinchuriki. Please, Gaara said, and Shukaku scoffed. Fine, but it'll take a while to replenish your chakra reserves. Even with me helping, Shukaku replied, and allowed some of his chakra to seep into Gaara's network, slowly refilling his reserves. Whoa! Data shouted, forcing his clay bird to bank left all of a sudden as a tail beast ball barely grazed him. Data started evasive maneuvers as Fu started firing multiple Bijudamas against the bird, trying to bring them to ground level. She looked towards Gaara and saw him slowly regain his breathing. Gaara-san! Gaara's attention turned to the incoming voice as 2 Anbu squads arrived at their position. Reinforcements? Sasha rhetorically asked. It was bound to happen with all the ruckus you made, Sashi said towards Data, who huffed in defiance. Does it matter? Data grumbled. Let's just take the Jinchurikis and be done with this. Help her, Gaara said, slowly regaining his breathing. Gaara watched as one Anbu group dash after Fu, and before Gaara could explain what was happening, one of the Anbu slapped a Biju suppression seal on Fu's body. Fu roared as Chomei's chakra was suppressed and a link to her Biju closed off. What are you doing? Gaara yelled as the main Anbu squad tried to do the same with him. Gaara was lucky to have his hand that automatically pushed the Anbu back. Gaara's mobility was still impaired, but a heavy usage of chakra, and he didn't have many options left. Whoever these Anbu were, they were working with the Akatsuki. Gaara was forced to jump backwards as the Anbu group engaged offensive actions against him. What is happening? Gaara fought as he dodged another sword strike. His eyes turned towards Fu's unconscious form, her body being loaded onto Data's bird. Konoha has been compromised, and the rest of the group was drawn to another battle, Gaara thought, pondering his options. 2 Akatsuki members along with 8 Anbu members were too much for him right now, as he was drained. Gaara did the only thing he could in this situation. He channeled what chakra he had available and shooting Shin away from the battlefield. Oi! Data yelled when he noticed Gaara disappearing in a tornado of sand. The HB is running away! Forget about him, Data. We'll use him to not be as bait. He will come for her, Sasha explained, but Data grumbled nonetheless before accepting the facts. Sasha jumped on top of Data's bird as the 2 flew away from Konoha, knowing that Gaara wouldn't take long to come after them. With Gaara canceled his Shinshin due to lack of chakra, arriving a few miles away from the Senchu compound and collapsing against a tree, taking deep breaths. He looked over his shoulder, scanning his surroundings for any possible shinobi. He could trust very few people if Konoha's Anbu had been compromised. Gaara looked at the sky and noticed a white bird hovering around Konoha and flying away. Gaara strained his eyes at the bird's self and saw Fu's slim form on the bird. I'll need help, Gaara said out loud before dashing towards the only place he knew he would get help to rescue Fu. What's taking so long? Gaara asked towards his Biju. Well, excuse me for not being able to flush your system when chakra like the cubic, Shikaku snarled. Just give me what you can, Gaara replied, trying to avoid conflict with the raccoon and his mood swings. Gaara stood up, having regained his breathing, and ran towards this Aburame compound. The Shunshin was out of the question. He had used what little he had left to get away from the Akatsuki. Aburame compound. Push him back to the woods, Shibi yelled to his clan. All of a sudden, his compound was being swarmed by 2 Anbu squads. Kijutsu Mushi Tatsukami, Insect Tornado, Shino said, as the bugs surrounded the enemy and started spinning around them at high speeds. As the tornado was spinning, each bug took a bite of each one of the Anbu. It was mere moments later the Anbu were all but disintegrated. It's done, Shibi said, taking a few deep breaths and falling to his knees. Argh! Shibi suddenly began yelling in pain and fell to the ground, squirming in pain. Father! Shino yelled, yet rushing to his father as well as some members of the clan. What's happening? Some member asked, clearly wondering what was happening to their leader. Shino laid his father flat on the ground and ripped his chest closed to display a glowing purple spot in the middle of his chest. Rinkaichu. Phosphorus destruction insect, Shino simply said, ignoring the gas of everyone around them. Rinkaichu, a rare breed of nano-sized venomous insect that destroyed the body cells, causing excruciating pain in the process. Take him to the hospital! It's too late for that. We would never make it in time, Shino replied, ignoring the protests of the rest of the clan. Shino, Shibi gasped, reaching for his son and bringing him closer. The clan, it's up to you, Shibi whispered, dying and his arm dropping limp to his side. The Aburame clan, a clan that valued logic above all, a clan that taught each member to bury emotions, to remain objective on the field, or even having been taught all of that. Shino couldn't help but let out a small tear. Damn it, Shino swore, punching the ground. Report to the Hokage, Shino said, but neither member moved. Now! He snarled, startling everyone around him. The members scattered to fix the damage that had been done to the compound and to report to Hokage. Shino sighed and picked up his father's body. He didn't need to worry about the Rinkaichu since they went and destroyed themselves once the host they had fed upon died. Shino quickly made his way towards the compound. A small walk, but it felt like miles. Shino arrived near his house and looked as the door opened. Shino? A female voice appeared on the other side. No, she whispered when she saw Shibi's limp form being carried in his son's arms. Shibi! She yelled, rushing towards them. Shino stopped and lowered his father to the ground, allowing his mother to envelop Shibi in a desperate hug. Sorry, Shino said, his voice raspy and dry. They took us by surprise, and one of the attackers was one of us. Shino whispered, watching his mother swallow herself in grief at the death of her husband. He's in a better place now, Shino offered, feeling completely helpless. He had already accepted his father's death and was trying his best to help his mother. Stop rationalizing everything! His mother yelled, her eyes red with tears. He was your father, and you can't even spare a single tear in his honor? Do you even feel anything for us? His mother asked. I would sacrifice anything for my family, Shino replied instantly, and immediately snapped to attention. Stay behind me, Shino ordered, feeling a presence rapidly approaching the compound. His eyes looked around until he caught Gar approaching, and the first thing he noticed was his state. Sweat dropping from his face and his chest weaving heavily. What happened? Shino asked, shouldering Gar so he didn't fall to the ground. Akatsuki, Gar replied, and Shino was immediately on alert. They took Fu, Gar said softly, and Shino's heart sank. First his father, and now Fu. Where? Shino simply asked, but Gar noticed a slight edge in his voice. Gar looked to the ground and his eyes widened when he saw Shino's father dead. You were attacked as well? Gar asked, and Shino nodded. Looks like it had been a joint attack on the clans in the village. Gar could only speculate on the goal of everything. Rest, Shino said, and lowered Gar to the ground. What are you going to do? Gar asked, finally being able to rest for a few minutes. We are going after Fu, Shino simply said, and started walking away. Wait for me to come back, Shino said, and Gar nodded in acknowledgement. Go, his mother interrupted him. Give them hell for me. His mother smiled sadly, and Shino nodded. Aburame Hive. Shino arrived at the center of the woods surrounding his compound. He slowly entered the room and made his way towards the center of the room. As he walked, he looked around to see several hives all around the room. Here was where they grew their bugs, and where they performed the ceremony on the newborn. Shino stopped right in front of a large box. It was just an ordinary box, staying on a simple wooden desk. While seemingly plain, this box had etched a single word on the front. Forbidden. Shino paid no second thought and opened the box, taking the jar out and gently lowering it onto the table. Shino placed a hand on the lid and hesitated ever so slightly, before picking the jar and smashing it on the ground. As the jar shattered on the hard floor, a large swarm of bugs burst from it, immediately accessing the fret, and completely covering Shino from head to toe in a shroud of darkness. Shino gritted his teeth in pain, but did not waver for even a second on his decision. You took my father from me, Shino said, dropping to his knees. But with you, I will rescue Fu, Shino replied. His eyes burned with fire, and the bugs seemed to feel his power and determination. The swarm slowed down and began slowly flying around him. The bugs slowly landed soft on him and started slithering their way into his skin. Shino dropped his black goggles to the ground and slowly stood up. His skin was now a deep purple, and his eyes shining bright silver. Let's go hunting. In Chapter 58, A Dragon's Wrath Part 2. Previously. You took my father from me, Shino said, dropping to his knees. But with you, I will rescue Fu, Shino replied, his eyes burning with fire, and the bugs seemed to feel his power and determination. The swarm slowed down and began slowly flying around him. The bugs started laying softly on him and started slithering their way into his skin. Shino dropped his black goggles to the ground and slowly stood up. His skin was now a deep purple and his eyes shined a bright silver. Let's go hunting. Now. Shino-kun? His mother gasped when she took his appearance. He had dropped the gray hooded cloak and his traditional black goggles. His skin no longer had the traditional pinkish color, but it was now a dark purple, and his eyes a shining silver. What have you done? She asked in complete disbelief. Everything is alright, mother, Shino replied, easing his mother's worries. But, his mother protested until she accepted it. A small smile made its way to her face when she realized that Shino had endangered his life by taking bugs rejected so many of her clan before, and all for Phil. You go get that girl, Shino's mom ordered, and he nodded with conviction. You ready to go? Shino asked, and Gaara nodded, pushing himself up. His chakra stores had been replenished and he felt like new. Gaara summoned 2 chunks of sand and both he and Shino shot into the sky, chasing after the fleeing Akatsuki members. May Kame have mercy on their souls, for Gaara and Shino would not. With Tsunade, you were always a fool, Senju, Danzo said, approaching Tsunade's still form and bending down, flicking the blood on her lips. Such a waste, Danzo sighed as he started rising up again, never noticing several markings stretching from her forehead diamond figure and spreading around her body like a net. Indeed, Danzo's eyes widened and a small shiver ran up his spine at the coldness the voice carried. Danzo swiftly turned around only to see Tsunade standing and her arms stretched forward. His eyes widened when he felt the amount of chakra she was pouring into her fist. Her fist was almost glowing, visible to the naked eye. Smash! Danzo took the punch directly into his gut. He was lifted off of the ground and split into 2 at the powerful uppercut and cleanly split into 2. Boom! Tsunade didn't realize just how powerful she was and took the rooftop of the Okage Tower along with Danzo. The rooftop exploded, sending debris all over the surrounding areas, some crashing into nearby buildings. Damn, Tsunade said, clearly shocked by the outcome. She looked around and spotted the 2 halves of Danzo in a pool of his blood. That was easier than I expected, Tsunade chuckled to herself as she walked towards Shizune, who was looking around in obliviousness, confusion plastered on her face. Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked, blinking her eyes quickly. What happened? The last thing she remembered was bringing Tsunade her afternoon tea. Danzo was messing with your head, Tsunade explained, but Shizune remained oblivious. Whatever illusion Danzo used had to have been powerful, to leave no memory of it behind. Tsunade-sama! Tsunade recoiled as Shizune's piercing screech. Are you alright? Shizune panicked, noticing the smeared blood all over her chin. Yeah, Tsunade waved her off, much to her chagrin. The bastard over there, Tsunade pointed her finger towards the bisected Danzo. He thought he could take me out with poison, she laughed. Poison? Can you think of anything more ridiculous? Me? Tsunade pointed at herself. Taken out by poison. As if. Tsunade glittered while Shizune just shook her head at her sensei's antics. Tsunade-sama! Shizune shouted, and Tsunade looked alarmed at where Shizune was pointing. Tsunade barely had any time as 3 kunai flew by, grazing her neck and drawing a small line of blood that quickly healed. Tsunade looked in bewilderment as Danzo stood up, looking at her with a cold face. Tsunade's head whirled around to where Danzo's body was supposed to be, and found nothing. Not even the pool of blood. That's not possible, Tsunade said, and frowned when Danzo said nothing. So the outcome comes to this, Tsunade said, and Danzo simply nodded. It was inevitable, Danzo simply replied in a flat tone. I should have known that even this particular poison wouldn't be quick enough to kill you. Danzo sighed in resignation. I do commend you on it. It worked remarkably fast. Where'd you get it, Danzo, old chap? Tsunade asked with curiosity, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. It's amazing what alliances can do, is it not? Danzo rhetorically asked. So the poison came from Kiri, Tsunade inferred, but Danzo said nothing. They always had the most exotic poisons. Indeed, Danzo replied just before his hands blurred together. Futon, Shinkugyaku, vacuum bullets. Danzo took a deep breath and quickly exhaled several blasts of wind chakra. Tsunade immediately ducked and dodged to the side, watching as the wind bullets dug themselves in what remained of the walls. Tsunade ran forward, sidestepping another wind bullet and closing distance between herself and Danzo. Danzo jumped backwards as Tsunade's fist crashed to the ground, making the earth rumble around them. Dokugiri, poison mist. Shizune exhaled a large cloud of purple mist, heading straight towards the now immobile Danzo. Futon, Dai Topa, great breakthrough. Danzo countered with a strong gust of wind, sending the poison mist right back to Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade rose a single leg and smashed it on the stone floor, making a heavy rock jump into the air. With a fierce punch, she destroyed the boulder in front of her, hurling chunks of it against Danzo. Danzo was caught immediately unprepared for said attack. He was still airborne, and the rocks were concealed by the poison cloud. The debris hit him head-on, piercing his arms, legs, and chest. Danzo dropped to the ground completely limp, killed almost instantly. Once the poison mist had cleared, Tsunade approached the fallen man and crushed his head with a single leg. Stay dead, old mummy, Tsunade snarled. However, her eyes widened in disbelief and Danzo seemed to shimmer out of existence right in front of her. Tsunade-sama! Shizune shouted, and Tsunade's head rolled around only to come face to face with Danzo. Danzo took a single kunai, and before Tsunade could react, Danzo had pierced Tsunade's gut with it, letting a pool of blood fall to the ground. Tsunade gritted her teeth and tried her best to ignore the stabbing pain. She grabbed Danzo's outreached fist so that he couldn't get away, and for other hand, she punched Danzo so hard in the face that his head was cleaved completely off, making the rest of his body fall limply to the ground. Tsunade groaned as she plucked the kunai from her stomach and sighed in relief, as the wound closed almost instantly. She looked back to where Danzo was, only to find his body missing once more. This is getting annoying, Tsunade thought to herself, gritting her teeth, as she looked around, trying to find where Danzo would pop out this time. Tsunade, however, was completely taken by surprise when Danzo materialized himself right in front of her. She tilted her body to the side, allowing Danzo's kunai to pass by unharmed. Tsunade crouched and kicked Danzo in the sternum, sending him flying and crashing into the nearby rubble. Tsunade waited patiently as Danzo dug himself out of the rubble and got up, dusting off his clothes. Tsunade's eyes trailed off to Danzo's face, and she saw for the first time that the bandages were ripped off, displaying a single free-to-play Sharingan glowing in Danzo's right eye socket. A Sharingan? Tsunade said, her eyes wide in surprise, but quickly narrowed in both disgust and anger. Who did you steal that from, you old mummy? Tsunade roared. Danzo, however, said nothing, as he simply discarded the bandages surrounding his hand and dropped his right sleeve, showing a multitude of more Sharingan, all implanted in his right arm that seemed to have a lighter coloration than the rest of his skin. What have you done? Tsunade asked in complete disbelief. She shivered internally when she saw all those Sharingan move around in their sockets, all of them staring intently at her. Answer me, she commanded. I've secured the future of this village by getting rid of Uchihas. And these, Danzo said, raising his right arm to show his eyes. Well, these are just some perks of a job well done, Danzo chuckled. Doesn't he know that the Uchihas faked their death by replacing their bodies with the Zetsu clones? Tsunade wondered and thought. Tsunade, however, just shook her head in disbelief and stared intently at his arm. After all, being a top-of-the-line medic like she was, she couldn't help but to look intrigued by the arm. Did those eyes actually see and feed information to the brain, or were they just there for show? Tsunade looked carefully at his arm, her eyes missing nothing. 10 eyes. Tsunade thought in disgust, until she noticed that 3 of them were closed. Her eyes narrowed when she made the connection. She had killed him 3 times, and he had 3 closed eyes. Too big of a coincidence to simply ignore. It can't be. Those eyes are Zetsu clones of the originals. They shouldn't be functional to that level. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she ducked under a kick and jumped backwards to gain some distance. As Tsunade landed on the ground a few feet from Danzo, she got lightheaded. She shook her head as her vision was starting to blur around the edges. What? Tsunade found confusion as she sat herself on the wall and took a long and deep breath. Tsunade-sama! Shizune yelled, seeing her teacher landed on the wall. She rushed towards her to immediately start a diagnostic jutsu. She didn't get far as Danzo intercepted her and delivered a solid blow to her stomach, followed by a kick to her head. Shizune crashed against the wall and crumbled to the ground unconscious. About time, Danzo said, making Tsunade raise her head slightly from the wall to look at him in confusion and anger. Do you think I would come here unprepared? Danzo asked, raising a single eyebrow. No, my lady. Everything was prepared from the very beginning, Danzo began. Shizune administered you 2 poisons, thinking she was simply adding sugar to your tea. Danzo chuckled and Tsunade slid to the ground, leaning her back on the wall. The first poison did its job, forcing you to use your Byakugo no Jutsu, Strength of 100 technique. By using that ability, you fasten your metabolism, allowing the second, much slower acting poison to quickly become effective. But here's the trick! Danzo paused before continuing. The second poison will not kill you or cripple you permanently. It acts on the chakra network, not stopping its flow or anything but simply disrupting it. This is why you are lightheaded. This poison isn't actually harming anything in your body, and that is why your precious technique cannot do anything about it. Danzo finished, but Tsunade couldn't even reply. It was like she was staring at empty walls. This is the end for you, Hokage-sama. Danzo spat, channeling wind chakra for her kunai and raising it into the air. Chopping her head would most likely be the only way to kill her. After all, her healing technique was still going strong. Raikiri! Danzo groaned, jumping backwards to avoid the line jutsu from Kakashi. Step away from Lady Tsunade, Kakashi warned, putting himself between Danzo and Tsunade. Kakashi turned his head slightly, only to catch a glimpse of Tsunade collapse against the wall, in some sort of trance. Physically, he could tell that she was unharmed. Shizune, however, was knocked out, lying on the ground near a pile of rocks. Kakashi turned his head backwards to one of the elders of the village, one of the advisors of the Hokage herself. Danzo, this is how far you have fallen? Kakashi asked, his voice taking a dangerous tone. His Sharingan instantly flared to life. He would take no chances against someone as seasoned as Danzo. In his prime, he had been almost as strong as the third Hokage himself. This doesn't look good, Kakashi thought grimly. Danzo was a top-tier shinobi like him, but Kakashi had always been limited by his chakra levels. Taking into account he had just made 2 shadow clones to carry Yugao and Hayate to the hospital, things weren't looking too easy. Where is Mito-sensei and the rest of the Bat Clan when we need them? Ugh. Kakashi groaned and bent his knees when he saw Danzo dashing forward. I bet they could solo Danzo in under a second. Kakashi whined and fought, parrying a strike before lashing out a kick. Danzo jumped backwards to gain some distance and took a deep breath. Futon, Dai Topa, great breakthrough. Kakashi channeled chakra to his feet, grinding himself against a powerful gust of air. The moment Kakashi felt the gust of air slowing down, he moved into action. His right arm sparkled with lightning chakra as he burst forward, leaving a trail of dust behind. Danzo scoffed at being underestimated like that. His Sharingan caught Kakashi's movements and he simply sidestepped Kakashi's attack. Danzo caught Kakashi's arm and flipped him above himself, smashing Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi groaned as he hit the ground hard and his Raikiri dispelled from the impact. Danzo swiftly took a kunai and impaled Kakashi before he could even blink. However, to Danzo's surprise, Kakashi merely puffed in smoke to reveal a simple piece of rubble. Katon Gyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Danzo rolled to the side, avoiding the deadly fireball that just flew over himself. Before he could regain his bearings, Kakashi was already upon him, lashing out fast and brutal strikes. Kakashi threw a fast one straight to Danzo, who merely parried his strike to the side. Kakashi's extended arm grabbed Danzo's head by the scruff of his hair and pulled him down, smashing his face into one of Kakashi's knees. Danzo stumbled backwards, bringing his hands to send the blood flow from his nose. Kakashi didn't relent and simply swung around, mashing his heel into Danzo's face and sending the old man crashing to a nearby wall. A split second later, Kakashi's hands were already blurring through hand seals. Katon Ryuka no Chutsu, Fire Dragon Technique. A powerful dragon-shaped stream of fire erupted from Kakashi's mouth and engulfed Danzo. Kakashi took no chances and kept his attack up for nearly a minute. He felt his own breath getting short and stopped his jutsu. When his fire attack dwindled down and the smoke cleared, there was nothing but scorched rock. Kakashi rose an eyebrow at the lack of remains but didn't think much of it. Kakashi turned around and started walking back towards Tsunade to help her. Rookie mistake, Kakashi. Kakashi's head snapped to the left, only to be on the receiving end of a point-blank roundhouse kick. Kakashi groaned and spiraled through the air, crashing to the ground hard. He shook his head, pushing dizziness away, and rose to his feet, just in time to avoid a wind bullet. His eyes nearly popped open when he saw the wind bullet dig itself into the rock a good 10 inches. His Sharingan caught movement and he forced his body to his side, barely avoiding another wind bullet. Kakashi replied with a few shuriken, stopping Danzo's wind jutsu. Kai! Danzo muttered beneath his breath, breaking a small genjutsu that Kakashi tried to cast on him. Apparently, it had the desired effect and Danzo had lost track of Kakashi. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, double suicide decapitation technique. A single hand from Kakashi popped from the ground, right beneath Danzo. But Danzo wasn't a Kage little shinobi for nothing and simply jumped backwards. Kamui! Danzo suddenly felt an inhuman amount of pressure near his chest. He couldn't even breathe properly. He threw the space around him, swirling, and it reminded him too much of Naruto's own technique. He didn't get to think too much, as a hole suddenly appeared in the middle of his chest, where his heart should be. Danzo collapsed to the ground dead, and Kakashi appeared from the ground again, breathing deeply. He had used a lot of chakra. If the battle had prolonged, he would have lost. His Sharingan could see that Danzo still had a lot of chakra to spare. Same mistake. Kakashi's blood ran cold when he heard Danzo's voice in the back of his head, too close for comfort. Kakashi barely had time to replace himself with a piece of rubble, but not before taking a deep gash to his thigh. Kakashi appeared on the ground next to Tsunade and crumbled to the floor, cradling his leg. The gash had been mostly over the muscle, and while not fatal, it would be painful and hinder his abilities that relied so much on speed and mobility. He had lost this battle. There was no other way to put it, and now he needed to find a way to escape. Futon, Shinkuha, Air Blade. Danzo released a wind blade from his mouth, making Kakashi narrow his eyes. Doton, Doryuheki, Earth Wall. Kakashi rolled over, placing both hands on the ground and raising an earth wall. He had calculated the trajectory of the wind blade, and if he dodged it, he would go straight towards Tsunade, who was immobile at the moment. The wind blade crashed into the rock and nearly cleaved it in half. Kakashi felt Danzo preparing another attack, and this one would destroy his rock wall. Raiton Kage Bunshin, Lightning Shadow Clone. Kakashi fought, and leaving one clone behind and hoisting Tsunade and Shizune onto his shoulders. He gritted his teeth at the added weight from both women, but kept going. As the coverage of the rock wall came crashing down, the original Kakashi fled the scene with both Tsunade and Shizune in tow. Danzo saw nothing of Kakashi's little scheme and immediately engaged against his clone. The clone, knowing that the original was already far away, took a blow and discharged itself on Danzo, electrocuting the man. Danzo gritted his teeth but bit back the pain as the clone disappeared. He quickly regained his focus and looked around to find nothing. Kakashi had ran away with Tsunade and Shizune. Danzo cursed his luck. His plan came crashing down so quickly. It was such a simple plan, and he didn't understand how it could have gone so badly. With Hiyashi's help, he had already replaced the Anbu commander and another few Anbu in key locations with his own men. The latter part of his plan was attacking the village in broad daylight. Usually he kept to his shadows, but it needed to be done. He needed to kill both Tsunade and the current clan heads of the major clans. The old clan heads were too ingrained in their old ways, too loyal to Tsunade and Hiruzen. The kids, however, they were still fresh, still young, still naive. They could be molded under Danzo's watchful eyes, allowed to flourish under his command. Naruto and Hinata would be a problem, but the Akatsuki should deal with them. The only unknown variable were the dragons. Danzo had no idea where Tsunade had unearthed such talent, such raw power. A single member was capable of taking S-rank missions alone, and as a group, they were nearly invincible. I shall deal with them when the time comes, Danzo thought to himself, giving chase to Kakashi. With the Hokage dead, Anbu Command falls to the Anbu Commander and the Shinobi Council. With Tsunade dead and most of the clan heads as well, Danzo would have full command over Konoha's Anbu forces. Adding to those, his own Root Shinobi and this coup d'etat would be successful. Finally, Danzo muttered, catching a glimpse of Kakashi. He had a job to finish. Kakashi cursed his luck when he felt Danzo rapidly approaching. He needed some type of distraction, and one that didn't cost chakra. Something he was running low on. Kakashi was hopping from rooftop to rooftop. The streets deserted. The civilians had already been evacuated. The huge explosion over the Senju compound had initiated the villagers' war protocol. The problem was that the Anbu were not responding properly to the threats, and with the Hokage down, Kakashi shook his head. He couldn't cloud his mind with such problems. He had enough troubles as it was. He had to find a way to heal Tsunade, but for that he needed to wake up Shizune. But he couldn't do that either with Danzo on his trail. His first thought was seeking aid in the Senju compound with Gaara, but if that explosion was anything to go by, then they were very busy. The Anbu at this point could not be trusted. Yes! Kakashi nearly shouted as he jumped down into an alleyway. He felt Danzo getting closer and closer. He knew exactly who to request aid to, and now he only needed a small distraction to get there. Kakashi's hand was straight into his pouch, and he took a simple and normal kunai. And now for a small genjutsu. Kakashi fought happily. He would summon the man that even someone like Danzo feared above all others. I got you now, Danzo said, as Kakashi was a mere foot away. Kakashi, however, quickly turned around and threw kunai at him. Danzo chuckled at the obvious attempt to stop him and simply allowed the kunai to whistle by his shoulders harmlessly. His eyes widened as the kunai passed by his face, and he saw exactly what type of kunai it was. It wasn't a simple kunai with a blade and no hilt. No, it was a three-pronged kunai with kanji written on the handle. Impossible! Danzo thought in panic when the kunai was replaced with a bright flash of yellow. Danzo squinted his eyes at the brightness of the flash. His eyes caught movement and he immediately placed both arms in a cross shape, blocking a powerful kick. Urk! Danzo groaned as he was sent flying downwards into the ground, but managed to flip midair and regain his footing. Danzo looked up and his blood ran cold. Senju Naruto was crouched on top of the building in front of him, his long blonde hair swaying in the wind and the blood-red eyes to match. Danzo involuntarily took a step back and gulped at the face of the enemy he knew he couldn't defeat. He suddenly sat on the building and supported his head with a simple hand. "What have you been up to, Danzo?" Naruto asked with a bored look. Danzo, however, simply shivered at the coldness of his voice. Danzo had to plan this very thoroughly if he wanted to escape with his life. Not even the Izanagi was saving from someone like Naruto. "I knew this would happen eventually," Naruto started, breaking Danzo from his thoughts. "The war took its toll on you. You see enemies everywhere when there are none. You were supposed to be busy in Kumo," Danzo pointed out. "Got bored," Naruto waved him off. "Dealt with the exams and had nothing to do until Kakashi called. And imagine my surprise to find him carrying my unconscious grandmother," Naruto stated, narrowing his eyes at Danzo. "I guess that not even Nagato was a match for you," Danzo muttered, gritting his teeth. "No joint hopeful can stand up to me, Danzo." "I thought you knew that," Naruto rhetorically asked. Danzo, however, took a step back at the answer and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. His Sharingan started spinning as he looked at his opponent for the first time, and he found something completely strange. His chakra levels were barely above those of a genin. A stray thought came to Danzo and he hustled a kunai at Naruto. "I guess the fun is over." Naruto grinned as he exploded in smoke, revealing a grinning Kakashi. "Better luck next time, Danzo-chan." Kakashi did his trademark wave as he was hit with the kunai and burst into smoke. Danzo cursed his luck for being deceived by simple transformation. He immediately looked around, hoping to catch a small trail leading to Kakashi. "There he is," Danzo thought happily and resumed the chase. That joining would pay dearly for his games. With Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at the face Danzo made when he realized he had been deceived. The man got so red with anger that he thought he might burst at any time. He even put his Sharingan to shame. Kakashi had arrived where he wanted, and he released a sigh of relief when he saw the compound was undamaged. Hyuga clan compound at the same time. So weak. So pathetic, Hiashi sneered, his lips curling in disgust as he looked down at the unconscious form of Hana, his ex-wife and current Hyuga clan leader. Hiashi looked around to see battles going around. He still had some loyal members of the previous main house. This clan has been reduced to nothingness. We used to be the strongest in Konoha, and now look at us. Hiashi shook his head in shame. But no matter, everything can and will be fixed, Hiashi said with conviction, pulling his arm back to deliver the final blow. Hiashi thrust his arm forward, but before he could hit Hana, it was blocked. Before Hiashi could react to this, his Byakugan caught sight of a leg heading his way. Hiashi jumped backwards, avoiding the kick and landed a few feet from Hana. He rose his head and finally saw the face of the man who blocked his final attack. Hyuga Neji was glaring at him and standing in front of Hana in a protective manner. His Byakugan was already active and his clothes and skin showed signs of battle. Looks like Neji had fought his way inside. "I can't allow you to harm Hana-sama, uncle," Neji said seriously, taking the standard Shuken position. "Neji, my greatest failure," Hiashi greeted his nephew. "You hated the main family, and yet here you stand in front of them, protecting them." "I didn't hate the main family. I hated you and a select few others," Neji corrected. "Uncle or not, I will not allow you to harm Hana-sama," Neji replied. "You think you can take me on?" Hiashi chuckled lightly before gaining a serious face. "Very well. Come, Neji," Hiashi said, beckoning Neji to come, and the battle was on. Neji rushed forward to meet his match, his long black hair flowing with the wind as he ran towards Hiashi. Uncle and nephew clashed fists. Streams of blue chakra swirled around them, each clash coming with a resounding bang. All around them, the fight stopped to see both Hiashi and Neji battle each other. While Hiashi had far more experience in battle, Neji compensated that by being stronger and faster. The onlookers were shocked with Neji's performance. They always knew that he was a prodigy, but to be on par with the former clan head was nothing short of amazing. Even though Hiyashi had experience, he was having trouble hitting Neji because of his speed. Mere seconds after the battle had begun, Hiyashi saw an opening as he blocked a strong punch. Neji overcommitted on the punch, putting him slightly off balance, but only a taijutsu master like Hiyashi would be able to capitalize on that. Hiyashi pushed his punch backwards, forcing Neji to stumble ever so slightly. Two blue glowing fingers shot forward, blurring towards Neji's open shoulder to close his tenketsu. Time seemed to slow down as Neji saw the incoming strike and simply smirked. He instantly regained balance and crouched ever so slightly. Hiyashi's strike passed safely over his shoulder, and Neji took his opportunity. His arms blurred together as he delivered a flurry of juken strikes to Hiyashi's outstretched arm. Hiyashi squirmed in pain, feeling his tenketsu being forcibly closed on his arm. He retaliated with a kick to his sternum, forcing Neji to jump backwards. He fainted in overcommitment, knowing that I would take advantage of it. He's grown well. Hiyashi chuckled and fought, opening tenketsu on his arm. I'll have to be careful. Hake Kusho, air palm! Hiyashi yelled, thrusting his arm forward. Neji countered with the same jutsu. The two air techniques collided in the air with great impact. A dust cloud swirled around both users, forcing them back. The fighting in the compound had stopped and everyone simply stared as the two Juken masters duked it out. They narrowed their eyes, peering into the cloud of dust to watch the battle. Both taijutsu users blurred each other and their fists met once more in a flurry of precise strikes. When one attacked, the other blocked. When one backed up, the other would push forward, neither allowing the opponent to gain the slightest of advantages. In a close match like this, every strike counted. Neji took a step backward and noticed Hiyashi overextending slightly to catch up. Kaiten! Neji yelled as he spun, his body being engulfed in a dome of spiraling blue chakra. Hiyashi collided with the dome and was blasted backwards. He spun midair and landed gracefully on the ground. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Great Mud River, Hiyashi said, placing a hand on the ground and started liquefying the earth. The ground beneath him started becoming mud, and Neji, who was still spinning, started to sink into the ground. He stopped spinning and struggled to jump out of the ground. Hake Kusho, air palm. Hiyashi unleashed a devastating air palm that hit Neji dead on. Once the smoke cleared, Neji was on the ground with his clothes ripped. He was kneeling and taking deep breaths. You have yet to achieve enough skill to stand up against me, Hiyashi said in a superior tone. Nonetheless, you are more skilled than that trash, Hiyashi said, nodding towards Hana. Neji-ni-san. Hanabi fought sadly and got up to her feet. She would do something to help the clan with her own hands. Hake Sanjuni Sho! 32 palms! Hiyashi turned around to see Hanabi standing in front of him in the standard Juken position. 2 palms! Hiyashi's eyes widened when Hanabi's fingers blurred to the middle of his chest and closed 2 tenketsu. 4 palms! 4 more strikes, making Hiyashi cough and snarl at his daughter's defiance. 8 palm! Ah! Hiyashi backhanded Hanabi, stopping her jutsu and throwing her to the ground hard. Hanabi smashed into the ground, coughing a mouthful of blood. I'll deal with you later, Hiyashi said, coughing again and again, cleaning the blood from his lips. And no, Hiyashi stopped mid-sentence when he turned around only to find Neji standing in front of him. Hake, Hasengeki, Mountain Crusher. Neji pushed his right hand forward, releasing a powerful wave of chakra that smashed directly against Hiyashi at point-blank range. Hiyashi was lifted off the ground and sent flying. His body resounded through the air until he crashed into the walls with a deafening bang. Hiyashi's mouth was open in shock as he simply slid down to the ground unconscious. Neji coughed and kneeled to regain his breathing. Hanabi was quickly by his side, supporting him the best she could. Are you alright, Neji-ni-san? She asked, concerned with her cousin. Yes, I'm just tired, Neji replied, ruffling her hair. I need to thank you, Hanabi-chan. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost, Neji said, and Hanabi laughed happily. The few Hyuga loyal Hiyashi, seeing their leader defeated once more, simply dropped to their knees and surrendered. It was no use fighting anymore. With Gar and Shino, they stopped moving, Shino said as both he and Gar were flying after both Akatsuki members. Both Konoha shinobi had been previously silent during the whole travel, their minds focused on the single goal at hand, the rescue of Fu. Both men loved her in their own way, Gar as family, and Shino as something more than that. It would seem they're waiting for me as well, Gar said, clenching his fists and making his sand blur together. What exactly did you achieve with those insects? Gar asked, curious. He had never seen any other Aburame with the same ability. Rinkaichu are my clan's deadliest and most dangerous weapons, Shino began. While they are highly valuable in combat, they also are very temperamental. I only need to touch their skin once and it's over. Once the enemy is infected by my bugs, they'll automatically start destroying their cells, causing excruciating pain in the process. Even most shinobi can't function properly with the amount of pain involved. Eventually, the bugs will attack your inner organs, causing your body to fail and die. Due to their size, there is nothing you can do to remove them short of cutting out the piece it got infected, and it must be done quickly before it spreads, Shino finished. So you only need to touch them once, Gar asked, and Shino nodded in reply. It will work on Datara, but sorcery has a wood body, Gar informed. I can use my other bugs to eat through that body as well. Just get me close enough, Shino said. And Gar nodded as they started to lower their altitude. About time, Sorcery grumbled, seeing both Gar and an unknown shinobi approach in the horizon. You're up, Datara. Hi, Master Sasori! Datara grinned before throwing both arms into the air. True art is an explosion! Datara yelled just before the sky lit up ablaze. What an idiot. Sasori felt like facepalming. Wasting clay like that? Datara wasted no time in jumping into one of his clay birds and shooting into the sky. Sasori stayed at ground level, providing coverage to his annoying blonde teammate, but also guarding Fu's unconscious body. Sasori looked down to Fu to see she was still out of it. Good, Sasori thought, summoning a couple of puppets. Back at the sky, Gar was using his sand to shield Shino as he flew in a piece of sand as well. They're trying to close the distance between the bug user and Datara, but his bird coupled with the explosions were making it difficult. Futon, Dai Topa, great breakthrough. Gar unleashed a powerful gust of wind, forcing Datara to bank to the left to avoid it. As Datara leveled up, Shino was there waiting for him. Shino leaped from the sand and landed rather harshly on one of Datara's bird wings. The bird leaned to the side due to the added weight. Shino crouched, channeling chakra to his hands and feet to stick to the bird, while Datara tried to regain balance. The moment the bird became stable again, Shino jumped forward towards Datara, who grinned and simply stepped off his bird. C2, Datara said as he landed on a huge clay dragon that had been hovering beneath the bird. Katsu! Datara yelled gleefully as the clay bird exploded with Shino standing on it. Datara flew around the area, waiting patiently for the smoke to dissipate. Whoa! Datara said as he was plummeting to the ground with a blanket of sand after him. Master Sasori! Datara screamed for help to his partner. The C2 dragon was as mobile as his clay birdie. Sasori equipped one of the scrolls behind his back and opened his mouth. From his mouth came a high-powered stream of fire that crashed against the sand and started to push it backwards, allowing Datara some free time. Datara looked up to the previous explosion to see Shino was enveloped in a cocoon of sand. It's no use planting my mines against them, Datara thought as he launched a couple more explosives, only for them to explode against Gar's sand shields. Datara banked again to dodge a wave of bugs this time and shivered at the implications. Why did the HV bring in Aburame? Datara whined and fought. What are they doing? Datara wondered in his mind. Suddenly, all air combat had halted. The dragon flapped his powerful wings to remain stationary as Datara looked quizzically at both Konoha Shinobi. "If you don't come, I will!" Datara shouted, and the dragon roared before plummeting downwards to gain speed. "Katsu!" Datara yelled as bombs exploded right behind Gar and Shino. "This is beautiful art!" Datara laughed gleefully when he saw chunks of both shinobi drop to the ground. His blood ran cold when a stray thought hit him. "Did I kill the Ichibi Jinchuriki?" Datara thought fearfully at what he would suffer at Pain's hands if that happened. He was broken from his thoughts when he heard Sasori scream for help. He looked backward to see Sasori trying to fend both Gaara and Shino while protecting Fu's body from being snatched. Both Shino and Gaara did make a rather good combination. Shino would go in recklessly while Gaara shielded him from any attack. Suna Shigir, sand rain. It began to rain sand. Clots of sand fell from the sky everywhere, quickly covering the ground in sand. Datara was forced to make a bird for his partner as the ground was no longer safe with it, completely covered in sand. Arms of sand rose from the ground to try and snatch up either a Akatsuki member, but both were unsuccessful. "This is going nowhere," Shino said as they gave chase to both airborne Akatsuki members. "How are your fighting skills in the dark?" Gaara asked, and Shino looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "I can manage," Shino replied. "Good. Cover me." Shino nodded in acknowledgement. Gaara placed his fingers in a very well-known T shape. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shao Kon Jutsu." 4 clones popped up. "You know what to do," Gaara ordered, and the 4 clones nodded before hopping on their own sand cloud and flying away. Both Akatsuki members prepared themselves for a possible attack when they saw the clones appear, but became confused when they simply spread away. "What is the sand brat doing?" Sasori asked. He had never seen the Yondaime Kazekage do anything like this. The 4 clones were forming a perfect square around both Akatsuki members and both Shino and Gaara. Suddenly, all 4 clones raised their hands into the sky in perfect synchronization. "Yami o Yukeru." Embrace the darkness, all clones strained together as the sand on the ground started grumbling. "Cowboy Yaku." Face oblivion. "Kodo eno tabi." Journey into the void. Both Akatsuki members shivered when Shukaku's voice rang through the air, coming from the 4 clones and the original Gaara in perfect sync. The sand beneath each clone started racing into the air, reaching high into the sky. Both Akatsuki members looked in awe at the amount of sand being manipulated. The sand continued to grow in size, easily towering over the flying dragon of Datara and nearly touching the clouds. The colossal towers of sand in front of each clone started stretching towards one another. "They're locking us in!" Sasori yelled, and Datara's eyes widened at the implications. The clay dragon roared and flapped his wings wildly as they flew at high speed to the top of the sky. It was already too late to try to escape the dome. His size was simply overpowering, so their only choice was at the top, which was still closing. Shino watched as both Akatsuki members flew off in a hurry. He looked towards Gaara to see that his eyes were different. The sclerae of his eyes were black, with yellow irises and pupils, each taking the shape of a black 4-pointed star, with 4 black dots around it. Gaara seemed to be in some trance and unaware of Datara and Sasori's movements. "I guess that's why he asked for cover," Shino thought, extending both hands and letting bugs pour out of his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, the bugs had crossed the distance and started disrupting the Akatsuki members. "Katsu!" Datara yelled, blasting those insects back and killing a bunch of them. "Shit! It's closing fast!" Datara yelled and groaned when his dragon bank left, chunks of bugs clenching to his wings. "It's too late," Sasori muttered beneath his breath as the last ray of sunshine was blocked off and the dome closed around all 4 shinobi, leaving them in pitch black darkness. On the outside of the dome, several kanji started spreading over the outer layer, forming a lock on the top of the dome. "Fuen! Seal!" Gaara roared as the seal on the dome glowed briefly before disappearing from view. Gaara's eyes returned to normal and he kneeled on the sand cloud, gulping air and trying to regain his breathing. "Gaara-san!" Shino said, but his voice seemed to escape him. "Gaara-san!" he yelled, but the sound barely came over as a whisper. Even Shino had to focus on his hearing to hear his shout. "What is happening?" Shino thought, getting uncomfortable with the situation. He stiffened when he felt a hand on his shoulder, and felt a presence in his mind. Gara-san, Shino thought. I'm here, Gara replied mentally. Are you okay, Shino asked, and Gara nodded mentally in reply. Yes, Gara answered. This technique takes a good amount of chakra. If it wasn't for Shikaku, I wouldn't have managed it, Gara explained. What is this? Shino asked in amazement, his initial worries forgotten. One of my more powerful jutsus, Gara began. I like to simply call it the Void, Gara said. Shino raised an eyebrow at the name, but moved on. Besides being pitch black in here with no sunlight coming in, I built this room similar to an anechoic room. The walls absorb all types of vibrations and make it as quiet as possible. All forms of sound are nearly nullified. And then it gets interesting. Being in an ambient with no light and sound, and sensory deprivation, the mind begins playing tricks with you, Gara chuckled, his laugh laced with each piece chakra, giving him a sinister edge to it. The max I managed to stay in here was a few hours, and that was without enemies inside. And the last ability is to see an array on the outer shell that you can't see. To put it simply, we are all trapped in here as long as I see fit. Should I ever fall in battle, the dome will start to shrink by itself, crushing anyone inside. The wall is reinforced with Shukaku's chakra, and not even Datara's bombs could bring this down. Their only way out is through space-time ninjutsu, and I seriously doubt they possess such skill. We are affected as well, Shino countered. We are blind and deaf as well. You, perhaps. I can feel those vibrations the walls absorb, and I know exactly where both are, Gara explained. Ready? Gara asked, and Shino nodded. Gara dropped his hand from Shino's shoulders, and Shino was again shrouded in darkness. Shino started releasing his bugs into the air and spraying them around so he could map the dome at least. Darkness. Absolute, pitch black darkness. Datara's head was swinging fearfully around him. He couldn't see anything. If it wasn't for feeling the dragon beneath his feet, Datara could swear he was asleep or even dead. Master Sorcery! Datara yelled, but heard nothing in return. What happened to my voice? Datara gulped. He shifted his hair in front of his eye to reveal a small camera, but even that caught nothing but darkness. Who's there? Datara asked, feeling a gust of wind running over his head. Datara shook his head and tried to think of possible solutions to this. He remembered being trapped inside some sand dome in Sorcery. How long have they been trapped in there? Something clicked inside Datara's head, and he suddenly released a clay bird. He made sure to let it fly for a while before exploding. Then it came. The explosion in the distance, lighting up the darkness momentarily. There was no sound coming from the blast, but the brief moment of clarity allowed Datara some peace of mind. He wasn't going crazy. He was simply trapped inside some sand trap. He managed to catch a glimpse of Sorcery and the small nod he gave him in acknowledgement. Yosh! Let's bring this place down! Datara yelled to no one before launching his arms into the air and started pouring out small clay birds. Art is an explosion! Datara bellowed gleefully as the dome lit up ablaze. Hundreds of explosions could be seen in the distance, smashing against the hardened sand. Tsk! Datara scoffed, seeing his bombs not even scratching the walls. And if it did, the walls simply reformed instantly. You lose. Datara shivered when a voice rang behind him. He merely turned around, jumping backwards in the process. Even with continuous blasts providing some much-needed light, he barely caught track of a fist coming for him. And he did what anyone else would do. He brought his arms up and blocked a strike. Datara caught Shino's hand and replied with a kick to his sternum. Shino coughed and exploded into bugs. Weakling, Datara replied before focusing on making more bombs. Ah! It came without warning. He collapsed to his knees as he felt the pain as strong as 100 daggers sinking into his stomach. Groaning and screaming with anguish, he writhed about on the dragon, clutching his arms. His eyes were watery with the sheer pain, and his breathing came out in sharp, shallow rasps. Sweat dripped down the side of his face and covered his forehead in a thin sheen. Help! Datara croaked. His desperate tone made his words almost inaudible. Losing control of his clay dragon as he plummeted to the ground, landing rather harshly. The dragon simply melts away into a white substance, quickly being absorbed by the moving sand on the ground. He trembled on the floor, looking hopelessly as his arms disintegrate in front of his eyes, eaten away by some purple substance as it made its way up his arm and onto his shoulders. To make matters worse, he could feel tendrils of sand wrapping themselves around his body. The first wrapped itself around his chest, binding him to the ground. The next came over his mouth, preventing him from screaming and muffling his moans of pain. Another one over his nose, preventing him from breathing as he was slowly dragged downwards into the depths of the earth. I didn't even manage to show my final art, was Datara's last thought as his body crumbled to dust and was swallowed by Gaara's sand, buried deep into the ground, where no one would even find his remains. Only Sasori is left, Shino thought happily. Datara had met his end, and honestly, Shino felt no remorse. He had it coming. Gotcha! Shino's eyes widened when he felt arms of wood wrap themselves around his body, restraining any movement. How come Shino's bugs didn't feel Sasori coming, and how did he even find him in the darkness? Gaara's sand came flying at top speeds and immediately crushed the wooden puppet. Although the harm had been done, Shino had been pierced through his shoulder. Though the wound itself wasn't life-threatening, the poison injected into his veins was. Shino's vision blurred and he fell to his knees. He wouldn't die from the poison, not if his bugs slowly neutralized and extracting the poison. But it would take time. Shino coughed a mouthful of blood and kneeled over the sand, dropping to his side. Gaara was next to him in an instant, raising vast shields of sand to block incoming puppets from all directions. I couldn't locate Fu, Gaara said to Shino, who stood laying on the ground, taking deep breaths. She's in here. Somewhere, Shino replied, finding back unconsciousness. I've got to drop the dome, Gaara sighed. This spear was never meant to be used with allies inside. Gaara thrived alone in here, with only his opponents, where he could throw sand attacks at will and not worry about hitting a friend. Crack! Sasori stopped using his puppets when he heard a small crack. He heard for the first time since he was inside the Blade Dome. He looked up to see light entering through the dome as it began cracking and falling apart. All around him the dome was collapsing, and the world around started appearing. So Datara is gone, Sasori sighed, unable to locate his partner. Sasori looked to one of his puppets holding Fu. She was still unconscious, but that wouldn't last longer. They expected Gaara to come alone, but it appeared that Dante's plan didn't create as much disruption as expected. It's just the two of us now, Gaara said, lowering Shino to the ground away from the incurring battle. I can't use any jutsu with Fu staying so close to him, Gaara thought. So it seems, Sasori replied, releasing a few more puppets. He had already lost his precious third Kazekage, who was now using his own body with dozens of puppets simultaneously. Gaara raised his hands and immediately sand rose from the ground, chasing Sasori, who used his puppets to slice through the sand. A scroll briefly on Sasori's back before he started releasing a stream of flames. Gaara immediately commanded his sand around him, forming a solid wall against the incoming fire. Shinshin Happa, 8 waves of needles. A puppet flanked around Gaara's defensive walls and spat a rapid stream of countless senbon. Gaara immediately sent his left arm right, raising a shield of sand to lock the deadly weapons. Another puppet flanked him from the other side, forcing Gaara to close himself completely in sand. Gaara was trapped inside a solid cocoon of sand, taking fire from the original Sasori and its puppets. Sabakuha, Desert Wave. The cocoon exploded in a wave of sand, engulfing a stream of fire and instantly crushing both puppets. Sasori jumped backwards, dodging the wall of sand that crashed in this location. Futon, Mugen Sajin Daitopa, Sandstorm Devastation. Gaara took a deep breath and released a chakra-coated sand cloud, destroying every single puppet and pushing Sasori backwards. Time to stop playing around, Sasori said, dropping to the ground and placing a single scroll on the ground. Hiyaki no Soen, performance of 100 puppets. Sasori opened his right chest compartment to emit 100 chakra strings, each linked into an already existing puppet. Gaara watched and wondered at the countless puppets falling in front of him. Being from the Sand Village, he had grown knowing puppetry was very common art in the village, but even Chio's limit was 10 puppets at once. Sasori even surpassed his brother Kankuro, who was always obsessed with puppets and rather skilled in his chosen craft. Die! Sasori yelled gleefully. His 100 puppets stood straighter before plunging downwards towards Gaara. They were so many in numbers and so clawed together that they blocked the sun, forming a cloud of death heading towards the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Gaara was about to raise his arms to command his sand when he heard a rattling inside his mind. "Let me out!" Shikaku snarled from inside his mind. "I want to play too!" Shikaku whined childishly. "Fine." Gaara sighed in defeat, making Shikaku celebrate in joy. "Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu," Gaara said, raining bloody thumb over his forearm, right over the raccoon tattoo. "Ichibi no Shukaku," Gaara said as the ground trembled. All around him, the sand rose into the sky like pillars. Yahoo! From inside the sand came a gleeful screech. Sasori's eyes wide, making his puppets halt the assault when he laid upon the towering summit in front of him. A sandy-colored brown tanuki raccoon with black cursil markings spread all over his body. Jagged, concave mouth and the sclera of its eyes are black, with yellow irises and pupils that each take the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. A single tail waving menacingly and Gaara on top of his head. In front of Sasori stood none other than the Shikaku, the Ichibi. "About time!" Shikaku screamed, relinquishing at his newfound freedom. "Yes," Gaara sighed. Naruto was lucky with his Biju. Kurama was a reasonable being, and with him being a fox, he mostly slept all day. But Shikaku, he was like a kid on a sugar rush. "Let's play! Futon! Renkudan! Air bullet!" Shikaku took a deep breath and pounded his stomach, firing a highly compressed air ball from his mouth. The ball traveled very fast, leveling the force on its path, and along with it, several puppets. "Score!" Shikaku cheered before pumping more air. "Futon! Renkudan! Futon! Renkudan! Futon! Renkudan! Futon! Renkudan!" Sasori watched in despair as the Biju in front of him proceeded to stomp on his 100 puppets. His eyes widened when a particular attack came too close to comfort, forcing him to summon a few puppets to take the blow for him. "Shukaku!" Gaara snarled, watching the last attack get too close to Fu's body. "Watch your aim, or so help me Kami, you will never see the light of day again," Gaara warned, and Shikaku rubbed the back of his head. "My bad!" Shikaku chuckled weakly, while Gaara just sighed in exasperation. Shikaku looked around and spotted the last of the puppets. "Let's end this with a bang!" Shikaku said, annoyed with joy, while Gaara had a sinking feeling in his gut. Please no, Gaara thought, closed his eyes in the hopes his worries weren't warranted. "Biju Dama!" Oh dear. Gaara watched in disbelief as Shikaku unleashed his most powerful attack against the remaining puppets. A purple spear shot from his mouth and in the blink of an eye, smashed against the puppets, lighting the sky ablaze in a maelstrom of fire. The earth shook as the fire in the sky consumed every remaining puppet, leaving nothing behind, not even ashes. "That was fun," Shikaku said, coming down from his high, while Gaara just shook his head. Sasori, for his part, was rooted in place. What was he supposed to do against a Biju? His puppets were wood, and the beast in front of him could level a mountain of hard granite. It was times like these he felt like crying and calling for his mommy. Urgh. Sasori was broken from his thoughts when he heard a grunt. His head snapped to Fu's direction to see her awakening and trying to shake away the dizziness. Sasori took the opportunity and did the only thing he could against opponents like Gaara and the Ichibi. Sasori wrapped his arms around Fu and pulled her up, shielding himself behind her and placing kunai at her throat. "Stop, or she goes with me," Sasori threatened, and Gaara immediately halted his progress. "Was his..." Fu slurred, still dizzy. "You won't be going anywhere, Sasori," Gaara said, stopping a few feet from the Akatsuki member. "If you surrender, you can avoid death," Gaara offered. "I hold the cards here, kid," Sasori chuckled, hiding his nervousness behind his laugh. "No, you don't," Gaara countered. "You won't be leaving from here. And you can either go with your legs, or in a body bag," Gaara warned. "And would you be willing to sacrifice her for my capture?" Sasori asked with a smirk. Anytime, Gar replied without hesitation, making Sasori's eyes widen in disbelief. So choose, legs or body bag, Gar commanded, and Sasori stood rooted. What Sasori didn't realize was that Gar didn't really want an answer. Gar was simply buying time for Shino to make his move. Sasori started, but was cut off when a swarm of bugs burst from the ground right beneath his feet. The bugs immediately dug deep into his joints, preventing any type of movement and freezing Sasori on the spot. The remaining bugs swarmed around him and started plunging down his throat. Fu fell to the ground where Gara's sand immediately caught her. Are you alright? Gara asked, lying her flat on a sand cloud. Fu merely nodded, and Gara's attention shifted back to Sasori and Shino. Sasori screamed, his wooden being twisted in unnatural angles. Gara gulped distastefully as he watched bugs start to pour out from every orifice on Sasori's body, from his ears, his nose, and his eyes. That's not a good way to go, Gara shivered, watching as Sasori was eaten from the inside out until nothing remained behind. Sasori disappeared and his cloak dropped to the ground. Shino materialized himself where Sasori had previously stood. He hunched down on one knee with sweat dripping down his forehead. It is done, Shino said, and looked towards Gar and Fu. Even in his exhausted state, he managed to stand and made his way towards them. Fu-chan, Shino muttered, moving her hair away from her face and gazing into her orange eyes. Shino-kun, Fu muttered with a small smile. She knew he would come for her. She closed her eyes and leaned forward ever so slightly. The action was reciprocated by Shino, and their lips met in a soft kiss filled with raw emotion. Gar smiled softly and noticed that Shino could barely stand on his own legs. He chuckled quietly and used his sand to raise Shino onto the same sand cloud. Fu snuggled into Shino's chest and both closed their eyes, comfortable in each other's company. Gar jumped onto another patch of sand and looked behind to see Fu and Shino lip-locked once again. Get a room! Gar couldn't refrain from shouting. You didn't see me complaining when I caught you with Haku-chan, Fu snapped, and Gar's eyes widened in shock and he felt a certain warmth rushing to his cheeks. She's got you there, Shikaku chuckled. Shut up, Gar grumbled. Everything is good when it ends good. With Danzo, a few minutes later. There is no way to go now, Hatake. Danzo snapped as he dropped down from the roofs. I am not hiding anymore, Danzo's son, Kakashi said cheerfully, making Danzo's eyes twitch. I'll be leaving now, Kakashi said and started limping away. You won't be going anywhere, Danzo said sharply. I wouldn't be too sure of that, Kakashi began in a sing-song voice. Right, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked, pointing behind Danzo. Even in my retirement, I got to deal with this bullshit, Hiruzen muttered beneath his breath as he jumped down, standing a few feet away from Danzo. Hello, Danzo, Hiruzen said seriously. Hiruzen, Danzo replied back, staring at his former rival. I had hoped you would leave your foolish endeavors and devious plots behind, Hiruzen said, but Danzo merely huffed in reply. This village is but a shadow of its former self, Danzo said. And sometimes, you need to cut a few branches so the tree might grow bigger and healthier, Danzo said, pouring through hand seals. Futon, Shinkuha, Airblade. Danzo took a deep breath and released a wind blade, heading straight towards the old Hokage. How right you are, my old friend. How right you are. Hiruzen shook his head grimly, thinking back to Chia Clan Massacre. Katon, Karyudan no Chutsu, Fire Dragon. Hiruzen took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of fire that swallowed the wind blade in the blink of an eye. Danzo jumped backwards onto the walls of the Saratobi compound and leaped high into the air. Futon, Shinku Gyaku, Vacuum Bullets. Danzo took advantage of Hiruzen's still form during his jutsu and released several wind bullets that traveled at high speeds. Danzo narrowed his eyes when Hiruzen was hit, only to simply crumble to mud. Danzo felt a slight shift in the air behind him and looked backwards, only to be hit with a staff straight to the jaw. Hiruzen saw Danzo somewhat and used the moment to extend his staff and slam it against Danzo's gut. His old rival took the blow and plummeted to the ground at high speeds. Boom! Once the dust had cleared, Hiruzen saw Danzo's head bent in an unnatural angle. It didn't take a genius to see that Danzo was clearly dead. "It is done," Hiruzen said sadly and sat on the ground, never noticing the shimmer in Danzo's corpse. Squelch! Hiruzen's breathing hitched when he felt a kunai pierce through his chest. "Such a rookie mistake, old friend." Danzo chuckled, but was caught immediately off guard when he saw Hiruzen chuckling as well. "I'm not that old," Hiruzen replied before bursting into mud. "Shuriken Kage no Punchi no Jutsu! Shuriken Shadow Clones." Danzo's head snapped towards the voice only to find a sea of shuriken coming at him. He couldn't do anything but be hit again and again, until he dropped to the ground. His breathing hitched as he died again, the blood pooling on the ground. At the rooftops, Hiruzen swung his staff and looked around, waiting for his old friend to pop up again. Hiruzen felt a presence and turned to that direction immediately. He watched in fascination as his old friend appeared out of nowhere. He looked exactly the same. Hiruzen's eyes wandered over Danzo until he spotted one critical difference. When Danzo arrived here, his arms had 5 open Sharingan, but now there were only 3 left. Flashback. "Izanagi?" Kushina asked out loud. Izanagi is a kinjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and their ultimate genjutsu Naruto started. By sacrificing an eye, the Uchiha can use this technique to gain the power to turn imagination into reality. It was said to be derived from "my creation of all things," Naruto explained. And Kushina's eyes widened along with those who didn't know any of this. "Toby Ramen is right," Naruto replied against a shock look from Hiruzen. "If Uchiha clan had committed to the coup d'etat and used Izanagi, then Konoha would have fallen in a single night," Naruto explained, and Toyarama nodded. End of flashback. "Izanagi," Hiruzen muttered beneath his breath, and Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know such a technique?" Danzo asked with shock plastered over his face. "You underestimate me, old friend." Hiruzen chuckled and dashed forward, me and Danzo head on end delivering fast and brutal strikes. Danzo's head was still swimming with 100 thoughts on how Hiruzen knew of such a hidden technique. Danzo pulled a kunai and parried Hiruzen's staff. He slung backwards due to strength behind the swing. Hiruzen took the opportunity and kicked him in the chest, sending Danzo flying backwards. Danzo flipped midair and landed safe on the ground. His breathing hitched when he felt a kunai being driven through his chest. Danzo looked backwards to see Hiruzen melting into mud after delivering the fatal blow. 2 to go, Hiruzen thought, pulling a couple of kunai and hurling them all around him. Danzo shimmered into existence, only to take the full blunt of a couple of kunai. His eyes widened as he died again. "How?" His voice strained disbelief. "You always were too predictable," Hiruzen replied. "1 eye left." This time, Hiruzen felt Danzo shimmer into existence farther away from the battle. Hiruzen could feel him nearby, but could not see him. "Futon, Shinkuha, Airblade." Hiruzen slammed his staff on the ground and jumped onto the ground, avoiding the deadly wind blade. While mid-air, he felt another one approaching. He swung his adamantine staff and smashed it against the jutsu, dispelling it. Hiruzen landed on the ground and immediately slammed both hands on the ground. The earth rippled apart as an earthquake shook the ground and broke the earth apart. Danzo jumped out of cover when he saw the ground destroying itself and heading towards him. In a blink of an eye, Hiruzen was upon him, and both shinobi engaged in taijutsu once more. They were equals in this art, except Hiruzen had one firm advantage, his summon in the form of his staff. Enma's hands appeared from his staff and wrapped themselves around Danzo's head, snapping his neck in an instant. Hiruzen let Danzo drop to the floor and watched as it disappeared once again and shimmered into existence a few feet away. "No more second chances, Danzo," Hiruzen said in a serious voice. Danzo, for his part, stayed put, considering his next move. What was he supposed to do now? He had used all 10 of his eyes. Hiruzen was still in good shape, and he had failed to kill Tsunade. "I surrender," Danzo said while Hiruzen's jaw dropped in shock. "You expect me to believe that?" Hiruzen asked with a raised eyebrow. "I'm finished," Danzo said, and dropped to the ground on his knees. "I won't be able to run away, and my plan has failed. I knew what I was doing when I started. I knew the consequences should I fail. Danzo said, exposing his chest to reveal black markings. Urashisho Fuin. Reverse force symbol sealing. Hiruzen, noticing the seal activating, jumped backwards to gain distance from Danzo. He watched sadly as Danzo unleashed a large black spear around him that swallowed everything around him and sealed it inside of his body, his life along with it. Danzo's body fell forward, dead. I truly hope you find peace on the other side, Hiruzen muttered, hoisting Danzo's body and taking him away. The roots of Konoha had been cut. Naruto versus Nagato. Stare. That was all he could do. That was the only thing running through Nagato's mind at this point in time. His jaw was open and his eyes wide in disbelief. He himself stood on top of the Ghetto Mazo, the biggest of any summons he could manage, and yet it barely reached the knees of the colossal beast standing in front of him. It was completely silver in color, neither too dark nor light, with the exception of completely pitch black eyes, so dark that they could be mistaken by hollow sockets instead of actual eyes. Long, shaggy white hair that reached its waist with sharp jagged teeth, and two massive horns protruding from its forehead. A samurai-like armor, full-man robes, pointed shoes, and body armor on his shoulders and waist. Over the armor, a large white garment, and on his back, bony and featherless wings, never forgetting the twin scythe strapped to his back. The Susanoo raised a single hand and placed it on top of the Crystal Peak Mountain, the biggest and tallest mountain in the Elemental Nations, and yet it barely reached above the Susanoo's waist. Naruto Susanoo stood proud and tall, in all his colossal size, looking down at Kuma with like some demonic visage. Naruto flinched when the Susanoo moved his head ever so slowly, hearing what sounded almost like metallic gears grinding themselves together. The Susanoo stopped its movement, and all that Naruto could focus on was those black eyes, peering into his soul, and that was until he noticed a diamond-shaped figure in the middle of his forehead. And inside of it, Naruto stood with his arms crossed and seemingly floating in midair. The Susanoo started moving again, and Naruto watched as the figure bent and lowered itself until its black eyes were but a few feet away from the Ghetto Mazo. Tell me, Nagato, Naruto began, drawing Nagato's attention from the Susanoo's black eyes and onto himself. Do you feel like a god? Naruto asked with a smirk, tucking his lips. Or an ant? About to be squashed like the bug he is, Naruto said, his Sharingan glowing with so much unbridled power that his traditional black pattern was lost in a sea of red. Nagato's voice got caught in his throat. It was mind-boggling. There were no other words for it. He himself had battled against his Sharingan. Hell, he had fought against his true power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and yet all those times pale in comparison to now. He had fought Itachi to see if he was worthy of joining the Akatsuki. But even Itachi couldn't do this. Sure, he had seen Itachi Susanoo, but even that was a mere fraction compared to Naruto. The visage in front of him had made everyone else's Sharingan feel like cheap knockoffs, with Naruto being his true heir. And yet, Nagato couldn't help but to ponder on this. The Sharingan was supposed to be descended from his own eyes, the Rinnegan, the first and strongest of all Dojutsu. If that was true, then how far was he from truly mastering his Rinnegan? Was there more power beyond his grasp and understanding of the seven paths? Perfect Susanoo. Nagato, the man who considered himself a god, felt a very human chill running up his spine. The Susanoo, the god of sea and storms. Nagato was brought from his thoughts when he felt the ground shake around him. His eyes widened when he saw the Susanoo pick the Ghetto Mazo up like some doll. Hold on tight, Nagato. Naruto chuckled, and Nagato panicked as he secured himself to the top of the statue. We are leaving the village, Naruto said, as the Susanoo's wings opened and his knees bent. With a powerful flap of its wings, Naruto Susanoo shot into the sky with the Ghetto Mazo in hand, and a yelling Nagato on top of its head. It seemed more like a jump than a flight because they landed mere seconds later. Naruto simply threw the Ghetto Mazo to the ground and raised his single leg. Insects know their place, right? Naruto asked and brought his foot down at blinding speeds. Boom! It felt like a meteorite had hit the ground. Nagato had barely been able to order the Geto Mazo to roll on the ground, avoiding the Susanoo's flip by mere inches. Not that it mattered. The sheer force of the kick hurled the Geto Mazo into the air and crashed it into the ground. The Geto Monster quickly got up and roared, sending shockwaves and pushing and dislodging the earth apart. Cute, Naruto said, and watched as the Geto Mazo's head started glowing a bright blue and shot several bullets of chakra against Naruto. Naruto's Susanoo simply stopped walking and watched as the chakra bolts crashed into the armor and dispelled into smoke, not even a scratch on his ultimate defense. Did you know that my Susanoo is very special? Naruto rhetorically asked, and watched as the Geto Mazo placed some distance between them. Nagato's eyes bulged out in shock when he saw Naruto's Susanoo make a single hand seal and rear its back slightly, as if taking a deep breath. Unfortunately, his words were confirmed very quickly. Gaton, Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. From Susanoo's mouth came an ocean of fire. Nagato did the only thing he could and raised his arms into the sky. Gakido! Predapath! Nagato yelled as the silver spear rose around him mere moments before he and the statue were engulfed in white hot flames. Nagato had to shut his eyes through the brightness of the fire surrounding him. The Geto Mazo roared in a hopeless effort to push back the flames. Nagato had sweat pouring down his face as he focused solely on the task at hand. While he could easily absorb the chakra of the fire technique and thus be unharmed by it, the sheer heat of the fire around him was taking its toll. It was only a matter of time. If Naruto dropped his shield prematurely, he would be reduced to ash before even using the Diva Path. The only thing he could do was hold and hope that the Susanoo's breath ended shortly. His hosts were confirmed as the flames died down and Naruto dropped his shield, panting. His hair was wet and clinging to his skin, with beads of sweat running down his face. He looked around to see that the Geto Mazo was unhurt, although everything around had been scorched so badly that even the earth was the color of charcoal. I have no choice, Naruto thought to himself grimly. Summoning the Geto Mazo was dangerous as it was, but this would be suicidal. I have to try. If I can't win, no one can, Nagato thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on top of the Geto Mazo, baying his legs with the help of his arms. Naruto stopped his advances and simply watched in curiosity as Nagato sat and took a deep breath, closing his eyes in concentration. Now that's bold. Closing his eyes when I'm in front of them? Naruto chuckled to himself. The last fire technique didn't take as much chakra as he had expected. It would seem any juice would cost the same amount of chakra despite being used in Susanoo form, and thus being exponentially more powerful. Suddenly the ground grumbled as the Geto Mazo's eyes opened themselves with the exception of 4 that remained with the eyelids closed. Roar! The Geto Mazo roared as he opened his mouth and started concentrating a mixture of blue and red chakra. Both chakras swirled around each other, forming a purple spear. Bichutama! The Geto Mazo reared his head before unleashing a tail beast ball against Naruto, sending it straight for the Susanoo's head. Before it could even get any closer, Naruto brought a single hand up and flicked the tail beast bomb away like some bug that landed on its arm. Enough! Nagato snapped, seeing his latest attack deflected like it was nothing. His Rinnegan started glowing softly as he clasped both hands together. Chibaku Tensei! Nagato roared as he released a small black spear high into the sky. The gravity core glowed brightly before triggering to action, pulling chunks of rock into the sky. Oh? Naruto learned, surprised when he felt Susanoo rise into the air ever so slowly, just before dropping back onto the ground. Nagato, seeing this, tightened both hands together, pushing his technique to the absolute limit. A small trail of blood ran down from his eyes and nose as he poured everything he had into his last technique. The sky glowed brighter, and this time Naruto knew that even with his Susanoo, he would be pulled upwards. Naruto took a single sight from his back, and with a simple flick of its blade, he sent a crescent silver wave of chakra into the sky, cleaving the satellite-like construct in half and making it explode into the sky. Nagato watched in disbelief as the strongest jutsu was destroyed like nothing, and simply saw the debris rain down back to the earth. Nagato's vision blurred as he shook his head, pushing unconsciousness back. He watched as Naruto Susanoo bent to his knees and broke into a run, the earth quaking with each step he took. Nagato panicked when Naruto Susanoo quickly arrived near him and drew his right foot back. Nagato pushed himself off the statue with Susanoo's foot connected and launched it into the sky, quickly disappearing in the horizon. He kicked the fucking Gedomazo like some football, Nagato grumbled and fought as he landed harshly on the ground. A single Susanoo arm approached Nagato's body, and two bony fingers caught him gently by the head, raising him into the sky so that he stood in front to front with Naruto for the first time. He coughed and watched as the diamond figure slowly opened and Naruto simply levitated outside. His blood ran cold as his Rinnegan stared back at another pair of silver eyes, except these were glowing in a darker tone of silver than his own. Impossible, Nagato whispered with his eyes fixed on Naruto's Rinnegan. No, Nagato, Naruto said as he took a deep breath. Just dear old me, Naruto said and opened his hands, letting Nagato fall to the ground. Naruto took a deep breath and let Susanoo dissipate as he also dropped to the ground. Nagato crashed to the ground and remained in the same spot. He could barely move his legs and he had put everything into that last technique. Nagato looked up and watched as Naruto approached and raised a single arm towards him, letting a small black metal rod appear from his hand. Naruto took the black rod and sent it towards Nagato, piercing through his right shoulder and pinning him to the ground. The rod would disrupt his chakra and make sure he was going nowhere. Peace, Naruto said, and Nagato looked at him in confusion. That is what you seek, yes? Naruto asked, and Nagato nodded silently. We're not so different at all, Nagato. We just had the bad luck of finding ourselves on opposite ends of the board, Naruto said. So this is it? Nagato asked with half-lit eyes, coughing to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. I would have thought that Konan preached mercy, Nagato asked, and Naruto simply chuckled in return. Do you expect me to forgive you after everything you've done? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he stopped a few feet from Nagato. I'm not proud of it, but I've killed countless shinobi, Nagato. What makes you any different from them? Naruto asked, but Nagato remained silent. Nagato's reign was ending today. No. In Kiri, I learned to control over my temper and shame and remorse over my actions. With Itachi and now, I learned forgiveness. And with the Uchiha clan, I learned that sacrifices are necessary. Naruto sighed. I buried my hesitance, guilt, and regret that day. The day I chose to eliminate the Uchiha clan, Naruto said, and Nagato's eyes widened in surprise. So that is why Toby had been so pissed off for weeks and pushed this attack slightly ahead of schedule. Do you want to know what Hagoromo taught me? What he himself learned from his mother? Naruto asked, and Nagato frowned at the name, but shook his head nonetheless. There is no black and white in war. War is cruelty. There is no use trying to reform it. However, the crueler it is, the sooner it will be all over, Naruto said and raised his arm, carrying another black rod. Goodbye, Uzumaki Nagato, Naruto said, and watched as Nagato closed his eyes before he threw his metallic rod. Squash! Nagato closed his eyes and waited for the pain that would end his life on this earth. His waiting was broken by a squelch sound. He opened his eyes in confusion, found himself shocked with his eyes open in shock. Konan? Konan had stepped between Nagato and the black rod, shielding him from it. Konan was kneeling in front of Nagato, her wings forming a cocoon around them. Blood was dripping from her mouth, and Nagato noticed the black rod impaled through her chest and sticking into the ground. Why? Nagato whispered. Why? Konan chuckled weakly. Because we made a promise a long time ago, Konan said softly, her eyelids becoming heavier. We will always be together. A small flash of memory rose in Nagato's mind. A young, bubbly Konan placed her arms around both Nagato and Yaiko. Promise? A younger Nagato asked timidly. Of course, younger Konan said, puffing chest in pride while Yaiko just laughed. Konan? Nagato asked but got no response. He looked up to see that her eyes had lost their light and she had departed from this world. We weren't supposed to die. Neither of us was. Nagato thought grimly before he looked up to Naruto with hate plastered on his face. He could feel it bubbling inside of him, burning through him. I told you, Nagato, Naruto sighed, as he looked over to Hinata, who had arrived moments after Konan. There is no black and white. Both sides lose in war, and while this is a very sad moment, nothing will change until the shinobi system ceases to exist, Naruto explained, and Nagato's gaze softened. Your answer to peace wouldn't work. And yours will! Nagato roared. I heard you the first time we met. You want peace, and you do nothing to achieve it. You simply sit around and watch as this world breaks apart, so you can thrive in the place you do best. The battlefield, Nagato spat. You are wrong, Nagato, Naruto countered without raising his voice. You seek peace through strength, and that wouldn't last. Oppressing people would do this world nothing good, Naruto explained. What do you suggest then? Nagato asked harshly. I have my answer, but not how to achieve it, Naruto replied honestly. But I know that your answer won't work. I will do whatever my heart tells me to do. If that means stopping anyone that would sacrifice freedom for peace, then I will stand against them. Like I stand against you now, Naruto answered with a serious voice. Peace is such a fleeting little thing, Naruto chuckled softly. Even the smallest of ripples can disrupt it. But it's something worth fighting for. But this thing that you do, killing thousands for no good reason, there is no peace in this, Naruto finished. Nagato stood silent and simply took in everything Naruto had said. No one knows what kind of person they are until the very end. Flashes of everything began running through Nagato's mind. In a way, he was reliving his life up to this point, all in the blink of an eye. If we're gonna understand each other, first we gotta make them suffer like we're suffering. Like when they stop a fight because someone got injured. But I know that'll never happen. That's why there'll always be war. It always rains here and I hate it. It's like this whole country's a big crybaby. I'm going to change it. And protect everyone. Nagato listened silently as Yaeko talked to Jiraiya, both unaware of his presence just a few feet away, hidden behind a wooden door. Protect everyone? Nagato wondered, listening carefully. Scene break. You and Konan, you've got to stay alive somehow. You're the savior of the world. You can't bring real. Yaeko's head fell forward, his eyes closing as he died in the shoulders of his best friend. Scene break. If war is going to continue, I will become the god of the world. Scene break. Where there is light, there is also darkness. As long as there are winners, there will also be losers as well. It is cause and effect, and one cannot be separated from the other. But imagine a world that only knows winners. A world that knows only peace. A world that knows only love. Worlds like these can be created. Help us, and you will learn the way. Finally, your dreams come to fruition, Toby said as he arrived via calmly. It was worth all the sacrifices it took to get here, Toby said, looking at the six-pack standing in front of the fallen Hanzo. It was a long journey, but this is the end of the internal warfare of the Hidden Reign. All there is left is to conquer the land and create the world we want, Toby explained. Now, I'll need to ask you to help fulfill my dreams. I believe that was the promise, Toby said, looking intently towards Nagato. I understand, Nagato replied. So what do you specifically require, Nagato asked. First is members, Toby began. In order to move as the Akatsuki, I say we need to gather, let's say 10 members, not including myself. In the Akatsuki, we already have you and Konan. With Setsu, that makes 3. Go and gather 7 others, Toby finished. Why not count yourself among us? Nagato asked suspiciously. I need to take care of things behind the scenes, Toby replied. When the time comes, I will join the Akatsuki, but until then, you will be the leader. Understood. Originally, your plan was one of my goals. It's good to know that we're both on the same page, Nagato said. Toby grunted, narrowing his eyes behind the orange mask. So, what are we going to do about finding the other members, Conan asked. I already have my eyes on some, Toby explained, crossing his arms. It would be a tragedy if any of who were unworthy joined. Who are they? Conan asked. I have 3 in particular in mind, Toby said, raising 3 fingers. One sold a hidden waterfall secret technique and is now an immortal, Kakuzu. Second, a rogue ninja of the sand, a puppeteering genius, Sasori. The third and final is someone not too distant from me, the one who slaughtered his own clan, Uchiha Itachi. I will bring him in myself. Zetsuhi will be your guide. Contact each of them and bring them in. Now go. Complete your assignment. For our ambitions, Toby replied, warping away. Scene break. How is everything so far, Toby asked, leaning back on his couch. Including Itachi, whom you brought into Akatsuki yourself, our members are out collecting information on the Shinchuriki and gathering funds, Conan explained. Good, Toby nodded, resting his head on his fist. And how about you? Pain asked, looking towards Toby. Have you had any luck finding us new members? Yes, Toby replied. The next is the hidden mist ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame? Pain wondered. The monster of the hidden mist. I will get in touch with him from my side, Toby informed. One more thing, sir, Kunai said, bringing Toby's attention to her. We recently received some interesting information on our side. What? One of the Sani, Orochimaru. He's sneaking around trying to gather information on the Akatsuki, Pain said. What do we do? Stop him, Conan asked. We know what route he's taking. Where did you get this information? Toby asked, curious. It's from Sashi's subordinate, Kabuto, Conan replied. Pain, you and Sasori handle this. You decide what to do with him once you get in touch with him, Toby said. Understood. The Orochimaru I know is crafty and difficult to handle. It won't be easy to extract the information that he has. There has to be a motive behind this, Toby said cautiously. Pain merely nodded and walked out. Scene break. So, Toby began. How is our new member, Orochimaru? Toby asked with a certain curiosity in his tone. Unremarkable so far. He's been rather quiet, Pain replied. Even Orochimaru with Pain keeping a keen eye can't take any major action, Toby chuckled. By the way, Madara, Conan began. The member you brought in earlier, Kisame, he has been teamed up with Itachi. Yes, that's fine, Toby waved her off. Eventually we'll have to form teams as well. That's why we need another new member, Toby explained. So who's next? Conan asked. Deidara, the rogue ninja of the Hidden Stone Village. Bring him in and team him up with Sasori, Toby said. Scene break. It's been quite a while since all of us came together like this. Deidara chuckled as he looked at the ghostly figures of the Akatsuki members. What's the occasion this time? Kakuzu asked. The 10th and final candidate to join us has been located, Pain informed. Finally. And? Sasori asked. Orochimaru. Pain began, looking straight at Orochimaru. There's a new religious group calling themselves the Way of Shashin. Well, I guess you could call them a cult. I received information that recently the group succeeded in a certain experiment, Pain said. Oh? Orochimaru asked, raising his eyebrow in curiosity. And what would this experiment be? Immortality, Pain replied. Immortality? Kakuzu asked out loud. The one who became immortal is called Hidan. He used to be a ninja of the Hidden Steam Village. We will bring Hidan as our newest member. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and Zetsu. Your task is to bring him in, Pain said. Understood, Zetsu drawled. The rest of them disappeared, leaving only Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and Zetsu behind. Be aware, all of you, Pain said. From what I know of him, he will not be an easy one to convince. Scene break. The Akatsuki is finally assembled, Pain began, as he stood in front of the 9 members, with the Ghetto Mazo behind him. Konan, Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidan, Orochimaru, and Zetsu. Each of you has your own agenda and your own dreams. We have finally come this far, and now, at last, we will move into full-scale action. Our targets are all the tail beasts from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. The opponents are strong, but we will gather all the 9 Biju and bring the great ambition of the Akatsuki to fruition, Pain said, raising his fist into the air. We 10 shall accomplish this, and understand this. Failure is not an option. Pain finished as the group walked out of the cave. The curtain opens on the Akatsuki, Toei whispered to himself, sitting on top of the Ghetto Mazo, having watched him without anyone realizing his presence. Now, Project Suki no Mi, Moon's Eye Plan, begins. Scene break. We have finally gathered 5 of the 9 Biju, Toei began, looking at Pain. Hachibi remains in Kumo, while the HB, Nanabi, and the QB are in the lead. We have already lost Kakuzu and Hidan to the QB, Pain said. What do you suggest we do? I contacted Danzo in the lead. It appears he's unhappy with the course his village is taking, and has agreed to come to terms. Toei chuckled. You will go for the QB in Kumo, while Sasori and Gator will take the remaining 2 in the leaf, Toei said. Understood, Pain replied and walked out. Soon, Naruto. Toei fought, gripping his fist tightly. You will pay for your defiance. And a flashback. A split second was all it took. Naruto broke from his thoughts and looked up, staring at Naruto intently. He was about to reply with his own words when another memory popped into his head. It came from seemingly nowhere. Akatsuki? Naruto asked in confusion, but Yaeko nodded nonetheless. Yes, the 3 of us and anyone who wishes to join, Yaeko said excitedly. We will bring peace to this world without violence. Together, we can achieve anything, Yaeko nearly shouted. A single phrase immediately changed Nagato's mind and chuckled aimlessly, making Naruto look at him in confusion. You were right, Nagato said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in shock. Yaeko started the Akatsuki and searched for peace without violence. I guess that without him, I lost myself in my own pain, Nagato smiled sadly. Could you take that rod out? I have one last thing to do, Nagato asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He was curious what Nagato would do. Naruto approached him and swiftly took the rod out. Nagato didn't even flinch as the metal bar left his flesh. I've damaged this world enough as it is. Maybe this will heal some of that, Nagato said, shakily bringing both hands together. Ghetto, outer path. Nagato began, and Naruto's eyes widened at the seal sequence. Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of the Heavenly Life. With the final seal, he exploded in green light, much similar to the one Naruto had used many times before. Hundreds of green lights flew off to the distance, heading towards Kumo. A single one remained behind, slowly wrapping itself around Konan's body. It was over before Nagato could even blink. Konan took a deep breath and opened her eyes in shock. Nagato! She yelled, looking around in confusion. She looked back and saw both Hinata and Naruto looking sadly at her and Nagato. She turned her attention towards him and noticed the white hair. What have you done? Konan asked in disbelief, cradling his head to her legs. Today, I have seen the path that will lead to peace. Nagato began coughing harshly. And it is not for the suffering of the weak and powerless. It is through empathy, compassion, and it is through mercy that this peace will flourish. You have opened my eyes, Nagato said, looking at Naruto, and I have seen the path that will lead to peace. You could stand with us, Naruto offered. Nagato, however, was shocked by the offer. I told you, Nagato, Naruto chuckled. I offer forgiveness for those who leave their old path behind. Perhaps. Nagato chuckled weakly and looked up at the sky, feeling a single tear fall from Konan and slide over his cheek. But not me, Nagito sighed. I've done enough. My time is over. If anyone will find peace, it will be you. Nagito whispered, his voice getting duller as he allowed his last breath, dying with a smile on his face for the first time in many years. War brings nothing but death, pain, and suffering to both sides. It's a never-ending cycle of hatred. Naruto remembered Hakuruma's words as he walked forward, kneeling in front of Nagito. Konan had tears running down her face, ruining her purple eyeliner. She looked up and her eyes widened when she saw Naruto kneeling in front of Nagito and banged his head slowly as a sign of respect. Why? Konan sobbed. Because he was a shinobi that deserved respect, Naruto replied with a small smile. Hana was also kneeling next to him. No matter what he did what his heart told him, Naruto explained and rose once more. His eyes shifted to the east, looking at the smoke rising from Kumo. I guess this is the end. Naruto sighed and looked back towards Konan. Where will you go now? Naruto asked. Back to the rain, she smiled. We fought hard for our village, and I would hate for it to go to ruin, Konan said and waved her hand, making several paper tags that started to wrap themselves around Nagito. Wait, Naruto said, and Konan stopped abruptly, looking at him in confusion. Naruto walked up to Nagito and kneeled once more next to his head. Before Konan could protest, Naruto plucked Nagito's eyes and placed him in a vial filled with a greenish fluid just before he warped it into his dimension. What are you doing? Konan snapped. You dare to follow him after everything? Konan yelled, her bawling already threatening to activate. Naruto raised a single hand and stopped any further action. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, showing her his own Rinnegan. I didn't take his eyes for power since I have my own, Naruto replied, and Konan simply stared at him. The Rinnegan is a very powerful tool. I'm sorry, but I can't allow it to fall into the wrong hands, Naruto explained, and Konan smiled sadly. I guess he was right in the end, Konan said sadly, wrapping paper tags around Nagito. You will be the one to bring peace to the world, Konan said as she levitated Nagito's body. I will be returning to the rain to continue his work. Until then, Konan said as she dispersed in paper and left the area. Naruto took a deep breath and looked up to the blue sky. Naruto was surprised when he felt a hand on his shoulders. He looked back to see Hana smiling at him. Naruto took her hand and started walking back to Kuma with her. Naruto was coming walking when his feet hit something. He stopped and looked down in confusion, trying to find what exactly made him trip. It was Nagito's Akatsuki cloak. It was nearly ripped to shreds and covered in dust. Naruto bent down and picked it up from the ground, shaking the dust off. With a single glow from his eyes, the cloak made itself back to its original form, free of tears and holes. What are you doing? Hana asked with surprise when she saw Naruto repairing the Akatsuki cloak and put it on as if he owned it. The Akatsuki was created to bring peace to the world. Naruto chuckled as he put on the cloak. I see no better way to honor his memory than to bear his mark, Naruto said, and Hana smiled in acknowledgement. The old Akatsuki may be gone, but a new one had risen in its place. A better one. And that is the end of Chapter 58. We can now move on to Chapter 59, which is called Weather Forecast Shitstorm. Here we go. Chapter 59, Weather Forecast Shitstorm. Mount Miyaboku. Mount Miyaboku, also known as the Mountain of Bewilderment, is the sacred place of the Land of Toads, the place where all the toads that Minato and Jiraiya have summoned live. It is home for huge and small toads alike. Mount Miyaboku is a rich and beautiful land, whose ultimate authority seems to be from the great Toad Sage. Shima and Fukasaku are both elders and sages, and they seem to have an even higher authority than Ganbunta himself. Gamamaru, more commonly known as the Great Toad Sage, is the oldest and most respected toad of all the inhabitants of Mount Miyaboku. It is said that he has watched over the homes of toads since the very beginning. Because of his age, the other toads affectionately call him Great Honorable Geezer. The prophecy is coming to pass, Gaomaru said out loud, staring at Fukasaku. The prophecy? Fukasaku asked in confirmation, and Gaomaru nodded. But we had no news about the child of prophecy. Is it me, Ito-chan? Fukasaku asked. A mischievous, blue-eyed boy will unite the tail beasts and change the world, Gaomaru recited. I can sense it. Half of this prophecy has already been fulfilled. Now there is only the last piece missing, Gaomaru smiled. But who? Who is the child of prophecy? Fukasaku asked in exasperation. The heir of my only summoner, Gaomaru replied with a crooked smile, taking pleasure in Fukasaku's confused face. Konoha, a few days before. This is bullshit! Naruto couldn't believe his eyes when he, Hinata, Shikamaru, Tenten, Lee, and the dragons arrived at the gates of Konoha. What prompted such a response out of him, you ask? Well, the simple fact that the village was smoking and that there were repairs ongoing almost everywhere. You leave the village for a couple of weeks and this happens, Naruto shook his head, as everyone entered the gates and were greeted by Izumo and Kotetsu. It's good to see that you have arrived, Naruto, Izumo said, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. What happened here? Hinata asked softly. The rest of the dragons were simply looking around in confusion and apprehension. We don't know much, but the whole village is on edge, Izumo replied, stamping her documents. Elder Danzo tried a coup d'etat, Izumo said, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. You shouldn't waste time here, Kotetsu said, breaking Izumo's incoming explanation. Dragons, Naruto called, making a mass of people with them staying at attention. Go unpack and meet at the Hokage Tower. We'll sort this mess out in there, Naruto ordered, and every masked man disappeared in the blink of an eye. You should know, Naruto, Kotetsu said, gathering his attention. Tsunade-san was poisoned during the attempt and is in a coma right now, Kotetsu said sadly, shocking everyone. Coma? Tenten swear while Izumo nodded as well. Hinata-chan, go take care of her. I'll swing by later, if necessary, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. She understood the underlying meaning of his words. Should she be unable to awaken Tsunade, then Naruto would step in. Hokage Tower. Naruto quickly arrived at the Hokage Tower. Or, what was left of it. What the hell happened here? Naruto wondered out loud, looking at the missing roof. He made his way inside the usual way and arrived at the Hokage's office, now sporting direct sunlight and natural breeze. He kicked a piece of rubble aside and made his way into the office. That was when he saw it. A single desk stood in the middle of the rubble, paperwork stacked on said desk and on the ground. And on the desk sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, curse words leaving his lips as he struggled to both deal with the paperwork and stop from flying away due to the wind. Hiruzen felt a presence in his office, and Tara looked up to see Naruto where there should have been a door. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed when he noticed Naruto's lip twitch ever so slightly. Don't you dare! Hiruzen threatened. Congratulations on becoming the Hokage for the third time! Naruto cheered and laughed openly at the old man's misfortune. You are really setting a record here, Naruto commented while Hiruzen groaned beneath his breath. Stay! Hiruzen yelled, and Naruto flinched, seeing the old man stabbing a kunai through a piece of paper that threatened to fly off. Paperwork chases you, old man. Naruto chuckled softly. This is so much paperwork that I fear my paperwork has paperwork, Hiruzen muttered, picking his pipe and leaning back in his chair, taking a well-deserved break. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Naruto failing desperately to place a few papers on stack discreetly. And those are? Hiruzen asked. The results of the joining exams, Naruto replied, and rose a piece of her upwards, making a stool for him. And? Hiruzen stressed the word, making Naruto smile. You would be proud to know that me, Hinata, and Shikamaru are now joining. Tenten and Rockly were awarded with Tokubetsu joining. Special joining status, Naruto replied. Good, Hiruzen replied happily. I heard you put on quite the show in the exams, Hiruzen said. Really? Naruto asked a raised eyebrow. And what did you hear? Naruto asked. Besides the whole invasion thing, I heard they were calling you and Hinata the perfect storm of Konoha. Hiruzen chuckled. Konoha no Arashi. Storm of Konoha. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Another name for our bingo book entries. I have to ask though, Hiruzen said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's up with the cloak? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto chuckled sadly. Some kind of trophy? Hiruzen wondered, but Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. After all, it wasn't too unusual for victors to collect the spoils of the fallen. It's a long story, old man, Naruto sighed, making Hiruzen poof out a small ring of smoke. I've got time, Hiruzen said, and got comfortable in his chair. A small gust ran by as Naruto took a deep breath and began recounting what happened in Kumo. So, it's finished, Hiruzen asked, and Naruto nodded. With Nagato dead and Tobi as well, Deira and Sasori will most likely disperse. The Akatsuki is no more, Naruto said. The cloak is just a memento of Nagato. His methods may have been extreme, but he truly wished for peace, Naruto explained sadly. Then, let me tell you what happened here, Hiruzen began, and explained everything that happened to Naruto. Danza's attempt on Tsunai's life, attacking the clan heads, Sasori and Deira kidnapping Fu, their battle against Gaara and Shino, and Hiruzen's final battle with Danzo. So, everyone in the Akatsuki is dead, Naruto stated. Kurona had already stated she was done with it and would return to the reign to rule in peace, just like Nagato would want. What will you do now? Hiruzen asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Dedicate my life towards my goal, Naruto said, and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. To bring peace to our world, Naruto said, and Hiruzen nodded in agreement. And maybe blow some stuff up along the way, Naruto chuckled. Say, Hiruzen began. It's getting a bit chilling here. Why don't you patch this place up, Hiruzen asked, and Naruto chuckled. It's not that cold. You just want to see my Onmyotan in action, Naruto said with a deadpan. You have me there, Hiruzen grinned back. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His eyes snapped open and the Hokage Tower immediately started vibrating slightly. Hiruzen stretched his arms around the desk, finding to keep the paperwork in place. His pipe fell out of his mouth when he noticed Naruto's eyes started to glow with a dark silver. The rubble on the ground started rattling even more as it began floating and heading towards the walls. Slower at first, but quickly gained speed, Hiruzen just watched in wonder as the walls reconstructed each other. The shattered glass on the floor joined together and instantly reformed the glass panes before falling to the walls and joined with the rock. The splintered wood on the floor joined together and formed a destroyed door. The bent metal corrected itself, forming the doorknob and lock. As the walls reached their height, Hiruzen watched in amazement as the remaining debris outside the building started levitating as well, and began forming the roof. As the roof of the Hokage Tower finished reconstructing, Naruto began with the details of the office. Hiruzen instantly jumped from the desk when it started shaking a bit, much for his taste. The desk started stretching and right itself. The paintings of the previous Hokage shimmered into existence on the walls. And to finalize it all, the symbol of Konoha burned itself on the wooden desk. All done, Naruto said, breaking Hiruzen from his stupor. Remarkable. Truly remarkable, Hiruzen muttered. And you don't even show signs of exhaustion. I have tons of chakra. Reconstructing a building is like making a normal clone, and I'm not talking about a shadow clone, but the standard one. The one they teach at the academy. Naruto chuckled at Hiruzen's face. Even so, Hiruzen said, taking every detail of the room, everything's exactly the same. I know you have eidetic memory in regards to images when you have your Sharingan activate, but this is very good. I didn't just repair the Hokage Tower by memory. I kind of reversed everything in the building until it seemed good enough, Naruto said, struggling to find the correct words to explain his technique. Hiruzen sighed and thought of the good old days when there weren't any Mangekyou Sharingans or Rinnegan around. Hiruzen stretched, sighing relief when he heard a few faint popping sounds. He leaned forward and picked up the paper in front of him. Strange, Hiruzen thought, seeing the report in his hands without a stamp when he remembered placing it. He didn't think much of it and simply reapplied the stamp and carried on. He was about to put it on the already done stack when he noticed the top paper also didn't have a stamp or was filled. I kind of reversed everything in the building until it seemed good enough. Hiruzen paled, remembering Naruto's words about his technique. Naruto? Hiruzen said, making Naruto look at him funny. Please tell me you didn't also undo a week's worth of paperwork? Hiruzen said calmly. Was Naruto's genius answer. He gulped and slowly backed up, seeing Hiruzen surrounded by a black aura. Naruto? Oops. Naruto chuckled weakly and flashed to safety. Naruto! With Hinata. Hinata was like a purple blur through the streets of Konoha. She was making her way to the hospital as quickly as possible. She noticed a group of people clawing the street that would slow her down. She crouched and leaped onto the rooftops, jumping from building to building until she arrived at her destination. She dropped down to the ground and made a quick turn right, arriving at the entrance of the hospital. The building itself didn't show any type of damage. She quickly stepped inside and went straight to the receptionist. Lady Hina, in which room is Tsunade-sensei? Hina asked quickly, stopping the receptionist's greeting. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly regained focus. Room 0, the receptionist said, looking at the computer. She looked up, but Hinata was already gone. Poor girl. The receptionist sighed sadly, thinking how worried Tsunade's apprentice seemed. Room 0 was a special room at the hospital, reserved only for high-profile targets due to the security of its location. The general knowledge of the hospital in Konoha was that the entrance was first floor, going up in height. What few people knew was that the hospital also had several floors deep underground, connected by a main elevator. These floors were top secret and dealt mostly with research, dealing primarily in discovering and improving healing techniques, but also poisons and viral weaponry. Hinata made her way to the elevator. An Anbu stood by it, arms by the side of his body in a straight posture. The Anbu gave Hinata a slight nod, to which she replied in kind. Hinata entered the pin code and the doors opened with a swoosh sound. She quickly stepped inside and selected the lowest floor possible. The elevator arrived at the bottom and Hinata waited for the doors to open. The moment the darkness of the hallway greeted her, she ran full speed, taking quick turns. In the blink of an eye, Hinata arrived at the door of room 0. The door was closed and the entrance was barred by 2 Anbu who stood guard. Hinata gave a small nod and one of the Anbu opened the door, allowing her entrance. The first thing she noticed was the dimly lit room. No windows and lack of lighting, coupled with the smell of high-powered cleaners, gave the traditional smell of death of a hospital. The second thing she noticed was the beeping sound of the machine connected to Tsunade, who was resting peacefully in bed. Sitting in a chair next to her was Shizune, failing desperately to keep her eyes open. Shizune's head slowly turned towards the door, dark circles under her eyes. Hinata-chan, Shizune said strenuously, her voice taking a harsher tone than usual. Get some rest, Shizune-sensei, Hinata said, helping Shizune prop from the chair. I tried my best, but the blood analysis gave nothing. The mystic palm didn't respond to our chakra, Shizune explained. Don't worry, I'll take over from here, Hinata said, and Shizune nodded quickly before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Hinata turned her attention towards Tsunade, who laid on the bed. Her genjutsu had dropped, and Hinata saw for the first time what she truly looked like under her disguise. She seemed much older than simply 50 years. Her brown, wrinkly skin looked like discarded, wrinkled paper left to itself. She could clearly see the contours of bones, as the skin was nothing more than a thin sheet. She looked so fragile, Hinata thought, a small tear trailing down her cheek. Did Tsunade put her genjutsu on to appear strong when in fact she wasn't? Hinata cleaned her eyes with her sleeves and got to work with renewed strength. She pulled the white sheets down, leaving Tsunade covered only by the stern medical garb. Byakugan! She thought, her eyes flaring to life and several bulges appearing around them. She gazed into Tsunade's chakra network to see that she was filled to the top with chakra. Her reserves were filled to the max, but her chakra seemed unstable and haywire. There was no discernible pattern to the flow when her chakra should be flowing orderly around her body. If she was unresponsive to chakra techniques, then the poison must be affecting her network directly, Hinata concluded. She focused more intently on her chakra, skimming every inch of it. And she found it. A small trail of chakra similar to a baby corn snake, slithering around Tsunade's chakra network. This chakra had a similar color to Tsunade's, so it had been hard to find. But now that she did, Hinata wouldn't lose it. She needed to find a way to extract a small chunk of chakra that was disrupting her network, almost like a genjutsu. If she wanted to extract all of the invading chakra, first she would need to trap it and stop its flow. And there was no one better at stopping chakra flow than a Hyuga. She started pulling her right arm back and forming a chakra needle at the tip of her fingers. She needed to wait to find the best place to trap it. The parasitic chakra was fast, but Hinata was faster. Her fingers blurred forward, striking Tsunade's neck with deadly precision. She will be sore for a week, though. Hinata laughed softly. She had to use a bit more strength than the usual Juken strike to stop the poison from forcibly reopening Chakra Point. 2 more strikes and Hinata had trapped the poison in the chest area, blocking its access to her head and both arms. Hinata pulled both arms and waited patiently for her next chance to strike. Here! She fought and pushed forward, both arms boring towards Tsunade's body in a flurry of strikes. The poison was now restricted solely to the chest area. She watched as the poison picked up speed by being enclosed in a smaller area. Hinata began to systematically tighten the perimeter around the poison, all the while opening chakra points she had closed before, leaving the poison contained by a single layer of closed points. It took nearly an hour of opening and closing nearly all the 361 points, taking special care around the 8 gates. But she had done it. She had the poison trapped in a single chakra point. Now she only needed to remove it. Hinata flexed her wrist and a single senbon needle popped out. She placed the needle vertically to the chakra point and slowly pushed in, twisting the needle as it sunk into her flesh. With her Byakugan, Hinata tracked the progress of the metallic needle as it sunk an inch into her skin. Just a little more, Hinata fought as the needle breached deeper into Tsunade's flesh and broke the chakra point manually. Hinata began removing the needle just as slowly as she entered it. Once the needle was out, Hinata watched as the poison leaked from the orifice, running down the skin and into the bed. Hinata took a sample of the poison and performed a small healing jutsu. Pleased as Tsunade began reacting to chakra techniques once again. Hinata reopened every single chakra point and let out a sigh of relief, watching the chakra running around her body like it should be, forming a perfect loop. Hinata pulled the sheets back to cover Tsunade and dropped to the chair. She waited patient for her to wake up. It would be any moment now. Tsunade's chakra network just needed to stabilize from the strain the poison had put on it. Tsunade let out a groan as her eyes opened briefly. Hinata was by her side in a flash. Take it slow, Tsunade-sensei, Hinata said, helping Tsunade get up and lean against the bed. Tsunade's eyes opened again, slower this time, giving it time to adjust to the light of the room. Hinata, Tsunade said, her mouth dry. She looked at her apprentice, and Hinata seemed relieved about something when her memories about Danzo came like a torrent. Danzo! She snarled. Where is the bastard? Shouted Tsunade. You've been in a coma for the last few days, Hinata said, and Tsunade sighed before calming down. She looked over herself and quickly applied her transformation, turning into her prime once again. Why do I feel so stiff? Tsunade asked, flexing her joints. Hinata chuckled weakly. About that. Next day, council room. It's good to see that you're back, Lady Tsunade, Koharu said, sitting down. Shut it, you old fossil, Tsunade barked, making the old woman flinch in surprise. I still want to know if you were involved in Danto's scheme, Tsunade said, pointing her finger at her. I would never, Koharu said in a raspy voice, insulted by such a claim. Tsunade hummed in defiance but let it go. That old fossil won't last much longer anyways, Tsunade thought, looking down at the assembled council. The room was more packed than usual. Every clan had their heir behind them. It was a rite of passage in a way, to teach the heirs how the proceedings worked. The only difference now was that Shino was the clan head of the Aburame clan. Everyone turned their heads when they heard a slurping sound and watched as Naruto strolled into the council room with a bowl of ramen in his left hand and a pair of chopsticks. What? Naruto asked, but everyone just stared at him. I'm hungry, and this is going to last a while, Naruto said, ignoring the stairs and walked down to Senju's seat. Naruto-san, if I may ask, Inuichi said, and Naruto nodded to go forward. About the cloak, Inuichi trailed up, pointing at Naruto's black cloak with red clouds. Oh, for the love of Kami, Naruto said, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. It's just a cloak. Deal with it. I was nearly plummeted to the ground when Tsunade Bachan saw me yesterday, Naruto sighed. Stop it, father, Ino snapped at her father, smacking his head. You know nothing about fashion. I'll have you know that cloaks are the new vests, Ino lectured. Yes, dear, Inuichi replied meekly, making everyone share a laugh at their antics. Tsunade cleared her throat, looking intently at Ino. Sorry, Hokage-sama, Ino replied, embarrassed. Yes, Tsunade trailed off, saying silence in the room to begin the proceedings. We will May I? Lady Tsunade, Koharu asked, and Tsunade's head snapped to her direction, glaring at the old woman for interrupting her. Koharu took the glare head-on, only gulping sorry at the killing intent she received. We received some interesting reports from Kumo I would like to revise first, Koharu said. And pray tell me what these reports have to say, Tsunade sighed. The meeting was already planned to be long, and with constant interruptions, they would still be here tomorrow. They report seeing our beloved Yondaime and Nindaime Hokages wearing the dragon uniform and fighting in the Kumo invasion, Koharu said, and an intense silence descended on the room. Tsunade's head snapped towards Naruto, who seemed to be looking at the roof, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. Impossible, Tsunade replied after a few seconds. Naruto discreetly cleared his throat and looked at Tsunade, who was still glaring daggers at him. I think not, Koharu replied. I think I speak for all of us when I say you kept these so-called 10 Dragons of the Leaf hidden long enough, Koharu said, and a few nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone in Konoha wanted to see what was behind the mask, but the shinobi respected their Hokage's decisions. Naruto, Tsunade said, turning to her grandson. What do you think? She asked, and Naruto sighed. Why are you asking him? Koharu asked harshly. You are the Hokage, she said. I really don't like you, Tsunade said, and everyone's sweat dropped. The feeling is mutual, Koharu huffed in reply. Tsunade said nothing more, and everyone turned to Naruto, who was spinning his chopsticks in his hands, deep in thought.
You knew that the returnees would come out, eventually,
Kurama said, and Naruto let out a sigh. I know, Kurama, Naruto replied in thought. I just kept postponing. Can you imagine the aftershock of everyone seeing their faces? And I'm not talking just about Konoha. This will have a big impact on the rest of the villages as well, Naruto thought before laying on a breath of acceptance. At least I have the backstory ready. Naruto nodded and immediately slammed his hand on the table, making everyone flinch at the sudden action. They were broken from their stupor by 9 clouds of smoke right in the middle of the council room. For the first time since their creation, the 9 dragons stood before the council of Konoha. You already know the identities of the purple and brown dragons, Naruto said, and motioned for Hinata and Guard to remove their masks. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hinata went to stand behind Tsunade next to Shizune while Guard stood behind Naruto. Father, Naruto sighed, and the yellow dragon turned towards him. Naruto gave a small nod, and everyone in the room held their breaths. Time seemed to slow down as Yellow moved his hand slowly towards his light yellow-colored mask. With a small click sound, the mask detached from his face. The first thing that became apparent was his bright yellow spiky hair. The mask dropped to the floor, and everyone just stared in shock at the man in front of them. Minato slowly opened his eyes, revealing his ocean-colored blue eyes. Minato, Yondaime-sama, Hokage-sama. The whole room gasped, seeing the man that defeated the Kyuubi and lost his life 17 years ago, standing in the very room with them. Is it really you, Minato? Inuichi asked, his face plastered with shock. Yes, Minato simply replied. How can we know for sure? Shukaku asked seriously. Both father and son were wide awake by now. I'm not exactly sure what to give as proof, Minato pondered. It's him, Han replied from the Hyuga clan seat. Standing behind her was the chosen heir to the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji. Usually Neji would remain in control of his emotions like a Hyuga should, but this was too much. I would recognize his chakra anywhere, Hana explained. No offense, but your daughter is married to Naruto. I'm afraid you're biased in this, Inuichi countered. None taken, Hana replied kindly. Perhaps showing your Hirashin. How about your Sharingan? Shukaku offered, and he felt every eye on him. Troublesome. It's known that Minato has Uchiha blood, and Naruto himself said his father possessed a Sharingan. Shukaku sighed, and everyone turned towards Minato and waited. Sure, Minato said, shrugging his shoulders. He chucked a kunai to the other side of the room and vanished in a flash of yellow. He quickly flashed back to the original position and turned to face the room. This time his eyes glowing red instead of the cold blue. The whole room felt a shiver crawl down their spines. It was one thing seeing Minato with blue eyes and the other with one of the most powerful dojutsu. Those red blood eyes gave a much more dangerous vibe. But how are you back? Koharu asked this time. Once again, everyone's attention turned towards Naruto. Drop your mask, Naruto said, and every remaining dragon turned to Naruto, looking at him with apprehension. Do it, Naruto confirmed. One by one, every single dragon dropped their masks to the ground. Mito-sama. Tobirama-sensei! Both Koharu and Hamura shouted in the midst of the yelling. Hashirama-sensei! Oh Kami! It's the Red Death! Hide the ramen! Kushina snickered at that particular comment. Itachi! Someone screeched, forcing everyone to stop the gawking and put them all on edge. Tsunade-sama? One of the members in the civilian council said weakly, pointing his chubby finger at Itachi Uchiha, who remained impassive. Yes. Let me introduce you to them by order. My father, Senju Hashirama, and my mother, Senju Mito. To the right is my uncle, Senju Toyarama. Next we have my daughter, Senju Kushina, and her husband, Namikaze Mito. And finally, Itachi and now Uchiha. Tsunade finished, and extended silence filled the room. I knew she looked familiar, Shikaku muttered beneath his breath, looking at Nao. She had been on a mission with him back in the day. Tsunade stopped her explanations and a deep silence ensued. She didn't know if the council was still processing everything or they were just waiting for any more surprises. Well, she asked, snapping everyone from her shock. Ask away, Tsunade said, and the council erupted in screams. One at a time, Tsunade groaned weakly. Everyone shut up almost instantly and looked between each other, silently choosing to first to ask any questions. If I may, Chosa asked, standing up. Everyone nodded for him to go on. I think the most obvious question here is how they are here, Chosa asked, and everyone turned to Tsunade, who in turn turned to Naruto. Naruto was happily slurping on his noodles when he felt the attention of the whole room. What was the question? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Everyone's sweat dropped and Chosa repeated the question. Naruto sighed, taking a deep breath. I want to see you digging yourself out of this hole, Tsunade thought, resting her head on her interlocked hands. I guess I should start at the beginning, Naruto began, and everyone leaned into his words. I believe with you being clan heads, you are familiar with the forbidden jutsu known as the Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, correct? Naruto asked, and every single shinobi in the room nodded. What is the Edo Tensei? A civilian member asked in confusion. Naruto looked back to Tsunade, silently asking for permission. Tsunade gave a small nod, and Naruto moved on. The Edo Tensei's forbidden technique currently locked away in the Scroll of Seals. This jutsu allows the user to essentially bring back someone who died under the penalty of giving up a living sacrifice. By sacrificing a life, the user can, in return, summon a dead person to serve him under his control, Naruto explained, and the civilian council felt a shiver crawl up their spines. Hokage-sama has granted me some leeway with this technique because I can summon the dead without sacrificing anyone by using my clones. However, this method gives the summoned a fixed time. This time being determined by how much chakra I pumped into my clone at the time of the jutsu. Basically, all those who were supposed to be dead and are here now are the ones I summoned through the Edo Tensei during my 3-year training trip. I summoned them to train and spar with me. I guess, since my method isn't exactly Kinjutsu, I kept summoning them over and over again. Eventually, when I came back to Konoha, my grandmother decided to create the group. The 10 Dragons of the Leaf, who were originally only 8, are the people who built Konoha and chose to defend it even when death has taken them from this realm. Naruto finished, and everyone stood silent, taking it all in. But, Shikaku suddenly said before stopping. Naruto gave a nod in reply. They aren't exactly Edo Tenseis, are they? Shikaku asked suspiciously. The shinobi who knew the technique immediately understood his meaning. Edo Tenseis were technically dead, while these people looked very much alive. No, they are not, Naruto replied with a smile. Trust in Naruto to want everything explained, even if it was too troublesome. I'm confused, Mibuki said. They are not Edo Tenseis, but use the Edo Tensei to bring them back? Mibuki explained, her memory going back to her goodbye with Sakura. This is where it gets tricky. I believe you all heard of the Kumo invasion a few days ago, Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. This attack, as you all know, was orchestrated by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain, otherwise known as Uzumaki Naruto, led the invasion force into Kumo, in a desperate effort to capture both the Hachibi and the Kyubi. I went up against him and managed to defeat him in single combat. However, Uzumaki Nagata was by no means a normal shinobi. He possessed a very special dojutsu. He had the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of Rikudo Sanin, Naruto said, and the crowd gasped. As you can most likely tell, it was a gruesome fight. I barely managed to defeat the man, Naruto explained dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. Everyone leaned into his words, waiting for the outcome. He's enjoying this a bit too much, Hinata giggled to herself. Naruto spinning a remarkable web of lies that surprisingly enough went together and made sense. What you need to understand about Nagata was that he truly wanted to bring peace to our world. He was born in a hidden rain village at the time of the Shinobi World War. During the war, he was orphaned by 2 of our own shinobi, Naruto said regretfully. Eventually, he met 2 other kids, Konan and Yaiko, who became his best friends. Jirai-sensei even trained the trio for a couple of years. Naruto chuckled softly. The trio grew stronger and vowed to change the hidden rain village and the world. They created an organization called Akatsuki, whose sole goal was to bring peace to our world. This is their symbol, a black cloak with red clouds. This was Nagato's cloak, Naruto said, pointing to his cloak, and for the first time everyone understood why he had kept the cloak for himself. However, Danzo and Hanzo plotted together a way to bring that organization down. In the process, Yaiko was killed, and Pain was born. He lost himself in his grief, his pain. After I defeated him, we kinda talked. I managed to persuade him to change his beliefs. His last action on this world was to bring back everyone that had been killed in the invasion. He used up the remainder of his chakra to revive everyone in Kumo. At the time, I had summoned the dragons to help defend Kumo. I theorized that this release of life energy brought them back permanently. Naruto finished. The amount of bullshit he's giving out is remarkable, Tsunade thought, shaking her head in disbelief. Naruto had just blatantly lied to the governing room of Konoha. And the worst part was that he mixed truths and lies so well that if she didn't know better, she would have believed him without question. That's some story, Inuichi muttered, taking everything in. And quite the remarkable coincidence, Shikaku thought to himself, but discarded the situation. What happened to this Uzumaki Nagato? Hamura asked. Konan took his body back to the rain. They fought hard to free Rain from Hanzo's tyranny. I see no other resting place for him, Naruto explained. And the Rinnegan, Koharu added? Destroyed, Naruto simply replied. Those eyes are too dangerous should they fall into the wrong hands. Are you implying that we are the wrong hands? Koharu asked, narrowing her eyes at the Senju air. Do you wish to play God? Naruto asked, chuckling. Not at all, Koharu replied. But even you can't discard the fact that those eyes would be a powerful weapon for our village, Koharu stressed. And we got our prizes. Thanks to Nagato's sacrifice, we have all the Hokage alive, not to mention 2 S-rank Kunoichi. This world doesn't need a Rinnegan anymore, Naruto explained. He had fought this very thoroughly. With the Akatsuki finished, he would use the Rinnegan solely in his quest for peace. A Rinnegan. Why not the Rinnegan? Shikaku wondered, scratching his goatee. I wonder what you're hiding behind all this. Shikaku chuckled to himself, but it was too troublesome to ask. Fine, Koharu reluctantly agreed. What is he doing here after what he did? Koharu said, pointing towards Itachi, who remained impassive. Before Tsunade could answer, Naruto beat her to it. I'm sure you know very well why he's here, Naruto said, a smile tugging his lips. After all, you had a hand in the massacre along with your buddies Danzo, Homura, and Hiruzen, Naruto said, and a heavy silence filled the room. You could feel the tension in the air. I think it's time to come clean about every dark secret this village has, Naruto said, and looked to Tsunade for confirmation. Tsunade just shook her head in exasperation and nodded in confirmation. This would shake the village, but it needed to be done. It were all these secrets that led to Danzo's attempt to take over in the first place. The truth is that the Uchiha clan massacre was a sanctioned mission from its very council, and Itachi carried on the orders as a loyal shinobi of the village, Naruto said, and the clan heads rose in protest and glaring at the advisors. Lord Fur would never allow such a thing! Suzume snarled. It's the truth, Hiruzen whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. Suzume's jaw dropped. But why? She asked in disbelief. They were one of the founding clans of the village. Why would you order such a travesty? She asked, her voice raising again. Peace, Naruto instantly replied, and received a furious gaze from Suzume. He was about to explain when Hiruzen raised his hand and Naruto nodded. I did what was necessary, Hiruzen said with a heavy heart. He was really feeling all the years he carried. Itachi, Hiruzen said, and he nodded silently. The Uchiha clan, my clan, had this coming. Itachi began very softly. Now walked up and stood next to him, grabbing his hand and interlocking fingers. Everything happened because of my father, Uchiha Fugaku. He was the one that summoned the Kyuubi 17 years ago, Itachi said, and Sume's eyes widened. She found a new hatred towards the Uchiha clan, being the ones responsible for the death of her husband, along with thousands of shinobi and civilians. I still don't understand his thirst for power. He wanted the world in his hands, Itachi sighed. He summoned the Kyuubi in order to weaken Konoha, and in the process take over as Hokage. He didn't count on Hiruzen stepping back to fill in the role left by Minato. After the Kyuubi attack, everything settled down. But my father wasn't done. The Uchiha clan massacre was ordered because they were planning a coup d'etat. I carried out my orders and killed everyone in the clan, but I couldn't bring myself to kill my little brother. Itachi explained, and everyone nodded, feeling a wave of sadness wash over them. How could someone be able to kill his own family for the village? But it appeared that Fugaku was one step ahead at the time. When I slaughtered the clan, all I killed were clones. Fugaku had known about my orders and had evacuated the clan out of the village. He led me to believe that I killed the clan with my own hands, Itachi finished. So is the clan still alive? Inoichi asked, confused. No, now replied, taking over Itachi's explanation. Fugaku evacuated me and the clan to Kiri, where he had taken over Yagura, the Undying Mizukage. And so we hid in that village, waiting the day we could make our move. Now explained. But not everything works the way we want it to, Now said, and looked towards Naruto. Now defected to our side, and with her help we tracked down the Uchiha clan and slaughtered them permanently, Naruto said in a harsh voice. Everyone stared at Naruto, the man who had just preached peace. They had it coming. I may want peace, but I'm not foolish enough to forgive everybody, Naruto said, and everyone had finally learned what type of man Naruto was. Ino had been particularly surprised by his tone, nearly flinching in the process. I guess I'm so naive about how the world works, Ino thought to herself. You would make a fine Hokage someday, Shikaku laughed. Shikaku understood the world better than he let on, and he understood what Naruto had done and why he had done it. I know that there were a lot of surprises today, and it will take a while to get used to all of this, Tsunade said, standing up and pointing to the dragons. The dragons are gone. Naruto stood up as well, and everyone turned to him. The dragons did their job, protecting Konoha. The world is nothing but a child, still in its infancy. We will bring order to this cursed world. We will bring peace to Shinobi Land. We 10 of us shall accomplish this. After all, we are the new Akatsuki. Next day. It's time, Naruto said as he, Fu, and Gar arrived at one of the training grounds. I'll go get B and be back in a flash, Naruto said, and vanished in a flash of yellow. That line is getting old, Gar sighed while Fu laughed. It was always B back in a flash with Naruto and Minato. Not even 1 minute later, Naruto was back in a training ground with a disoriented B in tow. That was the Harashin, fool! B rapped, dropping him to his knees on the ground. I'm not feeling good, he finished and emptied his stomach on said ground. Everyone ready? Naruto asked, and every single Jinchuriki nodded. Kuchio's no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. 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 4 cries of summoning Jutsu and the 4-tailed beasts were brought into the outside world. Kurama from Naruto, Yuki from Killer Bee, Chome from Fu, and Shikaku from Gaara. Yosh! Shikaku yelled, pumping his arms into the air. Let's do this! Naruto looked at the 4-tailed beasts and saw each one giving him a nod. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Kuchio's no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Geto Mazo! Naruto shouted, his Rinnegan firing to life as he slammed a hand on the ground. Roar! The Geto Mazo burst from the ground and roared into the sky. Naruto jumped on top of its head and synchronized with him. An instant later, the statue opened its mouth as a multicolored chakra started pouring outside. As the chakra left the statue and dropped to the ground, it started taking form. The first form was completely engulfed in blue flames. She also had a right yellow eye and a left green eye, similar to an odd-eyed cat without pupils. The second form resembled a large turtle, but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Upon its shell, it had red, muscle-like tissue. He had a pair of human-like arms and hands, but had no hind legs. His lower jaw is rather big and has teeth like horns, together with its big forehead, which also had horns. It somewhat resembled a mouth with big teeth, making it look like the rest of the face is inside the mouth. His eyes are red and have crimson pupils. The third form was a red-furred and green-skinned monkey, with a body build of a gorilla. He had eyes with yellow irises and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along the length of his tails, elongate blunt fangs, and 2 long horns curving upwards on his forehead like a crown. In his mouth was a big, round opening from where he spat lava, and it doesn't seem to have a tongue. The fourth form primarily resembled a white horse with a dolphin's head. He had 2 pointed long horns and 3 shorter horns in front. The end of his horns, hooves, and tails are light brown with some of the same color spots before the brown areas of his horns and hooves. He also has red markings under his dark blue-green eyes. The fifth and final form resembled a large white with a slight bluish tint, bipedal slug with stubby arms and feet. He also has 2 prominent optical tentacles and hole-like openings as a mouth. His entire body is covered in a slimy substance. "We are free," Matatabi said in astonishment. The last thing she remembered was being sealed in that damn statue after being ripped from Yukito. "So it seems," Son Goku replied, looking around. "Yuki, Shukaku, Chome, and even Kurama. We are all here," Son Goku said with glee. "How is this possible?" Matatabi asked in confusion. "I think I have an idea about that," Yusuke replied, nodding his vast head towards the 4 humans staying on top of the Ghetto Mazo. "You're welcome," Naruto chuckled. Naruto, B, Fu, and Gar were all on top of the Ghetto Mazo with all the 9 beaches surrounding them. "I remember you from the tuning exams. You are the fox boy," Matatabi said, stretching her legs and laying down on the ground. "So you are him?" Son Goku asked, stepping forward and stiffening the blonde. "You smell like father," he said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. "Thank you?" Naruto asked, confused. "What happened to our Jinchuriki?" Saiken asked with a sad voice. He had become rather attached to Utakata. He was the first shinobi who actually enjoyed peace instead of war. "My guess is that their bodies were destroyed. I got no memory of them from Nagato," Naruto sighed sadly. After bringing the dragons from the dead, he pondered on what he had done and promised to be more responsible in the future. However, he would open an exception to Jinchuriki. "What now?" Son Goku asked in curiosity. "You are free to do what you want," Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "I'm going to seal the Ghetto Mazo back into the moon in a couple of days. I know that you can shift into smaller forms, so I recommend that if you wish to stay here in Konoha. You are all welcome to live in the Senju compound," Naruto said. "However, let me be clear," Naruto began in a serious voice. "You may be free, but you will comply with our rules. I would be most displeased by any unprovoked attack on humans," Naruto warned, laying the threat hanging in the air. Every Biju quickly nodded and started shifting their forms, similar to how they looked moments before they were born. "This is going to be so much fun!" Shukaku screamed, and Naruto pondered if releasing a Biju in Konoha had been wise. "What's the worst that could happen?" Naruto thought with an uneasy chuckle. Famous last words, after all. Undisclosed location, Orochimaru's laboratory. "How are the specimens going?" Orochimaru asked with his traditional raspy voice. Kabuto turned towards his master and pushed his glasses upwards before answering. "All failures as of now, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto answered. "Tsk," Orochimaru replied, annoyed by such failures. He'd been trying these experiments for the last couple of years and had nothing but failures. "I don't understand," Kabuto began. "Even at the cellular level, the Uchiha and Senju blood are destroying each other. I fear it may be impossible to combine both bloodlines into a viable vessel," Kabuto explained. "We both know that isn't true, Kabuto," Orochimaru replied in defiance. "Naruto is the prime example of that. He carries both bloodline in perfect harmony. You have seen firsthand the strength of his body and the power of his eyes. I, for one, do not think that Naruto was the firstborn from both clans. The shinobi world has existed for millennia, and we both know the Uchiha and Senju clans are among the first ones ever created. The probability of Naruto being the first ever born from both clans is slim to none. If someone had existed before Naruto that carried both bloodlines, we would have heard his name before," Orochimaru explained. Little did he know that there existed such a man before Naruto. Said man carried the name of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, otherwise known as the Sage of Six Paths, father of all ninjutsu. We just have to keep trying, Orochimaru replied through gritted teeth. Even his immortality quest hadn't been such a pain. Perhaps using Sasuke Uchiha's genetic material as that followed Kabuto offered. They had limited access to genetic material since both clans were nearly extinct. Perhaps, Orochimaru replied and immediately siphoned, filling another presence in the room. Show yourself, he ordered. Orochimaru watched as the figure rose from the ground. Toby, Orochimaru said, the name leaving a foul name in his mouth. How did you find me? Orochimaru asked, taking caution with the man in front of him. I never lost you, Orochimaru, Toby chuckled, his Sharingan glowing beneath the orange mask. Yes, Orochimaru drawled. What is it that you want? Surely this isn't a social call, Orochimaru stated, and watched as Toby sighed in annoyance. You must truly be desperate to come to me for help, Orochimaru smirked. I need a favor, Toby said, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A favor, you say? Orochimaru replied, licking his lips in amusement. And what can dear old me do for you? Orochimaru asked, a dark smile on his lips. I need a technique of yours, Toby began, and Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I would go to sleep for it, but the defenses are too tight since the Kuma invasion, and I can't afford to wait. Get on with it, Orochimaru said, losing his patience. I need the scroll for the Edo Tensei. Impure world reincarnation, Toby simply stated. My, Orochimaru chuckled evilly. That isn't a small favor to ask. You understand I must ask something in return. Orochimaru grinned while Toby sighed. He should have known Orochimaru better than this. I can offer you Sharingan, Toby offered, and Orochimaru just laughed. Sharingans are one of the simplest things for me to grow, Orochimaru said, licking his lips in anticipation. I want a white Setsu, Orochimaru said, and his eyes glistening with the prospect of possessing such a creature. Toby's eyes widened disbelief at the request. That is no small thing, Toby said, while Orochimaru just laughed in reply. The Edo Tensei is no small technique, Orochimaru smirked. He knew he had Toby in his hands. Toby pondered momentarily before finally agreeing to the terms. A single Zetsu rose from the ground. We have a deal then? Toby asked, ordering Nicole to go towards Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru replied, coughing on a scroll and throwing it at Toby, who caught it mid-air. Toby sunk to the ground and disappeared. If I may ask, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, and Orochimaru nodded in acceptance. Why did you accept to give him such a valuable technique? Kabuto asked, curious. Because now we can create our own army. With Toby. Toby rose from the ground inside a small cave. Once he was fully out of the ground, his body started shifting. The black cloak turned completely white and his Sharingan eyes turned to yellow. Did you get it? Black Setsu asked. Of course, White Setsu replied cheerily. Like stealing candy from a baby. White Setsu chuckled. Orochimaru didn't even suspect of him being a simple transformation of Toby, also known as Fugaku. Let us begin then, Black Setsu said and moved to the center of the room. White Setsu quickly skimmed through the scroll to read the hand seals and proceedings. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. White Setsu ran for the hand seals and watched as kanji poured into the ground, creating a hollow circle around Black Setsu. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning impure world reincarnation, White Setsu shouted, clasping both hands together. Black Setsu was instantly swarmed with leaves, easily covering his form. Black Setsu didn't even scream in pain as his body was consumed for both the source of the genetic material and the sacrifice necessary. So it finally happened. A deep voice rose from the pile of leaves. The man was light-skinned with waist-length, spiky black hair with shoulder-length veins framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. He wore crimson armor with numerous metal plates forming protective guards along his chest, waist, shoulders, and thighs. The man slowly opened his eyes to show blood-red color eyes with three black tomoes spinning. This isn't exactly the form I planned to return to, he commented. How long has it been, the man asked. Around 20 years, Madara-sama, Zetsu replied. And why have you summoned me in such a state? Madara asked in a flat tone. There have been complications to the original plan, Zetsu explained, and Madara raised a single eyebrow. Where is Fugaku? Madara asked. This way, Zetsu replied, leading Madara towards another room. Once they entered the room, they were greeted by a grotesque sight. Fugaku laid on a single table in the middle of the room. His body was completely torn to shreds. His skull was broken in half, displaying the brain for all to see. His head connected to the remainder of his chest by Zetsu material. His chest completely opened, the ribcage visible to the naked eye. The remaining limbs were non-existent. Who left him in such a state? Madara asked with surprise. Fugaku may not have been strong, but the man had unusual skill at avoiding damage. Your son, Zetsu replied. Minato did this to him, Madara asked with amusement while Zetsu nodded. He has grown strong. Stronger than you think, Zetsu replied. It seems there are a lot of things I don't know, Madara commented, still amused by seeing Fugaku utterly defeated by his son. Why don't you bring me up to speed? He rhetorically asked. Zetsu nodded and proceeded to inform Madara of everything that had occurred in the last few years. What about him? Zetsu asked towards Fugaku. Dispose of him, Madara replied offhandedly. Sir? Zetsu asked in confirmation. Did you really think I would share my goals with him? Madara asked with amusement. He was just cannon fodder. A means to an end, Madara said, and Zetsu shrugged before heading towards Fugaku and proceeded to eat him, leaving nothing behind. I look forward to dancing with you, Madara started, looking at the darkening sky, his eyes shifting into a silver color and a sinister smile tugging his lips. Senju Naruto, my grandson. And that is the end of chapter 59. Now for the last chapter of this video, chapter 60. Here we go. Chapter 60. Here we go again. Konoha. The entire village was in a state of bliss and excitement. The reason behind all this? The news of the previous Hokages had been brought to life had spread through the village like wildfire. Mere hours after the council meeting had finished, and already all of Konoha knew about the return of the fallen heroes. And everyone in the village, be it civilian or shinobi, always tried their best to walk by the Senju compound, in a desperate attempt to even catch a glimpse of the Hokages. Every Hokage had been a friend, a leader, and an icon to the people. And for those who didn't have the pleasure of knowing the legends in person, they did their best to at least see them. Tsunade had confined everyone to the compound during the last few days, waiting for the dust to settle, so to speak. It wasn't every day that the 5th Hokage barged onto the roof of the newly constructed Hokage Tower and shouted that the previous Hokages had been resurrected to the whole village. There was no finesse in her speech. It was a single shot that left most of the people rooted in place, with their jaws on the ground. Then again, finesse wasn't exactly a typical trait of the Senju clan. They tend to be louder and somewhat reckless to a fault, not to mention the unhealthy addiction to ramen. Not that Tucci was complaining, of course. The additional customers all looking to catch a glimpse of Naruto helped a lot. But anyways, I am digressing here. Let us focus on Naruto, who was currently laying down on his bed with Hinata sleeping next to him. It was still early in the day, so it was no surprise. What am I going to do now? Naruto thought to himself, playing with a strand of Hinata's silky hair. He had been so focused on the last 4 years of his life to train and train. His sole focus had been to become as strong as possible to take down the Akatsuki. But now that he did that, he felt disappointed. No, that wasn't it. Sad? No, that wasn't it either. He felt bored. With the Akatsuki alive, there was always the threat of something sparking and throwing him into combat. Now, he spent his days dealing with the paperwork that came with the position of clan head. Maybe he wasn't cut out to become Hokage, not if he had to deal with the paperwork 8 hours a day. He had to find something productive to do or he would go crazy. He still didn't know how to approach the whole bring peace to the world mission. Naruto was broken when he heard a particularly loud crash coming from the kitchen. The sound of dishes breaking and smashing to the floor came followed by a horrified screech of fear. Naruto raised an eyebrow when everything became quiet once again. Too quiet for his taste. That was why Naruto didn't even flinch in bed when the door to his room opened loudly and Kurama came right inside, still in his chibi form. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the look of sheer desperation the fox had.
Naruto, you've got to help me. Hide me. Send me back to Seal. Anything.
Kurama said, his voice filled with complete despair. What did you do? Naruto asked in amusement. He looked over to see Hinata stir slowly and rub her eyes, pushing the sleep away. Morning, Hinata mumbled, watching Kurama bounce frantically on Naruto's chest.
Quickly, she's coming.
Kurama shouted. Who's coming? Hinata asked in confusion, while Naruto just shrugged his shoulders in ignorance.
Hide me.
Kurama pleaded. Kurama-kun! A husky, soft voice cooed from the entrance of the room. From the sound of it, it was definitely female. Naruto looked over Kurama and spotted Matatabi strolling in calmly. Naruto looked back to Kurama and noticed his eyes widen with fear. Here you are, Matatabi cooed, jumping on the bed and laying on top of Hinata. Come here. Tabi-chan will take good care of you, she purred, while Kurama backed away slowly. Naruto watched in amusement as Kurama turned to him with pleading eyes. What's wrong? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Already tired of her family after only 1 week, Naruto taunted jokingly.
Save me! She craves my body!
Kurama said, and both Naruto and Hinata looked at each other with surprise. I didn't know you were into incest, Naruto chuckled while Kurama glared at him. So soft, Matatabi purred, rubbing herself on the sheets on top of Hinata. These sheets are so soft. What has she been drinking? Hinata asked, looking at Cat Biju. She's starting to freak me out. Is there catnip in Konoha? Naruto asked, trying to account for the Matatabi's attitude. I know that the Yamanaka and Naruto clan supply the hospital with many herbs, catnip included, but I don't know if there is any in the wild, Hinata replied. You smell like the fox boy, Matatabi purred and tried to lick Hinata in the face but was pushed backwards.
So she's high on that stuff. Phew.
Kurama sighed in relief. She's a Biju though. That stuff shouldn't affect her, Hinata pondered while Naruto just chuckled. The best way to picture Matatabi is like a cat infused with senjutsu. Even though she was created, she shares many traits with cats in general, Naruto explained, and watched as Matatabi's pupil dilated and she started rolling on the bed, wrapping herself in the blankets. Matatabi meowed happily and dropped her head, falling asleep.
Safe at last.
Kurama sighed in relief and dropped to the bed while Naruto just laughed.
That wasn't funny.
Kurama snapped.
I was nearly repeated by my sister.
Kurama whined, putting a paw over his eyes. It's 6 a.m., Naruto grumbled, hiding beneath the sheets while Hinata giggled in reply, hiding as well. However, as much as Naruto wanted whoever was knocking to go away, it didn't. The knocking started becoming more and more frantic as time went by, as in mere moments the window was already shaking from the poundings. But for love, come in, he snapped. The wooden door slammed open and a head peeked inside the room. Hashirama, what do you want? Yeah, why are you naked? Naruto yelled at him from the bed. Hashirama was completely naked, trying desperately to hide his little Hashirama with his hands. What is wrong with you? Naruto shouted, walking to his great-grandfather. You just don't barge into someone else's room naked! Hinata simply chose to avert her gaze. There were some things that were best left to the imagination. Not that she imagined a naked Hashirama in the first place. I'll just stop thinking about it, Hinata thought, find her quiet place for all the ruckus at 6 a.m. You've got to help me, Hashirama pleaded. It burns, he whined. Explain, Naruto sighed. It's like this. Me and Mito-chan were, Hashirama struggled for words. Having sex? Naruto offered, and Hashirama nodded furiously, grimacing as another wave of what seemed to be pain washed over him. She still doesn't have full control over that paper bloodline you gave her, and in the heat of the moment, Hashirama chilled up, and both Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened, unintentionally drawing their eyes to Hashirama's groin area. Don't tell me that she gave you a paper cut down there, Naruto asked, and Hashirama nodded furiously. Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine. Now fix it! Hashirama demanded, taking his hands away and displaying his manhood for all to see. Gah! Naruto yelled, looking to the side. I'm not touching your junk! You don't have to touch it, just do the whole green thing, Hashirama pleaded, and Naruto reluctantly agreed. Naruto slowly approached and knelt to the ground, placing his hands a good foot away from him. His hands glowed green and Hashirama sighed in relief. There, Naruto said, getting up as fast as he could. Now go away and learn some decency, Naruto said, and Hashirama laughed, thanking him profoundly.
That was the greatest thing I ever witnessed. The great Senju Hashirama got a paper gun on his dick.
Kurama laughed, rolling on the ground. There's something wrong with your side of the family, Hinata said, deadpanning. Now, Hina-chan, we do share the same ancestor after all. We are all descendants of Princess Kaguya, Naruto lectured, while Hinata just rolled her eyes. Yes, but my family branch has some decency at least, Hinata explained, thinking back to the Hyuga clan. Your family enslaved their own blood, Naruto replied, deadpanning. Okay, point, Hinata conceded. And don't get me started on the whole decency thing, Naruto began his sing-song voice. You have the Byakugan, which grants you X-ray vision. Are you telling me that you never peek beneath someone's clothing? Naruto asked in teasing voice. Absolutely not. Huff! Hinata huffed in playful defiance. You sure? Naruto teased from on top of her. Never took a peek at me before we became intimate? Naruto asked, putting a soft kiss in her neck.
Oh, great. They're going at it again.
Kurama grumbled and fought, laying himself out of the room and dragged the unconscious Matatabi with him. He planned on chaining Matatabi somewhere just to be safe. No. Hinata giggled from the kiss. You're lying, Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled. I know you perved on me during our train, Naruto teased, tickling her stomach. Maybe, she giggled in reply, making his grin widen. I knew it! He cheered in victory. Hinata took his momentary moment of celebration and rolled him over, pushed him to the bed, and staying on top, straddling him. This is no way to treat a princess, Hinata huffed. Go make me a sandwich, she demanded playfully. You are no longer a princess, you know, Naruto asked, and Hinata just stared at him in surprise. Oh, Hinata muttered, trying to hide her sad smile. She liked being called a princess. It was an affectionate name. Hinata-chan, Naruto began softly. He saw her sad expression. A princess is when they are pretty, young, and naive. You're so much more than that. Our battle in Kumo opened my eyes. You are strong, stronger than I thought. And you are no longer simply pretty. You are beautiful in ways I can't explain. Cheesy, Hinata thought with a smile. You're a queen. My queen. Naruto finished, emphasizing on the word my. As long as you're my king, Hinata said, laying down and pressing her breast to his chest. Forever, Naruto said, kissing her lovingly. My queen. With Madara sat on a stone throne, twirling a small locket of golden hair. He was lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice Zetsu appearing in front of him. Master? Zetsu called, breaking Madara from his musings. What do you want? Madara asked evenly. Are you going to sit there all day musing about your past? Zetsu asked, and Madara raised an eyebrow in amusement. Since when do you care about what I do? Madara asked with annoyance. Because reasons, Zetsu replied cheekily. Madara grunted. Tell me, Zetsu. What is the state of the elemental nations? He asked with some curiosity. The elemental nations have been rather peaceful for around 25 years if you don't count a few slides here and there. As of now, Konoha is allied to Kiridu, their help in the Bloodline Wars. There is talk about a possible alliance between Konoha and Kumo, but that is just rumors. Suna and Iwa are also fully allied and bear a particular grudge against the Leaf, Zetsu finished. I died shortly after Minato wiped out Iwa's army, but I remember Suna being on good terms with Konoha, Madara explained. 3 years ago, Suna teamed up with Orochimaru and launched a surprise invasion on Konoha. They were slaughtered and ended up losing their Kage, their only Biju, and nearly a fifth of their forces. After that, feelings became sour between Konoha and Suna, Zetsu explained, while Madara just shook his head. Amateurs, Madara chuckled. And Iwa, he asked. They have made a few moves over the years, but nothing significant, Zetsu answered, and Madara pondered on his next move. What will you do? Zetsu asked. I guess I'll pay a visit to dear old Onoki, Madara replied, getting up. But first, I need to check on something, Madara said, and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, Madara said, and with a mighty roar, the Geto Mazo burst from the ground. Madara looked at the statue and focused on linking up with it. Tell me, Setsu, Madara began in a normal tone. What is wrong with this picture, he asked, pointing towards the Geto Mazo in front of him. I don't understand, Master, Zetsu cocked his head in confusion. The Geto Mazo seems to be missing a couple bijou, Madara replied with annoyance. You told me that Fugaku and Nagato had managed to capture Nibi, Sambi, Yambi, Gobi, and Orokubi. And yet, the Geto Mazo is empty, Madara informed him. I don't know, Master. Where are my eyes? Madara asked, trying his best to hide his annoyance at Zetsu. Konan, Zetsu stammered when he felt Madara's killing intent rising. Setsu, Madara growled. Where is my Rinnegan, he asked. Nagato had them, but after the battle they were gone. Zetsu gulped under Madara's glare. Konan will know. Ask her, Zetsu answered quickly. And where is Konan? Madara asked. Amagakur, Zetsu replied. Take me there, Madara ordered, and Zetsu nodded quickly, disappearing into the ground. Next time, maybe I should give more intelligence to my creations. Zetsu is almost as dumb as a rock. Madara sighed, shaking his head. Hidden Rain Village. This concludes the meeting. Thank you all, Konan said, getting up and leaving the meeting room. The Hidden Rain Village was going well enough, but things were more difficult to handle without Nagato there. He was the leader. He knew how to run things better than her. Will do, Lady Konan, Kuro replied and walked away. Konan sighed and walked towards Pain's tower. She chuckled softly at the name, but didn't have the heart to change it. The tower and the whole village was her memento to Nagato and Yaiko. She stepped inside the room and felt unusually nervous. She stood in the doorway. The entire room was pitch black, with a few thunders lighting up the room momentarily. A loud thunder roared in the sky and gave enough light for Konan to notice the outline of a man sitting in Nagato's chair. Who are you? Konan asked, her voice taking a dangerous tone. Who knows? The figure chuckled, and Konan saw that the figure was definitely male from a deep voice. What do you want? She asked firmly, her body already showing several cracks as her bloodline triggered into action, expecting a battle. What belongs to me? The man replied, getting up and started walking forward. Konan took a step back and prepared herself for battle as the man walked forward, still shrouded in darkness. Step. Another thunder lit up the room, enough to show the man's feet and upper legs. He was clad in samurai-like red armor. Step. Konan looked up as the man approached, one step at a time. Her eyes widened when another thunder lit up the room and showed the man's face. Blood-red eyes with blonde, black, spiky hair. Uchiha Madara, Konan whispered, finally noticing the white Setsu in the corner, watching everything. So that Tui fellow worked for you? Konan asked, while Madara chuckled. Worked? Madara asked with amusement. You seem to be mistaken. He was my pawn. It's as simple as that. Yes, Konan drawled. She didn't exactly have much love for Toby either. What do you want? She asked. What belongs to me? Madara replied once more. Konan just stared blankly at him. My eyes. I want my Rinnegan back, Madara said, and Konan's eyes widened. Don't be so surprised. I gave him the Rinnegan to begin with. He was supposed to bring me back with it, but alas, not everything worked out as I planned, Madara chuckled. I don't know, Konan said neutrally. Let us agree to not lie to each other, okay? Madara asked, and Konan didn't reply. I will ask again. Where is my Rinnegan? Madara stressed. I don't... Konan didn't even see it coming. One moment Madara's a few feet away, the other he was standing in front of her, his right arm extended. Konan received a strong punch to the stomach. It felt like being hit by a train. She felt blood vessels burst, her diaphragm collapsing from the pressure. Her knees buckled from the force of the blow, and as she went down, she swore she heard a cracking noise ricochet between her ribs. She lay on her knees, spewing out blood from her mouth like a fountain. "What did we agree on?" Mater asked, gently rising Conan's chin upwards. He noticed the pain and bloody expression on her face. "Now, where are my eyes?" Mater asked calmly. "Where? You," Conan coughed. "Will never get them." Conan chuckled weakly, and Mater dropped her to the floor. "Why can't people just answer truthfully?" Mater sighed. "You could have lived, you know. I only wanted the Rinnegan, but now I guess I'll keep the Rain Village as well." Mater said with a dark smile. Conan rose as fast as he could to protest, but Mater slammed his hand over her chest. "Ningendo, human path." Mater ripped Conan's soul out of her body, reining her mind in the process. Conan's body toppled to the floor, her eyes open wide and staring blankly into nowhere. "Naruto," Mater sighed. "You are getting on my nerves, and I didn't even meet you." With Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Tsunade asked, seeing Naruto strolling inside her office carelessly and plopping down on the couch. "Stuff," Naruto replied and leaned back on the couch, releasing a sigh of bliss. Tsunade left him be and focused back on the paperwork, reproducing on the desk. Naruto groaned and Tsunade looked up, but he still had his eyes closed. 5 minutes later, Naruto groaned again and Tsunade's eyes twitched. Naruto groaned again and Tsunade jumped to her feet. "Naruto!" she snapped. "What are you doing here?" she snarled. "Protecting you from assassins," Naruto replied offhandedly, looking at the ceiling. "Doesn't anyone ever attack you?" Naruto asked, and you could feel the hidden ambush shake their heads in disbelief. "Danzo tried it 2 weeks ago," Tsunade informed him and sat back down, having taken out her frustrations with the previous shout. Naruto was about to groan again and most likely be punched out of the room by Tsunade when there was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," Tsunade replied, welcoming any type of break that didn't originate from Naruto. Shizune's head peeked inside the room. "There is a team from Iwa wishing to speak to you. They say it's urgent," Shizune informed, and both Naruto and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Send them in," Tsunade replied, and Shizune opened the door fully. A team of 3 stepped inside the room, flanked by 2 Anbu. Naruto looked up from the couch and spied familiar faces in all 3 of them, some friendlier than others. "Hokage-sama." All 3 shinobi bowed slightly as a sign of respect, even if a particular brash male on the team didn't have any. "Lord Senju," Kurosuchi said, turning towards Naruto and bowing once more. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the green but moved on. "Kurosuchi," Naruto replied, and she nodded once. "Taiseki," Naruto said, and the man huffed. "Ren-chan," Naruto said happily, and the girl waved shyly. "Congratulations on making Jonin. I knew you had it in you," Naruto said, and Ren nodded quickly, trying desperately to cool down her cheeks. "Naruto," Tsunade said, breaking the conversation. "Stop hitting on the girl. You're a married man, for Kami's sake." Tsunade laughed, while Naruto just shook his head in amusement. "Anyway," Tsunade began. "What's the urgency in speaking to me?" Tsunade asked. "Our mission was to deliver this to you," Kurosuchi informed the Hokage, stepping forward and placing a single scroll on the desk. "What is this about?" Tsunade asked with curiosity, picking up the scroll. "Lord Tsuchikage is calling for a meeting between all 5 Kages," Kurosuchi replied, and Tsunade's head snapped up from the scroll. The 5 Kage summit was extremely rare, usually only occurring in times of war or peace talks. "Akatsuki," Tsunade thought, her eyes quickly reading for the contents of the scroll. She looked sideways to Naruto, who was entertained by talking to Ren and completely oblivious to what Kurosuchi had said. "I see," Tsunade simply said. "Time and location?" Tsunade asked formally. 5 days from now. Lord Tsuchikage chose the Land of Iron due to his security and neutrality, Kurosuchi explained, and Tsunade nodded. "I'll be there," Tsunade replied, stamping the documents and handing them over to Kurosuchi. "Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama." Kurosuchi bowed as she and her team left the room. "I'm taking you with me," Tsunade said towards Naruto, who nodded in acknowledgement. I never met Onoki personally, Naruto muttered, dropping his head back on the couch. Minutes went by and Naruto started growing again, much to Tsunade's annoyance. This is boring, Naruto sighed, waving his arms in frustration. Naruto, Tsunade began sweetly. Go away. Naruto gulped and bolted out of the room, not wanting to unleash the wrath of Senju Tsunade. Leave, Mito said politely. Naruto gulped and ran away from the village's walls, where Mito was looking at the perimeter seals. Go away, Mito said, pushing Naruto out of the compound. The boy was getting on his nerves. Out! Toyarama shouted, kicking Naruto out of the Ambo division on the other side of the village. This sucks, Naruto thought to himself, walking aimlessly. Everyone was busy, and now Naruto had nothing to do but to stroll around Konoha. He sighed and spotted Konohamaru and again a few feet away. Hey Konohamaru, Naruto shouted, approaching him, Moegi and Udon. Yo boss, Konohamaru greeted him enthusiastically. What you doing here, Konohamaru asked. Want to learn a new technique, Naruto offered, and Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with happiness. Of course, Itai! Konohamaru yelled in pain since Moegi was tugging rather harshly on his ear. He won't be learning anything today. We have a mission, Moegi huffed, keeping Konohamaru in line before he and Naruto bolted to some training ground. I guess, Konohamaru muttered, nursing his swollen ear. I'll see you later, Konohamaru said, and left with his team towards the gates. What am I going to do? Naruto whined and thought, dropping his head. There is always ramen, Naruto thought, his eyes lined up as he ran full speed towards Ichiraku's, swearing to set a new record today. On the other side of town, Tucci felt a shiver crawl up his spine, and for the life of him, he couldn't tell if what was coming was a good thing or a bad thing. Yo, old man, Naruto called, pushing the curtains wide open and sitting on one of the stools. Naruto-kun, Ayame greeted him cheerily. Ayame-chan, Naruto cheered, seeing Tucci's daughter at the counter. It's been a while, Naruto said, and Ayame nodded. So, how many? Ayame asked cheekily, while Naruto laughed in response. I'll bet. Ah! Naruto was saying when a crippling headache rendered him on the floor. Naruto-kun! Ayame yelled, jumping over the counter. She knelt beside him and helped him turn around, cradling his head. Naruto was breathing hard and had a small trail of blood leaking from both eyes. His Mangekyo turned on at full power. Fine. Naruto struggled to answer, his breathing slowly returning to normal. You are not fine, Ayame snapped, taking a tissue from her pockets and cleaning his face. This is not fine, she said, showing Naruto the bloody napkin. Naruto looked at the napkin and brought a hand to his own face, gently running his fingers over his cheek. He looked at his hand and grimaced when he spotted the blood smeared over the skin. I'm good, Ayame, Naruto said, dropping affectionate name and getting up. I've got to go, Naruto said and rushed away.
What happened?
Kurama asked with apprehension.
It felt like a massive chakra surge from your eyes.
Someone ripped the Gedomazo out of my Kamui dimension, Naruto replied, rushing to the hospital.
It's not possible,
Kurama said in disbelief. You better believe it because it's not there anymore, Naruto replied. With Hinata. Hinata was having a rather peaceful day at the hospital. She had completed her daily clinic hours and was now in her own private laboratory working on her research. She let out a small shriek of surprise when the door burst open and Naruto rushed inside. Where's the Rinnegan? Naruto asked immediately. What? The Rinnegan, Naruto asked once more. Why is there dry blood on your face? Hinata asked, concerned. Hinata-chan, I'm fine, Naruto reassured her, placing a single hand on her shoulder. He took a deep breath to calm down. Where is the Rinnegan? Naruto asked, and Hinata motioned for him to follow. Hinata went to a fridge that stood nearby and opened the door. She took out a single vial, and Naruto could see two flowing eyeballs in the midst of the greenish liquid. That's not possible, Naruto said, looking in shock at the Rinnegan from Nagato. He had given it to Hinata so she could run a few tests and perhaps find out who it belonged to. After all, you need both Uchiha and Senju blood to achieve the Rinnegan, and both clans were from the Leaf. What's not possible, Naruto-kun? You're not making any sense, Hinata replied softly, and watched as Naruto sat down and brought his hands to his head. Someone summoned the Ghetto Mazo, Naruto explained, and Hinata's eyes widened. Someone ripped it out of my Kamui dimension. That alone takes a powerful chakra for someone with a lot to use. And I mean a lot. High Kage at least, Naruto explained. What are you going to do? Hinata asked softly. We can't wait any longer. See if you can speed up the DNA results of the eyes, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, going back to work at full speed. And you? Hinata asked, never looking off the microscope. I'm going to train, Naruto replied, and was about to vanish in a flash when he saw Hinata stumble. He was beside her in the blink of an eye and gently grabbed her. You alright? He asked, concerned in his tone. I just felt lightheaded for a moment, Hinata answered, saying herself once more. My eyes hurt. I guess I'm tired, Hinata mumbled, rubbing her eyes to dull the slight pain she had. Don't push yourself too hard, Hinata-chan. Naruto pecked her cheek and vanished in a flash. Hinata rubbed her eyes once more before going back to work. Later that day, Senju Compound. There was a somber mood at the Senju Compound, especially around the beaches, since they heard from Naruto the possible existence of another Rinnegan somewhere out there. They thought they were free at last, free of human control. But fate, it seemed, had another set of plans for them. The only safe place now was Konoha. Naruto knew that the Ghetto Mazo was far away, and that was enough for him, for now. It was a good thing he hadn't sealed it back to the moon, otherwise he would never have known that someone else had summoned it back here, to the earth. Every dragon, including Tsunade and the pervert, were gathered in the kitchen. They waited in silence for Hinata to arrive with the DNA results. Enough of this, Tsunade said sharply, snapping everyone from their thoughts. It's not like the statue had the Biju in them. They only have a hollow husk, she said. It's not about the Biju. It's about another pair of eyes somewhere out there, Naruto stated. It's just a Rinnegan, Tsunade said, crossing her arms while Naruto shook his head. You have no idea the full power of the Rinnegan. Naruto let out a hollow chuckle. It's not just another pair of eyes like the Sharingan or Byakugan. Sure, you can access some nifty jutsus with them, but that is not what I'm talking about. They aren't called the Eyes of God for no good reason. Bring back the dead? It's just a parlor trick. With barely a year in using the Rinnegan, I already have enough skill with it to destroy the moon and create another one just like it, Naruto said, and everyone's jaw dropped. The human body peaks at around 25 years old, which means I will only get stronger until then, and as I age, so will my skill and control over the Rinnegan. Eventually, there will be nothing stopping me from destroying this universe and simply creating one of my own image, Naruto said, and everyone just stared at him. The Rinnegan offers me absolute control over life, death, time, space, destruction, and creation itself. I can already destroy and create many things. In time, dimension hopping will become as easy as breathing. The next step would be to perfect control over the yin-yang release itself, allowing me to use every single jutsu in the world, be it bloodline or not. So you see, the Rinnegan isn't just some eye, Naruto finished, and everyone was slack-jawed at the explanation. But you aren't going to, are you? Tsunade asked wearily, seeing Naruto frown his eyebrows in confusion. Destroy the world and create another in your image? Tsunade gulped and everyone stared at Naruto, who held a smirk. Maybe, Naruto replied mysteriously, while Tsunade just stared at him blankly. Just joking. But you know the stories of the Rinnegan very well. It is said that in times when the world was in disorder, a person is sent down from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world, or a destroyer who will reduce everything into nothingness, Naruto finished. Some jewel we got from heaven, now muttered and smirked towards Naruto. Hey, he snapped. I take offense to that. I'm very... Hinata! Naruto stopped mid-sentence when everyone heard Hinata enter the room. I've got some good news and bad news, Hinata said, sitting down and placing a small folder with documents on the table. Which ones you want first? She asked. Let's start with the bad news so that the good news can cheer us up, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. The bad news is that I couldn't find an exact match in the database, Hinata informed, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It was to be expected. And the good news, he asked? I managed to find an exact match in the database, Hinata giggled, and Naruto stared at her blankly. I'm confused, he simply said. I think this Rinnegan is artificial to some degree, Hinata said thoughtfully. What do you mean by artificial? Toyarama asked, leaning into the conversation. Take Naruto-kun for example, Hinata began pointing towards the blonde. He has a Rinnegan due to Uchiha and Senju blood. However, he only has one DNA, like everyone else. He has a DNA signature, and on that, we can trace several Uchiha and Senju markers, Hinata explained, and everyone nodded in acknowledgement. This Rinnegan, however, has two different strands of DNA, Hinata said, and Tsunade's eyes widened. It would seem someone mixed Uchiha and Senju blood together and hoped for the best. The good news is that I don't think this Rinnegan is fully functional, since both bloodlines aren't properly merged like Naruto's. In this Rinnegan, both bloodlines are always fighting each other for dominance, Hinata finished, and waited for everyone to process the information. And how does it not being fully functional translate into its abilities, Naruto asked. He needs to know that information desperately. I can only speculate about that, Naruto-kun. But if I had to guess, since both yin and yang energies aren't properly balanced, he might be able to access the 6 paths, maybe a few limbo techniques, but I don't think yin-yang release would be possible, Hinata finished, and Naruto released a sigh of relief he didn't know he was holding. I'll sleep better tonight knowing this Rinnegan is weaker, but what about the other one out there? The one who summoned the Ghetto Mazo, Hashirama asked. We don't know who is out there. The only thing we can do is wait for that someone to make his move. The good news is that he or she only possessed the empty husk since I already had extracted the Biju. But if they knew that the statue had Biju inside, then they will know that someone else is a Rinnegan as well, Naruto explained. It's like a game of cat and mouse, Toyarama sighed, while Hashirama patted his back. Enough about the artificial Rinnegan. What are the DNA results? Tsunade asked with curiosity. Like I said, I managed to isolate 2 different strands of DNA. I found a perfect match to the Senju DNA, Hinata said, pushing the report towards Tsunade, who swiftly picked it up. 100% match to Senju Hashirama? Tsunade said, and everyone's head snapped towards Hashirama. What? He snapped. Are you telling me that there's a piece of me in there? Hashirama shouted, pointing towards the floating eyeballs in the flask. Unfortunately, getting someone else's DNA is fairly easy. You only need a piece of hair, a little blood. A simple spar would suffice, Tsunade sighed, and closed the report and picked up the other one. She quickly read through the details and her head snapped towards Minato. What? Minato asked, confused, seeing Tsunade's gaze on him. Uchiha DNA. 25% match to Minato, Tsunade said. And 25% means... Minato asked, gulping under all the attention he was receiving. Grandfathers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, half-siblings, double first cousins, Hinata informed. Give me the isolated Uchiha DNA, Naruto said, and Hinata threw him a vial. On Miotan, Bambutsu Sozo, creation of all things, Naruto said, and the glass vial started floating in his hand. The glass instantly shattered, leaving behind only the genetic material. Everyone watched with enrapt attention as Naruto created a body from a small sample of DNA. As the body started forming and growing, anyone could see he was a male, with long black hair with a slight tinge of blue. His bangs parted down the center of his face to frame both sides of it. Shit! Toyarama said, jumping to his feet instinctively. He looks familiar, Now muttered. Who is that? Tsunade asked towards Toyarama and Hashirama. Judging from their expressions, they knew very well who laid on the ground, breathing evenly. The person on the ground groaned. Just before opening his eyes, and almost immediately, a familiar red color swarmed his eyes. Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 61. All Hail the King. Previously. Shit, Toyarama said, jumping to his feet instinctively. He looks familiar, Now muttered. Who is that? Tsunade asked towards Toyarama and Hashirama. Judging from their expressions, they knew very well who laid on the ground, breathing evenly. The person on the ground groaned just before opening his eyes, and almost immediately, A familiar red color swarmed his eyes. Uchiha Izuna. Now, where am I? Izuna wondered. He remembered dying. Correction, he remembered he was going to die. He knew that once he fell asleep he wouldn't wake up again. And yet, he felt awake. He could hear a multitude of people around him. Talking. Rather loudly, he might add. Shit! Izuna heard a shout and he felt he knew that voice. He was familiar with another one. His body felt weird. It was like every sense was different from what he remembered, but in a good way. He no longer had that constant little pain in his hands from the multiple fractures he had during his life. Who is that? A female voice this time, unknown to him as well. Izuna thought he had observed long enough and decided to open his eyes. He involuntarily let out a groan as he tried to at least sit up. He opened his eyes, squinting at the brightness of the room. His eyes hurt slightly, as if they had never experienced light at all. Due to the pain in his eyes, he instinctively activated his Sharingan. Izuna opened his blood-red eyes, and the first thing he saw was a lot of people in front of him. He quickly skimmed over the faces, all of them strangers to him, until his eyes latched on a very specific person who had white, spiky hair and free red markings on his face. Bah! Toyarama said, curling his lips in distaste. Tobirama! Izuna shouted, startling everybody and jumping to his feet. His right hand instinctively went to a single tiger hand seal. Katon. Ah! Izuna gurgled, beginning a fire technique only for Naruto to blitz towards him. Naruto grabbed Izuna by the neck and slammed him on the ground. Traitor! Izuna roared, looking at the blazing Sharingan eyes of the man restraining him. Let me go, or you will die screaming alongside him! Naruto, however, simply disregarded his shouts and unleashed a small pulse of lightning chakra, enough to disrupt Izuna's own network. Nissan? Izuna croaked and fought, blacking out. His last images were that of a man with a Sharingan that strongly resembled his older brother. What is wrong with you? Toyarama snapped at Naruto. You just don't bring Uchiha back to life like that and don't expect reprisals. He only attacked because he saw you, Naruto countered, picking Izuna up and wrapping his arms and legs together. I guess you two have a history, Naruto said. You could say that. He was my Madara, Toyarama explained, putting things in perspective. I killed him though, Toyarama said, and everyone's sweat dropped. I have to agree with Toyarama, Naruto-kun. Bring back a Kage little shinobi without preparing for it was rather reckless, Hinata stated. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders as he finished tying up Izuna. Why did you bring him back in the first place? Hashirama asked. Answers, Naruto replied. I wanted to know what happened to his eyes and how they turned into a Rinnegan. Well, now began. We know that Madara stole his eyes, and that's a lie! Izuna snarled, awake once again. Everyone turned towards the tied Uchiha. That is a lie. I was dying, so I gave him my eyes voluntarily. He was my brother. We would never harm one another, Izuna said, spatting his answer at the female Uchiha. Well, that answers that, Itachi said thoughtfully. Is that true? Naruto asked, and Izuna nodded firmly. Interesting, Naruto muttered, bringing his hand to his chin. Why did you give him the eyes in the first place? We come from the pure bloodline. We don't get blind from using the Mangekyo, Naruto asked. Pure blood? Blind? What are you talking about? Izuna asked, annoyed by such senseless words. Never mind all of that. Why did you give him your eyes? Naruto asked, and Izuna raised an eyebrow. Why should I tell you anything? Izuna asked with amusement. I'm all tied up. You didn't even offer refreshments to your cooperating prisoner. Izuna chuckled while Naruto didn't seem too happy. Answer me one question, and I shall answer yours in reply, Izuna offered with a grin. Fine, Naruto sighed. Who are you? Izuna asked the blonde. Was the blonde related to his brother? They certainly looked alike aside from the blonde hair and strange whisker marks. Senju Naruto, Naruto answered, making Izuna narrow his eyes. You have the Sharingan like me. Why are you called Senju? Izuna asked sharply. My father was an Uchiha, and my mother was a Senju. I had to pick one, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. You lie, Izuna said with a harsh tone. The Uchiha and Senju clans have been adversaries since the dawn of time. Neither member of the clans would mingle with each other. Not in these times of war, Izuna finished. Told you, Toriyama said. Bringing back someone from the dead from so long ago was rushed. Died? Izuna wondered softly. I remember dying. How is it I am here? Izuna asked with confusion. I brought you back, Naruto answered truthfully. No one can bring back the dead, Izuna countered. The shinobi world has changed a lot. You have been dead for a very long time. Great uncle, Naruto said, making Izuna's eyes widen in surprise. Only Madara was left alive. So, that means you were his grandson. Prove it, Izuna challenged. Izuna narrowed his eyes when he noticed Naruto's Sharingan morph into a Mangekyo. Another one? Izuna thought with surprise. He watched his space swirl in front of him. Madara's war fan came out of Naruto's dimension. So it is true after all. Izuna sighed and looked up, spying another blonde man within the crowded room. Naruto caught Izuna's eyes and smirked. Meet Madara's son and my father, Naruto said, pushing Minato forward. Nice to meet you, uncle, Minato said awkwardly. You are my brother's son? Izuna asked in disbelief. Minato simply nodded. I don't see it, Izuna stated, making Minato drop his head. It's the hair, dear. Kushina patted Minato's back. Tell me, Izuna began. How long has it been? It's a strange sight for me to see several Usenju and Uchiha clanmembers sitting in the same room so peacefully. Times have changed, Izuna, Hashirama said, making Izuna glare at the Senju. The shinobi world is no longer a battlefield like the world we knew. Instead of single clans, there are now shinobi villages. Me and Madara brought our clans together and founded the first of many villages. As of now, there are 5 great nations. There is a Hidden Cloud village in the Light Country, ruled by the Raikage. The Hidden Sand village in the Wind Country, ruled by the Kazekage. The Hidden Mist village in Water Country, ruled by the Mizukage. The Hidden Rock village in the Earth Country, ruled by the Tsuchikage. I think you may have heard of him. The current Tsuchikage is Oanoki, Hashirama said, and Izuna nodded. He had heard the name of that talented brat before. And finally, the Hidden Leaf village in the Fire Country, ruled by the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade. My daughter, Hashirama said, pointing towards the busty blonde. I seriously doubt Madara ever agreed to team up with you after everything, Izuna said softly. About the eyes, Naruto trailed off. I suppose you answered enough of my questions, Izuna said thoughtfully. It's simple, really. I was dying, so I gave them to Madara. But why give them? We don't get blind from overusing Mangekyo, Naruto stated, making Izuna's eyes twitch in annoyance. I know we don't, you blind fool, Izuna scowled. Madara was injured in the battlefield. He was slowly losing his sight, and the more he pushed his Sharingan on Mangekyo, the more he aggravated his condition. We didn't exactly have access to proper health care back then. And I guess you died shortly after giving him your eyes, Naruto wondered, and Izuna nodded. So this is Madara's Rinnegan, Naruto said, and Izuna's head snapped to the flask on the table. I wonder how Nagato had them in the first place, Naruto muttered out loud. Rinnegan? Are those Madara Ni's eyes? Izuna wondered in thought, looking at the two flowing eyeballs. We have two accounted Rinnegan users, you and Madara, Toyarama said, and Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to the blonde and looked at him in both confusion and intrigue. Who do you think is out there with another Rinnegan? Toyarama threw the question into the air. How could I have forgotten? Naruto facepalmed while everyone looked at him in confusion. I forgot about Zetsu, Naruto said, remembering the last Akatsuki member. What's so special about Zetsu? From her intel, he was a recon member of the group, and that was about it, Hashirama replied, confused. White Zetsu, yes, but the black Zetsu was different. When I talked to all the Akatsuki, I felt his chakra. It was so similar to my father's chakra that it was scary, Naruto said, and let the information hang in the air. Do we have Madara's DNA on storage? Naruto asked. You are not bringing back Madara, Toyarama snapped towards the blonde. You fool! Do you want a war on your hands? Toyarama roared, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Toyarama was always a collected individual. Easy, Toby, Naruto said, hoping to calm his uncle. How about I use the Edo Tensei? That gives me control over him, Naruto offered, making Toyarama glare at him even harder. You are a fool. Madara had one of the most powerful chakras I have ever felt, and while yours is slightly more powerful, I doubt even you'll be able to bind him to your will, Toyarama said dryly. Relax, Toyarama, Hinata began. We don't have his genetic material, otherwise the eyes would have found a 50% match towards him, Hinata explained, and Toyarama sighed in relief, slumping on the couch. Thank God for that, Toyarama replied. I thought you liked Madara, Naruto asked, confused. As if, Izuna chuckled. I did, Toyarama replied, making Izuna's eyes bulge out. He and Izuna over there were the only Uchihas I respected back then. Then why all the panic, Hinata asked. Because Madara is both stubborn and volatile. Not to mention as powerful as Hashirama when he supposedly died. If you get an idea into his head, sheesh, you'll never hear the end of it, Toyarama said, and everyone's sweat dropped. I have to agree on that, Izuna chimed in. Oh, you're still here, Toyarama said, making everyone's sweat drop. Of course I'm still here, you bastard, Izuna snarled. What are you going to do with him? Hashirama asked. He didn't expect Naruto to resurrect someone purely for answers. I say we kill him and be done with this, Toyarama said, crossing his arms and looking poignantly at Naruto. Izuna grunted. He would embrace death head-on. Besides, being dead wasn't so bad. It was rather peaceful. I suppose, Naruto said, his eyes turning to the Rinnegan as he placed a single hand on Izuna's head. Ningen... Wait! Hinata said, stopping Naruto from removing Izuna's soul. Izuna opened his eyes and looked at the soul Hyuga in the room. This is what I talked about back in Kiri. When you can give life a mere snap of a finger, you tend to lose the notion of life itself, Hinata explained. Could you be any more cryptic? Hashirama groaned. What I'm trying to say is that all life is important, Hinata began softly. It doesn't matter if it came from Naruto-kun or Kami herself. Every life is important and to be protected, Hinata finished, and Naruto sighed, stepping back. You owe your life to my wife. Be thankful she has a kind heart, Naruto said. Izuna grunted. Please. The Uchiha in him had pride. He would never thank an enemy for sparing his life. That still doesn't resolve his fate, Minato said. Just to be clear, Tsunade began sharply, I don't want a Roku Uchiha running rampant in my village. Naruto hummed, bringing a hand to his chin. Tell me, Izuna, you still don't think that Hashirama and Madara teamed up for the greater good? Naruto asked, and Hinata smiled, knowing where Naruto was taking this. Naruto was giving Izuna something that all Uchihas treasured above all else. Family. Come. Naruto said, releasing Izuna from his binds and motioning for him to follow. Let me show you what Madara and Hashirama built together, Naruto smiled, leading Izuna outside the compound into the village that his brother had built. Outside of Senju compound, Konoha. Hang on tight, Naruto said, placing a hand on Izuna's shoulder and flashing both of them towards Hokage Mountain. What was that? Izuna groaned, feeling the world dancing around him. It was that blasted technique from Toyarama! Izuna snarled. Relax, Izuna, Naruto said, calming the Uchiha. You are among family. There are no enemies here, Naruto said. Izuna grumbled at being ordered around by some brat, but reluctantly followed. This, Naruto said, stepping to the ledge of the Hokage Mountain and gazing into the village. Wow, Izuna breathed out, looking at all the light in the village. This is a Hidden Leaf Village, founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Naruto said, and Izuna just looked in amazement. During the night, Konoha was an amazing sight to behold. Hidden Leaf Village? Izuna asked, confused. Don't blame me or Hashirama for the name. It was Madara that came up with it, Naruto chuckled while Izuna looked at Naruto in disbelief. He grunted. Naruto smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Moving on, Naruto said, and flashed them both to the streets of Konoha. Even at nightfall, the village was bustling with activity. How many clans live here? Izuna asked, walking down the streets and looking around. Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, Senju, Inuzuka, Kurama, and several smaller ones, Naruto explained. No Uchiha clan? Izuna asked, confused, and saw Naruto flinch. Yes, Naruto began slowly. The Uchiha clan lived here until a few years ago, Naruto said, hoping to not lose Izuna after this. What happened? Izuna asked, his voice taking a dangerous tone. Greed, Naruto replied, and Izuna stopped walking, looking at him in disbelief. The only Uchihas alive now are me, Itachi, now my father, and you, Naruto said. What happened? Izuna asked sadly. I killed them, Naruto said bluntly, and Izuna's jaw dropped. You did what? Izuna asked coldly. His Sharingan was turned on and glaring at Naruto. The clan leader at the time was a fool with delusions of grandeur. He wanted the world in his pocket. He wanted power and save for a few people. All of the clans supported him. He even unleashed the Kyuubi in this village, killing thousands of innocents just to try and become Hokage. So, I took steps and killed them all, Naruto said without remorse. How could you kill them like that? Izuna snarled, his fist shaking in anger. They were family. You can hate me all you want, but it was necessary. They wanted to destroy the very thing Hashirama and Madara built. Even Madara left the village shortly after his creation because he got fed up with his clan, Naruto explained, but Izuna showed no intention of calming down. Izuna clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles were becoming white. He looked towards the blonde and lashed out. Naruto saw it coming. He figured Izuna would come at him. Naruto took the punch head-on, staggering backwards slightly. Feeling better? Naruto asked, licking the blood from his lips. Izuna scoffed and punched him once more. Go ahead, if it makes you feel better, Naruto said plainly. Izuna went for a third punch but stopped midway and took a step back. I'm good, Izuna said, sighing. Let's go eat something, Naruto said, placing a hand on Izuna's shoulder and leading him away. Izuna looked up and saw his busted lip had already healed. Your lip? How? Izuna asked in disbelief. Let's just say I have an advanced healing factor, Naruto explained. Izuna just looked at him in slight suspicion, but if he could bring back the dead, then the healing factor wasn't as surprising. Izuna ended up shrugging his shoulders and tagging along with Naruto in silence. Here we are, Naruto said, stopping in front of a small restaurant with several stools. A ramen bar. Izuna curled his lips in disgust. Why did it have to be ramen? Gross stuff, Izuna said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Ramen is food of the gods, Naruto said, feeling like Izuna had just insulted a higher deity. Naruto pushed Izuna inside, who reluctantly sat on one of the stools. 2 bowls of ramen, old man, Naruto called out. Tucci nodded and went to work. A few minutes later, both Naruto and Izuna were served with a steaming bowl of hot ramen. Wait! Naruto yelled, stopping Izuna from dipping into his meal. What now? Izuna groaned, almost childlike. First, you inhale this godly scent, Naruto said as he lowered his head and inhaled the steam from the rising bowl. Then, we taste the exotic flavor of the godly soup, Naruto said, taking a small sip from the bowl. Using a sweat drop at his behavior, but Naruto wasn't finished. And finally, you eat the noodles, relinquishing on the softness and flavor they carry. Only when you have finished these important 3 steps, you may feast on your meal like a hungry bear. Naruto finished. Izuna was looking at him like he was growing a second head. Tucci was just nodding in acknowledgement. Whatever, Izuna said and picked up the bowl, nearly swallowing his meal in an instant. No! Naruto whined, having seen his teachings gone to waste. It wasn't half bad, Izuna said, placing the bowl down. He looked over to Naruto and saw him moping over his own bowl. Say, Tucci-san, Izuna began, drawing the attention of the ramen chef. Who founded Konoha? Izuna asked. Really? Naruto thought, nearly facepalming. He's asking Tucci of all people? Tucci was taken aback from the question. He had been asked a lot of stuff, but this is a first. Tucci standing looking over to Naruto, who was eating his ramen like nothing had happened. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Tucci replied. It was basic knowledge after all. Izuna said nothing and waited for Naruto to finish in silence. Ready to go home? Naruto asked. Your home isn't my home, Izuna said defiantly. It will be. Give it time. Naruto sighed, flashing both Uchihas to the Senju compound. Next day. Morning, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, casing her head as he sat down at the table for breakfast. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, pushing the lack of sleep away. Last night's tour around the village had taken longer than he anticipated. He's gone! Tarun shouted as he rushed into the kitchen, slamming the doors open. Who's gone? Hinata asked, munching on some toast. Izuna, Naruto answered, eating his cereal peacefully. You knew? Taruma seethed. Of course I knew. I'm not naive enough to just drop Izuna into one of the rooms and hope he doesn't kill us in our sleep. Naruto chuckled and looked towards Itachi, who didn't seem to like the joke. I let him leave, Naruto said, and Taruma sputtered in reply. Why? Taruma said in disbelief. Because we want his loyalty, Hinata began, just as Naruto opened his mouth to reply. We want him to choose to live with us by his own free will. He was born in a different time than ours and never got to experience this village system like you and Hashirama. Telling him that Konoha was built by Madara and trapping him here would do more harm than good. He needs to choose by himself where he stands in this new world, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. You took the words out of my mouth, Naruto nodded until a thought crossed his mind. That's rather creepy, how you said exactly what I wanted to say. Maybe I should stop feasting on your brains at night, Hinata said thoughtfully, sticking her tongue out. The brains from which head? Naruto whispered huskily into her ear. That's lame, she groaned in reply while Naruto laughed.
You are a pervert, no matter how much you deny it,
Kurama muttered from his mind. So you let him go just like that? Taruma asked, shaking his head in disappointment. Naruto and him did agree on a lot of things, but Naruto had more trust in her people than him. Did you even tag him with the Hirashin seal? Taruma asked, hoping for a yes. No, Naruto replied, and Taruma hung his head. He valued you extensively throughout his life. He would recognize that seal in a heartbeat. So you just let him go? Just like that? Taruma asked. Yes. You are too trusting. Let's hope it doesn't come back and bite you in the ass, Taruma warned, and sat down to eat as well. If my ass hurts, you'll be the first to know, Naruto replied, making Tsurame look dangerously at him. A few days later. All ready to go? Tsunade asked, looking at both Naruto and Hinata, her chosen bodyguards for the 5 Kage summit that would take place in the Land of Iron in a few hours. Tsurame was also tagging along, but for other reasons, primarily one Mizukage. Leave the cloak, Naruto, Tsunade warned. I don't want the other Kages thinking you were the new ringleader for the Akatsuki, she said. In a way, I am the new leader, Naruto replied. Do you want to be jumped by the other Kages? Tsunade asked in disbelief. It might be fun finding 3 or 4 Kages at once, Naruto pondered, while Tsunade just looked at him blankly. I never had the chance to go all out. It's like my eyes are itching for relief, Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed dramatically. Anyways, are you both ready? Naruto asked, placed a hand on her shoulder and the other on Hinata. We're going now. We'll see you in a few hours, Naruto said to the rest of the compound as he teleported away towards the Land of Iron with both Tsunade and Hinata. They arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. It was snowing in the Land of Iron as they walked towards the gates leading inside the small castle where the meeting was to be held. They approached the big wooden double doors and were greeted by samurai. Welcome, Lady Hokage, Mifune said, bowing in respect. Good to see you as well, General Mifune, Tsunade replied back, bowing as well to the leader of the samurai, Lord Tobirama. It seems the news was true. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mifune said, and Tobirama nodded in reply. Lady Hinata, it's good to see you as well, Mifune said, and Hinata nodded. Mifune turned towards the last element, a particular blonde we all know and love. Naruto, Mifune said with a chuckle. Old man, Naruto smirked back. Naruto! Tsunade shouted, grabbing him by the scruff of his hair and forcing him to bow. Show some respect to your betters! It's fine, Lady Tsunade, Mifune replied kindly. We met almost a year ago during his training trip. And you let him call you old man? Tsunade asked in disbelief. I'm not getting any younger, Mifune laughed heartily. Besides, we both know that he has respect for us, even if he doesn't show it in his words. I guess. Come, Mifune smiled. The other Kages have yet to arrive, Mifune said, leading Tsunade inside. Naruto was about to follow when Hinata tripped. Naruto's lightning reflexes came in handy as he gripped her by the arm and stopped her from hitting the ground. Did you seriously trip? Naruto asked in disbelief. How would a shinobi even trip, much less a shinobi of Hinata's caliber? I just zoned out a little, Hinata chuckled weakly, blinking her eyes quickly like they were burning. She felt like she was awake for days. What's wrong? Naruto asked. The last couple days have been weird. I get these random waves of pain to my forehead. Sometimes the pain just lingers around. Not that painful, just an annoying drone during the day, Hinata said. Why didn't you say anything? Naruto asked softly. I didn't want you to worry, Hinata mumbled, and Naruto smiled. I want to worry. It's my job to take care of you, Naruto said firmly, placing both hands on her shoulders. Let me see, Naruto said, activating his Rinnegan and poking her forehead with 2 fingers. A soft green glow enveloped his fingers and started sinking into her head, spraying around her forehead seal. What is that? Naruto wondered, feeling that something strange was happening to her body. It can't be! Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and he jumped backwards from surprise. Hinata opened her eyes when she felt Naruto's hand leaving her forehead. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, worried by his reaction. Naruto only smiled in reply and approached her. Something amazing is coming to this world, Naruto said, resting his forehead on hers, his Rinnegan staring into her Byakugan. What's coming? Hinata asked with hope. Naruto was happy, so it must be something good, right? Ace. Naruto, Hinata, come inside, Tsunade shouted from the entrance, breaking Naruto's explanation. We'll talk later, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded, walking next to him. She was happy that these erratic waves of pain were nothing to worry about. A few hours later, meeting. Now that the Mizukage has arrived and we can finally begin this meeting, I am Mifune, General of the Samurai in Iron Country, and it's my pleasure to host the 5 Kage meeting. Please introduce yourselves, Mifune said, folding his hands and resting his elbows on the table. Mei Terumi, Godaime Misukage, Mei said, placing her dark blue hat on the table. Hey, Yondaime Raikage, A said, throwing his yellow hat to the table. Baki, Godaime Kazekage, Baki answered, placing down his green hat. Onoki, Sandaime Tsuchikage, Onoki replied, placing down his brown hat. Senju Tsunade, Godaime Hokage, Tsunade finished, placing down her hat as well. Good, Mifune said with a smile. Acting as mediator for powerful figures such as the Kages when there is so much history between their villages wasn't easy. Now, I believe the Tsuchikage should begin since he was the one that called this meeting in the first place, Mifune explained, gesturing to the old Kage. Lord Tsuchikage, when you are ready, Mifune said, and leaned backwards as a sign for Onoki to proceed. Onoki nodded silently and sat somewhat straight. He cleared his throat and simply said one word. Akatsuki. What of it? Mei asked, folding her arms across her chest. As you know, the Akatsuki appeared many years ago, but only in the last 3 they became active. And only 3 years they have captured nearly all of the Biju, Onoki said, and let it hang in the air. Your worries are unwarranted, Onoki, A grunted. I believe you heard the news regarding the Jonin exams I hosted in Kumo, A asked, and Onoki nodded. I believe the Hokage could explain it better, A said, giving a nod towards the blonde Hokage. If you allow it, I'll call Naruto to explain since he was the one on the battlefield, Tsunade asked towards the Kages and Mifune, who all nodded in agreement. Naruto, Tsunade called, and Naruto jumped over and stood behind Tsunade. Tsunade gave a small nod and Naruto stepped forward slightly. The Akatsuki are finished. During the Jonin exams, they launched a full-scale invasion on Kumo. Of the original 10 members, only 7 were active at the time. Deidara and Sasori attacked the Leaf and nearly captured the Nabi, but they were defeated in the end. The remaining 5 members, Tobi, also known as Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Clanhead, Kisame, Konan, Zetsu, and Pain, also known as Nagato, attacked Kumo. I summoned the 10 dragons of the Leaf and swept the floor with them. By the end of the battle, only Konan and Zetsu were left alive. I allowed Konan to live and returned to the reign to rule it in peace. We didn't need another Hanzo popping out in that poor village. Zetsu's whereabouts are currently unknown, Naruto explained. Yes, the 10 dragons of the Leaf. Konoha sure came out good because of that invasion. Having a few legends resurrected is always nice, Onoki spat, making Hokage slightly tense. Having an influx of 5 S-rank shinobi in any village was a large boost in power, and wars have been started for less than that. Although, Toyarama seems to be getting a little handsy with the Misukage, Onoki stated. Mei replied. That was uncalled for, Lord Tsuchikage, Mifune warned, while Onoki just grunted in reply. If you called this meeting just for this, then you're wasting my time. A sighed. The Akatsuki are defeated, true. But what happened to the Biju they caught? Onoki asked, making everyone's eyes wide in sudden enlightenment. So that is the reason for this meeting, Naruto said with a smile. You want to know the fate of the Biju. I already know the fate of the Biju, boy, Onoki sneered. I heard the most interesting news about some new pets Konoha had acquired in the last few days, Onoki said, and Kurama snarled inside Naruto's mind at the word pet. It seems we have been lied to, Kages, Onoki said, addressing Mei, A, and Baki. It seems Konoha is in possession of 8 Biju. The last one is Hachibi, still in possession of Kumo, Onoki said, and only Baki seemed surprised at the news. Without their single Biju, the Ichibi, Suna had been left alone out of the Akatsuki's troubles. Where are you going with this, Onoki? Mei asked, narrowing her eyes at the aged Kage. It's very simple, my dear. Onoki gave a crooked smile. I want my Biju back, Onoki said in a firm voice. Naruto sighed and looked back towards Tsunade, who seemed to be pondering the options. A wrong answer, and this was definitely war. Give us a few moments, Tsunade said, beckoning Naruto to stand close to her. Onoki grunted in acknowledgement, and everyone waited a few moments for the whispers between Naruto and Tsunade to end. So, have you come to an answer? Onoki asked, getting impatient. This meeting was already 1 hour in. Tsunade nodded and Naruto stepped forward. The answer is no, Naruto said, and Onoki jumped from his seat. What? He snarled. Both the Gobi and the Yambi belong to Iwa. I demand them to be returned to us, Onoki said with a harsh tone. The Biju are not yours, old man, Naruto said, making the room gasp. They are mine, and mine only. Tsunade, Onoki said with a dangerous tone. Does this boy speak for you and the leaf, he asked. Yes, Tsunade replied with a little hesitation. I see, Onoki replied, sitting back down and turning towards Naruto. You are walking a dangerous path, boy, Onoki said, and Naruto just laughed and replied, making everyone look at him in confusion. It seems old age has gotten to you, Naruto said, and Onoki merely sneered in reply. The Biju belongs to me, not the leaf. Don't get other ideas in your head. And when the time comes, despite my respect for A and Kumo, I will come for the Hachibi. And in the meantime, if you want a war, then I will give you one, Naruto said in a cold tone. I don't need a village to support me. I don't need a village to stand behind me. I will personally walk through the front gates of Iwa with 8 Biju behind me and lay waste to your village, Naruto said coldly. Tsunade was saying a bit uncomfortable in her seat. Naruto was coming a bit strong. The other Kages just watched the events unfold and witnessed the start of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Such arrogance! You are just like him, Onoki sneered. At least your father had some decency. I'm not my father, Naruto replied. No, you are not. At least we agree on that, Onoki grunted. Is that your final answer? Onoki asked, and Naruto nodded. Let the world know who was responsible for this, Onoki said with a tone of finality, making everyone wonder what the old Kage was up to. The Tsuchikage slowly moved out of his seat, hands behind his back, as he calmly strolled to the center of the room. Then, to everyone's surprise, began to levitate above the ground, staying a few feet from ground level. The old Kage closed his eyes and stood there, floating and seemingly meditating in the middle of the room. Have you gone insane in your old age, Onoki? A sighed. Iwa shall never bow to Konoha or its allies! Onoki roared, extending both arms forward, a jutsu leaving his lips with a harsh tone. Jinton Genkai Hakori no Chutsu, thus released the attachment to the primitive world! As the Tsuchikage called his technique, a large transparent cube appeared with a pure white spear located inside. The spear suddenly expanded into a cone-shaped structure. Onoki pointed his technique towards Tsunade, Naruto, Mei, and A. The technique glowed white and enveloped the 3 Kages alongside Naruto. Then suddenly imploded, destroying everything in sight and around. When dust cleared, all 3 Kages and Naruto were gone, along with the table and a chunk of the wall. At least, that was what the Tsuchikage intended to do, but he never counted on Naruto being unpredictable as he was. The moment the Tsuchikage extended his arms for his jutsu, Naruto activated his Sharingan. His eyes started swirling as Onoki's jutsu formed into the white spear. Then, to Naruto's surprise, his own arms moved almost unconsciously. He could see it. He understood how it worked. Time seemed to slow down as he watched Onoki pouring Earth Chakra and forming the outer translucent shell of his jutsu. Then each arm added the components. His left arm added a small flame of fire chakra, and his right arm added a burst of wind chakra. The wind chakra enveloped the fire chakra, creating a small vortex of fire inside the spear. As both elements empowered each other, the spear started glowing again almost a pure white. What Naruto didn't know was that he was performing the exact same steps as he watched Inoki. Then, a mere fraction before it all began, time seemed to resume. Jinton! Both Naruto and Inoki said simultaneously. Genkai Hakori no Jutsu! Both techniques clashed in the middle of the room. The point of impact glowed white, covering the room in a blinding light. Where Inoki had the experience and skill of his technique, Naruto had his powerful chakra and vast reserves to compensate for that. The room rumbled from the power of both techniques. From the point of impact, a small spear started forming and growing in size, destroying the ground and quickly increasing in size. The Kages and their bodyguards seemed to snap from their shock and all jumped away to safety. Suddenly, just like it began, the jutsu imploded and the piercing light died down. Everyone was staring at Naruto and Inoki. Even they seemed to be in shock. Inoki for seeing Naruto copy jutsu, and Naruto himself for being able to copy said jutsu. Inoki! A snarl, being the first to break from the shock. He bent down and jumped towards the levitating Inoki, tackling the old man to the floor. Naruto was shaken from his shock, noticing the entire room was about to explode in war. He took a deep breath and sent his golden chains to immobilize everyone in the room, most already running through hand seals. Everyone calm the fuck down, Naruto roared, releasing a wave of chakra that made the entire room shake slightly. Naruto released his chains, leaving them only around Inoki and his bodyguards, Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi. Good, Naruto said in his normal voice. He rose a single hand and tried the jutsu once again. He was once again shocked to see a small white spark at the tip of his fingers, forming the perfect spear he had used. Inoki, Mifune said harshly, forgetting all niceties. What is the meaning of this? You dare attack foreign Kages on neutral ground, he asked, his voice taking a deeper tone. It would seem that Iwagakure will go to war over the Biju, and not against Konoha alone, Tsunade explained, looking at the chain Kage on the floor. Yes, A drawled. It would seem our alliance agreement got public. What's your take on this, Kaze Kage-sama? Mei asked towards Baki. You are, after all, allied with Iwagakure, are you not? Mei asked sweetly, making Baki take a step back and gulp in fear. I assure you, Baki tried to reason. I knew nothing of his plans for this meeting. Prove it, Naruto challenged, extending his arm for Baki to take. The Kazekage, however, didn't even hesitate and placed his hand on Naruto's. Ningendo, human path, Naruto thought, taking particular care to keep his eyes closed. He scanned through his memories and found nothing. He's clear, Naruto said, and Baki released a breath of relief he didn't know he was holding. What are we going to do with you, Inoki? Tsunade sighed, leaning back on what remained of the wind desk they had been staying on. Lord Mifune! A single samurai burst into the room, urgency in his voice. Iwagakure is marching towards us, the samurai explained. Everyone looked back to Inoki, who had a crooked smile. How many? Mifune asked quickly. A full battalion of approximately 1,000 men cross our borders and are taking position around the castle's main entrance as we speak, the samurai explained. We have closed the gates and barricaded the entrance. It would seem Inoki wasn't as insane as we thought, Naruto said. This meeting wasn't about the Akatsuki or the Biju. They were just an excuse for him to try and get rid of the Konoha Kirikumo alliance. If no one survived, there would be no reports of what happened here, and a small lie would be sufficient, Naruto explained. You're pretty sharp, Inoki commended the boy. But not even all of you can stand up against 1,000 shinobi, all around Jonin level, Inoki said, pleased with the strength of his forces. Do not worry, this castle was created to withstand heavy siege, Mifune explained. That won't work against Iwa shinobi, Tsunade sighed. They're highly skilled in earth ninjutsu and will bring down these walls in minutes. Then, I suggest we man the walls, Mifune offered, and everyone nodded. And him? A asked, nodding towards Inoki and his bodyguards. I'll bring him along. so he can see what his decisions brought, Naruto said, and everyone left the room. With Iwa's battalion. Get ready, men! Kitsuchi shouted to the shinobi standing behind him. Are you sure about this? Ren asked with doubt. We're going to attack the Kage, she muttered. Are you loyal to Iwa or that Naruto fellow? Taisuke asked with a sneer, and Ren stayed silent. Just stay back, Taisuke sighed. You are not here to be a frontliner. You are here to sense enemy movement. Okay, Ren said and slowly sat down, crossing her legs and placing her hands in the ram seal. Begin! Kitsuchi shouted. Doton, Doryudon, Earth Dragon Bullet! With the Kages. This won't hold much, Mei said, frowning at the defenses they had placed. While the gates were metal, their barricade was nothing but a few chunks of wood pressed against the gate. Take cover! One of the samurai on the wall shouted, as thousands of rocks and hardened mud rained upon the castle. Everyone inside hugged the walls for cover as the attack smashed against the walls. At first it did nothing, but over time, the continuous impact of small rock was beginning to crack the walls. Should we answer back? Baki asked, siding with the other Kages. What Inoki had done was foolish, and Sunik wouldn't stand against free allied villages. Get back! Hinata shouted, beckoning everyone to stay away from the walls. Naruto felt the large shock respect from the invading forces. The whole castle started rumbling as the walls started simply sinking into the ground, inch by inch. The vast and thick wall that separated the inner castle from the outside was simply sinking into the earth as if being swallowed by a swamp. Stay here, Naruto said, walking forward. What are you going to do? Tsunade asked quickly. What I do best, Naruto replied and jumped over the sinking walls. With Iwa's battalion. Enemy incoming, Ren shouted to the battalion, forcing everyone to halt their jutsu. The moving earth core technique required a lot of chakra and made the user stationary and thus vulnerable to an attack. Men, move forward, Kitsuchi bellowed, and the shinobi charged forward, running towards the enemy. No! Run away! Ren shouted, but they never heard her. It's Naruto, she whispered, her voice falling on deaf ears. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kunai Shadow Clone, Naruto said, throwing a single kunai into the air. The kunai quickly multiplied into hundreds and started raining down against the Iwa army. Doton, Doryuheki, Earthwall the Four, shinobi shouted, raising a wall in front of their army and blocking every single kunai. The bastard thinks we didn't learn anything from the yellow flashback then, one shinobi sneered. What they didn't expect in a million years was for Naruto to simply appear through the wall like a ghost, speeding towards him in fast speeds. He blinked and Naruto was suddenly upon him, delivering a lightning-powered punch against his gut. His last image was a pair of glowing red eyes with black markings. Suitan, Baku, Suishoha. Great exploding water wave. Naruto pumped his lungs with chakra and unleashed a gigantic wave over the army. They raised defensive walls, but the water was like a tsunami. Not even the earth nature power over the water nature seemed to stop it. Raiton, Ryudan, Lightning Dragon. A blue dragon with piercing yellow eyes sparkled out of Naruto's hands and dove into the wave. Naruto watched as the electrified tsunami washed down and dealt with the frontliners. Kitsuchi snarled, seeing most of the army defeated in the blink of an eye by just a water jutsu. Doton, Sando no Jutsu, Mountain Jutsu, he roared, slamming both hands on the ground. Naruto stopped walking when he felt the earth rumble beneath him. Around him, two enormous rock formations rose from the ground. They started moving towards one another. Naruto still caught in the middle. Let's try this, Naruto went, raising his hands forward. Jinton, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. Detachment of the primitive world. The same white spear he had used before in his hands. The spear expanded and completely leveled the ground around him, destroying the towering slabs of earth. Not possible, Kitsuchi muttered, seeing his strongest attack neutralized with the Tsuchikage's dust style. Bastard! He snarled, running towards Naruto. Doton, Kengan no Jutsu, Stone Fist! Kitsuchi charged forward, sending his stone-covered fist crashing against the blonde. Naruto simply raised a hand and blocked the strike with an open palm, much to Kitsuchi's shock. Chidori, Naruto said, unleashing lightning chakra from the same hand he used to defend. The lightning completely destroyed the rock shell and electrified Kitsuchi, who fell to his knees, twitching all over. Bastard, Kitsuchi said before blacking out. Naruto stepped over Kitsuchi and continued with his onslaught until he reached the last person on the army. Ren, Naruto said, but she stayed silent. She looked up but only caught a glimpse of yellow hair before she saw nothing more. It was done. With the Kages. Inoki smiled when he heard his army yell and charged forward. He could feel the ground trembling, this caused by his army running forward. His grin quickly fell out of his face when the scream of charge was replaced with screams of fright. Inoki's eyes widened when he saw his own technique shine in the distance. Then silence. His heart was hammering in his chest as Inoki waved for a sound, anything. The silence was leaving a sinking feeling in his gut. Then he saw it, a glimpse of red hair, approaching the castle through the mist of the dust. Naruto walked inside, his face covered with dirt and his hair stained red. He had so much blood on him that his hair seemed red instead of yellow. "It's done," Naruto simply said. "What have you done?" Inoki yelled in despair, fighting against the restraints. "What was necessary," Naruto replied with a heavy heart. "This is what will happen to your village if you continue to pursue your goals. Forget the Bijou. They aren't meant to be used as weapons, and as long as I live, they never will be again," Naruto explained, and Inoki dropped his head. Naruto could see tears running down the man's cheeks. He had just brought 1,000 of his men to die. Everyone looked towards the origin of the clapping sound. Their eyes widened in shock, fear, and disbelief when they saw Uchiha Madara sitting on one of the rocks, slowly clapping. "Looks like Setsu wasn't lying about you, Naruto. You do dance rather well," Madara said with amusement. "Madara," Tsunade said with astonishment. "He's no Tensei," Naruto said, looking at the fracture marks all over his skin. Now, Madara began, rising from the stone. "That is no way to greet family. How about giving your old man a hug?" he asked with amusement. Everyone just stood there, gaping like a fish. Here stood Uchiha fucking Madara, the man that was supposed to be dead, cracking a one-liner. Huh? Naruto stared, scratching his head in confusion. He didn't know how to handle this. "Why are you here, Madara?" Tsunade snarled. "Easy, Senju," Madara replied calmly. "I came to offer all of you a choice. Either give me the Bijou," Madara said, looking pointedly at Naruto, "or you will have a war," Madara warned, his tone getting lower. "The Bijou are mine," Naruto replied, "and not even you will get them. You are the other Rinnegan, aren't you? You are the one that summoned the Ghetto Mazo," Naruto said. His initial suspicions had been confirmed. "Guilty as charged," Madara said, raising his arms in defeat. "But I do have to thank you," Madara said, getting a confused look from Naruto. "You gave me my brother back," Madara smirked. "Told you," Toyarama grunted. "And as a gift in return, I came here to offer all of you a choice. You either deliver me the Bijou peacefully, or I will give you a war. Iwagaku today was only a taste. It's amazing what the power of suggestion can do, isn't it, Inoki?" Madara asked with amusement. "A suggestion here, a suggestion there, coupled out of your already existing hate towards the Leaf, and here you go. Bring an army to kill your enemies," Madara said, making everyone stare at him in shock. Inoki just looked blankly at the ground. "Don't feel so bad," Madara appeased. "Naruto is rather mild with them. They are all knocked out, you know. They are all alive," Madara explained, and Inoki's head snapped up and looked towards Naruto. Naruto noticed Inoki look at him with pleading eyes, as if asking to confirm what Madara said. "It's true. They are only knocked out. The blood on me was only a simple genjutsu," Naruto confirmed, and Inoki could only sigh in relief. "Anyway, he may be mild, but I'm not," Madara smirked and nodded towards the outside of the castle. The night sky was immediately lit ablaze. "No!" Naruto yelled, flashing towards the battlefield. He saw a clone of Madara do a single handstand and spew an ocean of fire against the unconscious shinobi lying on the ground. "Suiton, Bakutsui Shoha, Great Exploding Water Wave!" Naruto did the same jutsu yet again, this time twice as more powerful than before. The gigantic wave swallowed Madara's jutsu, immediately pulling out the fire all over and saving the Iwa shinobi from being burned up. He watched the clone of Madara smirk and dispel in smoke. Naruto flashed back to the Kages, and every single one of them was on the ground in pain, their bodyguards completely out. What happened? Naruto thought. He had only been gone for a minute at most. Hinata? Naruto went looking around but didn't spot her. Where's Hinata? Naruto asked, rushing to Tsunade's side. She looked up and groggily extended her arm. Naruto opened his hands and watched as Tsunade drop something on it. Naruto looked at the item, and it was Hinata's wedding ring. I'm sorry, Naruto. We tried. Tsunade coughed. No. Naruto fought back and away. Madara couldn't have taken her. Hinata! And that is the end of chapter 61. We'll now move on to the next chapter of the video, which is chapter 62. Breaking Your Limits. Here we go. Chapter 62. Breaking Your Limits. Previously. Hinata? Naruto wondered, looking around but didn't spot her. Where's Hinata? Naruto asked, rushing to Tsunade's side. She looked up and gradually extended her arm. Naruto opened his hands and watched as Tsunade dropped something on it. Naruto looked at the item, and it was Hinata's wedding ring. I'm sorry, Naruto. We tried. Tsunade coughed. No. Naruto fought back and away. Madara couldn't have taken her. Hinata! A few days later, Konoha. The Senju compound was in a somber mood, and Naruto was even worse. His Uchiha was coming out, and he was moping around in the corners and mostly snapping at anyone around. Everyone was in the living room waiting for Jiraiya. Well, everyone was waiting. Naruto was pacing around in the middle of the room, hands behind his back and a scowl on his face. Where the hell is he? Naruto asked loudly, moving his arms for good measure, but no one replied to him. They knew he would snap at anyone who said anything, regardless of the answer. His waiting was cut short when the door opened and Jiraiya strolled inside with a disappointed look. Naruto rushed towards the man and quickly asked, "Where is she?" Jiraiya looked at him sadly. Naruto was looking at him with eyes filled with hope, and it broke his heart to answer. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Jiraiya said, dropping his eyes. "I couldn't find her." You couldn't? Naruto whispered. The words from Jiraiya finally settled in, and he felt his stomach drop. All this waiting he had done, waiting for Jiraiya to return with her whereabouts. All this time, wasted. What do you mean, you couldn't find her? Naruto asked, his voice just above a whisper. His head snapped upwards with a furious gaze. You have a spy network that stretches halfway through the fucking globe, and you can't find one woman? Naruto snarled, gripping Jiraiya by his clothes and bringing him to the man up to his eye level. Naruto was about to use his human path and scan for Jiraiya's memory when he felt a hand on his shoulders. He turned his head ever so slightly, his hair parting away and revealing but a fraction of his silver eyes to the man behind him. That is enough, Minato said sternly, but Naruto only chuckled. It wasn't a warm chuckle filled with happiness, but a cold and hollow one. Minato himself felt a small shiver crawl up his spine at hearing such a sound from his son's voice. The laugh seemed so cold, so cruel, so empty. Tendo, Shinra Tensei, Naruto intoned with a smirk. Minato only had time to stare at his son in shock until he felt an invisible mountain crash against him. He was lifted off the ground and blasted backwards, crashing against the walls not very far away. Minato left a small indentation as he slid to the floor, dazed. Naruto! Everyone shouted, not believing that he had just attacked his own father. Naruto's attention snapped back towards Jiraiya, who gulped and simply stared at Naruto with the Rinnegan activated. You wouldn't lie to me, Jiraiya, would you? Naruto asked, his voice turning deadly. Jiraiya had never seen this side of Naruto. He never knew that Naruto could be so vicious, cruel. Kushina, for her part, had enough of this, and it was time for her to put her foot down. Naruto was about to blast whoever placed a hand on his shoulder when he was pulled and swiftly turned around. A loud slap echoed through the room. Naruto was staring at his mother in no small amount of surprise and felt his right cheek already swelling and turning red. Now you listen to me, young man. I may not have been there to raise you, but I will smack you if you need it. Kushina began harshly. Your wife was kidnapped because of you. You are childish, stubborn, arrogant, and have too much power for your own good. You think you can solve the world's problems by throwing your power around? Kushina shouted in a furious tone, poking his chest with a single finger. Well, you can't. You are not a god, and you certainly do not rule this world. Threatening the Tsuchikage with war, saying you will take the last Biju from Kumo? What is wrong with you? That is not how the world works. If you asked me, Madara did us all a favor and took you down a peg, Kushina said, making everyone's eyes widen. Ever since you got your little Rinnegan, you have been going around with your chin up, praising to be God Almighty. But you are not. And a word of advice, Kushina said, lowering her tone. If you are not careful, you might one day lose her too. Now, go cool off, Kushina finished and pushed him out. Naruto said nothing, simply walked out of the compound. That was a little harsh, Kushina, Tsunai said, helping a growing Minato off the floor. Minato didn't seem to bear any external injuries. The man just seemed to be dazed as he was looking at seemingly nowhere. He needed it. It's the parents' job to discipline their children, Kushina huffed, hands on her waist as she walked towards her husband. With Naruto. Naruto strolled around Konoha aimlessly. The village was buzzing with activity, but Naruto didn't seem particularly interested in anything. His mother's words still rang around in his ears. Was it my fault? Naruto wondered, looking at the sky. It was a clouded night, not a single star visible, not even the moon. Hey, Naruto. Naruto turned to his source of voice and found himself in front of the ramen stand. Ramen for dinner? Tucci asked hopefully. Not hungry. Thanks anyway, old man, Naruto replied solemnly and moved on. Tucci was surprised by Naruto refusing ramen, but the look on his face said all that he needed. Maybe if I give him the Biju.
Don't you dare!
Kurama snarled from his mind, making Naruto flinch.
Is that it? You would give us to him, just for her?
Kurama asked sharply, his tails waving. He kinda understood what Naruto was going through. He, as well, had grown fond of the girl. She's my love, my wife, my queen, Naruto said sadly, walking like a ghost through the crowded streets. I would do anything for her.
Even sacrificing a friend?
Kurama asked softly. Naruto said nothing and continued walking, hands deep in his pockets and his head down, the hair clouding his vision of everything but the ground. What am I supposed to do? I have all this power. I can create and destroy moons, but I can't even find one woman. Some god I am, Naruto thought bitterly, kicking a stray piece of rock away. She can be anywhere in the world. She can be hurt, dying, and here I am, walking around the village. Naruto walked a little more, and soon found himself on top of the Hokage mountain, overlooking the village. He kinda resented the village. They were all happy and cheery. Rain? Naruto muttered, feeling a drop of water on his face and slide down his cheek. He looked up as rain started pouring from the sky and watched the people ran around trying to escape the rain. Flashback. You were always with me since the very beginning, Naruto began. You were the first person to show me kindness and love. You were my first friend, my girlfriend, and now my greatest love. You were there when I was feeling alone and lost. You were there when I was called a monster. And you were there when I was thrown from stores and feeling lonely. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you, so... Hinata, will you marry me? Naruto has displayed his ring for her to see. You are such a knucklehead, Hinata replied lovingly, and making Naruto hesitantly raise his head to look at her. Of course I do, Hinata lovingly replied, and Naruto immediately got a smile that friend to spoil his face. He slowly took the ring from his box and tried to place it on her finger. And a flashback. Naruto let out a scream of pure anguish. He dropped to his knees, his voice carried in the wind. The few who heard the scream felt a shiver crawl up their spines, in both fear and sorrow. Naruto picked a few rocks up and crushed them with his hands. Madara! He snarled, his eyes glowing so much that a few rocks around him started levitating. When I get my hands on you, not even the Shinigami will save you! Naruto growled with conviction. a thunder lighting up the sky as the words left his mouth.
Darkness, when everything that you know and love is taken away from you so harshly, all you can think about is anger, hatred, and even revenge, and no one can save you.
Kurama muttered, and Naruto gave a hollow chuckle.
It was one of Father's favorite sayings.
Kurama informed him. I'm not going dark, Naruto said, swallowing hard, his throat dry from the previous shout. I'm just so angry. I can feel it bubbling inside of me, just waiting to be unleashed. I just want to lash out and destroy everything around me, Naruto explained and sat down on the mountain. The rain pouring down, but he didn't seem to mind. The rain reminded him of her. Naruto sighed and watched his breath leaving his mouth. Temperature started dropping as frost left his mouth like a cloud of smoke. He inwardly felt a chill run up his spine as a presence manifested itself behind him. It was different from chakra. It felt like pure, raw, unaltered spiritual energy. Death. Naruto whispered, still looking at the sky. Have you come for me? He asked softly. You have an inflated sense of your importance. To a thing like me, a thing like you, well, think how you'd feel if a bacterium sat at your table and started to get snarky. The Shinigami replied with his raspy voice. This is one little planet, on a tiny solar system, in a galaxy that is barely out of its diapers. I'm old, Naruto. Very old. So I invite you to contemplate how insignificant I find you. The Shinigami finished, and Naruto turned his head slowly, gaining a first glimpse of his form. The Shinigami was dressed in a dark business suit, hiding beneath his skinny form. He carried a steel-tipped cane in his right hand. His face was that of an old man with wrinkled skin and pitch-black, slick-back hair. Not what I expected, Naruto answered, gazing at his form. Once more, you are clad up by hubris. Your academy students can change their shape, and yet you find me, a nigh omnipotent being, to be unable to. Shinigami replied neutrally, crossed his hands above his cane. I suppose, Naruto decided, standing up and turning towards the Shinigami. What are you doing here? Naruto asked cautiously. After all, he was standing in front of the death god himself. You called, and I found myself compelled to honor our agreement, Shinigami replied, walking forward slowly until he stood but a foot from Naruto. He ran a single finger over Naruto's cheekbone. Those eyes of yours, they intrigue me to no end. So fragile and with such potential. The power of creation is not something I can claim of possessing, but you, a mortal even, to wield such ability. The Shinigami trailed off, backing off. Since you're here, I don't suppose you could locate Hinata for me? Naruto asked hopefully. There are rules in place. I cannot directly interfere in the mortal world. The Shinigami answered neutrally. You helped my dad steal Kurama and me, Naruto replied with a deadpan voice. That was different. I was summoned and received your soul as payment. The Shinigami answered truthfully. And what payment do you request for this favor? Naruto asked harshly, spitting the last word. Mind your tone, human. The Shinigami bellowed sternly. I'm afraid I can't locate your precious wife. I can only feel souls without vessels. The girl you refer still draws breath. That makes me feel so much better, Naruto answered sarcastically. Some god you are, Naruto said, shaking his head. You seem to have the raw understanding about how things work. My sister, Izanagi, creates. My other sister, Izanami, destroys. And I keep the balance. Neither of us is more powerful than the other. And none is omnipotent. It's as simple as that, Death explained, and walked forward towards Naruto, their noses nearly touching. You think you're a god? Death asked, his pupils expanding. Please, I've seen my sisters, and you, sir, are no god. I could kill you right here. It would be so easy, like snapping a twig. You are welcome to try. I have my hubris after all, Naruto replied, never looking away from Death's eyes. Foolish boy. You can't kill death, Death replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Foolish mortals, you are weak, frail, pathetic. You fear yourselves and what you will become. Your bones will turn to glass, your body to dust, your hopes to ash. Stumble in the dark spring and grasp whatever light you can. It does not matter. Because in the end, only I will remain. Perhaps, Naruto replied, making Death narrow his eyes. But I am very adept in the sealing arts, Naruto warned. You are the first mortal to ever say that to me. Most just cry or cower. Some try to run, others just accept it, but no one has ever tried to defy me. You intrigue me. Send you, Naruto. Death said and turned away, walking off from Naruto. He suddenly stopped and looked backwards. Call me again for pointless matters and I will kill you. You know, Naruto began to chuckle. I do believe this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Death said nothing and simply disappeared from view. Naruto just didn't want to think about what happened right now and simply sat back down. Seconds turned into minutes. Minutes into hours. Mom was right, Naruto sighed. Look at the sky. The rain had ceased somewhere along the night and the sun was just peeking in the horizon. I became the very thing I once told Sasuke not to be. Naruto laughed weakly. Naruto got up and started walking back to the Senju compound. He had a few things to fix. Senju compound. Most of the shinobi living in the Senju compound were in the kitchen eating breakfast. They heard the door creak open and watched as Naruto walked inside. Hey, Naruto agreed weakly and walked to the table. No one said anything as Naruto sat down and began eating as well. Sorry, Naruto suddenly said, making everyone stop their actions. I'm sorry for the way I acted the last few days. Naruto and Kushina nodded, placed a hand on his shoulders. Dad, don't worry about it, meaning to wave them off. I would be a lousy father if I didn't forgive my son for lashing out when he was hurt, meaning to grin, and Naruto nodded, his eyes watering. How did he get her? Naruto suddenly asked. It occurred to Naruto that he never asked Tsunade about how Madara had taken her. He'd only been away for a few seconds, a minute at the latest. He is fast, Naruto. Very fast, Tsunade answered sorrowfully. What kind of master couldn't protect her apprentice? She looked at Naruto and waved for him to blow up again, but he didn't. How fast? Naruto asked after a few moments. Tsunade smiled. He was beginning to reason instead of being driven by emotion. I guess we know where Minato inherited his speed. Madara didn't seem to be at his level, but Tsunade trailed off. Naruto understood what she meant. He knocked us around in the blink of an eye. Neither of us expected that. Zetsu came and grabbed both of them, Tsunade explained. What about Hinata? Naruto asked, looking at his plate and clenching his fist to contain the anger he felt at Madara. We will find her, Naruto, Kushina said softly. Then we will kick his ass, she barked, punching the air. I get. Naruto's head snapped to the side. He sensed something. A presence approaching the compound. Before anyone could ask what happened, Naruto's eyes lit up as he jumped from his seat and ran to the door, nearly dragging the wind stool with him. He was at the door in the blink of an eye and pulled it open, smashing the handle into the wall. Hinata, Naruto muttered, looking at the person sitting on the other side. He hoped it wasn't a mirage he was seeing. At the door stood a woman who looked exactly like her. Hinata-chan, he whispered, and she nodded, running to him and hugging him fiercely, as if he'd slip away at any instant. Hinata sobbed in his arms as he held her, dropping to the floor. The rest of the compound went after Naruto and found him and Hinata cradling together on the floor. Hinata! She's back! Shishina shouted in astonishment and surprise. Naruto finally let go of her and stepped back a little. He raised her face and gently cleaned her tears. Hinata-chan, he said softly, running his thumb over her cheek. Both Naruto and Hinata got up. Everyone walked inside and sat around the kitchen table. Everyone was shocked to see that Hinata had returned, on her own. How did she manage to escape? I know you have questions, Hinata said, breaking the awkward silence in the room. She snuggled deeper into Naruto's arms, who tightened his hold ever so slightly. It was amazing how her presence calmed him down. All his anger, hatred, gone. How can we be sure it's really you and not some Zetsu clone? Toyarama asked, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. He wouldn't put it past Madara to try and scheme something. I already touched her soul. Zetsu don't have any, Naruto replied, stopping Toyarama's incoming rant. How did you escape? Hashirama asked, narrowing his eyes. Madara isn't exactly stupid to the point of letting prisoners escape. I didn't escape, Hinata chuckled softly. He let me go, Hinata said, making several jaws hit the ground. He let you go? Just like that? Toyarama asked in disbelief, and Hinata nodded in disbelief as well. She still could barely believe that she was simply released. According to him, my kidnapping had two purposes. The first was to get his Rinnegan back, Hinata said, and Naruto's eyes widened. He was about to leave, but Hinata held him in place. It's already gone, Naruto-kun. He read my mind with his Rinnegan and sent a Zetsu clone of me to the hospital. He already has the Rinnegan, Hinata said, looking at the floor. I'm sorry. I can resist the Sharingan Genjutsu, but the Rinnegan... Don't worry, Hinata-chan. I'm glad you're safe. Nothing else matters, Naruto said gently. What was the other reason? Hashirama asked, rubbing his chin. He said it was to make Naruto-kun ready, Hinata explained, making everyone frown in confusion. Ready? Ready for what? Naruto asked, and Hinata simply shrugged her shoulders. To be honest, she was just happy to be back and not particularly interested in his reasons for now. Why don't you explain from the beginning, Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded, taking a deep breath and beginning her tale. Flashback. Everything was fuzzy. Hinata was feeling fuzzy, the last remnants of her dreams being chased away by the growing pain on the back of her neck. She turned her head slowly, growing at the stiffness she felt in the area. She tried bringing her right hand to massage her neck, but found that she couldn't. What happened? Hinata wondered in thought. She still had eyes closed, and not truly wanting to face the brightness should she open them. That was until the memories of the previous night came flooding in. Her eyes snapped open, only to be closed immediately after due to the brightness. She took a calming breath and slowly opened her eyes, letting them adjust to the ambient light of the room. The first thing she noted was that her hands were bound behind her back, her legs bound in similar fashion. She tried using her chakra scalpel to cut down the ropes, but felt high resistance in molding chakra. She carefully examined her body, searching for any trace of a chakra seal. Something was blocking her ability to mold chakra, and usually it was a chakra suppressing seal stuck somewhere in contact with her skin. Alas, her searches were for nothing. She couldn't activate her Byakugan, and being bound restrained her movements a lot. She decided to observe the room where she was stuck. The room itself was very plain. Brown walls, a wooden floor, a door, and a single light bulb stranded on the ceiling. Where am I? She wondered. She remembered taking a heavy blow to the back of her head, courtesy of Madara. But after that, it was blank. She didn't even remember the dream that she had mere moments ago. Hinata turned towards the door. She could hear voices coming from the other side. She focused and tried to pick up any word. She recognized the voices. They belonged to Izuna and Madara, but they were talking too quietly for her to hear properly. Hey, one. She recognized Madara's voice. Power. Person. Now that voice belonged to Izuna. Hinata. Straight. Hinata was surprised to hear her name being uttered in their conversation. She was trying to make sense, but she only got a few words here and there. Not nearly enough to complete the sentences and understand their conversation. Why? Izuna asked. Because change. Villain. Hinata heard Madara reply, and then it was over. Instead of words, she now heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. The door opened, and the Uchiha brothers stepped inside. Neither said a word as they approached Hinata. Hinata watched them approach, her heart speeding up in response. What do you want with me? Hinata asked, her voice calm and neutral, not betraying nervousness she felt inside. Outside, she was as calm as possible, but inside, there was a maelstrom of thoughts running through her mind. Relax, girl, Madara replied, sitting in front of her with his legs crossed together. As to why you are here, 3 reasons, Madara said, raising 3 fingers. First is information, obviously. I'm about to wage war. Any information on the enemy is essential after all. The second reason is to make Naruto ready, Madara said, and Hinata stared blankly at him. And 3, if anyone knows where my Rinnegan is, it will be you. Madara said with a small chuckle. Hinata's eyes widened a fraction of an inch as she tried to show no emotion at his words. I will tell you nothing, Hinata hissed coldly. You don't have to. Madara smirked and activated his Rinnegan. He placed a single hand on Hinata's head and grabbed her by the hair to stop her from struggling. Stop! She shouted, squirming under his touch to try and break free. Ningendo. Human path. It was too late. Hinata's eyes dazed as she enters some type of trance. Madara quickly shuffled through her memories until he found what he was looking for. His Rinnegan was at Konoha's hospital, in Hinata's private laboratory where she had been running a few tests on the eyes. Madara removed his hand and stepped back as Hinata regained her focus. Zetsu, Madara called, and a single white Zetsu appeared from the ground. You know what to do, Madara said, and the clone nodded silently. The clone touched Hinata and immediately took her form. Go get my eyes, Madara ordered, and the clone sunk into the ground, heading towards Konoha at full speed. Naruto-kun will defeat you, even if you have your eyes back, Hinata replied defiantly. Girl. Who says I want to defeat him? Madara chuckled darkly, getting a confused look from Hinata. Don't for a moment assume you know any of my plans. What now? Hinata asked, her heart hammering in her chest. Were they going to kill her now they had the information they needed? Now we wait, Madara said and walked out, leaving Hinata alone in the room. Wait for what? Hinata said out loud as the light on the ceiling turned off and she was left alone in the dark. Next day, she didn't get any sleep that night. Even completely shrouded in the darkness of the room, she couldn't help but let her mind wander and work overtime on how to escape. Although, it put things into perspective, how terribly weak any shinobi was without their chakra to fuel their powers. Naruto and other strong shinobi like Rock Lee and Maito Gai might be able to break their binds with raw muscle strength alone, but Hinata's massive strength was solely based on her chakra. Her Byakugan needed chakra. Even their Senbon and Kunai, they needed chakra since they were stored away in her storage seals. She sighed and leaned back against the wall. There wasn't much to do around here except wait for something to happen. Suddenly the lights were turned on and Hinata scrunched her eyes at the sudden brightness. The door opened and Izuna strolled inside of a metal tray. Rise and shine, Izuna laughed at his own joke as he walked into the room. Didn't get much sleep, he asked, noticing dark bags under her eyes. Anyway, enjoy lunch, Izuna said, putting a tray on the floor and sitting in front of her. I don't suppose you would remove the cuffs? Hinata asked with a smile. I know very well the extent of your abilities. Even with your chakra sealed, you could take me in a taijutsu battle. Izuna chuckled. Open up, Izuna said, dipping the spoon into the soup and raising it up in the air. Hinata stared at him in disbelief and looked at the food with suspicion. It's not poison, Izuna sighed, and Hinata reluctantly nodded, opening her mouth and swallowing the soup. It was pretty good soup in the end. Where am I? Hinata asked between mouthfuls. I'm a Gakure, Izuna replied, and Hinata stopped eating. Rain Village is under Konan's rule, Hinata said suspiciously, until a look of shock hit her. Only Konan knew the fate of Nagato's Rinnegan, and that meant she was gone. Madara had found her. So Madara is ruling the Rain Village, Hinata thought, storing that information away. Not anymore, Izuna replied, putting down the bowl. Care to explain why I'm here? Hinata asked, more of curiosity than anything. She couldn't do much without chakra. It was rather pathetic how shinobi relied on it. Leverage? Izuna offered while Hinata just stared at him. How should I know? I don't know what goes through my brother's head, Izuna explained. Of course not, Hinata replied kindly. You are just a sidekick, being forced into remedial service. I mean, a big, strong Uchiha like you being forced to feed a captured Hyuga of all people, Hinata said, a smile hinting on the corner of her lips. That was pretty good, Izuna laughed while Hinata scowled. Trying to turn me on my brother? If it was any other Uchiha, it might have worked. Hinata mumbled something inaudible as she stared at the metallic tray on the ground. She looked carefully and noticed that she could see her reflection, but what caught her eyes was a strange pattern drawn over her forehead. She watched carefully, taking care to not warn Izuna of anything. So Madara drew the seal directly on my skin, Hinata thought as she analyzed it the best she could. She wasn't a seal master herself, but she knew enough to know that the seal was pretty good. Damn headache, Hinata thought bitterly, as if this whole situation wasn't enough. She also needed that damn headache to return. Naruto didn't get to explain her problem at all. All done, Izuna said, picking up the tray and getting up. See you later, Izuna said, and walked out of the room, closing the door behind and leaving Hinata alone once again. How is she? Madara asked with curiosity. Izuna looked to the side and noticed Madara leaned against the wall. He was back to a human body, having used the original Rinnegan to get rid of his Edo Tensei body. How do you think? Izuna replied sarcastically. Angry? Madara offered, but Izuna shook his head in denial. No. She's come to terms for kidnapping. She is more interested in your motives, Izuna said, and Madara chuckled. Izuna mumbled something that Madara didn't hear. Come again? I could swear that I saw her eyes twinkling, Izuna said, scratching his chin. Izuna? Madara began calmly. A Byakugan doesn't glow. It doesn't spin, and it most certainly doesn't twinkle. Wise ass. A few days later. Good morning! Izuna shouted as he opened the door and stepped into Hinata's holding room. Izuna expected Hinata to be lying down, sleeping, or simply leaning against the wall. Instead, he found her sitting on the ground, legs crossed and her back perfectly straight. Hinata was sitting in a perfect lotus position with her eyes closed. Her breathing was steep and evenly. What are you doing? Izuna asked with confusion. What was the point of meditating when you couldn't access your inner chakra? You there? Izuna asked, kneeling in front of her. He frowned when he didn't receive an answer. Whatever, Izuna muttered and placed the food down. He started walking towards the door, and with one last look back, he closed the door, leaving Hinata alone. Izuna was mumbling profanities beneath his breath when he crossed paths with Madara. What's wrong? Madara asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuna was always cheerful, unlike most Uchihas. She didn't greet me good morning, Izuna whined, shedding crocodile tears. Madara just shook his head in disbelief. He wondered how he put up with Izuna back in the day. Stop whining. Madara was broken from his thoughts when he felt something coming from Hinata's holding room. Was it his imagination? He could swear he felt a chakra spike coming from her room. What was she doing? Madara asked with curiosity. Meditating, Izuna replied with a confused face. Why do you ask? Madara, however, didn't reply and just looked towards the massive door, as if expecting something to happen. Izuna was about to get his brother's attention when both Uchihas felt a massive chakra spike from Hinata's room, enough to make them stumble slightly. The wave of chakra washed through the building, making a few specks of dust fall from the ceiling. What the hell? Izuna shouted, and looking towards his brother in shock. Madara, however, just stared at the door with a smile on his face. Izuna knew that smile all too well, and it always meant trouble. Boom! Izuna's head snapped towards the site of the sound. He barely had enough time to dodge the incoming projectile. His Sharingan had activated just in time to see the wooden door being blasted cleanly from its hinges and find a few inches above his head. Finally, Madara thought with a smirk as Hinata's form appeared from the dust cloud. Hinata appeared from the room with a look of fierce determination. Her Byakugan blazing, but what caused attention was her aura. The chakra seal he had placed on her forehead was gone. Now she had purple markings extending from her diamond-shaped figure, going down her cheeks and into the jawline. Her body was surrounded by an intense purple aura. For Madara's Sharingan, it was like she was surrounded by purple fire, licking her feet. Took you long enough, Madara commented. Hinata cracked her neck and flexed her wrist, punching a nearby wall and bringing the whole thing down into nothing more than small rocks. Izuna, stay out of this, Madara warned as he stepped forward. Your only way out is through me, Madara said, cracking his knuckles. Care to try your luck? Madara asked with a smirk. Hinata didn't say anything and shot forward, her fist glowing with chakra, just waiting to be unleashed. Come, girl! Madara shot, jumping forward and meeting Hinata head on. Prove you are worthy of fighting me! Madara laughed, lashing out a fast punch that struck Hinata right in the face. Hinata exploded in a shower of water. Water clone. Madara fought, letting the water wash over him until he saw a blur fly past him. His Sharingan allowed him to track Hinata as she flew past him, heading towards the door. He didn't think twice and blurred after her. Hinata noticed that her decoy had already been destroyed and that Madara was running after her, closing in very fast. She bit her lip and looked forward. The exit to the building was near. She charged up her fist and abruptly turned to the right, Madara's hand missing her hair by an inch. Hinata jumped in the air and brought her fist down against the floor. With a deafening bang, the floor started cracking, and the building they stood on started vibrating. Izuna, get out! The building is coming down! Madara yelled to his brother, who nodded in reply. Madara turned back towards Hinata before blurring through hand seals. Katon, Gokyaku no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Madara spewed a large fireball against Hinata, who punched the floor, breaking the rock and forcing the whole floor to cave in. The large fireball flew overhead and took out the roof. Both Madara and Hinata attached themselves to the falling debris, jumping between them to avoid the falling pieces of rock. For the first time since her capture, Hinata got a glimpse of the Rain Village. Wherever she had been captive was certainly high enough. She could see the whole village from there. She looked up and saw Madara crouched just before leaping towards her. A purple ribcage forming around his body with a single samurai blade pointing straight towards her. Hinata was about to jump away when a wave of pain hit her whole body, centered mostly on her head. She flinched internally and fell to her knees, shaking her head. The previous pain had been annoying, but that had been it. But this last wave of pain was certainly not pleasant at all. She looked up just in time to see Madara thrust his sword right for her chest. Hinata dissolved into water as Madara removed his sword. Hinata formed under the falling chunk of rock before jumping downwards and plummeting to the ground. She turned around mid-air, falling to the ground on her back. Soitan, Tapodama, Water Bullet! She pumped her lungs with water and unleashed a compressed water ball towards Madara. Mizuno Muchi, Water Whip, Hinata fought, forming a whip-like construct around her wrists and lashing onto the nearby building. Madara smirked and swatted the water attack with his sword. He noticed Hinata was gone. He looked around until he felt a presence to the side. He turned in time to see Hinata flying towards him. She cocked her fist back just before smashing against Madara's Susanoo. She was pleased with her attack when she saw Madara's shield cracking beneath her attack and plummeting to the ground even faster, creating sonic booms as he passed through the air. Madara twirled midair and turned to face the ground. The earth was approaching fast. He flexed his arm and pointed towards the ground. Shinra Tensei! He bellowed, unleashing a pulse of gravity, creating a noticeable indentation on the water on the ground, enough to show the earth a few inches beneath. Madara landed on the water with a loud crash and looked up, seeing Hinata in free fall. Just before she could hit the water head-on, she liquefied her body and there was a simple plop sound. She watched with a smirk as she reformed and stood in front of him. I see you stopped trying to run away, Madara commented, sidestepping a piece of rock that fell from Pain's tower. I wouldn't be getting far, Hinata replied back. She looked around and noticed they landed pretty far from the main city. They were both surrounded by water and it was raining heavily. Home field advantage, Hinata thought. She would be able to put up quite the fight surrounded by her natural element if Madara used fire techniques. To think you had enough control over Senjutsu to break my seal, Madara said, but stopped when Hinata snorted. I may not be a seal master, but I can see when a seal has been properly structured, Hinata said, narrowing her eyes. I've never been much good in the sealing arts, Madara shrugged his shoulders. Bullshit, Hinata scoffed, making Madara raise an eyebrow in interest. Building arrays are the first thing you learn. They provide the foundation to good overall stability. It's why learning the sealing arts without a teacher around is very dangerous. Without a good array, seals tend to blow up. It takes a skilled person to build a good array. Hinata paused, noticing the smile appearing on Madara. But it takes a master to make this array stable enough not to blow up, but just that little bit weaker to be breakable. You set this up from the very beginning, Hinata finished, and Madara's smile had turned into a smirk. Perhaps, Madara replied with amusement. You are sharper than people give you credit for. But my comment remains true, nonetheless. You do have very good control over Senjutsu. Is this part of your grand scheme? I break the seal so that you can play with me? Hinata wondered as Madara laughed. Everything I do is part of a grand plan, and you are the queen on the board, Madara replied as Hinata tensed for the fight. And who is the king? Hinata asked as Madara began building up chakra. Naruto, of course. A king falls without his queen, and a kingdom falls without its king, Madara answered before his hands bore towards the horse seal. Katon, Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. Madara drew his breath and released a torrent of fire. The wave of heat completely vaporized into falling rain on its path. Hinata raised her hand to shield her face from the heat as her body started liquefying. Moments before the fire connected with her, she completely burst into water and plunged into the water on the ground. She reappeared on the other side, a few feet behind Madara, and quickly rose from the water. Her body regained form as she pulled her arm backwards to strike. She thrust her arm forward, aiming at Madara's unprotected heart. But Madara wasn't an ordinary shinobi. He turned faster than she expected and caught her chakra power punch with an open palm, much to her shock. It was then she noticed that he had his Rinnegan activated and had simply sucked the chakra from her fist, rendering her chakra-powered punch useless. Hinata immediately slipped from his grasp and jumped backwards, gaining some distance. She crouched on the ground immediately, going for hand seals. Hijutsu, Mugen no Ame, Secret Technique Endless Rain. The heavy rain was laced with chakra, and she could already start to feel her surroundings. Interesting, Madara thought to himself, noticing his chakra being absorbed by the rain. It was a pesky amount to someone like him, but it was chakra nonetheless. He looked up and noticed that her Byakugan was activating, her veins slowly bulging. He would let her have the first move. He could feel Hinata scrutinizing him in every way possible. He absorbed part of my Senjutsu chakra, but it had no effect on him, Hinata mused and thought. His chakra reserves were massive, being on par with Naruto. He wondered how much time she was going to take. He noticed a small twitch in her feet as she blasted forward, the water rippling in her wake. Enough with the clones, Madara snarled, backhanding the charging Hinata as she burst into water. Just as Madara said those words, another set of 5 clones burst from the water surrounding him. 2 black rods of metal rose from his palms, one in each hand. With a graceful twirl, all of Hinata's clones were slashed and destroyed in the blink of an eye. This is boring, Madara sighed until he felt a pulse of chakra. Kaimon, gave opening, Kai! Hinata fought, sending a burst of chakra to her brain and opening the first gate. She coiled before blurring forward at tremendous speed. Madara's Sharingan could only watch as Hinata flew towards him. Time seemed to slow down as Madara brought his arm to block Hinata's punch. Hinata was getting closer and his arm wasn't in the right position still. She was a few inches away and his hand was barely away from her outstretched fist. Madara's eyes widened when a small water whip lashed onto his arm, restraining his movements. His attention shifted back to Hinata as her fist connected with his jaw. Madara's skin rippled and his face twisted into unnatural angles. He could swear he heard a cracking sound as he blasted backwards, tumbling through the water until he regained his balance and stood up. He looked down and noticed a few drops of blood falling to the water. He licked his lips, savoring the metallic taste. It's been a while since I've seen my own blood, Madara said, his lips parting to a smile. Hinata did not wish to stand still and wait. She ran forward once more, taking advantage of her temporary increased speed to match Madara. Madara smirked mere moments before Hinata touched him. Katon, Hajingaku no Jutsu, hiding in ash. Madara took a deep breath and expelled a chakra-infused ash that covered a wide area. Hinata crashed, her skin was burned for being caught in the middle of the fire jutsu. Madara watched as Hinata jumped away from the ash cloud, her skin sizzling and regenerating. All her burns gone in a matter of seconds. Interesting. Your healing factor is similar to Hashirama's, Madara commented to himself. Katon, Goenka, Great Flame Flower. Hinata watched as Madara took a deep breath once more and launched countless fireballs. It felt like it was rain fire, the whole sky taking on an orange tinge of color. This is ridiculous, Hinata thought in disbelief as she looked at the rain balls of fire. Each one was the size of a standard fireball, and there were dozens of them. She jumped away as the fireball landed close to her, closing her eyes in the process. Soitan, Baku Sui Shoha, Great Exploding Water Wave. Hinata clasped her hands as the water on the ground started swirling furiously. Seconds before Hinata was overrun with fireballs, a huge tornado of water burst from the earth. Hinata's hair fluttered violently as she poured Senjutsu chakra into her water attack. The tornado of water roared into existence, toppling the great walls of the rain village in height. The fireball crashed into the water spout harmlessly. With a shout from Hinata, the tornado stopped spinning, but the water remained perfectly still. Madara watched as the tornado started changing shape into a massive water wall, spanning a wide spread. And with that, the water wall charged forward like a tsunami. The flame spread and died instantly, snuffed out like candles under the huge volume of water that poured down. The sky seemed filled with water, and for the first time Madara felt small. The wave curled on itself and crashed down on the ground, the earth quaking in its wake. Shinra Tensei! Madara bellowed, pushing the incoming wall of water. His eyes widened as his pulse of gravity did nothing to the wave as it simply wrapped around his body from all sides. From the left, from the right, from the back, from the sky. His Susanoo was brought into existence as his form was swallowed whole by the wave. Madara's Susanoo stumbled within the water, trying to regain balance but unable to do so due to the rustling of the strong current. His Susanoo formed two large swords and stabbed him deeply into the earth, stabilizing himself deep beneath the ocean Hinata had just created. Madara looked up to see Hinata standing on top of the water while he was buried underneath it. He had never seen such pure, crystalline water. He was broken from his thoughts when he heard a cracking sound and saw a crack line appear on his Susanoo. It was breaking under the pressure of the water. His eyes widened when he saw that the whole rain in the sky seemed to stop and start conveying into one massive ball in the sky. Looks like she is worthy after all, Madara commented as Hinata brought her hand down with a shout. Mizuchi! Hinata roared, a serpent-like creature taking shape. It opened its large mouth, showing razor-sharp fangs before plummeting to the earth and sinking into the water, heading straight towards Madara. Madara watched in fascination as the serpent swallowed his Susanoo, placing unimaginable pressure. His Susanoo was giving under the pressure. Madara's eyes glowed and his armor evolved into the next stage, gaining another reinforcement to withstand the tide. But even that was not enough. His humanoid was getting buried in the ground by the pressure of the dragon. The Susanoo crossed all four arms around his main body, but it was still cracking. And mere seconds later, the legendary shield of the Mangekyo Sharingan gave out and shattered like glass. Madara was going to follow the same path until a smirk crossed his lips, and he closed his eyes in concentration. Worthy indeed, he laughed and fought. Boom! A large explosion rocked the whole grounds and the village. Hinata crashed, she was blasted back, and the water shot into the sky, creating mini tsunamis. She watched as a monstrous figure rose from the water and stood tall in front of her. Hinata only watched in despair as Madara summoned his perfect Susanoo. And just like Naruto, Madara's Susanoo was imposing. His armor was just as big as Naruto, and from the chakra it was leaking, she could guess that it was equally powerful. What was she supposed to do against such a colossal warrior? Against a shinobi that defied the meaning of S rank? You should feel proud, Madara said from the top of his Susanoo. He stood floating in a diamond-shaped figure in his Susanoo's forehead. Only Hashirama has ever forced me to summon my perfect Susanoo. Hinata, however, didn't know if she should feel proud or horrified. He and Naruto were more similar than she thought. They had similar builds, mannerisms, and even their powers were similar. Except she had never fought against Naruto using his full power because she knew very well just what he could do. Hinata tensed as Susanoo gripped the sword tightly. Susanoo, the Sharingan's greatest offense and also its ultimate defense. Madara unsheathed his sword with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that ripped through the earth. Soitan, Suyo no Jutsu, Water Prison! Hinata jumped as far as she could, immersing herself in the water bubble as the shockwave crashed against her and she was propelled backwards. Her water prison shattering against the power of the shockwave, barely able to dull the initial impact. Hinata twirled midair and landed gracefully on the water. Even liquefying my body didn't stop the attack from hurting me, Hinata grimaced in thought. I guess I don't have any other choice against this, Hinata muttered, saying herself against the tremors caused by each step on Madara Susanoo. And what can you do? Madara asked with amusement. Hachiman, Tonko no Jin, 8 inner gates, Hinata grimaced, knowing full well what she was about to do. She channeled the remainder of her Senjutsu chakra into her heart and placed her thumb against her chest. Kai! Hinata roared, and at first nothing happened. Suddenly, a shockwave was released from her body, strong enough to draw Madara's curiosity as he stopped his advances and watched in curiosity of what Hinata was doing. Hinata's aura skyrocketed as the air around her swirled furiously. The ground started cracking and caving from her chakra pressure alone. Her hair stood on end as her skin gained a pale purple outline. The purple outline started gaining color, getting brighter and brighter, completely enveloping her form. Her hair danced in the wind, and her Byakugan started gaining an unnatural glow as her raw Senjutsu chakra saturated the air. Oh? Madara commented with a raised eyebrow as he gazed into Hinata's shrouded form. She was certainly putting out a lot of chakra. He would bet that the whole Rain Country would feel both of their chakra by now. Hinata took a deep breath, staying her breathing against the maelstrom of chakra in her system. She charged her arms with so much chakra it became visible to the naked eye, and with that she leapt. Madara lost track of her as she jumped, and she had gained speed. He stood still inside Susanoo, waiting patient for Hinata to make her move. He didn't take long until he felt a mountain smash against his back, forcing his massive Susanoo to stumble forward. Madara instantly looked backwards, seeing Hinata with her arm extended against the Susanoo's back. Madara blinked at the power behind her punch, and she was gone once more. What the? Madara felt her approaching from the front this time. He didn't want to stand still and unsheathed his sword. With a flick of the wrist, he sent a powerful crescent wave of energy against the charging Hinata. Hinata looked up against the incoming attack. Hake Hasengeki, Mountain Crusher. She thrust her arm forward, unleashing a powerful chakra burst mere moments before the Susanoo's attack connected with her. Hinata's attack ripped through the energy wave, continuing and crashing against the Susanoo, who blocked with both arms in an X shape. She didn't waste any second and ran towards the Susanoo at full speed, just before leaping once more. She cocked her right arm backwards and smashed her fist against Susanoo's right kneecap. Time seemed to slow down to Madara as her fist connected against the Susanoo's leg. Her fist connected with his leg with a resounding bang. At first nothing happened, but suddenly Madara heard a cracking sound and could watch as the Susanoo's leg cracked, splintering into pieces under the pressure of her punch, and was launched off into the distance. Madara only looked in shock at his now missing right leg, but Hinata didn't stand still. Once she landed, she jumped upwards and lured a powerful uppercut to Susanoo. The massive shield rose into the air slightly just before crashing down on his back, the earth quaking under the colossal warrior. Hinata winced as pain coursed over all her body. The next blow would be her last. She jumped high into the air. Sutin Kyaku, Heavenly Foot of Pain. She concentrated the remnants of her strength on her heel and hit the down Susanoo's chest with a powerful falling axe kick. Madara only watched as the air rippled when her heel connected with the Susanoo, and his entire warrior immediately cracked and disintegrated into dust under the shockwave. Cho Shinra Tensei! Madara bellowed, countering the shock with repulsive gravity, and everything turned into a blinding light as both forces connected with each other. Boom! The earth quaked as both forces matched against each other. Trees were uprooted. The rain stopped falling as even the massive walls of the rain village resonated under the massive shockwave. The dust started clearing off and the sun started shining through the clouds. Urgh! Madara grunted, lifting himself out of the rubble with one final push. All the water had been vaporized. He got onto his feet and stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. He spat a mouthful of blood as he looked around, noticing for the first time the devastation Hinata's attack had accomplished. There was nothing around them but a large crater. Madara grimaced in pain when he looked at the stump that used to be his left arm. The force of Hinata's full power had been enough to destroy his perfect Susanoo and take his left arm with it. Madara started walking forward, moving towards the center of the crater. He strained his eyes and saw Hinata kneeling in the middle of the blast zone, her breathing slow and shallow. She stood completely still, blood dripping slowly from her mouth. Her senjutsu marks were long gone from her face and replaced by signs of pure exhaustion. To think, Madara said, stopping a few feet from her, that even for a moment, you were stronger than me. Madara chuckled aimlessly, taking a deep breath. If I had been on the same level when I faced Hashirama back in the day, you would have won, Madara said, his scream returning to normal. To open the 8 gates and live? You are truly amazing, Madara said with pride. Zetsu, Madara called, and the white clone popped from the ground. Take her to the hideout and patch her up, Madara ordered, and the clone nodded, moving towards Hinata. It's nearly time, Madara said, looking at the sky and bathing in the rare sunlight of Amagakure. Argh! Madara's head snapped to the source of the scream. The scream was coming from Zetsu, and he could understand why. Zetsu had been pierced right through the middle of his chest by what seemed to be a pure white blade of some sort. Zetsu gripped the blade as he was lifted into the air as if he weighed nothing. Tomo Goroshi no Haikotsu, all killing Ashbone. He heard Hinata whisper faintly and could only watch in shock as the Zetsu clone started rotting and crumbling until he was nothing more than a pile of ash on the ground. Madara looked in astonishment as the white blade receded back into Hinata's outstretched arm, disappearing deep into her open palm. The Shiko Tsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, Madara whispered in shock. It wasn't possible. This wasn't some bloodline you could awaken like the Sharingan. You were either born fit or you lucked out. The bloodline had only been seen in the Kagyu clan, and even among them it was a rarity. If things couldn't get any worse, Madara watched completely frozen as Hinata's wounds disappeared. Her gashes mended themselves together, and the blood dripping from her mouth was simply reabsorbed back into her body. Even her face was losing signs of exhaustion. A side effect of the bone dead pulse? An external healing factor to compensate the usage of bones? Madara mused, watched her intently. Madara's jaw hit the floor when her hair started turning a snow white in color. It began in her head and started branching out until the end of her hair. What the hell is going on? Madara cursed. He didn't like not knowing what was happening. Is she an Uzumaki now? Madara growled, only seeing the hair turning white on the Uzumaki clan after the members broke their limits. But that couldn't be. His Sharingan could still see her chakra. She hadn't expended all of it. She still had enough, but she pushed her body too far over the 8 gates. He watched and now took a deep breath and looked up towards him. He was expecting a couple of horns and an eyeball in the middle of her forehead by the going of things. Madara just gaped as he watched Hinata's eyes glowing a light blue. They were changing. He could see it clearly with the Sharingan. The hollow look of the Byakugan was gone. It was being replaced by a pitch-black pupil and a bluish flower-like pattern around it. Her eyes glowed and the vein bulges around her eyes disappeared. A new dojutsu? Madara muttered in disbelief. The Hyuga clan had been around for centuries, and there never was even the faintest whisper of an evolved Byakugan. But Madara couldn't deny his eyes as the evidence stood right in front of him. He watched as she stood up in silence and just stared at him with her new eyes. He could swear she had a faint smile on her lips. And was her hair moving? Madara blinked as her hair started waving behind her back, but there was no wind around. Naido, in her path. Hinata smiled as her hair lengthened considerably. Togebari, rabbit needle hair. Hinata launched countless hardened needles from her hair. Madara immediately activates Susanoo to block the incoming attack. He was surprised to see the Needles digging themselves deeper into his Susanoo. His shield had barely been able to block the ferocious attack. It seems she hasn't lost any accuracy for new eyes, Madara thought, noticing that every single needle was aimed at vital points. Madara looked as the attack stopped and Hinata sprang forward. She seemed slower than usual, but still faster than most shinobi he had ever faced. Madara braced himself as Hinata closed distance in the blink of an eye. She threw her fist forward, and Madara was about to block it when a bone burst from her hand. His eyes widened as he sidestepped the attack immediately and ducked under a swipe. He watched as the bone sliced a few strands of his long hair and saw the hair disintegrate into dust before his very eyes. Can't let her touch me with those bones, Madara thought. He was curious about her bones. They seemed different from what he heard about the dead bone pulse. The Kage clan could use bones as weapons, but that was about it. He never heard of bones destroying anything they touched. Madara was broken from his thoughts and lashed out a lightning-fast kick to her chest. He was surprised when several bones popped from her ribcage to block his kick. His eyes widened as he immediately jumped backwards, discarding his right sandal as it disintegrated from being in contact with her bones. A dangerous opponent. Madara thought with a smile, but it was too late to fight her again. Even with the newly awakened dojutsu, her chakra reserves were depleting. She was tired, even if she didn't want to show it. He saw as Hinata took a step back and looked around as if she was being cornered. Madara watched her with curiosity. Hinata suddenly sprang to the right and thrust her arms forward, piercing what seemed to be thin air. Madara stood frozen as the shadow he had projected with his Rinnegan crumbled into dust. But it wasn't possible. Only someone descended from the sages of the Six Paths could project, feel, or see the shadows, and only someone with his chakra could harm them. Who are you? Madara thought with narrowed eyes. She turned around and focused her new blue eyes on him. Madara swung his stump of an arm, throwing blood into her newly awakened eyes. Clearly Hinata didn't expect it as she stumbled backwards and clutched to her eyes. Gakido, Predapath, Madara said, grabbing Hinata by the neck and absorbing the remainder of her chakra. Hinata gasped as her remaining chakra was stolen. Her eyes started losing their blue hue and turned back to their usual hollow look of the Byakugan, and alongside it, her hair returned to the dark blue color as well. So you can turn those eyes off, Madara mused as she blacked out, putting an end to the battle. Madara gently lowered her to the ground, and watched as the nurse Zetsu came and took her away. How intriguing, Madara said out loud, thinking back to Hinata's eyes. Man, Izuna said, stepping onto the battlefield. She did a number on you, Izuna chuckled, pointing to his now missing arm. Indeed, Madara mused. I may have underestimated her. I didn't expect her to use the 8 inner gates battle formation. Tell me, Izuna, what do you know about the Hyuga clan and the Byakugan? A few days later, Hinata was healed by Zetsu and her chakra sealed once more. She was back to step 1, being trapped in a room with the only visitors being Izuna with her food. However, that provided her with time to think. Time to think about her new eyes, and specifically her dead bone pulse bloodline. That surely explained all the pain she'd been feeling the last few weeks. But the question remained, what triggered her change? Naruto seemed to know, but then again, he knew everything. She heard a rustling outside of her room. Just in time, Hinata thought. She expected Izuna to walk in with her meal. She was surprised when the door opened and Madara stepped inside, empty-handed. She watched carefully as Madara approached and placed a single finger on her forehead, breaking her chakra seal. Hinata felt her chakra returning and immediately stood up, ready for round 2. Madara, for his part, just stood still, watching her with amusement. You are free to go, Madara said, and she blinked. What? She asked. She must have heard that wrong. You are free to go, Madara repeated, restrained to laugh at her stupefied face. Why? Hinata almost whined. You served your purpose, Madara answered and stepped out of the room. Hinata didn't wait for him to change his mind and immediately bolted out of the room. In a few short minutes, she was long gone from the Rain Village. And a flashback. And now I'm here, Hinata finished her tale and looked around the room. taking notice that mostly everyone was either gaping like a fish or staring at her blankly. She didn't blame them, it was quite the tale. Damn. Toriyama was the first to sum everyone's thoughts. Can we see it? Kushina asked, and everyone leaned in, including Naruto. Hinata sighed and slowly opened her eyes, and Naruto took a sharp breath. So you awakened it after all. Naruto smiled and Hinata nodded. Naruto looked at her eyes more carefully now. Her traditional white, pupilless eyes now had a light blue flower-like pattern. She blinked and the flower pattern disappeared, returning her eyes to the usual Byakugan state. To his surprise, he saw her hair returning to the old dark blue color. Well, Hinata asked, and everyone turned towards Naruto, waiting for an explanation. What do you know of this? You clearly knew I was going to awaken it, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. It never crossed my mind even for just a moment that you would awaken them. But when I did that scan on you, I could see the eyes blossoming behind your Byakugan. The same way I could feel your own body adapting to its changes, just like mine did when I awakened my Rinnegan. Naruto began, and everyone listened in. It's called Tensegan, Reincarnation Eye. Those eyes belong to Hamura Otsutsuki, Naruto said, and everyone cringed their faces in confusion. Hamura Otsutsuki was a twin brother of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto said, and everyone stared in disbelief. How come you know of all this? Hashirama grumbled. When I met Hagoromo, I saw a few of his memories, both growing up and with him as an adult. I knew that Hamura possessed the Tensegan and wielded the Dead Bone Pulse as well. I guess all those abilities were dormant within the Hyuga clan and were triggered by Otsutsuki Chakra, Naruto explained. And where'd she get the Otsutsuki Chakra? Hashirama asked with curiosity. That would be my fault, Naruto sighed as everyone looked at him in confusion. I am Hagoromo's first transmigrant after all. Transmigrant? Hashirama furrowed his eyebrows. I don't know why I don't know this. You were Ashura's transmigrant, Naruto said, making Hashirama's eyes twitch. Explain, Hashirama said, crossed his arms and taking a deep breath. Well, it's like this. You all know how chakra began, right? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. Hagoromo and Hamura were the first users of chakra, but the thing was that their chakra was extremely powerful. The same thing with Hagoromo's children, Indra and Ashura. What happened was that when they died, be it a natural death or not, their powerful chakra remained stuck in this world, waiting patiently for a specific individual to be born. In Hashirama's case, it was Ashura's chakra. When Hashirama was born, Ashura's chakra latched onto you, giving you unnatural powers compared to most shinobi. I suspect Madara was Indra's transmigration. That would explain why he was the only one who could match against you. The thing is that this chakra, while giving you increased powers, only latches on to a person who will develop specific personality traits. In Ashura's case, it was his will and desire for peace and love. You said were, Hashirama said softly. When the transmigrant dies, this chakra of the original one detaches and waits patiently for the next newborn who will become the next transmigrant. In a way, you can call this reincarnation of past lives, Naruto finished, and everyone had their jaws on the ground. And you weren't exactly born when I resurrected you, weren't you? Naruto chuckled, and Hashirama nodded slowly. Sasuke was Indra's transmigrant, Naruto said out of nowhere. How do you know that? Hinata asked with curiosity. I can remember his chakra after my talk with Hagoromo, Naruto explained. Anyway, since I'm Hagoromo's transmigration, I am, in fact, Otsutsuki Naruto. And, like my clan name, my chakra is Otsutsuki in nature, Naruto explained. That still doesn't explain how she awakened those eyes, Toriyama argued. It's because we became intimate, Naruto said and cleared his throat as everyone stared at him. You mean she awakened the eyes because you had sex with her? Dry said before bursting in laughter. This is too good, he said between breaths. Explain, please, Hinata muttered. Why do you think the whole sex only after marriage began? Naruto asked rhetorically. Because even today, sex was referred to as something more than physical. In some cultures, having sex is like a ritual for the sharing of energies. That is why you awakened the Tensegon, Naruto explained. I bet you share your chakra with her a lot, Jiraiya grinned, wiggling his eyebrows, making everyone facepalm. Jiraiya, have some decency! Tsunade yelled, smacking his head. Now what? Hinata asked. Now we train your new abilities, Naruto grinned, and Hinata smiled. She was back home. And that is the end of chapter 62. Moving on to the final chapter's video, which is chapter 65, Dark Skies. Here we go. Chapter 63, Dark Skies. Senju Compound. How long have they been like that? Toriyama asked, gazing at both Naruto and Hinata, who sat on the ground in a perfect lotus position facing each other. They were looking intently into each other's eyes without making a single movement, not even the slightest of twitches. The odd thing was that they both had their dojutsus activated. Naruto had his Mangekyou turned on, while Hinata was using her newly awakened eyes. Her light blue eyes clashed against the blood red of the Sharingan. A couple of hours, Itachi replied, giving a side glance to the same couple. I see, Toriyama replied flatly and sat down at the table, his eyes never leaving them. How long do you think it has been for them? He asked, noticing a small drop of sweat running down Naruto's face. Time perception changes between users. In my Tsukiyomi, 1 second in real life means 24 hours inside my Genjutsu world. As for Naruto, I can't help but wonder. I'm severely restrained by my average chakra levels, unlike him, Itachi replied evenly. But both of them have been going at it for hours. They didn't even have lunch. If he shares the same skill as you do with the Tsukiyomi, then both of them have been there for years, Toriyama said, quickly doing the math in his head. Years and a couple of hours. Toriyama was lost in his thoughts when he heard a groan and noticed Naruto had closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Both Naruto and Hinata stood, popping a few joints for all the time they had sat on the ground, stiff as boards. He looked towards Hinata and saw her hair shifting back to her dark blue color. Toriyama looked carefully at Hinata. Her posture seemed different. No, it was different. But that could have been for sitting on the ground for so many hours. His eyes trailed back to Naruto, who was already at the table, munching on anything he could grab. He took a small read and felt his chakra levels were near the bottom. Naruto had expended all of his chakra in that speed train session. Toriyama wondered, how long, he asked, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. I didn't just use my chakra, Toby, Naruto replied with a crooked smile. Toriyama groaned once more at the nickname. Naruto had taken to call him Toby for short. No matter how many times he reminded Naruto that Toby was once the mask of Fugaku. We empty Kurama as well, Naruto explained. Toriyama's eyes widened ever so slightly. If they used the chakra of a Biju then... 2 years, Naruto said, and saw Toriyama's jaw drop as well as Itachi's. You have been stuck in your mind for 2 years? Toriyama asked in disbelief. 2 years? That was insane! The amount of chakra required will be staggering. No wonder they drained the QB. 2 years, 1 month, and 24 days, Hinata informed him while Toriyama just shook his head. What did you do in there for so long? Toriyama asked. Mostly training, Hinata replied, munching happily on an apple. I see, Itachi answered neutrally. Anything we need to know? Nope, Naruto grinned. However, Hashirama is no longer the second strongest in our group, Naruto replied, and Toriyama raised his head, looking at Hinata, who looked exactly the same. Then again, for him and Itachi, it was only a few hours. Really? Toriyama asked with suspicion. His brother was filled to the brim with chakra, not to mention his Mokuton bloodline. Indeed, Hinata answered, but said nothing more. Let them wonder, she added in thought. And you, Toriyama asked towards Naruto. What have you been doing for 2 years? Preparing for Madara. Next day, Hokage's office. He won't like it, Tsunade commented. She stood next to the windows, hands behind her back as she gazed into the village, the sun coming up on the horizon. I know, Hinata replied softly. How do you know Naruto-kun won't like it? Shizune asked with a frown. She, Hinata, and Tsunade were the only ones in Hokage's office. Even the Anbu were ordered to leave. What we are trying is dangerous, and Naruto-kun will know it. Hinata answered with a sigh. But he will understand. We just can't progress any further without him. A single sample requires our absolute attention and takes weeks to grow. If we want it ready for the war, we need more time. Or Naruto's abilities, Hinata explained, and waited for Tsunade to answer. Fine, Tsunade sighed in defeat. Just ease him into it. You know how he gets with the whole war and peace thing, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded in reply, taking the authorization form from the Hokage. Another feint, Tsunade said, stopping Hinata from leaving the office. Don't take too long. I need you and Kakashi to get ready for the Kage meeting. Hinata frowned at Tsunade's words. You are not taking Naruto-kun, she asked. Things are tense between us and Iwagakure. Tsunade sighed, closed her fist behind her back. Naruto is too proud for his own good. Actually, I think you should reconsider, Hinata replied instantly, making Tsunade turn away from the window and look at Hinata with a raised eyebrow. He and the Tsuchikage are at each other's throats. I can't allow that to happen if we're to be allied in this war, Tsunade informed her. That is why I think you should heavily reconsider not taking Naruto-kun with you. I spent 2 years with him in our minds, and he's humbled quite a bit, Hinata explained. Really? Tsunade asked with amusement. And is that an impartial observation? One thing you should understand about Naruto-kun is that he never lost before, Hinata began softly. We both had rough times growing up. Naruto-kun pushed himself to his limits every single day to reach the level he is at today. It is normal that he takes pride in his abilities since he worked hard for them. Although the early years were hard, Naruto-kun always had a talent for the shinobi arts. He learned jutsus fairly quickly thanks to his eyes, and his taijutsu and genjutsu grew just as easily. The problem with such talent and power was that he never lost a single battle, Hinata said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was never once defeated in battle, and he was never outsmarted either. Then came Madara, who kidnapped me right from beneath his nose. And to make things worse, Naruto couldn't even find me afterwards. It shook him. It made him feel weak, frail, and hopeless for the first time. I think he learned a lot of humbleness from that, Hinata finished explaining, and Tsunade remained silent. That certainly explained all the anger he had, Tsunade muttered to herself. She looked up towards her apprentice and mused silently and thought. Alright, Tsunade conceded, shaking her head at the bright smile on the girl's face. One question though, Tsunade said, and Hinata nodded quite quickly. What exactly were you doing for 2 years in your dreamscapes? Tsunade asked with curiosity. Mostly developing my eyes so I don't have surprises during the war, Hinata shrugged her shoulders. I had time to think about my researches and a couple other things. But what you learned? Don't you need to train it with your actual body? Tsunade mused out loud. Not really, Hinata replied. Mine and Naruto's body are at our physical peak at the moment. The absolute peak of the human body is around 25, so we just have to wait until there. The things I learn in our minds can easily be applied in the real world without placing too much strain on my eyes, Hinata explained, and Tsunade chuckled softly. Care to share? Tsunade asked shrewdly. Apparently I'm Hamura's transmigrant. Due to Naruto's chakra being injected into my system, it forced my eyes to awaken, hence the white hair and the bones vein. Hinata shrugged her shoulders. She didn't mind her new eyes, but she was still wrapping her mind around the bones. I see, Tsunade replied, walking towards the chair and leaning backwards. Anyway, get going and come back with him once you are finished, Tsunade said. Hinata bowed and walked out of the office. That girl, Tsunade chuckled. She never ceases to amaze me. Indeed, Shizune giggled in reply. With Naruto. Are you serious? Naruto asked in disbelief mixed with surprise and shock. He was staring at the scarecrow of a shinobi sitting lazily in front of him. Anko! You're marrying Anko! I thought all you had was a flame! He chuckled in disbelief. Now, Naruto. Anko may be a bit eccentric and crazy, twisted, sadistic, and did I mention crazy? Shall I go on? Naruto asked with amusement. I'm a simple man, Naruto. Kakashi sighed and closed his book. I see boobs, I marry them, Kakashi replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, Good luck then, Naruto said after recovering. You're gonna need it by marrying that crazy woman. Naruto laughed and fought. Both Naruto and Kakashi stiffened slightly but quickly relaxed when they felt a spike of chakra. They watched as water started swirling on the previously dry ground, and Hinata materialized herself in front of them. Hina-chan! Naruto ran up to her and proceeded to whine about Kakashi getting married to Anko. Congratulations, Kakashi-sensei, Hinata said happily, while Kakashi nodded in appreciation, unlike a certain blonde. Come now, Hinata, we're all joning. Kakashi or Kakashi-senpai is fine, Kakashi answered, and Hinata nodded before turning towards Naruto. I need your help. Are you busy? Hinata asked, and Naruto shook his head, wondering what Hinata wanted. Good. Come with me, Hinata said, and motioned for him to follow. See ya, Kakashi. Hinata bowed subtly as both walked off. Konoha Hospital. So, where are we going? Naruto asked as both of them step into the hospital through the doors. You will see, Hinata grinned, and Naruto followed, wondering what would require him in the hospital. He always hated hospitals. That damn smell of high-power cleaners. Nonetheless, he followed her. She made her way through the hospital blocks with practiced ease. Soon enough, Hinata turned a corner that led to a dead end. Naruto raised an eyebrow as she kept walking until she stood but a few feet from the wall. Naruto's jaw dropped when Hinata placed a hand on the wall and immediately a small seal flared to life, glowing intermittently for a few seconds. Naruto watched as a small outline appeared on the wall, the size of a simple door. Come, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, breaking Naruto from his stupor. Hinata pushed the wall and it retreated backwards without much effort, sliding to the side. Naruto stepped into the room with trepidation. Where the hell are we going? Naruto was so lost in his thoughts he didn't notice a simple elevator staying in the middle of the room. A single Anbu stood next to the doors in perfect position, arms by the side of his body in a straight posture. Where are we? Naruto asked with no concealed curiosity. It was a small miracle he managed to hold it so far. We are nearly there. I will tell you when we arrive, Hinata replied, and entered the pin code, and the doors opened with a swoosh sound. Hinata stepped inside, and Naruto was about to enter when the Anbu placed a single arm to stop his movement. Lord Senju does not have clearance to enter this section, the Anbu replied sharply, and Naruto turned to Hinata, who blushed in realization. I'm sorry. Here. Hinata stepped out of the elevator and quickly pulled out the form she received from Tsunade. The Anbu looked through the form seconds before it burst into flames and was burned to ash. You may proceed, the Anbu replied neutrally and returned to his posture. Thanks, Naruto replied awkwardly and stepped into the elevator. The doors closed and he turned towards Hinata expectantly. She felt his eyes on her but ignored him. They were nearly there. Naruto could feel the chakra signatures on the surface getting dimmer and dimmer as the elevator continued downwards. Suddenly, the elevator stopped and Naruto looked forward as the doors opened and he blasted with white light. Welcome, Naruto-kun, to Orochimaru's greatest creation, Hinata said, but Naruto was barely able to register her words. There was so much white in front of him. White walls and white lights on the ceiling. Orochimaru. Naruto finally processed Hinata's words. What do you mean? He asked as he was led by Hinata through the halls. Naruto looked through the clear glass walls and saw many tables filled with vials and other equipment. He recognized some of the equipment from his basic knowledge that he had of biology. They kept walking and took a sharp right until they entered another section of the place. This room had large tanks filled with some type of liquid. Something was floating inside the tanks, connected by tubes to the exterior. Naruto suddenly stopped and placed a hand on Hinata's shoulders. Hinata turned backwards and noticed Naruto's face. Explain, Naruto said more harshly than he intended, but Hinata didn't seem to mind. It seemed that she expected it, in fact. Orochimaru was the founder of all of this, Hinata began waving her arms. This is a secret division of the League for Biological Weaponry Research. These facilities are perhaps the closest kept secret in the village. I doubt that even Danzo knew of this place, but with his connections it is unclear. This structure has living facilities for the active personnel and support staff to reduce the trips to the surface and lower risk of exposure. Remember that little laboratory you found years ago during your D-rank mission, Hinata asked, and Naruto nodded. That was actually an emergency entrance to this place. It would seem Orochimaru had repurposed that location for his own plans. When he was caught, I think he didn't have time to properly clean up everything. That would explain how he found so much, Hinata mused. He may have overstood his boundaries, but he was a genius, and one of the leading minds in genetic engineering. This was his life's work before he went crazy with the whole immortality thing, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded, following her along the corridors. It was supposed to be a dawn of a new age. All the chakra in the world is meaningless when a simple virus can wipe out a village and leave its wealth intact, Hinata explained, and Naruto was already frowning. Isn't chakra enough? Naruto sighed. Does Konoha really need more weapons? But you are wrong though, Naruto thought sadly. If you understood chakra like I do, you would know that chakra is the only absolute. I understand how you feel, Naruto, Hinata replied softly. But don't forget that this village is the military power of the Fire Nation. And while Konoha already had powerful shinobi, we never had the largest armies nor the biggest diversity in bloodlines. However, we always strived in medicine. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. But I thought shinobi were resistant to viruses and other diseases, Naruto commented out loud. True, Hinata agreed. People with active chakra networks have stronger immune systems, so they don't get sick with standard diseases. But we are still humans, Naruto. Even we get sick and die if the disease is strong enough, Hinata explained, as both of them stopped in front of a door. I still don't see how I can help. My genetic knowledge is a little rusty, Naruto joked until Hinata pointed forward. Naruto looked at where they stopped in front of the steel door. Virus. Naruto read the letters on the door. Viral Investigation and Research Unit Section, Hinata informed him as he stepped forward. The doors opened automatically. This way, Hinata called, and Naruto followed until he stood in front of large cylindrical tanks, very similar to the ones he saw on another section of this place. Is that what I think it is? Naruto asked, observing the white blob flowing in the liquid. White Zetsu, Hinata confirmed. Naruto watched the blob in front of him for confirmation. It was indeed a white Zetsu, or at least a few chunks of one. Ever since the Kuma invasion, we have been working on several ways to quickly neutralize them. Actually, that would be a brilliant idea, Naruto replied with a surprised face. Mara's army would be entirely composed of white Zetsu. If we could find a poison or something that would target only them, we could dispatch his army instantly, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded in reply. There are a few snags, however, Hinata said, sitting on a nearby chair and powering on the computer and other equipment. Naruto leaned over Hinata to look at the monitor to watch an array of complex symbols and other stuff that held no meaning to them. We are learning more every day, but I have to say that Zetsu clones are one work of art. They are essentially clones of Hashirama, although their DNA is slightly different since they are not entirely human, Hinata explained, pointing towards the monitor which had a representation of a Zetsu body. They possess nearly all of the strength of Hashirama. They carry the same powerful life force and his healing abilities as well. They are also heavily in tune with nature, being able to literally merge with any substance and allowing them to blend in easily and being virtually undetectable. Even for powerful sensors like you and Toyarama, Hinata explained, pointing to several schematics, and Naruto nodded in understanding. They can use the Mokuton, although in a much smaller and weaker scale than Hashirama, thankfully, Hinata said, and Naruto sighed, rubbing his forehead. I expected the Zetsu clones to be nothing but fodder, Naruto groaned. It would appear that Zetsu clones weren't as weak as expected. The Kumo invasion was an eye-opener, Hinata nodded in agreement and returned to her explanation. Since they aren't exactly human, they do not perform much for our bodily functions. They do not require food or even oxygen. Instead, they draw natural energy for sustenance. Since they draw energy from the earth itself, they do not tire, unlike us. Hinata bit her lip. Hinata replied and stood up, leading Naruto to another table. Their bodies are very durable. Low-level wounds will heal up immediately. To take them down, you need extensive trauma, like decapitating them or blowing them to pieces. What about their offensive abilities? Naruto asked, looking backwards to the floating Zetsu in the tank. Besides the Mokuton, their offensive abilities are on the weaker side. Their only reliable ability seems to be being able to absorb chakra, Hinata said, and Naruto frowned at her words. Like my Rinnegan? Not like that, Hinata shook her head. They cannot negate ninjutsu attacks. However, they can latch onto a person and drain their chakra, and very quickly too if we are not careful. Naruto nodded, taking particular attention to store all these little details. So, what do you need me for? I need your Rinnegan abilities. I need you to mature a couple of specimens so that we can try our creations on them, Hinata said, pointing to several vials on the fridge. They seemed to share the same color, but the labels identified the liquid with different strains. Z-Virus? Naruto asked with amusement. Z for Zetsu. Not very original, but it will do. Hinata giggled while Naruto shook his head. He walked up to the tanks and placed a single hand on the glass. The Zetsu parts began shaking and slowly snapped to their right positions. The leg piece went to the bottom while the head stayed at the top. Small tendrils burst from the head and quickly latched on the remaining body parts, pulling the pieces together, mending the flesh back together into one whole body. Yellow eyes snapped open as Naruto removed his hand. The Zetsu snarled, gulping the liquid, but he didn't seem to mind. The Zetsu punched the tank, but the glass didn't even vibrate. Reinforced glass. They are perfectly safe in there, Hinata commented, as she drained the liquid inside the tank. Hinata walked back towards the computer and started typing. Warning, warning, Naruto heard from the speakers. Z-Virus protocol initialized. Dispersing B strain. Naruto turned back to the tank and saw nothing happening. The Zetsu was still trying his best to break the glass until he stopped suddenly and started convulsing in pain. His skin started blistering as the Zetsu trashed inside the glass cage until he collapsed to the bottom, completely still. Hinata was looking at the report from the computer when the Zetsu opened his eyes and stood up. With a smirk, all the blisters healed and he began trying to break the glass again. B strain simulation failure, the system reported. Oh well, Hinata sighed and stood up. Not like I expected it to work on the first try. That would have been too good. Do you know what makes them obey Madara's commands so blindly? Naruto asked with curiosity. Oh, I know that phase, Hinata stated with a smirk. What are you applying inside that devious mind of yours? She asked, watching Naruto remain oblivious to her question. I was thinking, what if we could somehow modify this Zetsu? Naruto pointed to the tank behind him. To follow our orders. Then we could simply form our own army of Zetsu and pit it against Madara's. And should we lose, we could always make some more, Naruto explained, but Hinata frowned. I don't think that will work. We just got to work on the Zetsu and have so much more to find out. I don't think it would be wise to risk building an army only for it to turn against us, Hinata explained. You are right. Anyway, how many clones do you need? Naruto asked, looking at the 4 other tanks. 1 is enough for now. When I manage to end this one, I'll let you know. In the meantime, we need to get ready for the Kage meeting, Hinata explained, placing her lab coat down. I don't think Bachin will let me go, Naruto frowned. No worries, I talked to her and convinced her to give you a second chance, Hinata replied, and Naruto looked up. In a flash, she was next to Hinata, hugging her. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto cheers, feigning her while she laughed. Did I tell you how much I love you? Not today, she pouted. Senju compound. Most of the people living under the roof of the Senju compound were gathering in a living room. Naruto had just geared up and was waiting for Tsunade to arrive so they could depart for the final meeting before the war. No matter how times change, war always finds its way back, Hashirama said sadly, looking down to the floor. All the battles I fought, the union of the clans and the villages, and here we go again. This war is different, Naruto replied with a smile. Hashirama looked up with hollowed eyes. There is no point in war, Naruto. You will understand it, sooner or later. Hashirama sighed. He could already feel the nature weeping for the loss of life that was about to come. You are wrong, Grandpa. It is true that most wars are pointless, but this one is special. For the first time since the birth of Chakra, all the clans, all the villages, all shinobi are united against a common enemy. No one wishes to sacrifice their freedom, Naruto said seriously. For the first time in history, we are united for more than greed, more than personal gain. This is our future. Good speech, Hashirama snickered, but his words were honest. You should relay the message to whoever becomes the commander of the forces on the field.
Naruto.
Naruto turned to see Kurama approaching the room, followed by his 7 siblings. The only Bijuu that was missing was the one still inside B, back in Kumo. That can't be good, Naruto thought with anticipation. We want to fight by your side, Son Goku said, stepping forward and saying next to Kurama. Absolutely not, Toriyama replied sharply. We are going up against Madara. A single glance from his eyes and you become nothing more than puppets. We deserve to fight, Matatabi replied harshly. You are not fighting for your future alone. Should you fail, you will also be enslaved. Naruto for his part was silent, pondering what to do. Don't tell me you are considering this, Toriyama asked incredulously, turning to look at Naruto. They are right. They deserve to fight for their freedom as well, Naruto replied, and the Bijuu nodded. However, Naruto continued, stopping any rant, I can't allow you on the battlefield. Toby is right. It is a chance I cannot take, Naruto replied sadly, while most of the Bijuu growled in anger. And who are you to stop us? Son Goku growled, his tails waving menacingly. You are not father, he spat. I know, Naruto answered with a small smile, but it is my job to protect you. Son Goku closed his mouth and looked at the floor, but he was still too proud to back down. It would appear they reached an impasse. Seeing the tension growing in the room, Hinata stepped forward. May I offer a compromise? Hinata asked, and everyone turned towards her. Why don't you seal the Bijuu inside a vessel of their choosing? Hinata offered, and everyone's eyes widened. When a Bijuu is inside a host, they are not affected by genjutsu, and this way they can join forces and help in the war, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded, pondering very seriously this hypothesis. I agree, Matatabi replied instantly and jumped in the air, laying on Hinata's shoulders. I want her, Matatabi purred, while Hinata for her part patted her head in acceptance. I can go with that, Naruto said and turned towards Son Goku and the others. Will you agree? Son Goku stayed silent for a few moments as he turned backwards to talk with the remaining 3 Bijuu, which were Sanbi, Koku, and Saiken, since it appeared Matatabi had already agreed and chose to turn vessel. They whispered for a few moments until they reached a consensus. We agree on the condition we are treated fairly and be allowed to roam free. You know that I won't allow anyone to use you purely as weapons of mass destruction. Pick your vessel. If they agree, then I will seal you and allow you to participate in the war, Naruto explained, and Son Goku nodded. He started walking around the room, sniffing anyone in range. I want your mate, Son Goku said towards Toriyama, who turned stiff as a board. Of all the people in the world, he managed to choose a Kage, Naruto muttered. Onoki is not going to like this one bit, Naruto snickered, thinking back to the old leader. Onoki really wanted to beat you back, and now Naruto is going to steal a Bijuu that once belonged to Iwa into the Kage of another village. I want you, Isubu said, walking towards Toriyama. I sense your chakra nature will go along with mine very well, Isubu explained. Naruto looked at Toriyama for an answer, but the man simply shrugged his shoulders, but Naruto could swear he saw a smile tugging on the corner of his lips. And you? Naruto asked, turning towards the remaining Bijuu, Saiken and Kokuo. I sense we are very much the same, Itachi-san. I would like to be bonded with you, Kokuo said, much to Itachi's surprise. I thank you for choosing me, Itachi replied and bowed his head in kind. I want Hashirama, Saiken replied meekly. Of course, Hashirama replied joyfully. I guess it's settled, Naruto said as Tsunade came into the room. I will seal you after we come back from the meeting. Seal what and who? Tsunade asked near her eyes of Naruto, who gulped under her gaze.
You know,
Kurama began, drawing the attention to him.
Father said that someday we'd all be together. I just never thought it would be quite like this.
Kurama laughed. At the Kage meeting, I apologize for my words during the last meeting, Tsuchikage-sama, Naruto said, bowing his head. Onoki opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out. If he was expecting anything from the spawn of the old Flash, this was not it. It certainly wasn't, Onoki thought in mild disbelief, seeing the blonde in front of him. He looked around to see the faces of shock and surprise amongst everybody in the room. Did you put him up to this? Onoki hissed towards Tsunade, who was also shocked. No! She gasped. I see, Onoki said neutrally, contemplating the young shinobi in front of him. Stop bowing, boy. Show some pride. He snarled suddenly. Naruto rose but kept his face empty, waiting patiently for Onoki's answer. Why did you apologize? Onoki said, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. I overstood my boundaries during the last meeting. It was not my intention to coerce you to relinquish control over the Bijou by force, Naruto replied, looking somewhat downcast. I still have and will always have pride. I bowed, not by lack of it, but as a sign of respect and apology. And where do you stand now about the Bijou? Onoki said, and everyone in the room stiffened, waiting for the response. I am sorry, but giving you the Bijou is not something I will do, Naruto frowned but replied nonetheless. I see, Onoki said, inhaling sharply. Everyone in the room tensed and waited for the old man to blow up once more. We are all shinobi, are we not? Naruto suddenly asked. Why must we force ourselves into endless fighting over land, money, or even power? We could do so much more if we all stood together, Naruto explained seriously. War will only lead to our mutual destruction. I suppose I agree if you want that, Onoki replied, and everyone sighed in relief. I'm old, Naruto. Very old, Onoki said, referring to the blonde by his name for the first time. And I have seen more chaos, blood, and death than even you. The attack of my forces during the last meeting was not my decision. As you know, I was under Madara's influence, so I am partial to blame for that mess. I extend you my gratitude for sparing my men, Onoki said, and Naruto smiled, shaking Onoki's extended hand. Good. When this is all over, then we can talk properly, Onoki finished, and sat down around the round table. Now, Onoki began as the bodyguards also stood behind each of the Kages. Let's show that bastard what happens when he messes with us, Onoki snarled, and Tsunade snickered internally. Some things never change, Tsunade thought, cast a side glance at Naruto. She saw Hinata's hand discreetly come up and grasp Naruto's tightly, hidden behind the cover of the chair. Behind every great man stands an equally great woman, Tsunade thought with a smile, and turned back to focus on the meeting. We have confirmation that the smaller villages will also partake in this, Baki explained, pointing to several smaller countries in the elemental nations. Excellent, A agreed. What news do we have from Madara? Madara is holed up in the Rain Village, Tsunade began explaining. It is unclear if the Rain Shinobi are on his side or if they are simply being coerced or manipulated. And his forces, Mei asked, intertwining her hands together. His army will be comprised of Zetsu clones. Their number is uncertain as of now, but we can expect the high tens of thousands, Tsunade explained. Everyone grimaced at the numbers. Here is all the information we have on their strengths, Tsunade said, tossing a thick folder onto the table. My suggestion is sending bulky nin taijutsu users to the front lines with long-range cover. Zetsu are not dangerous, but they are hard to take down, Tsunade informed, as they quickly read the report from the leaf. You are trying to develop BOWs against them? Mei asked with a raised eyebrow. BOW? Naruto whispered to Hinata. Bio-organic weapon, Hinata replied, and Naruto nodded. Yes, but progress has been difficult. They have an advanced healing factor, Tsunade frowned. When can you start moving in? A asked gruffly, laying on his chair. My army is ready. We should move in a week, Onoki offered, as did the other Kages. If I may, Naruto said, stopping the chatter, why not move tomorrow in a surprise attack? Catch Madara by surprise, and this before he can properly set up. You do know that the more time we take, the more Zetsu clones he can make, Naruto explained. And how do you propose we move our armies across the elemental nations in less than 24 hours? A asked with amusement. Leave that to me, Naruto replied. If I could land all our shinobi at the front gates of the Rain Village, will we be ready for war? Naruto strained the word ready. While surprise attack was good, if the troops weren't properly equipped, then it could easily backfire. A turned to the other nations' leaders, and they all quickly agreed that that would be possible to get their shinobi battle ready in a few hours. It is possible. Now explain how you can move 80,000 shinobi from multiple places in the whole world in under a day, A asked, crossing his arms in disbelief. Not a day. I can move them all in under a second, Naruto explained, and silence ensued. I severely doubt even your famous Hirashin can achieve that, Onoki replied, stroking his beard. The Hirashin was designed to move only the user for space. Moving large amounts of mass takes a lot of chakra, Naruto explained in step 4, picking up the world map. A few years ago, I designed a seal that would open a tunnel between 2 points in space and stabilize this link, keeping it open indefinitely. My technique works by creating a doorway between 2 points, Naruto said, filling the map such that the Leaf Village and the Rain Village touched. The shinobi simply need to cross this door, and they'll be in the Rain Village. In fact, this very technique is active in our Senju compound and linked to the Hokage Tower. The space bridge, Tsunai said, her eyes lighting in recognition. Exactly. How much energy does it take to work? Mei asked, pulling her hands together. Actually, not that much, Naruto explained, placing the map back on the table. It's like friction. You need more force to put an object in motion than to actually sustain that motion. Only someone with large reserves can kickstart the bridge. After that, even a Genin can sustain that bridge open for hours. Naruto finished his explanation and stepped back, waiting for the leaders to make their decision. The final verdict seemed to be the same. Send word to our villages. Tell them to get ready to transport, Ace shouted to the shinobi in charge of delivering messages. By the way, my friend began, retrieving something from his pouch. I took the liberty of designing a new headband for all of us. My friend explained, tossed the headband across the table. The Raikage quickly caught the headband and turned it around, displaying the kanji for shinobi, branded on the metal. A grunted with a smile. I suppose we are. With Madara. Madara-sama, Zetsu called, rising from the ground. Madara did not acknowledge him, but Zetsu didn't seem surprised. I have some interesting information. Get on with it, Madara said, overlooking the coin of Zetsu's. It appears that the allied shinobi forces moved their timetable. They will strike tomorrow, Zetsu said. Madara turned backwards to look at the white clone with surprise. Interesting, Madara said, scratching his chin with a pensive look. Then we'll move forward as well. How many samples have you found until now? Madara asked, leading Clone to another room filled with scrolls. A few, Zetsu answered, and rose fully from the ground, bringing several rotten corpses with him. I also have samples from all the previous Akatsuki members. I took precautions should they ever be defeated, Zetsu explained. Good. I also heard what happened to my clan. I suppose you don't have any samples from were few Chihas around, Madara asked, never looking up from a particular school that was used to bring him back. Easy enough. Madara read the instructions with more care as prepared a massive Edo Tensei jutsu. I have one that I think you might enjoy. He was Fugaku's younger son who perished a few months ago, Zetsu said with a smirk. If it was anything like his father, then forget it, Madara replied and started wading through hand seals. He was a lost kid, easily manipulated, but he was strong nonetheless. A mid-S-rank shinobi with a Mangekyo, Zetsu explained as Madara finished. Kuchios Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, Madara said, slamming his hand on the scrolls. The Zetsu clones he had in the room started becoming covered with leaves until they started taking different shapes. They will do, Madara grunted, looking at the reincarnated shinobi in front of him, waiting patiently for orders. Fugaku seemed particularly hateful towards Madara. I suppose he will do as well. The Edo Tensei is such a great jutsu, is it not? Madara asked with amusement, a dark smile adorning his face. Chapter 64. Red Skies. Every era has its battles, but this will be the last war. A new day was starting, and the sun was blossoming behind the dark clouds in the sky. Rain. The only constant in the Rain Village. A village that always had seen so much change. But the rain remained, falling from the sky, forming vast lakes around the village. In a way, the people had learned to embrace the rain, and most even took comfort in that. It was the only thing that remained true in their home. Leaders and nations come and go, but the rain endured. Silence. There was an uneasy silence in the Rain Village. The streets were deserted. The houses seemed empty as well. The water ran free throughout the empty streets, flowing into the drains and ending on the outside of the village. The Rain Village was notorious for its modern design buildings. Metallic skyscrapers, road ducts, and power lines ran through between the buildings. And at the center of the village, Payne's Tower, the tallest of all buildings, overlooking the village like a guardian, reconstructed just like it was before. It was a shame. The Rain Village was once the earliest small villages ever formed, and just like the others, it had a bloody history, filled with ups and downs, loss and gain, happy and sad moments. And it was a shame because before the day was over, the Rain Village would be nothing more than dust, nothing more than ash, nothing more than a memory, washed away by the greatest battle ever seen in the elemental nations. But the village didn't know its end was coming to pass. After all, she was still staying like it had been for decades. 3 figures stepped out from Payne's Tower. The middle one stood proud and tall, his long black hair wet and clinging to his blood-red armor. He crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes into the distance, his face twisting into a smirk for seemingly no reason. "It is time," Madara commented, watching a lone figure in the distance appear out of nowhere, staying a good distance from the village. By his side stood a man who wore dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees. He also wore black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist, tied in a bow, in which he carries his sword. He opened his eyes, and the familiar blood red of the Sharingan flared to life. "I have no interest in your war," the figure said, turning to face him. A young face, marred by cracks and darkened sclerae, markings of the Edo Tensei. "I thought you'd be pleased to face your enemies once more," Madara replied with amusement. "Your enemies, not mine. Besides, this is not my world anymore," Sasuke snorted, turning back to face the horizon, his eyes darkening. "I don't deserve to be here after what I've done." "I did not think you would grow a heart, young Uchiha," Madara said. Sasuke was an intriguing Uchiha to Madara. He could see several traits of the half-blood line, but this one seemed to embrace his punishment. "What do you think, Fugaku?" Madara asked, turning to the other figure who had remained silent. Not by choice, mind you. "You dare betray me, Madara!" Fugaku snarled, having regained basic control over his body. He merely brought his hands together to form a seal, but was quickly stopped in his tracks by Madara. "I don't see how I betrayed you," Madara said offhandedly, leaving out the fact that he had allowed Fugaku to die after his defeat in Kumo. "You were defeated in battle, after all. By your son," Fugaku hissed in anger. "Something you clearly made no point of informing me about." Madara grunted, closing his eyes in annoyance. "You should be pleased by the second chance to defeat Minato," Madara said. "No matter how outclassed you may be," he added in thought with a chuckle. "It's starting," Madara said, looking at the figure going through hand seals. "The beginning of the end." Outside of the Rain Village. The outside of the Rain Village was also deserted. The only sound was that of the relentless rain, hammering away on the lake surrounding the city's walls. Naruto swirled into existence, staying far away from the walls. Even though it was day, the dark rain clouds made it feel like it was night. Naruto opened his eyes as they were flooded with blood-red color, the 3 black tamales spinning. He looked around, but the place seemed empty. His hands were about to make a simple seal when he felt a small chakra fluctuation. He looked up to the village and narrowed his eyes in focus. His eyes saw further than everybody, being surpassed only by the Byakugan. The Sharingan bypassed the light fog and focused on the free figure sitting on top of Pain's tower. Madara, Naruto thought, noticing the smirk on the man's face. He also noticed the two Uchihas beside him, summoned from the Edo Tensei. And so it begins, Naruto muttered, as his hands blurred through hand seals. The air behind Naruto started shimmering and twisting itself in the same pattern as his Kamui. Kuhaku Hashi, Space Bridge. Naruto slammed his hands together, releasing a thunderclap sound. The space behind him seemed to sparkle. Bolts of lightning flying everywhere, but Naruto seemed to remain unharmed. His chakra flared briefly and a gargantuan opening appeared behind him. A giant tunnel shimmered into existence, growing bigger and bigger until it stabilized, 30 feet in height. Naruto turned backwards to look at his space bridge. On the other side, the remaining 4 commanders stepped through the bridge, staying around Naruto. He was still surprised by being named one of the commanders on the field. True, he had experience in wars, but there were many other knowledgeable shinobi. Darui, commander of the 1st Division, mid-range battle division. Senju Naruto, commander of the 2nd Division, short-range battle division. Senju Hashirama, commander of the 3rd Division, short to mid-range battle division. Baki, commander of the 4th Division, long-range battle division. Maifune, commander of the 5th Division, special battle division. Move out! Maifune cried, pointing forward. The 5 commanders jumped forward and watched as the allied shinobi forces streamed through the portal. It only took a few seconds for all shinobi to run through the portal. Each commander stood in front of their division. Nearly 20,000 shinobi stood before each one. Naruto took a small step forward and turned around, looking towards the allied shinobi forces. His red eyes roamed around the army. Most seemed to be calm, others were shaking from the adrenaline, and some were afraid. He didn't blame anyone. Most hadn't experienced war before. Most chunin were green, having never seen anything but small missions. Naruto only had the Bloodline Civil War in Kyrie, but not even that was full-out war like this one. Naruto himself had to admit he felt a bit apprehensive as to how this war will play out. Would it be quick and clean? Would there be heavy casualties on his side? And then there's the Edo Tensei. Naruto wondered how many shinobi Madara reincarnated with so many Zetsu bodies at his disposal. Naruto. Naruto turned to Hashirama, who nodded with a serious face. When you are ready, he said, and Naruto turned back to the shinobi army. All of them seemed to be waiting for him to say something before the start of the war. Why do these things always fall to me? Naruto grimaced and thought before taking a deep breath. I stand before you today, not as a shinobi of the Leaf Village, but as a citizen of humanity. Naruto began softly, looking into the eyes of many shinobi close to him. We are faced with the gravest of challenges. Madara and his army stands behind those very walls, Naruto said, pointing towards the towering walls of the Rain Village. He plans to take all of the Biju, and by harnessing their power, he projects a Genjutsu onto the moon, trapping us all in a dream world, his own personal utopia. He claims peace, but wants nothing more than puppets under his web, Naruto growled, clenching his fists. From the very first great ninja war to the last, shinobi have wounded and come to hate each other for the benefit of their own nation and village, for all the chaos that is our history, for all the wrong and the discord, for all the pain and suffering, for all of our times. There is one thing that has nourished our souls and elevated our species above its origins, and that is our name. We are shinobi, we endure. We are all one. And it's because we have all been affected by Madara and his machinations. The Sand Village, Stone Village, Leaf Village, Mist Village, Cloud Village. Naruto trailed off, taking a deep breath. They no longer exist! We are now only shinobi! Naruto yelled, pulling his new Fora protector, proudly displaying the kanji for shinobi. Let us show him that he may take our lives, but he will never take our freedom! Naruto shouted, and the allied shinobi started cheering and yelling with him. Naruto took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It was time. Let this be the hour when we draw swords together, Naruto said, opening his eyes and showing his Rinnegan to the world. Many shinobi gasped at the sight, but they were not deterred. Naruto raised his black sword to the air. To victory! Naruto shouted, and with that, everyone charged forward. Naruto smiled, leading the charge. Madara wouldn't know what hit him. Naruto had the backing of all the shinobi in the elemental nations. With Madara. Madara grunted, hearing the speech and watching the army charging forward. He turned towards the two Uchihas by his side. Fugaku, Sasuke, Madara called, drawing their attention to him. You know what to do, he said as both Uchihas nodded. Madara walked inside and sat on his chair. I'll be waiting for you. Naruto. Madara chuckled and fought, closing his eyes. He was concentrating solely on the Edo Tensei bodies Zetsu had managed to find. With Naruto, the ground shook, the water rippled, and the vast walls of the rain village trembled with every step the allied forces took. For the first time in the history of the elemental nations, all the shinobi in the world were united for a single purpose: protect their freedom or die trying. 100,000 shinobi and samurai alike marched against the walls of the Rain Village. This was the most powerful army the world would ever know, for nothing could stand against a shinobi. Darui, Hashirama, Naruto called to his fellow commanders. No more words were necessary as both commanders nodded in acknowledgement. He spared a small glance towards Hinata, who smiled and nodded. The 1st and 3rd divisions split from the main force, heading left and right respectively. The main force was sieged through the front gates, while the 2 divisions were sieged from the other side of the village. Naruto looked up at the sky and saw it sparkle with lightning. Naruto raised his hand, forcing the entire army to stop charging. Kirin! A voice shouted, and Naruto saw the lightning dragon appearing in the sky. Uchiha Kaingen! Uchiha Flame Formation! Naruto roared, slamming his hand on the water's surface. A red dome shimmered into existence, covering the 3 divisions in the blink of an eye. The dragon roared and plummeted downward, crashing against the barrier. Many shinobi ducked instinctively while everyone else shielded their eyes against the blinding light. The lightning attack quickly dissipated against the barrier. The red defense sparkled slightly before disappearing from view as shinobi regained their focus. Sasuke, Naruto said, noticing a single shinobi drop from the high walls of the Rain Village and land on the water down below. Hundreds of white Zetsu clones also started emerging from the water, staying behind Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke replied neutrally, walking forward slightly. From the wall started drooping several other very well-known shinobi. Among them were Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidan, Nagato, Konan, and even Fugaku. They all bore the same Edo Tensei markings and were all adorning the Akatsuki cloak. I see, Naruto replied sadly, looking at the faces of the several enemies and friends. Kisame was missing because Itachi had sealed him inside his blade. Perhaps Naruto should have sealed their souls instead of destroying their bodies. Itachi, Naruto called, and Uchiha stepped forward, frowning at the face of his brother. Sasuke just stared blankly at Itachi, his emotions clearly dampened by the Edo Tensei. You're in charge. Take our forces and proceed with the plan. Seize the walls and eliminate the Zetsu clones. You're in charge until I return. Leave them to me, Naruto called, and Itachi raised an eyebrow but made no further comment. You heard him. Move! Itachi cried and led the troops away. Naruto. Nagato sighed while Naruto looked downwards. He dared to summon people who sacrifice themselves for this world to do his dirty work, Naruto growled, his eyes beginning to glow. They call me Shinobi no Kami, God of the Shinobi. I think it's time I put my name to work. Today the world will know the full power of Senju Naruto, Naruto said, raising his head and gripping his sword tightly. You think you can take us all out on your own? Hidan laughed while Kakasu shook his head. Even in death, he is an idiot. Kakasu fought and looked towards Naruto. The blonde stood against him with a look of determination and concentration. Kakazu, for himself, would not underestimate the blonde again. My wrath is the last thing you shall ever see, Naruto replied, focusing on a single falling drop of water behind Hidan's back. His Rinnegan glowed and Naruto vanished into thin air, appearing in the place of the drop of water. Naruto placed a hand on Hidan's shoulders, startling every single member who jumped away in surprise. Ningendo, human path, Naruto called out, gripping Hidan's soul tightly and ripping out with no difficulty. Hidan crumbled to the floor, a single Zetsu clone surrounded by dead leaves. The Zetsu clone began to sink deep into the water and the remaining leaves dispersed into the water's surface. Madara's actions have no bounds. I will not delay this war to further losses on my side, Naruto said and charged forward. Katon, Sukoku no Jutsu, Cranium Carver. Naruto looked up, seeing a pressurized fireball charging against him. He raised his single arm when another voice shouted, Die! Deidara yelled from the other side, a large clay bird charging against the blonde. Naruto closed his eyes as both attacks connected with an explosion. Every Akatsuki member waited for the cloud of smoke to disperse. Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull. Naruto's cold voice rang from the smoke cloud. Kakazu gasped when he felt himself raised into the air and flew into the waiting hands of Naruto. Naruto grabbed him by the neck, squeezing him hard. A black rod burst from Kakazu's neck, stopping any chakra molding of any type. Kakazu looked at the blonde in fear when his hand began to glow. Jinton, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World. From Naruto's hand came a blinding white light that completely vaporized Kakazu's body. Not even the Edo Tensei could repair if there was nothing left. Once the light dimmed, there was nothing where Kakazu previously stood. There was no smoke, no dust, nothing left behind. Oi, Deidara gulped, stepping backwards, his face contouring into one of horror. That was the old man's technique! Naruto turned his head to face the only blonde in the Akatsuki. His eyes glowed. Stop it! Deidara shouted desperately, clutching to his head but unable to look away from Naruto's Rinnegan. Get out of my head! Deidara yelled as he started scratching his head in despair. Shinra Tensei! Nagato unleashed a pulse, forcing Naruto to end his illusions. Deidara fell to his knees, taking deep breaths. Deidara gurgled when he felt something pierce his chest. He looked down and see a pitch-black rod sprouting from his chest. His body trembled from the strain. He looked backwards to his assailant only to see another Naruto looking impassively at him. Jinton, Dust Release. Deidara's eyes widened a fraction of an inch before he too was consumed by light. The Naruto behind Deidara burst into smoke, and the remaining four members turned to the original. Sasuke, Nagato, and Konan deserve to go easily into the afterlife. But you, Fugaku, you deserve to suffer for everything you did in your life. My father let you go out easily, Naruto stated. Fugaku replied, crossing his arms. I underestimated you. To think you would possess the Rinnegan. It never once crossed my mind. Fugaku chuckled, stepping forward. It's going to take all 4 of us to take him down, Fugaku warned. You may want him dead, but we are forced to fight. Do not expect help from us, Conan answered. Their bodies started dispersing into thousands of paper tags. Sasuke activated Susanoo, and Nagato summoned a bird to help his movements. All 4 shinobi charged forward while Naruto stood still. I'm sorry, Conan, Naruto said, pointing a single hand forward. Katon! Naruto began mere moments before the shinobi closed in. Go in, Rasengan! Great Flame Rasengan. A miniature sun appeared on the blonde's hand before it expanded. Everything in the vicinity was immediately sucked into a maelstrom of spiraling fire chakra. The rain evaporated before it could come into contact with the fire spear. The fire tornado raged unimpeded while Naruto stood in the center of it all, unharmed. Sasuke used his Susanoo to protect himself and fell backwards, his ultimate defense threatening to melt under the heat. Fugaku teleported away with Kamui, and Nagato used the Predapath. The only shinobi with no escape was Conan. Once the fire tornado entered, there was nothing left of her but a single paper tag, still burning in the air. It finally turned to ash mere moments before hitting the water on the ground. May you rest in peace, Conan, Naruto muttered in thought before turning to the remaining shinobi. Naruto's partner had to deal with the remaining 3 shinobi quickly. He doubted he could outspeed them since 2 members had Sharingans and the remaining had a Rinnegan. He could overpower them, but the allied shinobi were not far away enough for Naruto to use his more powerful abilities. Katon, Goyenkyu, Great Blaze Ball! Fugaku exhaled a meteor-sized spear of fire, completely blocking his body from view. Apparently Fugaku was not bothered by collateral damage, looking at the proportion of the fireball. Naruto looked backwards to see several allied shinobi fighting White Setsu. They would get caught in the blast. Kamui! Naruto focused on the charging fireball, swallowing the whole spear into his pocket dimension. Just as Naruto finished absorbing the fire, he tilted his head to the side. His hair flared as a purple arrow avoided him by a small margin. The arrow sank into the water. He looked over his shoulder to see Sasuke charging with his Susanoo activated. 3 chains burst from Naruto's back. 2 of them wrapped around the skeletal Susanoo and ripped it in half, allowing the third one to wrap itself around Sasuke's waist and smashed him hard against the water's surface. Amaterasu! Sasuke said, focusing on the third chain as it erupted into black flames and finally broke under the heat. Naruto smiled, but it was too late. He pointed his palm towards Sasuke and fired a pitch-black rod, which struck against his chest. Sasuke coughed under the impact and tried to remove the rod, but he couldn't move. The rod was disrupting his chakra. Jinton, Dust Release. Naruto's hand glowed. Shinra Tensei! Nagato bellowed. The water rippled with his attack, forcing Naruto to jump backwards. Nagato still had his arm extended when Naruto focused on him. Kamui, Naruto replied, unleashing a previously swallowed fireball from Fugaku against Nagato at point-blank range. Nagato exploded in flames. Naruto looked at Sasuke, still struggling with his black rod, when a devious thought crossed his mind. Rikudo no Jutsu, 6 Paths technique, Naruto muttered, forcing more of his powerful chakra into the black rod. Naruto's chakra overwhelmed Sasuke's immortal body, finally turning his vessel into a puppet of Naruto. Sasuke was still trapped inside, but was nothing more than a passenger now. Without a second thought, Sasuke pushed the small black rod deeper into his chest, hiding it from view. Sasuke jumped backwards towards Fugaku and Nagato, staying by their side like nothing had happened. Nagato's upper body was still regenerating, and he was leaning against Fugaku. His burst summon was destroyed with the fire attack. I was expecting more, Naruto taunted, pointing his finger at Fugaku. Fugaku snarled, pushing Nagato to the water before rushing through a set of seals. Mokuton, Chukai Koton, Deep Force Emergence! The ground started shaking as dozens of trees burst from the water. The thick wood trees charged against Naruto. Shinra Tensei, Naruto replied, lazily flicking his hand towards the incoming barrage of wood. The water rippled as the shockwave traveled against Fugaku. The moment it collided with the tree, it merely turned them into splinters without losing momentum. Fugaku clasped his hands even tighter, pouring more chakra into his technique. I win. Fugaku heard Naruto's voice from behind and quickly turned, dropping his technique in the process. He didn't see Naruto until a hand landed on his shoulder. Here. Fugaku turned to his son. Sasuke now bore the Rinnegan. Naruto's voice was coming from his son's body. Realization dawned upon him, and he tried to calmly wait, but he could not. How often we overlook what stands right in front of us. Naruto's voice came from Sasuke's body. Fugaku could barely move his head, but he caught a small movement in the corner of his eyes. He strained his muscles and managed to move his head slightly, just in time to see Naruto kneeling next to Nagato. The blonde placed a hand on Nagato's chest. He said something to Nagato before pulling his soul out. With a sigh, Naruto stood up and calmly walked towards Fugaku and Sasuke. Sasuke was still under his control and was currently stopping Fugaku from molding any chakra. Any wrong moves and Sasuke would rip Fugaku's soul out as well. You commit so many wrongs that death is too good for you. Fugaku gulped. Why should you be allowed to rest when you try to enslave the world for your own benefits? Naruto asked rhetorically, slowly going through hand seals. With the last seal, he clapped his hands together. Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal, Naruto called. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw a form shimmer into existence behind Naruto. Death, Naruto greeted the thing next to him. I have a name, you know, Death answered, stepping next to the blonde. Really? And what is your name? Naruto asked. He had to admit that Death having a name never crossed his mind. In time. Names are powerful things, Death replied and walked forward. You told me your sister's names, Naruto replied with a deadpan. Did I? Death asked in mild disbelief. I must be getting old. Naruto looked shocked when he saw a small smirk on Death's aged face. You lied, Naruto accused while Death released a dry chuckle. Hubris, ya Naruto. Hubris. What makes you think I'm under the obligation to answer truthfully to you? Death asked with amusement. I'm a god. I can do what I wish, Death replied and stopped just a step away from Fugaku, who seemed to have gone pale at the face of Death itself. I told you I was the hunter. Naruto said his last words towards Fugaku. Time to go, Death said, thrusting his arm into Fugaku's chest. With no effort at all, he plucked the man's soul out. Until next time, Death said, still clutching Fugaku's soul. Naruto nodded and watched as Death vanished in plain sight. Fugaku's body crumbled into leaves. Naruto looked at the remaining Edo Tensei on his side of the battlefield. It's time, Sasuke, Naruto said, and placed a hand on one of Sasuke's shoulders. You could have fought back when I forced my chakra into you. You had enough consciousness for that, Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. I know. Thank you, idiot, Sasuke replied, a small smile tugging his lips before he departed. Naruto chuckled and watched as the final Zetsu clone sank into the water. It was over. We have intel from Itachi, Inoichi shouted from the scene position. The large water spear in front of him started rippling wildly. It appears Madara has used the Edo Tensei to summon several shinobi to aid him. What? Tsunade shouted, standing up and slamming her hands on the desk. The wood creaked but held on. Orochimaru. When I find that snake, I'm going to snap that scrawny neck of his, she snarled. Inoichi's lips parted slightly at the words of his Hokage. Orders? Ao asked, working in conjunction with Inoichi to gather and deliver battlefield intelligence. Call Mifune and the 5th Division. Have him send some of the sealing teams to other divisions as soon as possible, A ordered, and Ao quickly delivered the message to respective destination. Who do they summon? Tsunade asked, sliding down to her chair and nursing her head. We only have partial reports. As of now, Itachi claims all the Akatsuki seems to have been summoned along with Uchiha Sasuke. Other divisions report many other shinobi, including the Sendaime Raikage, Yondaime Kazekage, Nidaime Tsuchikage, Nidaime and Sendaime Mizukage, along with the whole generation of the 7 swordsmen. Al grimaced at the information. What? My father as well? A roared, punching the desk and breaking in half this time. Damn those bastards! New information, Inuichi said, stopping A's rant. The Akatsuki have been defeated by Naruto. Well, that was fast, Tsunade chuckled, but frowned, remembering everyone else summoned by Madara. Deploy the dragons to face against the Edo Tensei. Leave the White Zetsu to the main army. My original is facing against the Sendaime Raikage, Hinata announced from the side. This was a shadow clone of Hinata, staying in perfect lotus position. She had her eyes closed in deep concentration, several markings spread across her face and body. Tell her to leave. My father is too fast and strong for her, A announced. Don't underestimate my apprentice, Tsunade scoffed, while the Raikage just stared at the woman with a shocked face. You have no idea of the power of my father. He fought the Eight Tails to a standstill and took on an army of nearly 10,000 shinobi. His skin is impenetrable, and there is no barrier that can stop him, Ace said desperately, running a hand through his pale hair. And where do you think you are going? Tsunade asked, noticing A rushing out of the room. I've got to stop my father, A replied. Stop and sit down, Tsunade barked, stopping the Raikage in his tracks. Have faith in our troops. They're the ones fighting this war. Fine, A bit back, but if she falls, don't blame me. With Itachi. Battle formation! Itachi bellowed to his soldiers, stopping the march. Ninjutsu users in the back, taijutsu users in the front, Itachi ordered calmly. There were loud ruffling and splashing sounds behind his back as the shinobi organized themselves. Thousands of shinobi stood face to face against an even greater number of Zetsu. Zetsu were the perfect warriors, the perfect soldiers, the perfect slaves. They held no fear, no pain, no regrets, no remorse. And with that they charged forward, completely fearless of what was about to come. First wave! Ready! Itachi cried, and the first 2 lines shinobi pulled several kunai and shuriken each. Fire! Itachi yelled, pulling his arm forward. Every single shinobi threw their weapons forward at blinding speeds. A barrage of weapons was launched against the enemy. It felt like a symphony, the weapons singing in the wind as they sliced through the air and rain. Itachi's hair fluttered briefly as the weapons passed mere inches away from his head and charged against the incoming horde of Zetsus. Dozens of Zetsu fell dead to the water, floating limply on the surface. Hundreds more charged, stepping over their deceased brethren without a second thought. Second wave! Ready! Itachi cried as the taijutsu users in the front line crouched. Fire! Itachi ordered loudly. Futon Shinkua Air Blade! The black line took a deep breath and released dozens of wind blades, sending them flying safely above the front line. Itachi looked as the blade sliced Zetsu like a hot knife through butter. More Zetsu fell to the water, chunks of their bodies scattered across the water, and yet their numbers seemed unending. Weapons! Itachi shouted as the sea of Zetsu closed in. Itachi took out a simple sword and rushed forward. The shinobi behind yelled and charged forward as well, the 2 fronts meeting in the middle of a flurry of attacks. Itachi kicked the Zetsu away, sending his body flying against another and taking both out. He ducked as another tried to jump against him. He swiped his sword so fast he could see the trail of the blade on the rain. A Zetsu head rolled to the water. Dozens of Zetsu jumped in the air, bypassing the front line, going straight for ninjutsu users in the back. Katon! Gokyaku no Jutsu! Great fireball technique! Itachi took a deep breath and released a fireball against the charging Zetsu. The fireball tore straight through the Zetsu, leaving nothing but burn remains in its path. The clear path was quickly closed by the Zetsu. Itachi heard yelling far more desperate than he liked from the back line. He sidestepped the Zetsu, snapping his neck in the process and jumping backwards. Those fools! Itachi thought in disbelief. The back line was actually using ninjutsu in the middle of the army and was, just from the looks of it, doing collateral damage to their own forces. With precision to be envied, Itachi took out several shuriken and killed 10 Zetsu that were causing mayhem in the middle of the army. The Zetsu crumbled to the floor, each bearing a shuriken embedded in their head. The enemy is out there! Focus! Itachi yelled to his forces. The difference between us and them is that we are one. Together, we will win. Itachi's words seemed to have calmed down most of the panicking shinobi. On my mark. 1, 2, fire! Itachi coordinated the combined jutsu. A barrage of fire powered by wind swept through the backline, killing nearly all the Zetsu in the area. Itachi remained neutral as the shinobi cheered in victory. They were naive. He knew this was far from over. Wounded shinobi! Itachi shouted to the forces. Expose your wounds to the rain! Itachi bellowed, much to the confusion of everyone around. Nonetheless, they followed the orders of their commander on the field. What? A shinobi asked in surprise, noticing the burning receipt from all the jutsu mayhem sizzle into full health when it came into contact with the rain. The burned skin replenished itself and retook the normal pink color. Another one removed a kunai from his shoulder with a grunt and exposed it completely to the rain. To his surprise, the bleeding stopped immediately. The flesh around the wound started twisting, refilling itself until the wound was nothing more than a small scar on his shoulders. And even that was quickly disappearing until nothing but smooth pink skin remained behind. What is this? The shinobi asked in disbelief, gently moving his shoulder. He quickly realized that he had no lingering pain from it. It was perfectly healed, something that would take days to fully heal, even with access to trained medics. Senpo Sen Iyashinu Ame. Sage Art. 1,000 healing rains, Itachi replied. Hinata's ultimate healing jutsu, surpassing Tsunai's own vast healing network. Hinata used the rain instead of slug summons. This way, Hinata was able to reach everyone in the battlefield at the same time. There was no escape in the rain. Itachi felt a couple more chakra signatures approaching quickly. Sealing teams! Itachi called and moved to fight the Edo Tensei, whoever they were. With the 3rd Division. Mokutan, Moryukyu no Jutsu, Wood Dragon, Hashirama called out. A large wooden dragon rising from the ground and sweeping the front line of Zetsu, killing them by the dozens. Hinata, Mito, Hashirama called from the front lines. He watched as Hinata charged into the middle of the Zetsu pack, 2 bones jutting out from her palms. She seemed to barely scrape the Zetsu, but he was seeing it with his own eyes. The Zetsu were crumbling to ash everywhere around her. Mito, on the other hand, was staying in the air, 2 white wings made of paper attached to her back. She looked like an angel. She's so pretty. Hashirama thought fondly, forgetting about the war for a moment. Even Madara had acknowledged her beauty, and that was saying something from someone who hated anything related to Senju. Mito was unleashing period bombs and other defensive and offensive seals. He had never seen someone so good in the sealing arts. In fact, Mito was the only battle sealing mistress in Konoha. Her offensive and defensive capabilities were always based around seals. She barely used ninjutsu or genjutsu. Sealing trap, obliteration. Mito pointed her arms towards the incoming wave of Zetsu. 6 pair of tags flew against the enemy and quickly surrounded the Zetsu. Activate, Mito said, forming a single seal. The battlefield was lit on fire as the paper tags glowed, and everything inside the circle was destroyed in a loud explosion of fire. Watch out! Hashirama yelled, startling Mito for a moment before she quickly turned around, only to come face-to-face with a Edo Tensei. The shinobi extended both arms forward, staying right in front of Mito. Jinton, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release detached from the primitive world. The mummy look-alike shinobi said before the sky was enveloped in white light. No! Hashirama snarled, his face becoming covered by blood and red markings instantly. He clasped his hands together and the ground shook from his anger. A large wind statue rose from the ground, raising Hashirama into the air. The wind statue reared back before punching the shinobi and sending him flying into the ground. The white light vanished and Hashirama looked surprised and relieved to see Mito still alive. 4 pair of tags stood around her, forming a perfect spherical, translucent shield that seemed to have been absorbing chakra. The shield dropped along her wings as Mito staggered forward, but Hashirama caught her before she fell to the ground. It's an honor to fight someone like you, the Edo Tensei rose on the ground, his arm restoring itself. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of the Leaf Village. I know you, Hashirama commented, holding Mito in his arms. Her chakra was depleted by using the last barrier. Jinto no Mu, Mu of the Dust Release. The Nendaime Tsuchikage, Hashirama said before Hinata jumped on top of the statue next to him. 2 other Edo Tensei joined Mu on top of the water. Hashirama recognized only one. Gengetsu Hozuki, Nindame Misukage, Hashirama says as Shinobi bowed in appreciation. The last one is a Sandaime Raikage, Hinata informed. Her Byakugan never been turned off. I'm sending a clone back with Mito. We need a sewing team of us to deal with them. Hashirama frowned as Mito slept peacefully in his arms, never knowing the horrors going outside of her mind. The Rain Village. This is perfect for me. Gengetsu howled with laughter. This hasn't changed a bit since the last time I was here. Focus, Mu reprimanded. Don't tell me what to do, Gengetsu scoffed before walking and standing side by side with A and Mu. He watched with a raised eyebrow as two shinobi dropped from the sky, laying in front of them. I know you, Senju Hashirama. I'm surprised to see you here since you were dead when I was Misukage, Gengetsu pointed out, and turned towards the female standing next to him. I don't know you, though. You are clearly a Hyuga. Senju Hinata. Senju? Gengetsu asked with a snicker and turned towards Hashirama. Ha! You old dog. So Mito was enough to keep you down? Gengetsu laughed. Actually, I'm engaged to Naruto, his great-grandson. Hinata corrected, seeing Hashirama sputter next to her. Gengetsu was about to reply when he felt his body stiffen. Good to see you again, old friend, Gengetsu said, his body nothing more than a puppet. Madara, Hashirama sighed. And you are looking well too, Lady Hinata, Madara said, looking towards Hinata. Madara, stop. It's inevitable, Gengetsu replied, cutting Hashirama off as the free shinobi jumped forward, their faces completely neutral and their emotions cut off. Hashirama looked towards Hinata but said nothing. In an instant, Hinata charged forward while Hashirama remained behind. She looked up to see Gengetsu and A running against her, but she was not deterred in the slightest. The Sandaime Raikage's body sparkled with blue lightning as he activated his Raiton no Yoroi lightning armor and charged forward at even higher speeds. Hinata tracked his movements carefully with her Byakugan. A moved his right arm forward, his hand gained a stronger hue of blue as he ran head-on towards Hinata. Jikukuzuki, Hail Stab! A forced his hand forward, piercing right through Hinata's chest and cleaving her in half. Hinata, however, simply liquefied and reformed her body on the other side. She didn't look backwards and simply dashed towards the intended target. Mu's eyes widened when he saw a bone appear from Hinata's outstretched palm. He was about to jump away when two trees burst from the water and wrapped themselves around his feet. Tomokoroshi no Haikotsu, all-killing ash bone. Hinata's bone went through Mu's outer body like a knife through hot butter, only stopping when Hinata's palm reached his chest. Mu didn't cough or yell in pain, he just crumbled into ash on the ground. Hinata jumped backwards from the pile of ash and waited to see if Mu would rise again. Her suspicions were confirmed. Her bone strikes rendered the Edo-Tensei immortality useless. With her suspicions confirmed, she ran backwards to join Hashirama, who seemed to be having trouble fending off both A and Gengetsu simultaneously. Mokutan! Mokujoheki! Domed wall, Hashirama called out, large trees appearing in front of him and shielding him from a large barrage of water bullets. In the same instant, Hashirama sidestepped A, who had been charging against him, having sensed him through Senjutsu. Hashirama ducked under a lightning-powered strike and kicked him backwards. A tumbled through the water, not even his armor being able to stand against a Senjutsu-powered kick. The Raikage quickly stood up and was about to charge forward like nothing had happened when several water tentacles rose from the water. The tentacles wrapped themselves around his arms and his legs. Hinata pushed her technique forward, forcing A to fall to his knees, and his arms remained stretched outwards to avoid him using jutsu. A's light armor sparkled but seemed to have no effect as the shock was simply absorbed by the tentacles. Hinata approached the man slowly, her eyes getting a blue hue and her hair turning white slowly in successive waves. She stopped in front of the man, her Tenseigan activated and her beautiful long white hair cascading down her back. She crouched and brought her right palm to A's forehead. Her Tenseigan glowed softly before dimming down as she got up and stepped backwards. Hinata dropped the water tentacles as A got up and hastily charged against Hinata. Mere inches from his fist to connect to Hinata, A simply stopped moving, his right arm still aiming forward. His head twitched slightly before he fell to the water in spasm. Hinata cringed slightly when she noticed A's body bending at unnatural angles and frowned when she saw his head to a 360-degree turn before A stopped moving altogether. If he was alive, then he would be gone by now, Hinata frowned and thought when she saw A's neck snap backwards. A slowly stood up. The auto tensei jutsu was slowly healing the damage. Once he was saying, his eyes gave off a small blue glow before settling down to the usual black. Go help our forces. Terminate all Zetsu in the area along with any Edo Tensei Hinata or an A dash away at top speed, completely entrapped by Hinata's jutsu. Hinata joined forces with Hashirama to take down the final Edo Tensei point in this front. Damn! Hashirama cursed, the area being filled with mist. There's too much chakra in the air. I can't get a fix on his position. We need to defeat his summon first, so we can stop this damn missing genjutsu, Hashirama explained, and Hinata nodded. She closed her eyes and linked to the falling rain. There, Hinata said, pointing her arm towards a fixed location. I can feel my rain hitting his clam summon. Hashirama nodded before flashing through hand seals. Suiton, Suijin Heki, water wall, Hinata called out, raising a small water wall to block another wave of water bullets from Gengetsu. Hinata! Hashirama finally yelled, being able to trap the clan with his wood techniques. Hinata quickly jumped high in the air and brought her heel down on the summon. Suten Kyaku, Heavenly Foot of Pain! Hinata smashed her heel on the clam, and a cracking sound echoed through the clearing. The water rippled from the impact as the summon disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and the mist slowly started dissipating. Mizu Fusa no Jutsu, Water Balloon! Gengetsu used the water beneath his feet to form bubbles that started floating around in the air. With a small twist of his arm, the bubbles were launched forward against Hinata and Hashirama. Neither showed move as the attack collided. Hinata simply liquefied her body, each time both connected, while Hashirama didn't even get hurt with the attack. His skin hardened severely with the use of Senjutsu. Let's end this, Hashirama declared and clasped both hands together. Mokuton, Jukai Kotan, Deep Force Creation! The ground rustled as dozens of trees burst from the water. The Senjutsu power technique had the trees in the air and chasing after the final enemy in the blink of an eye. Hake Kusho, Air Palm. Hinata cut out the remaining escape path for Gengetsu as he was trapped in the trees and restrained from any movement. Hinata quickly launched a bone at the Edo Tensei and disintegrated his body, finally defeating the enemy. With Jiraiya's company. Will you be quiet? Jiraiya growled at the purple-haired Kunoichi crouching next to him. I still wonder why Kakashi married you. I suppose he liked your personality, Jiraiya said, looking at Anko's well-developed breasts. All he got for a response was a smirk. He knew Anko was someone who didn't mind using her body to get what she wanted. I'm just tired of waiting, Anko replied, flicking a single strand of hair away from her face. She looked at the remaining members of her little infiltration squad. Senju Toyarama, Hyuga Neji, and Aburame Shino, but all she got were blank looks. Cowards, she muttered beneath her breath. We can't rush this. We must wait for the war to be deep in progress before we think of sneaking in, Toyarama explained, looking at the horizon, focusing on the grand walls surrounding the Rain Village. Alright, Jiraiya said, pocketing his portable telescope. Let's move in. Silently, Jiraiya said, stressing the last word. The group moved as a whole, running through the vast lakes of the Rain Village and heading straight for the walls. All around them the war raged on. Kunai, shuriken, swords, they all littered the grounds where the water was not deep enough. As they closed in onto the walls, they started walking not on water but on the bodies piling on the battlefield. They were knee-deep in Zetsu corpses as they arrived near the walls. We have a problem, Neji said, stopping and narrowing his eyes at the walls. The village is surrounded by some type of chakra dome. Jiraiya frowned at Neji's words and chucked a kunai against the concrete walls. He expected the kunai to hit the wall and remain stuck. Instead, it simply bounced backwards, producing small ripples originating from the point of impact. Well, Jiraiya sighed. That is going to delay us. Not necessarily. Toyarama disagreed and approached the wall, placing a single hand against the shield. Once more, the shield rippled upon contact. Can you see any type of seals on the walls? Toyarama asked, wondering where the shield was being generated. Can't. The shield is too bright for my Byakugan. I can't discern anything accurately, Neji said, switching off his dojutsu for the meantime. Shino, Toyarama called out, but the shinobi in question nodded in negative as well. This complicates things if we can't get a fixed location on the central core, Terem explained, thinking how to disrupt the field. Maybe we can slip past it, Jiraiya offered. How about we call Naruto, Neji suggested, crouching next to Shino and Anko. He can simply walk through the barrier and place a marker inside. Neji explained his solution. He couldn't do much other than bounce ideas back and forth. We can't rely on Naruto. He's busy with his own battles, Toriyama criticized the young shinobi next to him. It's obvious that he hasn't reached the wall since the barrier still stands. Perhaps we can bypass it, Toriyama said and turned to Jiraiya. You have been here before. What is the thickness of these walls? Toriyama asked, looking at the thick concrete walls. He tried punching the walls and estimated the thickness by the sound, but all he got was silence because of the shield. I think around 10 feet, but let's make it 15 to be sure. You don't land us inside the walls, Jiraiya commented, rubbing his chin as if to help jog his memory. Damn it. That is really close to the maximum limit I can arrive near the marker, Toriyama cursed beneath his breath. The Hirashin Flying Thunder God allows some flexibility on where the user arrive at the marker, but it was still limited on the distance to the marker itself. The 15 feet was pushed in a line on Toriyama's skill. Use my chakra, Isabu said, and Toriyama found himself in his dreamscape, looking at the giant turtle in front of him. Toriyama said nothing and simply nodded. He walked forward and bumped fists with the turtle. On the outside, his body was enveloped by a shroud of bubbling red chakra with three tails waving wildly. 4 chakra arms shot from his body, each one grabbing a different teammate. Toriyama took a single kunai and dropped it to the ground. The marker glowed softly. Hirashin! Flying Thunder God. Toriyama and his team vanished in a flash of red chakra. Toriyama groaned and pushed his and Isobu's mixed chakra through the technique, straining his ability to the maximum and teleport as far as he could from the marker. Inside the rain village was a bright flash of red as 5 shinobi appeared out of nowhere and collapsed to the ground in a heap of tangled limbs. Everyone good? Toriyama groaned as he got up, extending a hand to Neji, who was nearby. Yeah, was the general response, along with some grunts and growls, most from Anko, who seemed to land awkwardly on the ground. Excellent. Let's move, Toriyama said, and stepped forward only to find some resistance. He looked backwards only to see a piece of shirt trapped inside the walls of the rain village. Way too close. Toriyama gulped and fought, ripping the piece of shirt and leaving it behind, trapping it inside the wall. Neji, Toriyama said, and his shinobi nodded. Byakugan! His eyes flared to life, several bulges appearing around his eyes. Neji quickly roamed through the city, searching every house, every room, every closed space he could find. There are Zetsu everywhere in the streets. However, the ranged shinobi and other civilians seem to be in some type of stasis in their homes, Neji said in surprise. Stasis? Jiraiya asked, thinking he misunderstood. I mean, they're all sleeping. Every single man, woman, and child, Neji replied. Shino, can you confirm? Toriyama asked, and Shino nodded, lowering his arms as the bugs receded back. That can either be a good thing or a very bad thing. What about Madara? I am searching. Madara is at the top of that tower, Neji said, pointing towards Pain's tower in the middle of the village. He seems to be concentrating. I think he might be controlling the Edo Tenseis from there, Neji explained. Let's go stop him then, Anko said, and started walking forward. Stop! Toriyama said in a cold, serious voice. Anko shuddered at the tone and turned backwards. You have no idea of the extent of Madara's power. Only Naruto can defeat him. Let's focus on finding where the Zetsu are coming from and disabling this damn barrier before evacuating, Toriyama ordered, and Anko nodded in reluctance. Even if Madara was so powerful, she still wanted to go at him. Impossible, Neji said in disbelief. The Zetsu are coming. Madara seems to be using a couple of Edo Tenseis to feed chakra into some statue that keeps producing Zetsu. It's like an endless factory, Neji explained, shocked to what he was seeing. Zetsu kept pouring out like an assembly machine. Priority number 1 is disabling the production. This statue. Describe it to me, Toriyama said, considering for a moment an endless army of Zetsu. It looks like a giant, brown-colored humanoid. It has 9 eyes, and both hands are shackled together. Toriyama finished, and Neji nodded. Toriyama receded back into his mind and found himself once more standing in front of Isabu. I need to talk to Naruto, Toriyama said. Isobu nodded and focused on linking with Kurama. A side effect of having the BGC was that it allowed the members to communicate to each other mentally. What do you need? Naruto's voice rang in Toriyama's head. Madara is still making Zetsu. I need you to summon the Ghetto Mazo to stop the production, Toriyama explained, and felt Naruto nod in acknowledgement. Neji, keep looking at the statue, Toriyama said, and Neji nodded. He kept looking at the statue in the general vicinity until he saw the statue disappear in a cloud of smoke. It disappeared, Neji replied in shock, seeing the Zetsu's production finally stop. Excellent. Now, let's find the core and drop this barrier. With Naruto. Give me some space, Naruto yelled to the shinobi around him. Almost instantly, everyone jumped away from him as he slammed his hands on the water, creating large ripples. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Ghetto Mazo. The Ghetto Mazo burst from the ground and roared into the sky. Naruto, having summoned the vessel to Ten Tails, decided to put it to some use, and began using his summon to destroy Zetsu by the dozen. He stood on top of the enormous statue as it jumped into the middle of the Zetsu army. Roar! The demonic statue let out an enormous shockwave, causing Zetsu within the vicinity to be pushed a far distance away. The Zetsu were launched harshly into the air by the dozen. The Ghetto Mazo continued its rampage while Naruto fought against some brave Zetsu who ventured to face him on top of the statue. Naruto focused on his ability to manipulate gravity and started pulling large chunks of rock from the ground and sending them flying against the charging enemy. The Zetsu were crushed and squashed beneath the large boulders. Push forward! Naruto bellowed. The Ghetto Mazo slammed his foot on the ground, killing every Zetsu close by, and started clearing a path for the army to reach the walls. The shinobi would have advantageous territory once they were inside the walls. Outside in the open was perfect for the large amount of Zetsu. Naruto looked up to see the dome that surrounded the village to suddenly collapse. He knew that Toriyama and his team had succeeded in their infiltration. Now! Naruto yelled and charged forward, the ground shaking with each step the Ghetto Mazo took. With the remaining division. They never end, Minato heaved, taking long, deep breaths. All around him were hundreds of Zetsu corpses piling on the ground. He twirled his three-pronged kunai as he slashed another Zetsu and killed him instantly. Getting tired, old man? Now grinning, she kicked the clone, saying him flying backwards. I would like to see you pull my third-level Harashin and not get tired, Minato muttered and fought, looking at the dark-haired Uchiha next to him. She sure was a bubbly character. Amaterasu no Yoroi, Amaterasu armor. Minato raised an eyebrow at the technique's name and was surprised to see Nao's body being completely shrouded in pitch-black flames. Interesting, Minato said as he watched Nao charge against a horde of Zetsu head-on. A kick here, a punch there, was all it took. Nao didn't even need to actually kill the Zetsu for strikes. The black flames of Amaterasu would finish the job quickly enough. After all, the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu were set to burn as hot as the sun, and nothing could put them out but the user who created them in the first place. Minato watched the Zetsu melt around him and form large slobs of white goo on the ground, and even that was still being burned until nothing remained behind. Let's go, Kakashi, Minato said to the silver-haired shinobi next to him. Youngsters these days, Kakashi sighed, fake tears running down his face. No respect for the elderly. I'm older than you, Minato said with a sweat drop. Technically, Naruto gave you a 25-year-old body. That makes me older than you, Kakashi said smugly. Fine, move it, old man, Minato ordered jokingly. Kakashi sighed and activated his Sharingan, charging forward once more against the never-ending army of Zetsu. Chidori. Kakashi channeled light chakra for a kunai on his hand. He made a vertical slash and bisected Zetsu cleanly in half, letting the parts fall to the sides. 197, Kakashi said out loud, more of reflex than anything else. Only 197, Zabuza yelled from the side. Minato was right. You are getting old. Zabuza laughed and charged forward. He jumped into the middle of the Zetsu and spun his blade, killing the group instantly. My! A voice yelled from the back, making me and Tozawa and Kakashi now turn around. To their surprise, they found Hinata walking towards them calmly. Sawarabi no Mai, Bracken Dance! Hinata bellowed and the ground shook. Thousands upon thousands of bones broke through the ground. Wave after wave of bones charged against the enemy, impaling any Zetsu staying and slaughtering everything in their path. Everyone just stared at the force of bones in front of them. Zetsu hanging limply from their bones, impaled through the chest. To further their shock, each and every single Zetsu was turning to ash and dropping to the ground in a pile. It took only a few seconds for hundreds of Zetsu to reduce to nothing more than a blanket of ash covering the battlefield. Hinata, Mitsu replied, still shocked to see the wave of destruction. Terama and his team have breached the walls. We need to push forward, Hinata said, stopping near Shinobi. Naruto is already inside the walls and making his way to fight Madara. The city's evacuation is already under progress, Hinata explained. We can fall behind, Mitsu said, and everyone agreed. Look out! Kakashi yelled. He saw a figure moving fast towards Hinata. Even to his Sharingan, it was a blur. Kakashi and everyone else was about to step in and kill Edo Tensei when Hinata raised a hand in a stop motion. I injected a chakra parasite in his system. This Edo Tensei is under my control, Hinata explained as the Sandaime Raikage stopped next to her and simply stared blankly ahead. Are you sure? Zabuza asked with caution. The Sandaime Raikage was no pushover, he warned, his eyes showing off to Edo Tensei. Hinata simply nodded. Hinata made a head gesture and Edo Tensei charged ahead at blinding speeds. Let's end this, Hinata said, and everyone charged forward to exterminate the remaining Zetsu. With the Kages. Tsunade-sama! Shizune yelled, pushing doors open and running to the room. What? Tsunade asked, jumping slightly from the surprise. The Z-Virus is ready for deployment, Shizune said, out of breath. It's a bit late, but better late than never, Tsunade said, walking around the table and heading towards Shizune. Kill rate? She asked, looking at the small vial. 100%, Shizune replied with a smile. As precaution, we should pull Hashirama out of the field. Since the Zetsu clones are based off Hashirama's body, there is a chance this virus could affect him as well, Shizune explained, and Tsunade nodded. Hinata, Tsunade said and walked towards the same clone of Hinata. You're up. The clone nodded and stood up. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. 10 clouds of smoke erupted in the room. Once the smoke disappeared, the 10 dragons stood circling Hinata. The dragons had grown heavily in the last few months, now in their teenage years, so to speak. Each dragon now had a wingspan of at least 16 feet and approximate length of 12 feet. You know what to do, Hinata said, and every single dragon nodded before flying out of the window. With Naruto. The 10 dragons flew above the village, dispersing the Z-Virus in large quantities above the city. While invisible to the naked eye, the sheer quantity of the virus being deployed seemed to swallow the village in a poisonous cloud. All around, the Zetsu stopped being able to walk and simply fell to the ground, shaking and twitching until they stopped moving altogether. With the Zetsu permanently killed, the remaining Edo Tensei being sealed, and the Rain Village being evacuated, there was only one thing left to finish this war. Naruto is running up the stairs in Pain's tower, hoping to reach the top floor as quickly as possible, his heart pounding in his chest. This was it, the final battle. Naruto. Naruto heard Hinata's voice from his mind. The city is evacuated and we are pulling out. See you soon. Naruto heard a small stutter in her voice but nodded nonetheless. He couldn't slow down. Naruto finally reached the top floor and stopped in front of the metallic door separating him from the final enemy. He placed a hand on the door, feeling the coldness of the metal as he slowly pushed the door open. He was greeted with darkness, with the single exception of a pair of glowing silver eyes at the back of the room. So you finally came, Madara said, and Naruto could swear he saw the man smile. It's over, Madara. You've lost, Naruto said, but Madara simply smirked and raised from his chair. We have different definitions of losing, Naruto, Madara said, walking forward and stopping a few feet from Naruto. From behind Madara stepped 5 Edo Tensei that stood next to him. The 5 Jinchuriki that were captured were now part of Madara's 6 pass technique. You are missing one, Naruto commented, seeing only 5 out of 10 say. Madara only laughed before a predatory smile reached his lips. Shall we dance? And that is the end of chapter 64. Now we're going to move on to chapter 65, Clash of Gods. Here we go. Chapter 65, The Clash of Gods. Kurama. That was the name the old man had given him. It was lost to time. Kyubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox, was the name the humans had called him for centuries. He didn't blame the humans for calling him that. He supposed he earned the name in the end for what he had done. People of the old world had called him a natural disaster, appearing suddenly out of nowhere to attack areas that had been breeding the darkest aspects of the human nature. They were not wrong. Kurama and his brothers had drifted away once Hagoromo and Ashura had passed away. He had chosen to honor his father's wishes and continue his work for his immortal life. He was a being of pure chakra, pure energy. He would not age, get sick, and he could not be killed either. Trust me, many people had tried when he attacked. The first few years after Hagoromo's passing, he simply wandered the land. Ashura was taking care of everything. But then he passed away, and his descendants fell very short of their ancestors' wishes. They forgot their burden and task they should have carried on for their blood. And so, for centuries, Kurama tried to keep humanity on the path his father had given them, even when humans themselves forgot their very origins. Hagoromo had given them chakra so that humanity could understand each other with no words. Kurama watched as humanity learned to harness their chakra, each generation carrying on and improving until the gift of chakra was used for war. Humanity had learned to strengthen their bodies and bend the elements with peculiar ease that surprised even him. But even the best of them fell short of his father's abilities. That man could bend chakra to his will like feeble paper. And so Kurama felt compelled to end it. He struck with unstoppable fury, carrying death in each step. He attacked the source of their power, destroying their villages and erasing their knowledge of chakra. But he couldn't do it alone. The world was far too vast for a single being to accomplish, even for someone like him. And so he asked his siblings for help. Pathetic, all of them. They declined and hid away from the world, claiming that hurting humans was against what father had wished for in the first place. Foolish siblings. All of them. And so, Kurama kept doing his work alone for centuries on end. Centuries more passed and humanity still hadn't learned. He grew tired of humanity's lack of understanding, so he stopped. He found a mountain and carved himself a small den, so that he could rest for a few years, and perhaps when he woke up once more, they had learned something. How wrong he was. He was woken, not by free will, but by humans themselves. Shinobi, ninja, they were calling themselves now. Armed with swords and other weapons, they had the gall of charging head-on against something like him. Foolish humans. He squashed them like the bugs they were. How far they had fallen. They carried some forehead protector on their heads. He noticed the symbol but discarded it immediately. Only later on, he would realize that was the actual symbol of their village. At least they had learned something, those shinobi. Now if they were all together in the same village like the old man wished, then it would be all over. Of the attacking group, only 2 shinobi survived. Kingaku and Gingaku had somehow managed to survive his powerful chakra, and ended up with a watered version of his abilities. He spat them out and left them half alive on the ground. He left their fate to the gods and walked away to find another den. And then came Uchiha Madara. Just from his chakra, he could feel he was descended from that wretched Indra. But his eternal surprise were his eyes. Some evolved version of the Sharingan. And with that, he managed to control him. No matter how much he resisted, he subdued him, manipulated him. Disgraceful Bijou. Like some doll, he was summoned to do battle against Ashura's descendant. Now, that had been a surprise. He could feel their chakra. Ashura and Indra had been reincarnated and decided to go at it again. And this time, he was a tool in their arsenal. In the end, he was sealed into a human vessel and found himself with his mental faculties returned. He was relieved. Don't misunderstand him. He hated Hashirama and his wife, hated Konoha too. But better a cage than a leash. Mito and him didn't talk, and she didn't wish to use his chakra, so he was content to simply wait. He was eternal and she was mortal. Even if he was switched to another vessel, there would come a time when he would be free. Human years meant nothing to him, as he had already lived centuries before any of them. The second vessel was some girl named Uzumaki Kushina. This one did try to talk sometimes. He kept silent, as he had nothing to say to her. Then, she decided to marry one of them. One who possessed those cursed eyes and could feel his chakra. Madara had procreated into some blonde brat named Minato. And then, his vessel had dared to marry him of all people. Sometimes, he just couldn't get away from those abominable eyes. The years passed and he watched the boy like a hawk, waiting for the moment he would make his move and use him. All Uchihas wanted, no, crave power. And he was an infinite source of it. To his eternal surprise, Minato was a good and kind-hearted man. For a moment, he considered he might have been Ashura's reincarnation, but his chakra showed no signs of it. He found himself liking that Uchiha as he slumbered within the seal. If it wasn't for those dreaded chains, he would almost consider himself lucky. Then another one came. Another Uchiha with their precious Mangekyo Sharingan. And he found himself in their leash once again. It will not happen again! He made a choice. He voluntarily let himself be sealed into Minato's child, some brat named Naruto. Better a cage than a leash. But he was very surprised by the brat, as he could feel something different in him. He could feel specks of the old man's chakra running through his system. Small drops of his father's chakra swimming in the ocean the brat possessed. Naruto was a mix of both parents, kind and good-hearted, but cold and ruthless if necessary. He chose to become a friend instead of a prisoner. He watched him grow until this very moment, the moment in which he stands facing the first man to ever bind him against his will. Madara Uchiha. You are missing one, Naruto commented, seeing only 5 out of 10 says. Madara only laughed before a predatory smile reached his lips. Shall we dance? That wretched line. Kurama saw red and flared his power, flooding Naruto with his powerful chakra and ripping out of the seal. With a mighty roar that shook the building, Kurama appeared in the real world in an explosion of smoke and rock. The small room they stood in exploded outwards in a shower of debris, with Kurama emerging from the cloud of dust, his 9 tails waving wildly behind him. Madara's eyes widened in a mix of shock and disbelief when he saw the large beast who appeared in front of him so suddenly. Even Naruto stumbled from Kurama jumping out of him with no warning and charged against the ancient Uchiha with fierce determination. Naruto and Madara's paths remained behind, while Kurama charged against the old Uchiha. He should have known that Kurama wouldn't just stick to watch the battle. He had a personal interest in being part of the battle. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and landed on the side of one of the buildings, watching Kurama snatch Uchiha with his claws and plummet downwards. Naruto looked to see the 5 paths looking cautiously at him. I guess I'll deal with them while Kurama is busy with Madara, Naruto thought to himself. And while he had faith in Kurama's power, he knew that Biju would not even come close to defeating Madara. The Uchiha had too much power, knowledge, and experience to be simply defeated by a blast of energy. Naruto pondered how to dispatch the paths quickly. Of the 5 paths, he had only known Yugito, and he met Yagura briefly before he killed himself back in Kiri. The first step would be figuring out which was which. Naruto crouched and made a very familiar T-shaped hand seal. 100 clones appeared in a cloud of smoke. They split into groups and launched themselves into the enemies without a care in the world. Han took the clones head on, sparring multiple arms and turning the clones with a mix of chakra blasts and physical attacks. Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, was the Asura path. Utakata simply ran away from the clones to keep some distance. He placed both hands on the nearby surface and summoned a giant centipede who proceeded to sliver around the clones and squash them. The clones managed to take out the centipede and the newly summoned Octa before they were destroyed. Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, was the animal path. Roshi engaged in taijutsu with the clones, using his lava-release chakra mode to coat his body in lava. The clones were burned and destroyed, and any ninjutsu attack coming against him was simply absorbed. Roshi, the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, was the Preta path. Yagura launched a wave of water against the clones. They used Kami to bypass the water wall and charge head-on against the enemy. Yagura kept the taijutsu and showed no sign of using any type of Rinnegan-related abilities. A clone charged head-on and simply phased through his body and appeared in the back. In the end, Yagura was overwhelmed by the clones and blown to pieces with a point-blank Rasengan. The final path was Yugito, who kept running away from the clones. As the remaining paths dispatched the clones, they went to protect Yugito from being destroyed. In a matter of minutes, all the clones had been dealt with, and only Yagura seemed to be reforming slowly on the ground. Yugito quickly approached the fallen path and summoned the King of Hell to fix him in a far faster manner than the Edo Tensei regeneration itself. Yugito is a Naraka path, Yagura for the human path, Roshi for the Preta path, Han for the Asura path, and Utakata for the animal path, Naruto concluded, narrowing his eyes at the 5 Edo Tenseis. He took a deep breath and his face was covered with red markings, symbolizing the use of Senjutsu. Naruto felt no chakra source nearby with the exception of the 5 paths and Madara. How strange that Madara did not choose the Diva path for any of them, Naruto thought in retrospect. The Diva path was the best path for combat, and yet, Madara had chosen not to use it. Naruto broke his train of thought and got ready. Nothing more than puppets, Naruto thought, his right hand forming a translucent cube. He flashed the only path he attacked with the Hirashin seal. He appeared behind the Asura path and placed his hand on his shoulders. Before Han could even react, his body was shrouded in a white light and completely vaporized. Naruto triggered his Kami to slip past a stampeding bowl. He twisted midair and channeled chakra into his wrists. 2 shuriken popped from each arm. He imbued them with lighting chakra until they gained a blue hue and started sparkling. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken were launched and struck the bull, killing the beast instantly and destroying the summoned animal. But Naruto knew these beasts, these summons, these animals, were mere chakra constructs. They weren't truly alive. Without a moment's qualm, Naruto stepped off the ledge of the building. Like a silver armor specter, he plummeted a full 5 stories toward the stony, unyielding floor of the village. The death-defying fall certainly would have killed a civilian, or at the very least left him broken and bleeding upon the pavement. Yet Naruto landed with the nimble elegance of a jaguar, so inhumanly smooth and graceful that he appeared to be striding briskly away before his black sandals even touched down upon the rain-swept cobblestone. He stopped walking as an enemy quickly approached him from behind. Yagura, the human path, was running at full speed against him. He wasn't exactly being quiet or even stealthy, with his loud steps hitting the water on the floor in loud splashing sounds. The blonde felt Yagura charging but made no effort to turn around and face his opponent. The human path neared ever so slowly. Naruto's eyes glowed, and Yagura froze as if he had struck a wall, and yet nothing visible stood in front of him, barring his movements. Naruto turned around to look at his captured enemy. Yagura's fingers twitched, showing that Naruto had yet to perfect whatever technique or ability he was employing. Naruto moved to the next step, and Yagura's body started to be compressed ever so slowly, almost like a large snake had wrapped itself around his body and started twisting. His arms bent to unnatural angles, bones cracked and his skin burst open, but no blood was spilled, thanks to the immortal body of the Edo Tensei. The other paths ran to his help. Shinra Tensei. Naruto whispered from where he stood and watched with satisfaction as the charging paths were blown away, with the exception of Yagura, who never even moved. Small buildings around him were blasted into smithereens, while a large building he had jumped from started collapsing. Naruto raised his right arm towards the falling building, and just like Yagura, the fallen heap of concrete and rock froze mid-fall. The 10-story building still tilted and threatened to crush both Naruto and Yagura had stopped, as if it had hit the very same invisible wall. Naruto lowered his arm, but the building remained the same, frozen in time and space, defying the very laws of gravity. The blondes focused solely on Yagura and kept his techniques going forward. Yagura no longer stood on the floor, but hovered in the air, his legs being squashed upwards, his head pushed downwards, his whole body being compressed, squashed like an old vehicle in a car crusher. Naruto's eyes glowed silvery one last time, and Yagura was suddenly attacked from all sides and squeezed into the size of a tennis ball. Naruto released his ability, and the new ball fell to the ground with a loud funk sound. He watched as the Edo Tensei started the healing procedure, but Yagura left this realm in a blast of white light before that could happen. Gravity manipulation. Why limit yourself to elemental manipulation, such as simply pulling and pushing? All things had mass. Why not push and pull, twist and turn, squeeze and stretch? Yagura had been his first victim. His body had been a target of multiple gravity fields from all sides, resulting in him being crushed into virtual nothingness. So much to improve. So much to learn. Naruto fought with a chuckle, looking at the frozen building, unaffected by gravity. Shinobi spent all their lives training to become strong, honing their abilities, and yet they barely scratched the bottom of what they could do. The pinnacle of the fire release was to breathe fire, control the hotness, and even range of the technique. How simple! Even the Genin can spit a fireball, and we call masters to those who can manipulate this fire simply by changing their shape, power, and range. The pinnacle of water release is just that, spitting and controlling water. Hinata herself has spent her whole life focusing on her main element, and while she is already regarded as the best water elemental, there was still so much to learn. She pushed so many barriers, but there was still so much to learn, to hone, to perfect. Immortality. That would give Naruto the time to hone every single of his abilities to their peak, their maximum power, their maximum efficiency. Great! Naruto fought with a chuckle. Now I sound like a Orochimaru and his eternal quest to understand everything. Naruto laughed at the absurdity of the comparison. He was broken from his thoughts when the sky was lit ablaze by a tailed beast ball. Naruto twisted his wrist and used his newfound skill to metaphorically grip the 10-story building. The ground shook briefly as the building broke its foundations and rose into the air. Naruto effortlessly sent the colossal building towards the paths, like he was throwing a simple pebble stone. Yugito and Roshi were squashed under the structure, unable to run away or protect their bodies against the colossal construct of rock. The village shook with the impact, and Naruto turned to the last path to be defeated. Utakata, the animal path, was the last remaining enemy in the field before he moved to the final boss. Kuchi, calmly, Naruto whispered before Utakata finished his summoning. He focused on his chest and ripped a hole where his heart was supposed to be. Utakata gave a surprised gasp and fell to the ground unmoving. Naruto approached the downed enemy and quickly dispelled the Edo Tensei, allowing Utakata to be free once more. Naruto felt a chakra spike, a massive one at that, and watched as Madara summoned his perfect Susanoo in the distance. It was like Hinata had described it. Big, imposing. Naruto saw Kurama get knocked down and finally immobilized by several trees. The blonde ran towards the site. It was time for him to step in and face Madara, once and for all. With Kurama.
Madara!
Kurama snarled, snatching the Uchiha mid-air and plummeting to the ground with his prey. Madara's Susanoo ribcage shielded him from Kurama's claws, as both crashed into the ground of the Rain Village.
I dreamt of this hour,
Kurama said gleefully, showing a row of sharp teeth and pinning the Uchiha under his massive claws.
the hour I could rip you to shreds,
Kurama said, pushing Uchiha farther into the earth, his ribcage shield cracking under the pressure. Madara focused on the Biju, his silver eyes glowing with power. The Biju allowed an arrogant smirk to grace his lips.
You are foolish, Madara. Naruto and I are still bound together. I am above your petty illusions now.
Madara grunted, before clasping both hands together inside his shield. The ground rumbled as trees burst forth, pushing Kurama backwards and entangling his limbs until he was trapped on the ground.
Mokutan, what style?
Kurama whispered in sheer disbelief from the ground. Madara said nothing and slowly climbed to his feet, his ethereal shield disappearing from view. Honestly, Madara scoffed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. What did you expect to happen? You think you could charge against me and crush me that easily? Please, you are nothing but a filthy beast, a mere chakra conglomerate. Madara smirked when he saw the Biju snarl, and felt his powerful chakra twist in anger. With a deafening roar, the tree bindings were shattered, and the great QB rose once more until he looked down at Madara from his imposing size.
You will lose, Madara, and I will take great pleasure in being part of your defeat.
Kurama snarled, before jumping forward, the ground cracking and shaking with each step he took. Madara braced himself as he saw the QB get ready. The massive Biju broke into a run. Madara stood still, waiting patiently for the beast to get near him. Kurama raised a pala to the air and brought it down swiftly. A deafening shockwave rose from the impact, leveling the buildings around. Moments before Kurama had struck, Madara had jumped to the side and high into the air. He had avoided the shockwave by laying on Kurama's nose. The Biju roared and raged furiously, shaking his head to get rid of the parasite on his head. Madara started running around Kurama's body, much to the Biju's annoyance. Kurama threw himself to the ground and started rolling, trying hopelessly to squash Madara beneath his body. Madara simply ran around Kurama's body while he rolled on the flattened ground. With a swing of his tails, Kurama struck himself on the torso and finally managed to get Madara to jump away from him. Seeing the Uchiha in the air and without proper ways to outmaneuver him, Kurama began charging his ultimate technique. Red and blue chakra filled the air above his mouth as it began converging to a single menacing dark spear.
Biju Dama, Tail Beast Ball.
Kurama swallowed the dark spear just before a pure, reddish energy ball exploded from his mouth, heading straight to the stationary Uchiha. The Uchiha smirked before lazily raising a single hand towards the incoming energy ball. Shinra Tensei, he whispered, and the small pulse hit the energy ball and deflected it. He watched as the ball flew and exploded on the horizon, filling the sky with a piercing red light, and a mushroom cloud formed not far away. Madara landed on the ground and watched as Kurama charged another attack. He launched another tail beast ball, this one racing straight towards him and destroying everything in its path. Madara clasped his hands together in a prayer sign. Mokutan, Mokujo Heki, Doomed Wall. A wooden dome rose in front of Madara moments before the tail beast ball connected. The wood screeched under the assault, but managed to hold on until the ball was deflected back into the air and once more exploding in the distance. I don't need my Renegon. I'm going to make you submit with my strength only, Madara says he lowered the wooden barrier. His body was shrouded in a bubbling shell of blue chakra. Only 2 people had the honor of facing this. Behold, my perfect Susanoo, Madara said, and his chakra seemed to roar. With a blinding light that forced even Kurama to look away, His Susanoo had taken the form of a massive warrior, easily staying above him in height when compared to Kurama. "Foolish beast," Madara said before the warrior sprang forward and tackled the Bijuu head-on. The Susanoo wrapped his massive arms around Kurama's neck and wrestled the Bijuu to the ground. Kurama countered by gathering all of his 9 tails and smashed them against the warrior, forcing Susanoo to stumble slightly. Kurama took the advantage and slipped out of his grasp and jumped backwards to gain some distance. Kurama opened his mouth. More and more chakra seemed to be pouring into the attack until the dark ball easily dwarfed the Bijuu in question.
Bijuu Dama, tailpiece ball.
Kurama roared and pushed the titanic ball forward. The tailpiece ball charged head-on against a massive warrior who held his ground. The Susanoo bent his knees slightly and leaned forward as the ball approached quickly. Madara opened his large arms and gripped the large energy ball. The Susanoo's feet slid over the ground as the ball pushed backwards while the warrior struggled to push against it. Suddenly, the Susanoo managed to halt the ball's progress and lean backwards, flying directing the ball into the sky. The sky lit in fire, a light so bright that washed over the entirety of the rain country and could even be seen by the neighboring countries. Madara regained his footing and turned to the Susanoo back to Kurama, who looked with a shocked face towards Madara.
You deflected my strongest attack with only raw strength only.
Kurama said, shock written all over his face. Madara sneered before jumping forward and sent his right arm forward. Kurama was still shocked, or perhaps he wasn't fast enough to react. Kurama caught a right cross to his jaw, making the Bijuu stumble from the impact. Kurama shook his head to avoid the dizziness. The Susanoo, however, didn't stop and continued his vicious assault on the Bijuu. Another punch to the other side of the face, a sweep of his legs, forced Kurama to the ground. The Susanoo rose his foot and slammed it against Kurama's throat, finally pinning the Bijuu to the ground. He dispelled his perfect Susanoo and summoned several trees to keep the Kyuubi trapped on the ground. The trees wrapped all of his legs, his tails, and even wrapped themselves around his snout to prevent Kurama from opening his mouth. "You see, Kyuubi, how weak you are compared to me." Madara shook his head in amusement, walking until he stopped and stared straight into the eyes of Kurama. He could see the hatred the Kyuubi bore for him, and the thought alone made him chuckle. "You, who have so much pride in your tails, were defeated by a mere human. Pathetic." "Rasen Shuriken!" Madara's eyes widened when he saw the big spiraling chakra ball heading towards him. He quickly jumped backwards only to see that the intended target was not him, but the trees trapping the Bijuu. Madara grunted in annoyance as he saw the Bijuu free once more. No time to sleep. Madara's eyes opened instantly to see Naruto standing next to him. Red markings spread across his face and 2 more sprawling chakra balls in his hands. "Rasen Shuriken!" Naruto replied, unleashing the 2 attacks at point-blank range. Both Madara and Naruto exploded in a spiraling dome of wind chakra that tore everything in its path. Once the attack died down, Madara stood in the middle of the blast zone. Both hands raised, signaling that he had been absorbing chakra from the blast. "Bastard. You almost killed me with that." Madara chuckled, looking at the original Naruto next to the Kyuubi. "You did well, Kurama, but the rest is up to me," Naruto said softly, running a hand over Kurama's fur. The Bijuu said nothing and simply disappeared in smoke, going back to the seal. Naruto turned back to Madara, who stood there simply watching him. "It's only the 2 of us now," Naruto said, walking until he stood a few feet from Madara. "Perhaps," Madara commented, slowly raising his right arm. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw Madara do 1/2 of a hand seal and simply stop as if waiting for something. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when he realized what Madara was waiting for. A smile tugged his lips as Naruto brought his arm upwards and performed the same thing, mirroring Madara. The Taritsu no In, seal of confrontation. No more words were spoken as both shinobi jumped forward and their fists met with a loud bang. The real battle had begun. With the allied shinobi forces. Away from the village, now! Hinata yelled to remain forces of the allied shinobi army. Suddenly the ground grumbled and the sky whistled ablaze, pushing the clouds away and vaporizing the rain. She heard yells and shrieks from several shinobi as everyone moved even faster away from the village. Everyone was running without looking back when the sky was filled with a light so bright that almost everyone stumbled, their eyelids unable to block the piercing light in the sky. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Hinata bit her lip and kept moving forward without looking back. There was nothing she could do. With Naruto and Madara, their fists met with a deafening bang. Madara threw a fast left jab, only for Naruto to parry his strike to the side and counter with a jab of his own. Naruto aimed for his throat, attacking with crippling and deadly strikes right from the beginning. However, Madara simply tapped Naruto's arm away, making him miss the target and swing past Madara's head safely. As they both countered each other like mirrors, they found themselves in a stalemate. Both shinobi locked with each other, struggling to overpower their adversary. The ground rumbled and cracked. The water rippled as their chakra saturated the air, giving them the feeling of heavy pressure. As if they were twins, or maybe it had been the Sharingan's predictive abilities, both Naruto and Madara managed to free the same arm and went for a strike. Their palms stopped a few inches from each other. Their eyes met, silver clashed against silver, as both shinobi bellowed, "Shinra Tensei!" Both shinobi held their ground as the gravity pushed against each other. Madara and Naruto poured chakra into their technique, as to lose would be a sign of weakness. There would be no finesse in a battle like this. When you reach this level, only power matters. Their fingers moved and twitched as if the slight movement increased their power and control. Their faces twisted into one of deep concentration as more chakra was poured into the push. The ground cracked as they started sinking to the earth, the ground no longer able to support their massive pressure. With one final push, they both blasted backwards. They stumbled through the ground until they regained their footing, and once more made a beeline towards their opponent. Moments before their fists met once more, Naruto vanished in a yellow flash. Madara turned and quickly sidestepped as Naruto appeared behind him with a blue spear in his hands. Madara snatched Naruto's wrist, driving the Rasengan away from his body and retaliated with a right cross. Naruto tilted his head to the side, Madara's fist grazing his cheek. Naruto's free hand sparkled with lightning as he went for the finisher. Madara had one hand busy and had overextended with his other. Raikiri! He thrust his arm only to melt a silvery barrier around Madara. Gakido. Human path. Madara started absorbing Naruto's strike, neutralizing his attack. Naruto smirked through Madara off the loop until he saw a pitch black rod burst from Naruto's extended palm and head straight towards his heart. Madara recoiled out of reflex and shielded his polarity with his arms. In a burst of chakra, Naruto was pushed back as Madara Susanoo rose to life. Naruto backed up a few times to gain some distance and stared impassively at his opponent. "First blood," he said, looking at the bright red liquid dripping from Madara's arm. The wound seemed long gone, but the blood was evidence that Naruto had at least wounded him. Madara didn't seem to acknowledge Naruto and simply stared at his right arm. He channeled a small amount of chakra and a small seal appeared on his skin. "I hate Toimura for inventing that blasted technique," Madara grumbled in thought, and absorbed the seal's chakra, permanently destroying it. His heart backed with elation. Hashirama had matched him so long ago, but that was before he had awakened the Rinnegan. Next was Hinata, but even she quickly exhausted herself to match his full power. Only Naruto was matching him fully, and sometimes ever surpassing him. It was nice to see his long plans come to fruition. His hands flew to the horse seal. Naruto watched Madara take a deep breath but stood his ground. "Katon, Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation!" From Madara's mouth came a sea of fire. The flames charged against Naruto like a dragon. Naruto's hands flew towards the same seal as he replied with the same technique, and both flames met in the middle. The Infernos clashed against one another, and Madara quickly understood that there would be no winner in this. His eyes glowed and his hands moved to another seal. Enton, Inferno style. Madara's white-hot flames quickly turned as black as the night, engulfing everything in their path as they charged against Naruto. The black flames of Matarasu, rumored to be hotter than the sun itself, melted the rocks. Naruto dropped his attack and charged head-on, running through the incoming flames with his Kamui ability. Madara summoned his black flames that could feel Naruto getting pushed back. Suddenly Naruto's flame disappeared and Madara's eyes widened in disbelief when Naruto appeared from the sea of fire with his right arm extended forward. Madara reacted quickly and deflected his punch only for Naruto to stare at him. Calmly, the blind whispered, and the next thing he saw was nothing other than darkness. Madara felt pressed from all sides. He could not breathe. He felt chains pressing against his chest, his eyebrows forced back into his head. With the remaining time he had before he was fully absorbed, he made a clone that quickly bumped him to the side. Madara watched with fascination as his clone was torn to shreds and absorbed into Naruto's dimension. All of this in the blink of an eye. Madara, however, knew very well how Kamui worked. Amaterasu, he whispered swiftly, taking advantage of Naruto's solid state for a few brief moments after absorbing his clone. Naruto exploded in black flames and quickly fell to his knees, crying in pain. Naruto absorbed the trauma, swallowing the pain and burying it deep in his mind. His first conscious emotion was rage. Shinra Tensei! He hissed, and everything around him was blasted to smithereens. The black flames of burning him evaporated, the wind was forced back, alongside Madara, and every single building in a mile radius.
You underestimated him,
Kurama said, and watched as Naruto coughed and got back to his feet. Half of his face had been burned, but was quickly healing back up. Naruto had not felt physical pain in a long time. In fact, he had never felt much physical pain after his early years. Naruto tore the remains of his upper sleeve and threw it on the floor. He took a calming breath, knowing the rage and anger would not give more power. He watched Madara dig himself out of the rubble from the previous blast. Rasen Shuriken! Madara looked up to see a sprouting shuriken flying towards him. He jumped to his side as the attack landed safely away from him and exploded in a dome of destruction. Madara felt a chakra spike and could only look in astonishment as several more Rasen shurikens flew towards him. He jumped again, sliding through the ground as the shurikens missed him but destroyed anything that they hit. His chakra surged and his purple Susanoo enveloped him. Madara summoned his swords and proceeded to dismantle the incoming attacks with practical ease. Enough of this child's play, Madara growled, pushing more chakra into his ultimate weapon, the greatest ability of his Sharingan, and summoned his perfect Susanoo. Show me your true power! As you wish, Naruto answered neutrally. Silver chakra surged around Naruto, shrouding his entire body in a bubbling storm of energy, and like a requiem of destruction and power, a figure burst into existence, pushing the air back. It was completely silver in color, neither too dark nor light, with the exception of completely pitch black eyes, so dark that they could be mistaken by hollow sockets instead of actual eyes. Long, shaggy white hair that reached his waist with sharp, jagged teeth and two massive horns protruding from his forehead. A samurai-like armor forming robes, buoyant shoes, and body armor on his shoulders and waist. Over the armor, a large white garment, and on its back, bony and featherless wings, never forgetting the twin size strapped to his back. The two titanic Susanoo stared at each other, each one bigger than mountains and more destructive than any Bijou. They both sprang forward, the ground quaking with each step. The earth shattered and the rain village was now nothing more than rubble littering the floor. Nothing stood higher than 10 feet off the ground. Their fists met with a shockwave that rocked the ground. Madara threw a left jab only for Naruto Susanoo to phase through him. Impossible! He can use ninjutsu with his Susanoo? Madara's eyes widened in shock until he felt a powerful kick on his back. His armor dented ever so slowly as he twisted midair and regained his footing. Enton, Goka Mekyaku, Inferno style, Great Fire Annihilation. Madara Susanoo instantly brought his massive arms forward and shielded his face and upper portion of his chest against a dangerous ocean of black flames. His Susanoo fell to one knee. Madara felt the ridiculous drain on his chakra to continuously regenerate his shield against the black flames, even with his Senju-enhanced body. He looked to his side and saw the collapsed buildings melting into a puddle. The ground beneath him bubbled as the rock turned red in color, and Susanoo started to sink into the melted substance. Madara got a foothold and pushed forward, swinging his arms in a wide arc. The black flames receded slightly, giving enough time to punch Naruto, forcing the Susanoo to take a step backwards. If the Susanoo is superior to mine, then I need to take that out of the field, Madara thought to himself with a slight resentment. He had always prided himself on using his perfect Susanoo as his ultimate weapon, but now it was obsolete compared to an equal shield who could use ninjutsu freely. Madara took the given opportunity and immediately performed 3 hand seals. Tengai Shinsei, Shattered Heaven. The clouds parted to show a massive meteorite plummeting towards both Madara and Naruto. It seemed Madara was willing to sacrifice Susanoo if it meant he would take out Naruto's as well. From inside Susanoo, Madara rose his hand to the sky. Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull. He closed his fist slightly as if metaphorically squashing a bug in his hands, and pulled down, drastically increasing the speed of his incoming meteorite. The meteorite gained a white-orange color as the air around it burned due to the added speed. Madara kept his gravity pull, ever increasing its speed until the meteorite looked like a cataclysmic ball of fire coming down from the sky. It was like Armageddon, the end of all things. Madara stopped his pull and was kicked backwards. Naruto drew his full attention towards the incoming threat.
Naruto,
Kurama said with a very serious tone.
you need to stop that. A meteorite of that size and speed will annihilate the Ring Country in seconds. The fall will most likely end all life on Earth.
Kurama warned, and Naruto nodded without hesitation. Naruto Susanoo looked at the red sky and stood his ground like an immovable object. He slapped both hands together and slowly drew them apart, a silvery sword appearing as he did so. He flicked the newly formed blade towards Madara, pushing the man back as he turned to deal with the meteorite. Jinton, Dust Release. The silver sword gained a vibrant white line over the cutting side. Surashu, Slash. He brought his sword to the sky in a wide, sweeping stroke. A pure, white, crescent-like wave was unleashed towards the meteorite. The wave cleaved the meteorite cleanly in half as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Before dispersing, the white wave exploded in a blast of white light, completely disintegrating the remaining halves of the meteorite. The sky was bathed in white light as the incoming doom was permanently halted. This is the end, Naruto said as Madara brought himself to his full height. Naruto quickly absorbed natural energy, boosting his already extremely powerful chakra. His Susanoo started glowing softly, gaining a red hue around his shell, and the same red markings adorning his skeletal face. The sky sparkled as Naruto drew in natural lightning for his final attack. Naruto Susanoo coiled, almost like a snake, and sprang forward, leaving a trail of destruction in his step. Naruto Susanoo blitzed through the ground with unavoidable speed. Madara crossed his arms in front of him and braced himself for the attack. He channeled chakra to his arms and frontal chest plates. The heavens roared with lightning and Kirin burst from the sky and wrapped itself around Naruto Susanoo's fist. Raiken! Lightning Fist! The moment it struck was like a powerful thunder in the sky. The lightning and Senjutsu-empowered Susanoo punch instantly shattered Madara's X-cross arms and turned his chest into fine powder. Madara's perfect Susanoo exploded in a shower of light, as if it had been made of simple, fragile glass. Once the light dimmed down, there was no sign of Madara's Susanoo. However, Naruto's remaining Senjutsu allowed him to find him, buried in the ground. Naruto dispelled his Susanoo and dropped to the ground, a wave of dizziness coming over him.
I hope you realize that the amount of chakra you use in that would have killed anyone else.
Kurama chuckled, pushing in small bits of chakra to quickly fix Naruto. Naruto regained his breathing and approached the fallen Madara. The man was broken. It was clear as day, but he was still very much alive. So much power. Madara coughed a mouthful of blood as he pushed the rebel away and shakily stood up. I hope you enjoyed my Sharingan's full power. Not even Nagato pushed me to use Senjutsu, Naruto commented. Madara suddenly drew his head back and started laughing madly. This is a dance! I can feel my heart hammering in my chest, my blood singeing in my veins, Madara yelled before calming down and licking the blood from his lips. I suppose it's time for my trump card. Madara smirked and Naruto raised an eyebrow in interest but was immediately on edge. A trump card of Madara's caliber was to be taken with caution. With the retreating allied shinobi army. My god! A random shinobi stuttered, feeling the overwhelming chakra washing over the rain country. He looked over his shoulder in fear and nearly summoned as he ran from the rain village, or what remained of it at this point. He could feel the intense pressure of their chakra even miles away, and he could also feel the ground shaking, the shock waves echoing, and even had to shut his eyes due to the blinding explosions of energy in the sky. They're not human, he said to himself, and could only watch as a meteorite appeared in the sky. This is bad, Toriyama said, looking at his fellow dragons as they ran away as well. We cannot outrun that. If it hits, it's over for all of us, Toriyama commented. Naruto, stop it, Hinata replied with conviction without looking back. In truth, she had been watching the combat since the very beginning. Her Byakugan had more than enough range for that. Toriyama's words were cut short when the meteorite exploded in white light. Told you, she replied with small satisfaction. Suddenly she stopped running and froze altogether. Several shinobi stumbled and fell to the ground since she stopped so suddenly. What's wrong? Toriyama asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. Toriyama was blasted back by some invisible force. All around the shinobi stopped running and made a wide circle around her. What happened? Jiraiya asked, hurrying to Hinata's side while Minato went for Toriyama. Don't touch her! Toriyama warned loudly, and Jiraiya retracted his hand as if it had been burned. Argh! Hinata brought her hands to her head and started screaming. Her chakra flared, pushing everyone backwards. Her hair started flickering between white and dark blue, and her eyes the same pattern between her tentagon and some purplish color. She spiked her chakra even further, enough to start manifesting a purple aura around her body. The shinobi army increased the distance even further and recoiled in a mix of fear and caution. She roared again, and her chakra lashed out once more. Bones burst from the ground and nearly skewered several shinobi. Shit! Get back! Get back! Minato cried as everyone scrambled away from her, leaving only Minato, Toriyama, and Jiraiya staying the closest to her. Hinata dropped to one knee and turned towards Toriyama. Impossible! Toriyama looked in disbelief at Hinata, who now bore the Tentagon in her left eye and a Rinnegan in her right eye. Ah! Hinata roared once more. The ground cracked as her chakra saturated the air, and she clutched to her head to try to fight whatever was happening to her. With one final shockwave, she stopped struggling and lowered her hands to her sides. Hinata? Toriyama called out. The girl turned to him and now bore two Rinnegan, one in each eye. Hinata rose a single hand and spoke with a very familiar voice. Shinra Tensei. Toriyama, Minato, and Jiraiya were blasted at point-blank range and dropped into sweet unconsciousness. With one final smirk, Hinata dashed towards the battle between Naruto and Madara. With Naruto and Madara. Trump card? Naruto asked with caution, but Madara said nothing more. The small smirk gracing his lips was causing enough worry as it was. What? Boom! Naruto's question was interrupted when something smashed against the side of his face. He was sent flying, stumbling through the ground and walls until he finally came to a stop a few feet away. Naruto shook his head, pushing away the dangerous unconsciousness. What hit me? Naruto asked in confusion, his vision still blurry. He felt a metallic taste in his mouth, which was without a doubt blood from the impact. But he also felt something extra. He spat it to the ground and found himself surprised to be looking at one of his molars, still blade and everything. Damn, Naruto said, licking the bloody hole in his mouth. He got up only to come face to face with Hinata. What? He forced a duck as Hinata engaged in a taijutsu battle against him. "What are you doing?" he asked in shock as he dodged another fast palm strike. It was then he noticed her eyes, a pair of Renegon eyes staring right into his own. "But how?" Naruto asked in surprise as he tried his best to dodge Hinata's attacks until she fell backwards and stood next to Madara. "May I present you my final path?" Madara asked rhetorically, gesturing towards Hinata with no small amount of pride. "Senju Hinata, Jinchuriki of the Navy, the Diva Path." "What have you done?" Naruto snarled and was about to charge forward until Madara made a stop sign. "Easy now," Madara said, finally tracing Hinata's jaw with a single finger. "You wouldn't want to harm your precious wife, would you?" he asked with a smirk while Naruto raged inside. "How?" Naruto snarled. "How, you ask?" Madara asked with amusement. "It's simple, really. My kidnapping of Hinata served several purposes. One of them was placing a small black chakra receiver in her heart," Madara said, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "But how did she not notice?" Naruto asked out loud. "Let's be honest." Madara grew serious once more, his outgoing attitude forgotten. "You, as a shinobi, have no weaknesses. However, as a human being, you have one very easily identifiable weakness, and that is your love for her. Even a blind man could see the bond you two share, and this particular weakness is so very easy to exploit. A small medical procedure to implement a chakra receiver around her heart. She never noticed it because the soreness she felt after our battle," Madara commented, feeling it had been one of his greatest moments. "She has very powerful chakra, but not enough to fight against mine. Maybe a few more years and I would have been unable to control her," Madara finished, and Naruto was shaking with anger. "I'm going to break you!" Naruto roared. "Come," Madara taunted, as Naruto blitzed towards him only to be intercepted by Hinata. Hinata easily caught Naruto's fist and replied with a fast punch. Naruto used calmly, forcing Hinata to lose her grip on him. Naruto took a step back, avoiding a fast right hook and immediately ducked under another jab. Naruto dropped to the ground and rolled to the side as Hinata countered a spinning kick. "Did you reach Matatabi?" Naruto asked, hoping desperately that Kurama had managed to contact either Hinata or the Nibi.
"No, his chakra suppressed in Nibi. I can't reach her,"
Kurama grumbled in reply, watching his host dodge every single one of Hinata's fast swings and leg strikes.
"You need to neutralize her."
"You think?" Naruto bit back harshly.
"Don't snap at me. I'm trying to help,"
Kurama retorted back, not even offended by Naruto's rough answer. "Shit!" Naruto cursed as Madara joined the taijutsu battle, and Naruto found himself easily getting pushed back against two highly skilled hand-to-hand combatants. Naruto grabbed Madara's wrist and used his arm for leverage, sidestepping Hinata's strike. He took a step back and gently deflected Hinata's chakra punch towards Madara, who simply ducked under the swing. "Shinra Tensei!" Both users bellowed at the same time, catching Naruto in the middle of them. He used his comic to split past the shockwaves. "Katon, Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation." Naruto took a deep breath and unleashed his traditional sea of flames, hoping to distract them momentarily. "Soitan, Bakusui Shoha, Great Exploding Water Wave." A tornado of water roared into existence and crashed against the flames, snuffing them out in a moment's notice. While fire and water clashed against one another, Madara had quickly moved around the jutsu and attacked the blonde from behind. Naruto was forced to drop his fire jutsu and engage Madara in battle. Meanwhile, Hinata kneeled on the ground and started running for hand seals. Haijutsu, Mugen no Ame, secret technique, endless rain. Rain had come. The night sky, previously depleted of any clouds due to the constant blast of energy, was now clouded as rain started pouring. The still hot ground from the fire blast sizzled when in contact with the cold rain. "Hisoja no Jutsu, Flying Water God technique," Hinata whispered before vanishing into thin air. "Ah, shit!" Naruto cried when Hinata appeared in front of him with bones protruding from both palms. Naruto ducked under a swing of Hinata's arm. She vanished and materialized herself behind him. Naruto tilted his head to the side, allowing another strike to pass by harmlessly. Naruto still ducked and swung around and swiped Hinata's legs. Hinata jumped in the air and instantly vanished from sight when Naruto rose for a strike. Without looking back, Naruto sidestepped a strike and grabbed Hinata's outstretched arm. "Shinra Tensei," she replied, forcing Naruto to dodge calmly and release his hold of her. She jumped backwards and sided with Madara once more. Something is wrong, Naruto thought, looking carefully at Hinata and taking everything about her.
What about it?
The fox raised the question. Madara isn't in full control. I noticed a small flicker in her eyes. A path is nothing but a puppet. Madara may control the puppet, but he would never be able to use the puppet's unique skills. He couldn't know about her latest technique, Naruto mused and thought.
Regardless, you need to end this. It's been going on for too long, and even you are getting low on chakra.
Kurama advised. Naruto could spend all of his chakra even if he possessed large chakra reserves and had a beach inside. What the blonde didn't realize was that his supposed expendable techniques were a set of Jonin's chakra reserves each time. She won't be easy to pin down now that she has her latest version of the Hirashi, and Naruto thought grimly. Of all the times for her to develop her own space-time technique, it had to be days before the enemy managed to control her. Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo Border Jail. Madara's eyes glowed and projected 4 shadows. Naruto felt a shiver crawl up his spine when he saw 5 Madaras and 1 Hinata running towards him. He couldn't use high-power techniques without dealing with Hinata first. She was still in there, trapped inside, and could feel everything. The original Madara stopped and clasped both hands together while the clones charged against Naruto. Mokuton, Jukai Koton, Deep Forest Creation! The ground rumbled and a stampede of trees charged forward. Tomogoroshi no Haikutsu, all-killing Ashbone. Hinata halted her progress and fired several hardened bones against the blonde who remained immobile. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration, but even through the eyelids, he could see an unusual glow in his Rinnegan. On Myotan, Yin-Yang release, Naruto began, pulling the palms of his hands slightly apart. A small, whitish color and translucent ball appeared between his hands. Bansho Kiyomu, nihility of all creation! He bellowed, clasping his hands together. The air around him rippled as the small ball was crushed between his hands. By removing the physical composition or the Yang's chakra, Naruto could reduce everything into nothing. There was no epic blinding light or even a loud bane of destruction and death. The ground did not shake or tremble, but the effect was clear nonetheless. The flying bones vanished moments before coming in contact with Naruto. The sea of trees seemed to evaporate, as if they were never there in the first place. Even Madara had stopped his task and completely followed to what he had seen. Things didn't disappear into thin air. Naruto opened his eyes, his Rinnegan glowing as he disappeared from view, only to appear a few meters away from the original position. His right arm extended with a black metallic rod protruding from his hand. To the naked eye, nothing had happened, but to Madara, it signaled the fall of his first shadow. On Myotan, Yin-Yang release. Naruto repeated and plucked 3 hairs from his head. Chi Bunshin no Jutsu, blood clone. They floated and started glowing. Each hair forming a ball until it started expanding into a humanoid form. Their skin started bubbling as several details became apparent. Blonde hair, whisker marks on his cheeks, and silver eyes to match. Eliminate the shadows, Naruto ordered, and the blood clones died and disappeared. Blood clones were actually made of bone and flesh, and living in every sense of the word. However, they were nothing but empty shells, deprived of soul since Naruto's soul was still in the original vessel. These clones were weaker, but more durable and enough to deal with these shadows. I see, Madara acknowledged and thought. So these are the abilities of a perfect Rinnegan. Time and space manipulation, creation, and destruction. Madara's chakra surged forward once more, and for the third and final time, his perfect Susanoo rose into existence. Next to him, the water started getting restless. It seemed that the entire water in the whole rain village was vibrating. The water started moving as if it had a mind of its own and started congregating near Hinata. The water linked with Hinata and started climbing its way through her body. It started at her feet and moved up over her legs until her whole body was covered in water from head to toe. More and more water rushed towards her. from deep underground, from the surface, from the air. Mere seconds into it, and Hinata's body had been hidden behind a massive water spear. The spear started shaping itself into a humanoid form. The main body of water seemed to remain afloat while 2 arms and legs were molded. This water elemental was big, as it stood side by side with Madara's perfect Susanoo, both equals in height. The elemental had 2 long, sweeping arms that reached ground level. His head was flat, with no apparent nose nor mouth with the exception of 2 glowing white orbs, which Naruto figured to be its eyes. This water moved frantically like it was in constant motion. "You are at a disadvantage," Madara commented from Susanoo since Naruto had yet to summon his. He'd been busy admiring Hinata's elemental. "It's 2 against 1. "You're wrong," Naruto replied with a smile, making Madara raise an eyebrow in interest. "I have never been alone."
It's been a while,
Kurama said from his mind, watching the vessel approach him and raise his fist. "Indeed," Naruto agreed with a grin, mirrored by the fox. Their fists met. His clothes flared briefly before his form was shrouded in a cloak of yellow flames. His whiskers had darkened and his whole body seemed to be surrounded by fire. "Susanoo!" Both Naruto and Kurama called simultaneously. Their combined chakras surged forward in an explosion of power. A golden word shimmered into existence, easily topping Madara Susanoo in size. It seemed to be a hybrid between Kurama and Naruto Susanoo. The hands had been replaced with razor-sharp claws. The head had been stretched and flattened a little bit, giving the form of a snout and a more pharaoh look. And while the wings had remained, the perfect Susanoo now sported 9 glowing tails, swaying wildly behind his back. Naruto Susanoo got on all fours as it was ready to pounce. But even on all fours, the sheer size was enough to match the 2 titans in front of him. Madara was about to unsheath his sword when Naruto roared and pounced at him, tackling his Susanoo by the waist and throwing both of them to the ground. Madara could see the sharp fangs up close as Naruto grinned darkly. Naruto's tails secured all of Madara's Susanoo to the ground as he began his relentless attack on Madara, sending punch after punch. Anyone on the battlefield would be able to hear the resounding punches and the falling cracking sound each time a fist connected. Hinata jumped on top of Naruto, using her body to weigh Naruto down and wrapped her long water arms around his form. Naruto's vicious attack had halted as he struggled to move his arm against the iron-tight grip of Hinata's elemental. Naruto's chakra flared in a shockwave of power. Hinata's elemental exploded in a shower of water, but it had provided enough time. Madara managed to free his right leg and used it to kick Naruto from him. Naruto flipped midair and landed gracefully on all fours. Madara rose up and charged forward, the earth shaking in protest of each step he took. Each punch he threw, Naruto blocked with precision, and the aftermath was a powerful shockwave. They continued their fierce battle, each unable to gain any advantage. Any damage they inflicted upon each other with simple punches would be restored almost immediately. Meanwhile, Hinata's elemental had reformed as she ran forward once more, pushing Naruto back while Madara recovered. "I'm ending this," Naruto thought to himself. His chakra was running low. Even with Kurama, taking on Madara had been more taxing than he had ever imagined. "Shinra Tensei!" he bellowed, pushing the titans backwards. Hinata exploded once more while Madara slung backwards and fell to the ground. Naruto dispelled his Susanoo and dropped to the ground, channeling all of his concentration and chakra into his next technique. Naruto flew high into the air until he stood further from both the Susanoo and the water elemental. The ground did not vibrate or tremble. It didn't even shake. What came next could not be described with simple words. It was as if the entire planet shuddered. The ground shook so much that not even Madara's Susanoo managed to stand. Naruto rose his hand into the air and the entire rain village, or what remained of it, was ripped from the earth and rose into the air. Both Hinata and Madara slid off the flying chunk of rock and landed back on the crater while the titanic chunk of rock rose further into the sky. Madara simply looked on in shock at the display of power. The Rain Village wasn't a great nation, but it was by no means small. The village was at least a few dozen miles wide, and to simply see it raise into the air as if it weighed nothing? The chunk of rock stopped climbing, and Madara looked at Naruto, who still had his hand raised. Naruto dropped his hand, and the previously still airborne city started falling back to earth. "He plans to crush us both," Madara realized when he saw the plummeting rock, but there was nothing he could do. Any attack performance with Susanoo would not even dent something of that size, and he wouldn't be able to outrun it either. Madara watched the rock approach and braced for impact. Boom! The sound almost seemingly muffled as the village hit the ground with a titanic explosion. First was a shockwave, vaporizing any water nearby and completely flattening the surface with the exception of the crater. Next came a cloud of dust that covered the entire area, leaving Naruto with zero visibility on what had happened. Naruto waited for the cloud to dissipate and looked around. There was no sign of Madara, but neither Hinata. He was about to absorb natural energy to try and sense them when he heard a small bubbling sound. He saw water turning for several cracks on the ground until it reached the surface. It was a mix of relief and surprise that he saw Hinata reforming, but he shouldn't be that surprised. Since she developed her water bite technique, physical attack would rarely work against her. That, and the boiler rain had returned. He felt a small flicker of chakra and saw Hinata disappear. Hinata appeared behind him and thrust her arm forward, her white bone piercing through his chest cooling until her palm stood in contact with his back. Naruto felt himself crumble into dust. Perfect, he whispered, and his Rinnegan glowed once more, mere moments before he completely turned to dust. Kuronosu, God of Time. Naruto's time ability went to work, and everything started rolling backwards, just like someone who had pressed the rewind button on those old movies. His body started reforming as Hinata pulled her arms backwards and vanished into her original position several feet away. Naruto's eyes pulsed and everything returned to normal. But this time, Naruto knew the future. As expected, Hinata rose into existence behind a block, her arm coiled for an attack. However, this time a second Naruto appeared behind her and looped his arm beneath Hinata's and over the back of her neck. Chidori Nagashi. The clone force lighting to course through Hinata's body to prevent her from escaping with her water body. The original Naruto grimaced and thrust his dominant arm forward. Raikiri! Naruto's hand sparkled with light as it went through Hinata's chest completely, taking out the clone, holding her as well. The attack did its job and destroyed the chakra receiver in her heart. Naruto collapsed to the ground with Hinata in his arms. Her eyes returned to the traditional hollow look of the Byakugan, along with her hair to the dark blue color. He placed his hand over the hole in her chest. Naraka path. His hand glowed green and he watched her bones mend together, her flesh stitching itself until the wound was long gone. She took a deep breath and blinked. That hurts, were her first words, although the tone was much more playful. Took you long enough. Naruto laughed and got up with Hinata by his side. Some say a Raikiri to his chest is the fastest way to a girl's heart, he said, while Hinata just laughed softly. They quickly remembered the situation and turned their attention towards the enemy on the field. Madara's Susanoo appeared to be digging his way out of the ground. So not even that was enough to kill him, Naruto sighed, taking a long breath and running a hand through his long hair. I guess I'll have to resort to that. No! Hinata said quickly, placing a hand on his chest in a stop motion. He could swear he saw a glimpse of fear on her face. If you lose control, it will be the end of everything. I won't lose control, Naruto said, but Hinata remained adamant. Trust me, Naruto said softly, taking her hand. I would never risk this if I didn't know I could pull it off, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded slowly. Keep him busy, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded, dashing towards Madara in order to keep him busy for a few minutes.
Are you sure?
Kurama asked quietly. You as well? Naruto asked in disbelief.
Forgive me if the state of this planet and its surrounding universe is of small concern. You will destroy everything should you fail, but I guess either way, Madara is going down.
Kurama replied sarcastically. Give me the rest of your chakra, Naruto asked, and Bijuu murdered a few profanities before giving the remnants of his chakra to the blonde. Kurama walked back towards his cage and curled together. Naruto took a deep, long breath, filling his lungs with oxygen and releasing slowly. He closed his eyes and buried the sounds of Hinata's battle with Madara deep into his mind. He placed his arms slightly apart, his palms facing each other. He opened his eyes slowly and focused on the empty space between his hands. Juryo-tan, gravity release. His pupils dilated and the space between his hands started turning, twisting, until a very small black sphere appeared. It was so very small, the size of a simple pea. Tokui Tem, singularity, he whispered, and as if the small sphere had understood his words, it gave a small glow before vanishing from sight.
Oh, Kami, here we go. Don't blow up, don't blow up, don't blow up.
Kurama chanted in his mind, covering his eyes with his paws. To control gravity was to manipulate the very force that bound existence together. For it could mimic the gods of creation by forging moons, planets, stars, universes, or destroying them. Naruto's previous techniques were child's play. The Shinra tendency was weak, barely a few times stronger than Earth's gravity at surface level. Nothing more. Imbuing the gravity release with its Rasengan was destructive, but even then the gravity pull was nothing special. A gravitational singularity was different, and the pull, immeasurable. Hinata! Naruto shouted, breaking her fight with Madara. She quickly stopped whatever she was doing and rushed towards him. She looped her arm around Naruto. This technique was a kenjutsu, a forbidden technique, for only Naruto could survive it. The singularity didn't pick targets, it would suck and destroy everything with mass, and only Naruto could use his Kami to keep the jutsu stable, without dying in the process. Madara saw Hinata retreat and immediately gave chase, only to suddenly stop, as if he was being restrained. His Susanoo pushed forward, but he made no advance. He looked backwards but saw nothing, and yet he could feel something pulling him backwards. What is this? Madara asked out loud, feeling Susanoo being dragged for the ground. He pulled two massive swords and quickly buried them in the ground for support. She was surprised he saw the ground cracking and the very rock he held on for support breaking. The wind rustled furiously and swirled towards the center of the crater. Arrgh! Madara cried when his Susanoo's swords broke and he felt himself flying to the center of the crater as well. He could only look on in disbelief as his perfect Susanoo crumbled to pieces. It started on his arms and legs and made its way towards the main body where Madara stood. His perfect Susanoo was being broken piece by piece until only he remained. It was then he finally understood. The pinnacle of gravity release. A singularity. A black hole. Gravity so powerful that not even light escaped its boundaries. Madara laughed as he flew towards his doom, knowing that there was no coming back from this, no forbidden technique that could save him. He did what any proud warrior would do, and smiled towards the death god as he was sucked in, and finally defeated. Meanwhile, Naruto was struggling to contain the immense power of his technique. The problem was not creating the singularity, the problem was containing it and afterwards disabling it. Naruto! Hinata yelled with a small amount of panic in her voice. The gravity range was increasing, the singularity was swallowing everything in reach. The water surrounding the village was being sucked dry. The clouds were converging into the epicenter. Naruto! She yelled and turned towards him, only to see a small trail of blood running down his face. Naruto's chakra network was rebelling against him. The sheer strain he was placing on his body was ridiculous. So much that even the latent genes of the Uzumaki clan were showing themselves, and his hair was losing its color, turning from blonde to pure white. Space twisted, and with one final push, the singularity seemed to converge on itself and disappear with a pop. Naruto fell forward only to be caught by Hinata. Naruto? She asked in a voice filled with emotion. She knew very well the meaning of white hair in the Uzumaki clan. Don't worry, he coughed, a mouthful of blood. The fox won't let me die of chakra exhaustion. He chuckled weakly and closed his eyes, breathing deeply. I will be taking a nap now, he said before falling into a deep sleep. A sleep without worries as the final enemy had been defeated. Although he wondered, in the end, why had Madara smiled at him? And that is the end of chapter 65, 65, and now we're going to move on to chapter 66 and eventually chapter 67, both of which are relatively short chapters in comparison to the first two chapters we've covered. So with these last two chapters, we can finally end Legacy. So let's start with the first chapter of the New Era arc, chapter 66, a New Era arc, the Legacy of Madara Uchiha. Here we go. Chapter 66, the Legacy of Uchiha Madara. It had been a battle to remember. Where once stood the well-known rain village, there was nothing more than a simple lake, hiding beneath nothing but a crater and chunks of destroyed buildings. Remains of metallic pikes and other surviving debris now rest on the bottom of the crater, completely filled with water. To any foreign people wandering the country, it would seem nothing ever existed in the land. A few days had passed, and the aftermath was what many had hoped. Madara had been defeated in a not-so-easy battle, and Naruto was presently recovering in one of the many tents deployed around the village. Once the battle had ended, it was decided unanimously that they should camp a few days in the rain country before moving out. This would give time for the shinobi to rest after the harsh war, heal any wounded shinobi, and the time to pack everything up, including clean the Zetsu corpses. Naruto had slept for 3 straight days and allowed his body to slowly recover and his chakra to replenish. Hinata had been adamant to never leave his side while he was in his weakened state, despite several people assuring her that no one would disturb him. And with Naruto asleep, there was really no one who could force her against her will, really. Kakashi and Minato were walking towards his tent where both Naruto and Hinata had been staying. "Do you think you could ask Hinata to ease up on the rain?" Kakashi asked, looking at the dark sky and the pouring amount of water that followed. "Not likely," Minato replied with a laugh. Thinking back when Hinata had been controlled by Madara, there was no small amount of panic when they realized what had happened. The general consensus was for the main brawlers to go help Naruto until Toriyama had pounded some sense into them. "Grr!" Minato was burned from his thoughts when he heard a retching sound. "What is this you're forcing me to eat?" Naruto's unmistakable voice came from inside. "Eat, you big baby." Hinata sounded somewhat exasperated. Minato smiled at Kakashi's snicker as both approached the tent. "Are you sure I can't have ramen? I'm sure Dad could flash the Konoha," Naruto pouted. Hinata's glare shut him up for good, and he retreated to eating his dinner. His meal consisted of some brown paste with something that resembled chunks of meat. The sight was not appetizing, and the smell ever less. "You two seem to be having fun." Naruto looked up to see Minato and Kakashi pushing the tent flap aside and coming in. "Yummy," Kakashi joked, but was quickly silenced by Hinata's glare. "As to what you are eating," Hinata huffed, "it's a single-cell protein combined with synthetic amino acids, vitamins, minerals, and fast-acting digestive agents. It is everything the body needs," Hinata finished, but all she received were blank looks. "Of course it does," Naruto muttered as he continued to eat his nutritive soup. "You know, I know you want to be cool as me, but you can't pull off the white hair," Kakashi said with an eye smile, earning a chuckle from the audience. A brief silence followed his words, and the only sound was Naruto's spoon running over the metallic cup. Naruto finished his meal. "Can I get a moment alone with my dad?" Naruto rhetorically asked. Kakashi nodded and absently walked away. Hinata was a bit reluctant to leave his side. "I will be outside." Hinata finally agreed and walked outside. Stop," Minato said, raising a hand to stop Naruto from speaking. "I know you are going to apologize or go into some speech about how sorry you are for killing my father, right?" Minato asked, and Naruto nodded, somewhat surprised. "The truth is that I was left alone in Konoha when I was very young. I have very few memories of my early years, Naruto." Minato sighed and sat down next to his son. He ran a hand through his hair before continuing. "I know he loved me, and my mother very dearly. I remember that much. But after my mother died, he snapped. I could feel the change in his black eyes, and that very same image is still imprinted in my mind. She was killed by a ranged shinobi, but I'm unaware of the circumstances. He had nothing before he met her, and even she was taken from him. You know what Toriyama said about Uchihas and their ability to show love? After she died, he trained me to the ground, sparred with me until I fell asleep from exhaustion. And the moment my eyes awakened, he stopped and dropped me off in Konoha, saying that he would not force his son onto his path. I will remember him as a loving father, but the man that was defeated a few days ago was not my father." Minato finished sadly. "Just another victim of a war-torn world," Naruto muttered when Hinata poked her head inside the tent. "You have a visitor," Hinata said and pulled the tent flap to the side, showing Uchiha Izuna being escorted by 2 shinobi from the rock village. "What is his story?" "I don't remember him during the war," Naruto asked, motioning for Izuna to come inside, still escorted by the guards. "Izuna did not fight in the war. It was found in one of the houses with the very same stasis seal as every citizen of the Rain Village, Hinata explained. Naruto raised an eyebrow in interest and turned to Izuna, who remained completely neutral. You wanted to speak with me? Naruto trailed off. Alone was the single word that came out of Izuna's lips. Neither Minato nor Hinata looked particularly pleased by his words. Give us the tent, please, Naruto said, as the two shinobi left the tent. You two as well, Naruto said, looking at Minato and Hinata. But, Hinata tried to contest. I will be fine, Naruto replied. Hinata bit her lip but went outside and stood by the entrance with Minato. Naruto finally turned towards Izuna, who stood still with the same neutral expression. Do you hate me? He asked. Izuna seemed to have reacted to the question, and his eyes were immediately full of a blood-red color and spinning to moes. His face twisted into anger, and his fingers twitched before Naruto announced, Think things carefully, Izuna, Naruto warned, and Izuna watched Naruto's eyes being filled with silver color and concentric circles. My body may be weak, but my chakra remains just as powerful. Izuna snarled and removed a single scroll from his inner pockets. He threw it harshly at Naruto, who caught it mid-air. I'm leaving, Izuna announced, making Naruto look at him. I've known nothing but death since I was born. I'm leaving this life for good, he said, before turning around and stepping out of the tent. He was immediately blocked by Minato and Hinata. Let him go! Just let him go, Naruto announced from the inside. Izuna scoffed at them and ran off, disappearing in the darkness of the rain forever. Naruto felt Izuna's chakra dimming and truly hoped that he found happiness with some girl in the end, just like Madara once did. Come inside, Naruto called, and both Minato and Hinata stepped inside the tent. He drew his attention back to the scroll in his hands. Some last trap by Madara, he pondered, flipping through the scroll over several times in search for any trap. He turned over once more until he noticed a small seal engraved in the opening lock. A blood seal? Naruto thought with surprise. A blood seal was, as the very name said, a simple seal that locked whatever the user wished, and could only be opened by those blood-related to the one who locked it in the first place. Naruto bit his thumb and placed a single drop of blood directly over the seal. The blood was absorbed into the scroll, and the lock vanished in a small poof of smoke. Naruto carefully opened the scroll and started reading. I am not sure where to begin, since I have never written anything like this. I suppose I should start by explaining who I am. My name is Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan. If my wish has come to pass, then you, Naruto, should be reading this, and I've long been sent into oblivion after our battle. I wrote this in the hopes of explaining the reasons behind my plans and the decades of work I put into everything. You are the key, Naruto. I want you to finish what I started so long ago. This is the last will and testament of Uchiha Madara, son of Uchiha Tajima, 84th leader of the Uchiha clan. Where to begin? Where to begin? How about the very beginning? The world was embroiled in endless battles, an era of warring states. The one village per country system did not exist back then. Ninja organizations were militia groups, divided by clan name. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Aburame, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Fuma, Hatake, Shimura, Hasuki, Inuzuka, Kurama, Saratobi, Yotsuki, Yuki. The list went on and on, seeming almost endless. In this world of constant strife, power was everything. The Uchiha clan were known all over the world as a warrior clan with remarkable chakra and their powerful bloodline, the Sharingan. And then there was the Senju clan of the forest, said to be the only clan to rival the Uchiha clan in strength. Their leader, Senju Hashirama, was the most powerful ninja of his time. If one nation hired the Uchiha clan, the opposing one would hire the Senju clan. Time and time again, the Uchiha and Senju clans clashed against one another in a foolish war over supremacy. However, this endless fighting threatened to destroy both clans. Members who believed in this banded together and created a new organization. It would later be known as the Hidden Leaf Village in the Fire Country. But the Uchiha and Senju were like oil and water, unable to work together, or so the stories had us believe. The truth is slightly different from what they teach in your academy. The truth is, I grew up considering Hashirama as both friend and enemy. We shared similar backgrounds, having lost family to war. We were both tired of it, but too young and weak to do anything. Time went by and we met in the battlefield each time, and each time we stood against each other as equals. Then came Izu's death at the hands of Tobirama. I never felt so much hatred for a single person. I felt it in my heart. My pain grew and my eyes reacted, blossoming into my Gekyo. Armed with a new weapon, I charged against Hashirama and the Senju with all of my might and anger. But in the end, I was defeated once more. But to my surprise, Hashirama was willing to give up his life to change mine. I laid down my weapons and teamed up with Hashirama. Konoha was born. Years passed and I left the village. Not for losing Hokage position, but because of my pathetic and foolish clan. They wanted more. Of course they did. In retrospect, I should have seen it coming. The human greed never ceased to amaze me. The war had stopped. The world was blooming with peace and prosperity, but that wasn't enough for them. I warned Hashirama of my clan's ambitions and left the village. I stuck to the shadows and watched with grim eyes as the flames of war sparked once more. War, it seemed, was ingrained in our very own DNA. It seemed that war was what made humanity. A long time ago, when people still didn't know anything about the concept of chakra, they still used to fight each other. Instead of chakra, they used swords and arrows. With the knowledge of chakra, you could say things became worse. In the end, the battles became even more gruesome. Hagoromo's vision was flawed. He spread chakra throughout the world in hopes of connecting people. He wished for everyone to understand each other without words. He wanted to usher a new era of peace and prosperity with everyone understanding not only themselves but one another in a far deeper level than simply trading words. But he underestimated us, humanity. We are flawed creations in the end. People didn't use chakra to connect with others, but to instead connect their inner spiritual and physical energies together. They needed their inner chakra to amplify and transform it into modern-day ninjutsu. In the end, they ended up using their chakra in battle, just as Hagoromo's mother, Kaguya, once did. I was lost. I did not know what to do. My family had died to war. Even when we achieved peace, the flame of war still carried on, coming from both outside and inside the villages. Hagoromo brought peace to our world once before. He gave us understanding, peace, harmony, a paradise on earth. But even with all that, humanity wanted more. I didn't know what the world needed anymore. Did it need peace and prosperity brought through love and kindness? Or did it require subjugation and domination brought upon by a dictator and tyrant? Since the first did not work, I went for the obvious alternative. But I needed to be stronger. I wasn't powerful enough to take on the world alone. I fought Hashirama for a piece of him, literally. But even with Kurama by my side, yes, I know your name, I lost. I wasn't surprised really, but what really shocked me was that Hashirama did not kill me. At the very end, he looked at me and walked away. None of us could kill the other. I was terribly weak, injured, and bleeding. Then she found me. Namikaze Hanako, an ordinary civilian girl, the daughter of a small local fisherman. It's funny, really, how the fate of the world rested on the hands of a single, seemingly mundane and unimportant woman. She found me, dragged my unconscious and bleeding body to her house. She treated my wounds, fed me even when food was scarce, and pulled me out of my own darkness. She showed me kindness even when I offered her nothing but hate, resentment, and coldness. She was gentle, strong-willed, and kind to a fault. She valued her family just as much as me. I could see so much of her in Hinata. It's funny that both her and Hinata's name were related to flowers. Hanako reminded me of what we were. Humanity may be flawed, but I had finally seen the goodness in some of them. But my vision of world peace for domination wouldn't allow the goodness in this people to flourish. So I changed my ways, going so far as leaving it all behind. Why should I be the one to bring peace to the world? They had just as much of a duty as I had. I had found something else to live for. Hanako was my light, my love, my wife, my queen. Then death came for her. I held her in my arms as she left this world, and even in death she had a smile on her face. I had never felt so much hatred in my life. I slaughtered those range shinobi and my hate dimmed, but still lingered. Hanako, she died because the world was at war. She was a civilian, she was innocent. She deserved a happy life, free of pain. Instead, she was wounded by 4 ranged shinobi and left to bleed out cold and alone. Minato was the sole reason I didn't march in the walls of the Rain Village and ended their existence. I felt guilty. I felt that Hanako's death was my punishment for giving up on the world. So I carried on with renewed vigor, never forgetting the goal I wanted. I left Minato in Konoha. I didn't want him to follow my path. This was my burden to bear. I wanted him to have a complete and full life. I had an idea in mind, a plan. I would make the world stand against me. I would focus all their hatred, all of their malice, and will to fight on me. And so began my plan. I grew old and my Rinnegan finally awakened. I had never felt so powerful in my entire life. I could finally feel everything. I could understand the pain of the world. I realized that the world would need a champion against me. They would need someone to defeat me and carry out the final piece of the puzzle. This person would need to be strong enough to stand against me and eventually defeat me. I believe there would be no better person than the one who would eventually become my grandson. I placed a genjutsu on several ninja of Kumagakure and told them to kidnap one Uzumaki Kushina for her special chakra. What very few people knew was that she was related to Hashirama, her granddaughter to be precise. I would recognize her chakra anywhere. I discreetly put Minato on her trail and watched with satisfaction that the outcome I so desperately wanted happened. Mankind had their champion now. I grew old and chose another person to carry out my plan of world domination. Uchiha Fugaku, leader of the Uchiha clan. What better person to offer absolute power than the very ones that drove me out of Konoha in the first place? The Akatsuki rose and threatened the world. But you, Naruto, did your job almost too well and nearly stopped my resurrection. I pushed my plan forward and threatened the world with war. They came for me. They banded together against me. They focused all their hatred on me and charged against me and my army like a wrathful maelstrom. With my death, all that hatred has dissipated. The first part of my plan was finished. The last piece is up to you, Naruto. You need to guide them, usher them into an age of peace. With all that hate gone, they can finally focus on reconstruction and helping others. In the Valley of the End, look beneath the right foot of my statue. There you will find the entrance to my hideout. In there you will find Hanako's crypt along with several other things. Everything inside belongs to you. The original White Zetsu survived Hinata's biological weapon. I'm leaving him to you as well. I don't care if you cry, laugh, or even hate me. I did what was necessary to save this world. I know of your plans for immortality and watching over this world. Allow me a parting gift. You will remember these words, sooner or later. Sometimes, to change the world, you have to be the villain. Uchiha Madara. Dad, Minato started, a single tear running down his face. He walked out of the tent without saying a single word. Even though he lost everything, he still sacrificed his life to try and change the world. Hinata sobbed, hiding her face between her hands. Ah! Naruto yelled in anger, saying the metallic food tray to the ground. Toriyama was right all along, Naruto screamed bitterly. We really are one cursed family.
What will you do now?
Kurama asked. He'd been pretty silent during the whole time Naruto read the letter. Naruto pushed the covers away to get up. Stop, Naruto-kun. You are still very weak, Hinata said in a worried tone. Naruto saw him, but Hinata caught him, hoisting his body on her own. I need to finish what he began. Otherwise, everything will have been in vain, Naruto said, straining his leg muscles and walking out of the tent, leaning on Hinata for support. Naruto! What the hell are you doing? Minato yelled and rushed to them, helping Naruto stand on the other side. Call them all, Naruto said towards Minato. Call them all to me, he repeated, and Minato nodded slowly. I can stand Hinata-chan, Naruto said, and detached from Hinata. He walks forward slowly until he stood where the supposed rain village once began, where the massive walls and gate once stood. All the surviving shinobi got out of their tents and quickly formed a group behind Naruto. It was the least they could do for the man that defeated Madara. Shinobi from all the villages and samurai alike gathered together, waiting patiently for what Naruto was about to do or say. Hinata finally understood what Naruto wanted and stood behind him, placed a hand on his right shoulder. Minato repeated his action and placed a hand on his left shoulder. So the action repeated itself throughout the army. Thousands upon thousands of shinobi linked their chakra together. Naruto could feel the chakra of every single shinobi in the world. Onmyotan, yin yang release, Naruto said, opening his arms. The clouds drew apart and the sun shone in the rain country. His body was rejuvenated and his hair regained his traditional blonde color. Creation of all things. Yin and yang mixed and a new city arose from the ashes. This one possessing the chakra and will of every single shinobi in the world. A city unifying the different cultures and wills in a single unified banner. Republic City had been born. A place where civilians and shinobi from all nations could live and thrive together in peace and harmony. And that is the end of chapter 66. Now it's time for epilogue, which is chapter 67. Here we go. The last chapter of the New Era arc, the last chapter of Legacy, and yep, the last chapter of this video. Here we go. Chapter 67, epilogue. 3 years have passed since the final battle between Naruto and Madara. 3 years, the 20-year-old Naruto said out loud, looking at the dimming sun on the horizon. Nothing had changed in appearance, to the exception of a more rugged face and a couple inches in height. He stood clad in nothing but boxers, admiring the darkening sky from the balcony. After the war had been settled and the city was up and running properly, Naruto and Hinata finally had their small wedding ceremony, and were now enjoying their honeymoon in Spring Country. Republic City had become the capital of the Elemental Nations, the largest city in the world with a population of millions. Their gates were open to the world and anyone who wished to both visit and come to live in the large city. Republic City was home to a variety of iconic landmarks. A spacious city park, comments of Central Hashirama. At the very entrance of the city stood two gigantic statues of Naruto and Madara, just like the ones in the Valley of the End. And at the center, the Shadow Tower, both home and workplace of the man who watched over the city. Otsutsuki Naruto, Shodaime Kage, first shadow of Republic City. No element was chosen to his title to remind people for what the city stood for. It was home for any shinobi from any nation. They had finally achieved it. Peace. Otsutsuki Naruto, you read that correctly. Naruto chose to be named Senju back in Konoha to keep his clan name alive. Now both Hashirama and Toriyama were alive. He chose to honor Hagoromo and bring once more the ancient clan's name and reputation to life. He was, after all, his reincarnation, just as Hinata was Hamura's. Naruto, a sleep, rough voice murmured seconds before he felt Hinata hugging him from behind. Come back to bed. He slowly turned around to face Hinata. She, like him, hadn't changed much. The biggest difference was perhaps her now longer hair, reaching her ankles in length. He wrapped his arms around her small frame and pulled her into a soft kiss under the dimming sun and the sky. Hinata leaned into the kiss and sighed in bliss. We spent the day in bed, he said as he separated. Hinata looped her arms around his neck when Naruto caught her hand. They slid their fingers together and Naruto brought Hinata's wedding ring between their faces. One ring to show our love, one ring to bind us. Naruto began and Hinata smiled softly. One ring to seal our love, and forever to entwine us. Hinata finished, leaning in for another kiss. Want to go down for some dinner, he asked, kissing her forehead gently. Sure, she replied and went back inside to get dressed. Both Naruto and Hinata turned towards the door. 1 minute, Naruto replied, walking towards the bed and throwing a quick kimono on. Come in. The door opened and a well-dressed man stepped inside. From the badge on his shirt, Naruto deduced he was part of the hotel staff they were staying at. I'm truly sorry for interrupting, Lord Naruto, the man said, bowing. Nonsense, Naruto waved him off. What is it that you need? There is a man in reception that wishes to speak with Lady Hinata, the man informed the couple. Did you tell anyone we were coming? Naruto asked towards Hinata, who shook her head in denial. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and turned to the hotel man. We'll be down momentarily, he replied. The man bowed and left the room. Wait, Naruto said, stopping the man from leaving. Did he give his name? Naruto asked. No, sir, the man replied and walked off. Naruto and Hinata came down from their rooms and entered the lobby to speak to this mysterious person. Whatever they were expecting, it certainly wasn't this. The man had pale skin with shaggy white hair and rather sharp, pointed features. He had 6 Magatama designs tattooed on his collarbone to resemble a necklace. He wore a white, high-collared kimono with a black obi, over which he wore a pale green sash tied at the right shoulder. On the back of his kimono was the Otsutsuki clan emblem of a yellow crest depicting a sun enclosed in a crescent moon. Great, another fanboy, Naruto thought grimly after looking at the man's attire. Naruto and Hinata were famous and known worldwide. It wasn't the first time some random person would dress up and try to talk to them. He even has my clan's symbol correct, Naruto mused and thought. You wanted to speak with me? Hinata asked, stepping forward. The man smiled and extended his arm to her. I've come for you, Hinata, the man said. Come for me? Hinata repeated in confusion. She looked at Naruto, who shrugged his shoulders, but she could see a faint amusement in his face. Who are you? My name is Otsutsuki Toneri, Toneri replied with a smile. Of course it is, Naruto thought with a snicker. Why don't you open your eyes? Hinata asked with curiosity. Toneri smiled and lifted his eyelids to reveal nothing but hollow sockets. My eyes were removed when I was but a child. They were sealed inside a Tensagon, a sacred possession of my clan, Toneri explained, and Naruto immediately lost his smile. His Rinnegan was common knowledge, but Hinata's Tensagon was not. Only close family knew of her eyes, and for a stranger to know of it in such a trivial manner was worrisome. What do you want? Naruto asked sharply. This is a celestial decree. The final day is approaching. Before that day, I will come for you, Hinata, Toneri said moments before he shimmered out of existence. Anything I should know? Naruto asked with amusement. Hinata looped her arm around his as they walked to the dining room. They're getting more creative by the day, Hinata stated. Zetsu, Naruto called out, and a white Zetsu popped from the ground. Who is that guy? He asked. I have no idea, Zetsu replied and sunk into the ground once more. Helpful. A few days later, the world was getting chaotic with a number of meteorites coming down from the sky. Naruto, being the one in charge of the capital, was obviously informed that the moon was breaking apart and that the chunks of rock were raining down the earth. Don't tell me I'll have to blow it up, Naruto mused out loud, looking at the bright moon in the dark sky. His powers had doubled since the time he fought against Madara, 3 long years ago. Destroying the moon would be rather easy, and creating another to take its place was just as easy. You are not blowing up the moon, Hinata said with a sweat drop. Suddenly there was a small puff of smoke and a slug appeared in the middle of the room. Urgent message from Tsunade-sama, the slug said quickly, and Hinata rushed to the scroll. Naruto drew his attention back to the moon until he heard Hinata gasp in shock. What's wrong? He asked. Hanabi has been kidnapped, Hinata answered, reading for the remnants of the letter. What? By who? Naruto asked with both surprise and shock. No name, just a description, Hinata answered and began listing the description of the kidnapper. White hair, pale skin. Toneri, she hissed, thrusting her letter to Naruto. The fanboy? No way! Naruto said, quickly reading for the letter as well. He was reading as fast as he could, but he could already feel chakra leaking from Hinata, and the room they were staying was already creaking in complaint. Hinata, calm down, Naruto said sternly. He has my sister. Hinata bit back, but Naruto wasn't offended by her harsh words. He said he would come for you, right? Then we simply wait, Naruto said, and Hinata frowned. Easy for you to say. He could be hurting her, Hinata said sadly, and sat down at the edge of the bed. As if speaking of the devil, a shadow was cast above the couple. Toneri was floating down from the sky on some golden platform. His previous hollow sockets now bore bright blue eyes. I've come for you, Hinata, Toneri said with a smile. Where is Hanabi? Hinata asked, getting ready to pound Toneri to the ground if necessary. Her Byakugan is so pure, Toneri said, gently running his fingers over his eyes. Question, Naruto interrupted before Hinata destroyed anything. Do you know who we are? She is Hyuga Hinata, the Byakugan princess. You, on the other hand, I have no idea, Toneri said, and Naruto sighed. Figured as much. So you're the one behind the moon's destruction, Naruto said, running a hand through his long hair. Another enemy had appeared, and this one wanted to wipe out the whole world. It's your punishment for weaponizing chakra. You destroyed the world Hagoromo created long ago, Toneri said with conviction. I guess there's no choice then, Naruto sighed. My name, Naruto began, his blue eyes filling with silver, is Otsutsuki Naruto. Toneri's eyes widened in a mix of surprise and fear upon gazing at the Rinnegan. You can't have those eyes, Toneri snarled in anger. They belong to only one man. I will not let Hagoromo's legacy end in shame, Toneri said fiercely, his eyes glowing. Ameno Minaka, Naruto whispered. The space surrounding all three shinobi twisted, and the hotel where they stood was replaced by a vast desert full of sand dunes. And Toneri blinked as the surroundings changed in the blink of an eye. He looked to the horizon but could find no end to the desert. What is this? Toneri asked in disbelief. What happened? Welcome, Toneri, to one of the many dimensions I can access with my eyes, Naruto said, his arms gesturing towards the desert. You made a mistake in trying to destroy our world. And you are going to stop me, Toneri sneered. Not me. She is going to stop you, Naruto said, pointing to Hinata. Toneri raised an eyebrow and turned to Hinata, only to pale at the visage he was seeing. Hinata had her own Tensigon activated, her long white hair billowing dangerously behind her back. 5 minutes later, Toneri was lying broken and bleeding on the sand. You're a hypocrite, Toneri. You claim that destroying the world is our punishment for weaponizing chakra, and yet you use the very same weapons against us, Hinata said, approaching the fallen man. We won't allow you to destroy the peace we achieved. Something that so many people gave their lives to create, Naruto said, aiming his right hand to defeat enemy. A small translucent cube appeared in the palm of his hand. Who are you? Toneri coughed a mouthful of blood, nearly choking on the amount. We are not heroes, Naruto began. We're not villains, Hinata added. We are what the world needs us to be. Watchful protectors, swords in the darkness, shields in the light. We are eternal guardians. They finished together. Naruto's dust release technique expanded and completely vaporized Toneri's body. Both watched as Toneri's body disappeared. Back in her home dimension, the moon stopped its approach. No one would know what had happened, why the moon had suddenly stopped. They didn't need to know. They were safe. Let's go get Hanabi, Naruto said. Space twisted once more and they found themselves in the moon, particularly inside the castle of Hamura. They easily found Hanabi in one of the rooms. Her eyes were still bandaged from the eye surgery. Naruto waved his hand above Hanabi's face and restored her eyes. Let's leave this place, Naruto said, looping his arm around Hinata and returning to the earth, but not before leaving behind a small glowing white ball. The white ball exploded and destroyed everything inside the temple. Hamura's legacy was alive inside Hinata. There was no use for empty ruins. 5 years later, Hinata yelled in pain, clutching to Naruto's hand. Come on, Hinata, one more push, Shizune said, lifting her head to look at Hinata, her sweaty hair clinging to her skin. The reason Hinata was in pain was because she was giving birth to twins. Twins. 2 boys to be more precise. What? A cry broke Hinata's concentration when she saw the firstborn. Come on, Hinata-chan. Only one more to go, Naruto joked next to her, trying to lighten the mood. You wanna swap places? Hinata snapped, making Naruto pale when he saw her hair flickering between white and dark blue. Naruto very wisely shut up and remained to her side, holding her hand. A couple minutes later, the room was filled with a second cry, making Hinata sigh in relief. Naruto smiled and his hand glowed green. Hinata turned to Naruto, giving a thank you smile when she felt her body being revitalized. Naruto didn't dare do it during the birth process. Look at them, Naruto-kun picking up the bundle of rap boys and sitting them next to Hinata. Thank you, Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled, feeling one of the boys wrapping his little hand around his finger. You better. I had all the work, Hinata grinned, and Naruto laughed loudly. Don't cry, little guy. Naruto stopped laughing so loud when he saw the baby was about to cry. Aww. Look at those little kittens. Matsusabi drew from inside Hinata, looking to smell humans. Have you chosen names? Shizune asked, stepping into the resting room after cleaning up. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other. Well, there is one baby for each of us, Naruto grinned while Hinata nodded. Madara, Naruto replied softly, gently rocking the small black-haired boy. Otsutsuki Madara. Hinata smiled to herself. She knew he was going to choose that name even though he told people he still hadn't decided. What about your little guy, Hinata? Shizune asked, going over to the other boy and his impressive mop of blonde hair. How about Ryu? Hinata whispered, testing the name. Otsutsuki Ryu, my little dragon. Shizune, can you give us the room? Naruto asked. Shizune nodded and stepped outside the room, leaving the fresh parents alone with their kids. Is something wrong with them? Hinata quickly asked the moment Shizune stepped outside. No, Naruto replied just as fast. Hinata took a deep breath to calm down. Naruto gently placed Madara on the bed next to his brother. He grimaced, his eyes were filled with silver, and he looked at both his sons. With my eyes, I can clearly see Indra and Astra's chakra cling tightly to them, Naruto said, and Hinata's eyes widened. She turned her Tentagon on, only to realize the cold truth once more. Madara was Indra's reincarnation, while Ryu was Ashura's. It seemed that once more they were destined to fight each other. What are we going to do? Hinata asked sadly while Naruto snarled in anger. No more, he said, placing one hand on top of each baby. You will not plague my sons. It's time to break the chain. I'm ending this curse for good. Naruto's Rinnegan glowed like nothing ever before. The room was bathed in silver as he started extracting the chakra of both transmigrants. Ashura came willingly, as if he had felt his father's pull and simply allowed Naruto to absorb him from Ryu. Indra was the complete opposite. He resisted, clinging desperately to Madara, but in the end he was also absorbed by Naruto. With both chakras falling dispersed, it marked the end of the feud between the two brothers. It's done, Naruto said, removing his hands to look at the bright blue color of his son's chakra. They'll be great on their own. Naruto placed the babies in their nursery that stood next to Hinata's bed. There's something else I wanted to ask you for a while, Naruto said seriously, sitting on the edge of Hinata's bed. Which is? I finally cracked it. Immortality! Naruto replied with a chuckle. After hours upon hours of reading biology and experimenting, he had finally done it. Really? Hinata asked with doubt. Look at this, Naruto said, and with no hesitation proceeded to chop his left hand at wrist level. Hinata blinked, was about to criticize Naruto and his recklessness when the hand on the floor crumbled into nothing. She drew her attention back to Naruto and could only watch with fascination as a new hand regrew quickly. The bone grew back, followed by the flesh, and finally being topped off by pink skin. How? Hinata asked with no small amount of disbelief. It's actually fairly easy. I just need to break the hay flick limit and couple that with a faster cell division, enhanced immune system, and we have a perfect vessel, Naruto explained, and Hinata only nod. Which brings me to my question. Will you stand with me forever? He asked, making Hinata's eyes soften. Of course I will, knucklehead, Hinata replied softly. Excellent! Naruto cheered, taking care to keep the noise low and not awake his sons. What about Ryu and Madara, she asked, looking to peacefully sleeping babies. I will offer them the choice when they are ready, Naruto replied. Now, get naked, he said, making Hinata blink in surprise. Naked, she asked, narrowing her eyes at the blonde. I need to apply a seal, Naruto said, completely oblivious to Hinata's suspicions. She sighed and removed her clothes, lying naked on the bed. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, drawing the attention from his current work. What seal is this anyway? Hinata asked with curiosity. The seal was being drawn all over her body. The drawing itself seemed like a net all around her skin with some type of loxing right between the valley of her breasts, directly on top of her heart. This might sting a little bit, Naruto said, and closed his eyes and opened them to show the Rinnegan with a silvery glow. Hinata was enveloped in a silver light, and she could feel tingling sensations all over her body. Her own Byakugan flared to life to notice what was happening to her body. Her eyes widened when she saw that every single cell in her body was being affected at once. Naruto seemed to be messing with the cellular division since Hinata recognized the patterns. Is he changing the proteins, Hinata wondered? She recognized that Naruto was messing with her cells, but she didn't recognize what exactly he was doing or ramifications it could bring. The glow seemed to die down, and Naruto placed his hand on top of the seal lock. Fooing seal, Naruto muttered as the whole seal ray glowed whitish before dying down and disappearing completely from view, like he had never been there in the first place. Naruto wondered when he realized that Hinata had asked something. What did you ask again? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head. What seal is this? Hinata asked as she started getting dressed. Our body can regenerate itself completely as long as a single cell remains. This seal binds your soul to your vessel as long as there is something left of it. It also differentiates between bodies, completely destroying the one without our soul. Should you ever be split into 2 or more pieces, and so our bodies be regenerated at once, the seal makes sure that only one body remains, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded in fascination. He seemed to have thought this through. I give you the pinnacle of the sealing arts, Naruto said, taking a small amount of pride in his works. The In no Inochi Fuin, seal of everlasting life. Well, at least for now, he had an afterthought. What do you mean for now? Hinata asked, stressing the last words. What I'm trying to say, Hinata-chan, is that we're freaks of nature, you and I, Naruto said, running a hand through his hair. Hinata raised an eyebrow as declaration, but remained silent. Look at us. We are above the S rank now. Hashirama, Toirama, Minato, Itachi, now all-powerful shinobi, and yet we could crush them all almost effortlessly. I have a fear that you and I would become immortals regardless of our vessels and the seal, Naruto sighed. What makes you say that? She asked quietly. Our powerful chakra. We have grown too powerful to simply die and move on, Naruto said and stopped, letting the words sink in. When the day comes that we finally die, we could choose to reincarnate, like Indra and Ashura did, Naruto explained. But, Hinata said and stopped momentarily, we wouldn't remember anything. All the memories and experiences that make us who we are would be lost. I suppose that might be true, Naruto conceded before grasping her hand tenderly. Regardless, I would find you when and wherever you stood. 20 years later, Naruto was 45. Naruto was strolling through the city park of the city, enjoying the fresh air and the small contact with nature. He nodded to those who greeted him as he walked through the cobblestone path until he reached the center of the park itself. In the middle of the park stood a single monument. The stone was white marble and resembled some type of coffin. By the monument stood 2 shinobi, one on each side, with perfect posture. Naruto walked towards the monument, stopping behind the wire that surrounded the monument. Tomb of the Unknown Warrior. In Memoriam. The world's unknown warrior. Killed in the 4th Great Shinobi War. All honor to him, friend or foe, who fought and died for his nation. May the tragedy of the supreme sacrifice bring to us the living, enlightenment and inspiration. Fill us with ever-mounting zeal for the all-compelling quest of peace. The Tomb of the Unknown Warrior was a monument dedicated to shinobi who have died without their remains being identified. Throughout history, many shinobi have died in war with their remains being unidentified. This was in dedication to the services of an unknown shinobi and to the common memories of all shinobi killed in any war. However, to Naruto, the monument contained a crypt of Namikaze Hanako, and resting on top of her coffin, a single forehead protector with the leaf symbol, Madara's head protector, for the days he belonged to the Leaf Village. Sensei, Naruto heard a familiar voice. I figured I would find you here. Naruto turned around to look at one of the students belonging to his free man Genin cell. Sasuke, along with his son Madara, and civilian-born Kunoichi were his Genin team. Sasuke-kun, Naruto smiled. Sasuke walked until he stood next to him. He gave a small bow to the monument and turned towards Naruto. They are looking for you. The other Kages are already here, Sasuke said, and Naruto nodded. Thanks for telling me. I'll be there in a moment, Naruto replied, and Sasuke nodded, walking off. Uchiha Sasuke, only son of Itachi and now Uchiha. Sasuke had black eyes as well as black hair with a blue tint to it. His hair was spiky in the back, and he had chin-length veins that parted down to frame both sides of his face. He was almost a carbon copy of Itachi's deceased younger brother, with the exception he had the same pronounced tear froze as Itachi. Naruto stifled a yawn and bowed to the mine before disappearing in a yellow flash. Kage Tower, Shadow Tower. Naruto appeared in the middle of his office. The office looked exactly the same as it was since he left in the morning. His eyes roamed for the room that had an easy similarity to the Hokage's office back in Konoha. A simple wooden desk in the middle of the room, this one completely deprived of paperwork. Naruto could dispatch his daily work in a couple hours with a few clones so that he could spend his time on other things. Behind the desk were 4 large windows, giving him an overview of the entire city. Since the Shadow Tower was the tallest of all buildings, Naruto could see up to the edge of the gates from his office. He sat down in the chair, getting almost a nostalgic feeling when the chair shrieked under his weight. On the desk stood a couple of pictures. A picture of his wedding with Hinata. He wore a simple black kimono while Hinata had garbed an elegant white kimono with purple streaks. She was clutching in Naruto's arms lovingly, a beaming smile on her face while Naruto was grinning. The last picture on the desk was a similar picture but with both of his sons. It was the day that they had finally graduated from the academy and entered into ranks of shinobi as genin. Madara and Ryu were fist-bumping with shit-eating grins plastered across their faces. Naruto and Hinata simply stood behind them, their hands on top of their son's shoulders. I think I'll miss this, Naruto muttered out loud and got up, the chair complaining once more. Kurama, you coming? Naruto asked with the fox lying on the floor nestled next to the couch.
Later,
Kurama mumbled, going to the other side and proceeding to continue his nap. All you do is sleep, Naruto muttered and walked outside. He opened the door and with one final look back, he closed it behind him. Kage meeting. How come the guy that lives here is late? Ren asked once she saw the blonde walking through the door. I'm an old man, Ren-chan. Have some mercy. Naruto chuckled until he saw Ren's eyes twitch. We're the same age. Are you calling me old? Ren asked very sweetly. Of course not, Naruto paled. You are but a flower in the spring of youth, Naruto replied in silent relief when he saw Ren nod in agreement. And while Naruto was already immortal, the world around him couldn't know. For that reason, both he, Hinata, and a couple others were employing a small transformation to make them seem older. Naruto's face was showing a few wrinkles, and even his hair had already supported a few white strands of hair. Naruto sat down in his chair and eyed the room. It looked very different from the first Kage meeting he attended all those years ago. Ren Gushiken, Yondaime Tsuchikage, Darui Godaime Raikage, Chodoro Rokudaime Misukage, Baki Godaime Kazekage, Saratobi Konohamaru, Nanadaime Hokage, Oraji, Maifune's son and leader of the samurai, Shibuki, the Kage from Takigakur, Hidden Waterfall Village, Kusagakur, Yugakur, Hoshigakur, Yumegakur, Ishigakur, among several other villages. With the new United Nations system, every village, no matter how big or small, had a representative, being its very leader or spokesperson. There were around 20 people in the meeting, one that happened twice a year unless someone called for one. So, are you going to tell us the reason this meeting couldn't wait one more month before the scheduled one? Darui asked, leaning back in the chair. This may come as sudden, but I called this meeting to say I'm stepping down, Naruto said, and a silence ensued. Moments later, the room erupted in a multitude of questions. Naruto raised his hand and the room quieted down, waiting for his words. I've held my seat for 28 years. I think it's time for some fresh leadership. As such, I've chosen Uchiha Sasuke, my former student, to take my place. I'll be teaching Sasuke to handle the city for the next couple of years until he's ready, Naruto explained, but everybody remained silent. But why? Ren whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. I have things I need to do before my death. The city will be in capable hands, Naruto replied, assuring the leaders at the table. I expect that Sasuke will be taking my place at the next meeting, Naruto said, and stepped out of the room, leaving everyone bewildered. A few weeks later, Orochimaru was found dead by Jiraiya's spies. The cause of death was declared as accidental jutsu. Around 40 years later, he was called many names: demon, monster, fox, thunder god, hero, god of the shinobi, the one above all, savior of this world. But I think the names he would be most proud of would be leader, teacher, husband, father, friend. This is the funeral of Otsutsuki Naruto, the Shodaime Kage, first shadow, Sasuke said. Look at the ocean of people standing in front of him. Thousands of people had come to Naruto's burial. They came to thank the man that had changed the world. Overlooking the funeral, standing on top of the Shadow Tower, stood one very alive Naruto with Hinata by his side. All the signs of age Naruto bore were now gone, and replaced by a young face. Naruto turned to his wife only to see her crying. "Why so many tears?" Naruto asked softly, wrapping his arms around Hinata and burying her head in his chest. It's just, Hinata sobbed. "I feel like we're abandoning them." "I know," Naruto whispered, gently squeezing her, "but they made their choice. Besides, they have families of their own now. You knew this was coming," Naruto said, brushing her tears away. "I know," she replied softly. "Are you ready?" Naruto asked, and she nodded. Both Naruto and Hinata jumped on top of Silver. "Let's go." Silver stretched his massive wings and unleashed a loud roar before taking to the skies. The story of Otsutsuki Naruto may be over, but the story of the Eternal Guardians was just beginning. The end. I am finally finished. Okay, stick around because I got a couple things to say. Back in high school, I had first read this fanfic all the way through. It was something that really helped get me through a pretty rough senior year for me. So I really like this fic a lot, and it holds a very special place in my heart. So I want to thank the author again for one last time. The author's name is, by the way, CR4ZYPT. I guess it's Crypt or something, or I don't know. But I want to thank the author and for making this story, and I hope you guys enjoyed me reading through a story that means a lot to me, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the series all the way through. But now I'm finally done with it. It was a long battle between getting drained of the story, trying to complete it, struggling to reach the finish line, but now it's done, and I'm really happy about that. And shout out to my $10 patrons and my $10 patrons, Cub Assassin, and this has been your boy, the Anime Sage. I'm signing out. Peace. Yorha. Bye-bye. Thank you all for watching.